Chapter 2004. Today's revenge, I have written down. Seeing that the two great censored kings in front of him were frightened by his own divine calamity, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. Jiang Chen's eyes were still extremely vigilant and locked on the two of them, and he did not relax in the slightest. He was ready to gather the power of the earth and world at any time to provoke the divine calamity posture. In front of him, there were two genuine divine king realm powers, and Jiang Chen naturally did not dare to be careless. He looked at the two censored kings who were not planning to leave, but were discussing countermeasures, and his heart sank slightly. These two guys. Is there still a way to get rid of the threat of the tribulation? The Kunpeng clan and the ancient Sacred Dragon clan are both big clans that have been inherited from the ancient times. If they master some means to deal with the divine calamity, it would not be impossible. No matter what he needs now is time, and he can only temporarily stun the two people in front of him with a divine calamity. As long as Feng Yan can obtain the inheritance of the Golden Winged Eagle clan as soon as possible, he does not need to entangle with these two people, and directly urge the Sky Eagle to return to the realm of Zhengwu. With such a stalemate, time slowly passed by bit. Unconsciously, several days passed. On this day, another supreme aura containing the power of the Great Tao suddenly wafted across the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. An old man with a crane-haired childlike face and a fluttering white robe also slowly stepped into the air and appeared directly beside the two Qingyuan God Kings. Another God King realm mighty power. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in Taoist robe that suddenly appeared, his eyes condensed suddenly. With the current situation, it is obviously impossible for the two Qingyuan Divine Kings to seek the help of ordinary Divine King realm. After all, it doesn't make any sense at all. From the body of the old man in Tao-robed robe, Jiang Chen felt a breath that was very similar to that of the practitioner of the Nine Profound Formation Sect. This old man in Tao-robed robe is almost a great power of the Divine King realm who can comprehend the avenue of formation. The formations are broad and profound, and if you cultivate to the extreme, you will have the ability to change the world and the unpredictable. If he guessed right, God King Qingyuan and the others would look for this person to come to help. In all likelihood, they wanted to block the world with a formation method so that he could not induce the divine calamity to make a breakthrough in a short time. Jiang Chen stared at the old man in the robes. If the old man really wanted to block the world with a formation, then he could only choose to break through in advance. Brother Yongsu, you are here. God King Qingyuan looked at the old man in Tao-robed robe in front of him and couldn't help but greet him with a smile. The old man in Tao robe didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly with a puzzled look, Brother Qingyuan, I don't know if you are so anxious to call me here, what is going on? I have encountered a little trouble, and I hope Brother Yongsu can help me deal with that kid. When God King Qingyuan spoke, he couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. The old man in Tao robes could not help being taken aback when he heard the words of the Qingyuan God King. With his eyesight, he could almost tell at a glance that the black-clothed youth on the opposite side was only in the heavenly God realm. Even if the talent of this guy is extraordinary, at most, it is only a holy censored who has broken the limit 3 times. Now that the Qingyuan God King and Yi God King are here, how can it be possible that even a holy God can't deal with it? After a moment of surprise, the old man in Tao Pao finally found a clue. In the black-clothed youth opposite, there is a vaguely full-bodied martial arts source overflowing, which can trigger divine tribulation-breaking realm at any time. This is probably the place where the Qingyuan Divine King is jealous. Brother Qingyuan, do you want me to set up a big deception formation to block the heaven and the earth with the formation method, so that the kid can't sense the heavens to cross the tribulation and break the realm? The old man in Tao Pao quickly thought of the intention of the Qingyuan God King. The Qingyuan God King nodded, and said in a deep voice, this child is already a sacred god. Once the power of the 10th world triggers the divine calamity, the power must be ruining the heavens and the earth. Even if we wait, I dare not easily get infected. The power of the 10 realms. This kid actually wants to break the limit of the holy gods. The old man in Tao robe heard the words of the Qingyuan God King, and couldn't help but breathe in his heart. The power of the palm of the 10 Tao surpasses the holy gods. This is a realm against the heavens that is not tolerated by the heavens and the earth. The calamity that we have to face is more than the great calamity of the God King of proving Tao. I am afraid it is even worse. It is no wonder that the two Qingyuan Shenhuang will be shocked by a small holy god. This kind of heaven-defying divine calamity, even if it is the great power of the Divine King realm, has to retreat. The old man in the robes was silent for a moment before he slowly said, Qingyuan, the heaven-defying divine calamity that breaks through the sacred goods, no one in this world has seen it before, and I can only try my best, and there is no guarantee that it will succeed. God King Qingyuan nodded and said, Thank you. The old man in Dao robe did not speak, but saw his hands peeking into the void, and a strange Dao rune also condensed from his palm. Jiang Chen's complexion tightened and he was about to gather the power of the earth and the world. Once the Dao-robed elder is allowed to block the world and cannot provoke divine tribulation, he really won't have any resistance at that time. Just as Jiang Chen was about to provoke a breakthrough in the divine tribulation, there was a sudden wave of spatial fluctuations in the deserted ancient hall behind him. I saw Feng Yan's figure flying out of the deserted ancient hall. Fuyan, old turtle, don't resist, be prepared to leave. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly spoke to Feng Yan and Laogui, and then quickly urged Shenglong Tiangong to inhale the two of them. The golden-winged eagle clan's Zhen clan artifact, the Tianying Shenshuo, also appeared ghostly in Jiang Chen's palm, bursting out with incomparable light. No, the sky eagle shuttle of the golden-winged condor clan, that kid wants to leave, stop him. When Yi Shen Wang saw this, his expression suddenly changed. God King Qingyuan also sank, and almost at the same time as God King Yu stretched out his hand to grab Jiang Chen. At the moment they shot, the sky and the earth suddenly surged, and a terrifying thunder power also continued to roll out in the void. This kid actually caused the divine calamity. The pupils of the two gods of the night shrank, and the palms that had just been stretched out suddenly shrank back, and their stature exploded and retreated thousands of miles away. Even the old man in Dao robes who was blocking the world in formation did not dare to make any more moves, and his figure also exploded away quickly. Haha, Yuya God King, Qingyuan God King, I won't play with you. For now, I have taken note of today's matter, Jiang Chen. When I come to God's domain continent in the future, I will definitely come to you to settle the matter one by one. Jiang Chen laughed, and immediately urged the Skyhawk divine shuttle with all his strength. The whole person was enveloped by a burst of golden light, and quickly escaped into the endless void. Chapter 2005, Hand over this person. I dare to use the space artifact to escape after triggering the divine calamity, it is simply seeking a dead end. Seeing this scene, Yi Shen Wang couldn't help but set off a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Generally speaking, any practitioner who provokes the divine calamity to break the realm will be locked in by the divine calamity, and it is impossible to escape easily. Even if you use a space-like magic weapon to escape from the sky, divine tribulation will track the past. Once in the process of escape from the divine calamity attack, the space channel will collapse, and it will almost die in 9 deaths, and there is no possibility of survival at all. He didn't seek his own way, he had already calculated it. The Qingyuan Divine King's face was pure and clear. Don't you find that the power of the Thunder Road condensed in the void is gradually weakening? The God King Yi suddenly raised his head and looked towards the void, his complexion now becoming extremely difficult to look. How is it possible that the kid who triggered the divine tribulation of the 10 Dao powers could still be teleported away with the space divine tool? As the ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan, Rao was stunned by the situation at this moment, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Divine tribulation not only failed to track Jiang Chen, who used the space artifact to escape, but disappeared inexplicably like this. There is nothing impossible. The censored body that can ignore the rules of the heavens and make the gods retreat is not uncommon in the gods. Qingyuan God King slowly said, we still underestimate that kid. Upon hearing the words, Yi Shen Wang couldn't help but shrink slightly. A supreme divine body that ignores the rules of the heavens, such a supreme divine body has disappeared in the gods since ancient times, and has long been a legendary existence. How could that kid be the legendary supreme, censored body? But if that kid didn't have such a physique, how could he avoid the heavenly tribulation that condensed the power of the 10 realms so easily? What horrified Yuya God King even more? That kid ignored the rules of heaven. Wouldn't he just break the limits so easily and become the first existence beyond the holy gods in the history of God's domain? The sacred gods can already be comparable to the powerful gods of the upper realm. Above the sacred product, even if it is not comparable to the censored king, it is almost invincible under the censored king. Once the 10 Daos break through the realm of the gods, I am afraid that the general power of the gods may not be able to win him. God Qingyuan, this son is too enchanting, absolutely can't let him grow up, we must find a way to obliterate him. The eyes of Yi God King flickered slightly, and there was also a touch of cold light flashing in his eyes. A god-defying existence that surpassed the holy grade god. Once it grows up, it will be a great threat even to the great family of gods and kings like them. Since he has become an enemy, he must never give that kid a chance to grow up. That kid obviously has a close relationship with the remaining forces of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. As long as they find that kid, they can find the remnants of the Golden Winged Condor clan and completely destroy the Golden Winged Condor clan. God King, Qingyuan frowned and said, "Of course I want to find him, but I'm afraid it will not be easy. The kid who cultivated the Taixu Sacred Dragon map and mastered the imitation Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace must have inherited the inheritance left by the one that year. Wouldn't Qingyuan God King want to find him? When the kid left just now, he mentioned that he would come to God's domain continent in the future. That kid is not in the realm of the gods at all, but in the eternal void world outside the realm of the gods. They want to find Jiang Chen in the endless eternal void, which is really too difficult. Brother Qingyuan, it's not impossible that you want to find the kid just now. As long as there is a powerful person with a profound cultivation level to help, it may not be impossible to predict his whereabouts." At this moment, the Dao Pao ancestor on the side suddenly spoke. "This is a way, it's just that the power of life is too rare. If you want to tell the whereabouts of that kid from a long distance, I am afraid that only the profound God clan has this ability." The Qingyuan God King frowned and said authentically, "The profound cave God clan, the top clan of the God realm continent who specializes in fate Dao, is extremely mysterious and strange, and hardly asks about world affairs. In the continent of God's domain, few people even know where the profound cave God clan is. They want to find the help of the strong of the profound cave God clan. Obviously it is not an easy task." The ancestor of the Taoist robe pondered slightly. "I was fortunate enough to meet a strong man of life, but I can take you to see him. But this person has a weird temperament and a very strange behavior. As for whether he can help you, it's up to you. If this is the case, then there will be Brother Lao Yongsu." Both Qingyuan God King and Yi God King were overjoyed, and a decisive expression flashed in their eyes. No matter what, he has to find a way to find the kid as soon as possible, even at all costs. The sky above the Golden Winged Condor clan in Junwu Great Realm. Feng Kai Tianzun gathered a large number of Golden Winged Condor clan around here, and his eyes tightly looked at a void in the Golden Winged Condor clan 100 miles away. The atmosphere in the whole world was solemn. In the sight of Fengqi Tianzun and the others, there were two black-clothed youths standing proudly there. Although the cultivation bases of these two black-clothed youths were both in the divine realm, there was a vague atmosphere that made Feng Kai Tianzun feel dangerous. Stars to respect. These two suddenly black-clothed youths are probably at least a one-star Earth sovereign who broke through with a super-grade heaven and censored realm. Fengqi Tianzun took a deep breath and couldn't help but clasped his fists to the two black-clothed youths. "2. The patriarch of the Golden Winged Condor clan is flying. I wonder if you come to my Golden Winged Condor clan, what is it?" Golden Winged Condor clan. The black-clothed youth, who was skinny as a monkey, was taken aback for a moment, and then sneered with a disdainful look. "Just you, censored race with only one Tianzun sitting in town, also worthy of being called the Golden Winged Eagle clan." Fengqi Tianzun's face sank slightly. "Your Excellency is a bit too late. We are worthy of being called the Golden Winged Eagle clan. It seems it is not your turn to interfere." "Sol Chong, enough." The thin young man was about to speak, and the cold-faced white-haired young man on the side frowned slightly, causing the thin young man to swallow the words that came to his mouth. "Patriarch Fengqi, I am waiting for this visit mainly to find people." The white-haired young man waved his palm and directly condensed Jiang Chen's image in front of Fengqi Tianzun and the others. "This is Brother Jiang Chen." Feng Kai Tianzun looked at the image of the gray-haired youth, and his pupils suddenly shrank. These two black-clothed youths came for Jiang Chen. "Patriarch Fengqi, this person should be in your Golden Winged Eagle clan, right?" The white-haired young man looked at Feng Kai Tianzun faintly. "Hand over this person, otherwise you will blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 2006. Crisis of the Golden Winged Condor. Who are these two people? What are they doing to find Jiang Chen? Fengqi Tianzun was shocked. The star Earth Zun, this is at least comparable to the existence of the Tianzun powerhouse. In the realm of Junwu, the star-level respect is extremely rare, almost one can count it with one hand. Almost all of these star-level respects have a prestigious name in the realm of Junwu. The two unfamiliar Star-Earth sovereigns in front of them are either the hidden powerhouses in the realm of Junwu that have never been on the road, or they come from other realms. Fengqi Tianzun's eyes flickered slightly. These two people are probably only tens of thousands of years old. It is almost impossible to exist in the realm of Junwu to become a star-level respect at such an age. I am afraid that only the God Realm continent, located in the center of the eternal void, can give birth to such a genius. Fengqi Tianzun took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and shook his head immediately. Did the two of you make a mistake? We, the Golden Winged Condor clan, don't have the person you are looking for. No matter what purpose these two people have in looking for Jiang Chen, Tianzun Fengqi will naturally not easily divulge Jiang Chen's news. Now that Jiang Chen went to the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Condor clan, he was indeed not in their Golden Winged Condor clan, and it was impossible for these two guys to find Jiang Chen. Fengqi Tianzun, my senior brother is very kind to talk to you, don't toast or eat fine wine. Since we can find here, it proves that he must be in your Golden Winged Eagle clan. The skinny youth's complexion sank, and the whole person instantly became murderous. If you don't hand them over obediently today, our brothers will beat your Golden Winged Eagle clan. Fengqi Tianzun said blankly, I still said that. The person you are looking for is not from the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Patriarch Fengqi, we followed his breath to find the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Although I don't know why his breath suddenly disappeared, even if he is not in the Golden Winged Eagle clan, he must have something with you, relationship. The white-haired young man stared at Fengqi Tianzun coldly, I hope you don't make mistakes. Fengqi Tianzun shrugged and smiled indifferently, I have said it very clearly, since you don't believe it, then I can't help it. Senior brother, why don't you talk to him? Since they have to know what is good or bad, they just destroy it. With the palm of the thin young man moving, an extremely dark long sword appeared out of thin air in the palm of his palm. There was a tendency for the white-haired young man to kill the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Since your Golden Winged Eagle clan insists on seeking your own death, then I will fulfill you. The white-haired young man's cold anger and laughter slowly fell, and a powerful aura that swept across the world was also instantly permeated from his body. He gently squeezed the palm of his hand, and a huge black claw instantly covered the sky above the Golden Winged Condor clan. It covered the sky and caught the Wind Kai Tianzun and the others below. Fengqi Tianzun was full of golden glows soaring into the sky, and the bright golden glows directly turned into a golden sword energy, instantly splitting the black giant claws that covered the sky and the sun. You use the battle to delay the staying of the other star, I will kill the white-haired youth first. Fengqi Tianzun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he confessed to the senior officials of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, and immediately stepped into the void and directly killed the white-haired young man. The two black-clothed youths in front of them are probably one-star earthly Zuns that are not inferior to the ordinary heavenly ones. In the entire Golden Winged Eagle clan, no one other than him can compete with these two. Now he can only let the realm gods of the Golden Winged Condor clan use the guardian array of the Golden Winged Condor clan to drag one of the one-star Earth Venerables. And he needs to defeat another one-star earthly respect in the shortest time. Today, the Golden Winged Condor tribe is really in trouble. Burning Sky Storm. Fengqi Tianzun did not have the slightest reservation. A group of golden flames suddenly emerged from his body, causing the void all over him to be instantly enveloped by a storm of flames that destroyed the world. Accompanied by a sharp eagle cry resounding in the void, a huge golden eagle appeared behind Fengqi Tianzun, with a terrifying aura, as if to break through the sky. Town. The white-haired young man looked indifferent, just pinched out a seal and spit out a cold word in his mouth. Tianzun Fengqi only felt a terrifying power of the soul overwhelming the world, making the void solidify at this moment. The space with a radius of 100 miles seemed to be transformed into iron plates under that terrifying soul power. Even with the strength of Fengqi Tianzun, he felt that the whole person seemed to be weighing 1,000 caddies. Even the phantom of the divine eagle capable of destroying the sky and the earth behind it seems to be locked by that terrifying soul power, and it is impossible to move a bit. Fengqi Tianzun roared, and his golden light skyrocketed again. The wings of the condor and virtual eagle shook, and the terrifying storm of burning sky swept away in the void in an instant, finally confining the surrounding spirit power into nothingness. What a weird Soul Dao realm god's power. Fengqi Tianzun stared closely at the white-haired youth opposite, and his expression became more and more solemn. The white-haired young man in front of him was indeed a genius from God's domain continent, and his strength was a bit stronger than he had imagined. With his strength, let alone defeating this kid, even if he remains unbeaten, it is probably not an easy task. Patriarch Fengqi, I have entered the earthly sovereign realm for 3,000 years, and my cultivation has reached the 1-star earthly sovereign stage, and I am only one step away from the 1-star heavenly sovereign realm. Even in God's domain continent, ordinary Tianzun is not my opponent in the early stage, let alone you. The white-haired young man stood proudly, looking down at Fengqi Tianzun indifferently. If you don't hand over the person I want today, the golden-winged eagle clan will be gone. Your Excellency is deceiving too much. Feng Kai Tianzun's expression is ashen and authentic. Our golden-winged condor clan really doesn't have the person you are looking for. If you don't believe me, you can go to my golden-winged condor clan to search for it. When Feng Kai Tianzun spoke, he couldn't help but glance at another battlefield below. I saw that the several world gods of the golden-winged eagle clan could only rely on the guardian formation, struggling to support under the attack of the thin young man. If this continues, the golden-winged condor tribe may be really dangerous. My son doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. Since you don't plan to hand in someone, then I will let you golden-winged eagle clan completely disappear from true martial realm. The white-haired young man's face was cold, and the strange black glow was enough to swallow the soul, and it suddenly rushed out of his body, almost filling the thousands of miles above the golden-winged condor tribe. Under the control of the white-haired youth, these weird black lights turned into a black dragon with a piercing dragon roar, and rushed towards Fengqi Tianzun fiercely. Chapter 2007. Take me to blame, you are not qualified. This black dragon seemed to be condensed from the power of pure soul and Tao. As long as the venerable god of the ordinary realm looked at it, it seemed that even the soul would be swallowed by the black dragon. Sheniying 9 changes, facing the strange and mysterious soul attack of the white-haired youth, Feng Kai Tianzun's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. Shuang quickly changed a golden handprint on his chest. I saw the phantom of the condor behind Fengqi Tianzun, raising his hair and groaning to the sky. He drove the momentum of the sky and the earth, and fluttered his wings to face the black dragon. Every time it moves hundreds of feet in the void, its figure grows bigger, and its breath becomes a little bit stronger. After 9 consecutive changes in this way, the phantom of the condor, mixed with infinite power, collided fiercely with the black dragon. At that moment, the sky above the entire golden-winged condor clan plunged into darkness in an instant. Between the sky and the earth, only a bright golden light and a deep and dark mysterious force were violently confronting each other. The two terrifying powers held a stalemate in midair for a long time, and the bright golden light finally began to weaken gradually under the encroachment of the mysterious black energy. Jin Meng was completely submerged in the strange black air. Suddenly there was a muffled hum from the void, and I saw the figure of Tianzun Fengqi, which was also like a broken kite, instantly flying upside down in the void for a distance of thousands of feet. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Fengqi Tianzun's mouth. He supported his embarrassed body and looked at the white-haired young man who was still standing in the void like a walk in the garden. His complexion became extremely pale. The 1-star white-haired young man in front of him is really too strong, and his combat power is probably not much better than that of Jiang Chen, the holy censored of heaven. The entire Zhenwu Great Realm could match this 1-star earthly respect, and I'm afraid it would never be more than one hand. Just now in the fight, he had almost used all his power, but he was still defeated by the understatement of the white-haired young man, and even the soul was hit hard. Today's matter, their golden-winged condor tribe might be really dangerous. Fengqi, I have given you opportunities time and time again. Since you have to know what is good or bad, then I will destroy your body first, and then imprison your soul. Naturally, there is a way to know the whereabouts of that kid. The cold voice of the white-haired young man fell, and his hands quickly formed seals on his chest. A frightening black air rushed out of his body overwhelmingly, and in a flash, a dark ghost claw condensed on his head. The color of the ghost claw was terribly dark, and it was gloomy, as if it were a giant palm from the land of the 9 netherworlds. Just looking at it, people couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp. 9 you soul hand, kill. The white-haired young man looked indifferent, and with a light wave of his hands on his chest, the giant palm of the ghost and censored directly penetrated the space and grabbed it at Fengqi Tianzun. The loud noise that shook the sky once again rolled in the void, and the surrounding hundreds of miles of space was quickly annihilated into nothingness where the giant palm of the ghost and censored passed. Seeing that the white-haired young man made another shot, Feng Kai Tianzun's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. Just as he was about to resist with all his might, a bright golden light suddenly broke through the space and flew out of the void in the space. The golden light broke through the world and bloomed in all directions. Even the giant palm of the ghost and censored that came towards Feng Kai Tianzun's suppression was instantly pierced by the golden light, and then burst into the void with a bang. A figure shrouded in golden light also quickly flew out from the crack in the space. Jian, brother Jiang Chen. Seeing the familiar figure in Jin Meng, a look of ecstasy appeared in Feng Kai Tianzun's eyes. Jiang Chen, who went to the ancestral home of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, returned at this critical moment. Although Feng Kai Tianzun didn't see Feng Yan who was going to the ancestral land with Jiang Chen, he didn't even bother about it at this moment. Jiang Chen is the sacred censored who can defeat the early days of Tianzun. As long as he and Jiang Chen work together, at least there should be no big problem in resolving the immediate crisis. Boy, you really belong to the Golden Winged Eagle clan. I thought you were going to hide in the dark and be a turtle with your head, but I didn't expect to show up on the initiative. The white-haired youth suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen, and a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. The black-clothed youth in front of him, the image in the soul-chasing order, was almost exactly the same, who could not be the one they were looking for. The words of the white-haired youth also made Jiang Chen, who had just returned from the ancestor of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, stunned. He looked up at the white-haired young man in the void, couldn't help pointing his finger at himself, and said in a daze, "This friend, are you talking to me?" Brother Jiang Chen, these two people should be one-star Earth sovereigns from the continent of God's domain. They seem to have come to you specifically. At this moment, Feng Kai Tianzun's sound transmission rang in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. Hearing the sound transmission of Feng Kai Tianzun, Jiang Chen couldn't help being slightly surprised. He has never been to God's domain continent, except this time when he met the Darkwing Peng and ancient sacred dragons in the Golden Winged Eagle clan's ancestors. He had never interacted with anyone from the God's domain. Even if the Qingyuan God King and Yuyi God King have great abilities, it is impossible to send people to chase down to the realm of Zhenwu so quickly, right? Who are these two one-star Earth sovereigns from God's domain continent, and why would they come to Zhenwu Great Realm to find him? Soul Yu of the Wraith Temple, by the order of the Palace Lord, specially came to take you back to ask for sin. If you are more acquainted, you will immediately be obedient and catch you. Just when Jiang Chen was uncertain, the white-haired youth's indifferent voice rang again. Wraith Temple. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. I ask myself that there is no intersection with your Wraith Temple. I wonder why your Wraith Temple came to get me. Jiang Chen didn't want to understand how he was in conflict with the Wraith Temple in the continent of God's domain. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that the unfathomable strength of the Wraith Temple was able to send someone to the realm of Zhenwu to find him. The white-haired young man said expressionlessly, I'm just following orders to act, and quickly follow me back to the Wraith Temple to receive sin. Humph, I have nothing to do with your Wraith Temple, so why should I follow you back to the Wraith Temple to receive sin? Jiang Chen snorted faintly, and then sneered with a disdainful face, what's more? If you want to blame me, the strength of this small one-star Earth Venerable is far from enough. Chapter 2008. Kill you like a chicken but a dog. Jiang Chen looked at the white-haired young man with disdain, and did not put the white-haired young man on his body at all. One-star Earth Sovereign can at best be comparable to the Heavenly Sovereign level powerhouse. The existence of this level of strength, even if he was still in the realm of a holy product, he was not afraid at all. He has now condensed the power of the 10th world and has become an existence above the sacred gods. Even if it is a strong person at the peak of the ordinary Tianzun, it is impossible to be his opponent at all. Under the Divine King realm, those who can pose a threat to him are probably at least the 3-star Venerable who can break through with the holy grade celestial god. If this white-haired young man was a 3-star Earth Zun who broke through with the holy product, Jiang Chen might still be afraid of him by 3 points. It's just a 1-star respect, why would Jiang Chen take it in his eyes? An ant in the heavenly god realm, dare to speak up in front of me. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the white-haired young soul couldn't help but lifted a look of disdain at the corner of his mouth. His cultivation is already at the pinnacle of the 1-star earthly respect, even if he is a holy censored who has broken the limit 3 times, he does not have the right to be arrogant in front of him. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked at Hun Yu with a blank face, and said lightly, I will immediately disappear from me before I do it. Maybe I can consider letting you die. Hun Yu's complexion was cold, and immediately with a wave of his sleeves, a black chain that seemed to be able to swallow the soul directly penetrated the void and shot at Jiang Chen. Looking at the turbulent black chain, Jiang Chen flipped his palm lightly, and a black square seal that also exuded the coercion of the terrifying soul, also smashed the black chain fiercely. The black square seal landed on the pitch-black chain, and the black chain was smashed to pieces. The chains burst open in the void, and a powerful space storm swept out from the explosion. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the spot without moving, as if he had not been affected by the space storm at all. On the other hand, that soul Yu, he staggered back in the void for more than 10 steps. The stronger the soul suppressed the churning aura in the body, the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen finally revealed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. Could it be that this guy is really the sacred, censored, who broke the limit 3 times? But even for the holy gods, it shouldn't be possible for the combat power to reach such a terrifying level, right? Although both the sacred gods and the one-star Earth Sovereign can be comparable to the powers of the Sky Sovereign, the one-star Earth Sovereign is already an existence that has broken through the realm of the gods. If you really want to fight, the one-star Earth Zun obviously has an advantage over the holy gods. But the guy in front of him, with the power of the holy god, easily suppressed his one-star earthly respect. Jiang Chen's power against the sky was not only horrified in Soul Yu's heart, but almost everyone present was stunned by the scene before him. Even the Soul Punch, who had never put Jiang Chen in his heart, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. Soul Chong naturally knew how strong senior brother Soul Yu was. But even with the strength of senior brother Soul Yu, Jiang Chen was shocked by a move. Soul Chong also had to accept that senior brother's hunch was true. Their mission this time really wasn't so easy to complete. Brother Jiang Chen's strength is much stronger than before entering the Golden Winged Eagle clan ancestral land. Feng Kai Tianzun looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. He had fought with Soul Yu just now, and he naturally had a certain understanding of Soul Yu's strength. Although this guy's cultivation base was in the earthly sovereign realm, he was a one-star earthly sovereign who broke through with a super-rank heavenly god, and was only one step away from breaking through the one-star sovereign. Such a one-star Earth Venerable, the combat power is at least enough to prevent the mid-term and even the late term of the Celestial Venerable. In Guhuang Mountain that day, Jiang Chen fought with the Xuanji Tianzun of the 9 Profound Formation Sect. Although he also showed great strength, he was far from being so strong. When faced with the Xuanji Tianzun who had broken through the middle stage of the Tianzun, Jiang Chen was able to suppress the Xuanji Tianzun only after offering the Divine King artifact. Today's Soul Yu, compared with the Xuanji Tianzun who broke through the middle stage of the Tianzun, is absolutely surpassed. But Jiang Chen can suppress it now with a wave of his hand. What shocked Fengqi Tianzun the most was that he could clearly sense that Jiang Chen's cultivation was really just staying in the Heavenly God realm. The combat power of the Heavenly God realm was already able to reach such a terrifying level. Once Jiang Chen breaks through the realm of the gods, isn't it that even the great power of the gods cannot easily win him? Such combat power is truly against the sky. No, I'm a one-star earthly respecter. How can you be my opponent if you're only a mere divine realm for a day? I don't believe it, it must not be true. Hun Yu roared in disbelief, and immediately urged his body strength to the extreme with all his strength, and once again used the Soul Dao Jushui 9 Nether Soul Hand to kill Jiang Chen. One-star earthly respect, is it amazing? I want to kill you, just like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the power of the 10 powers instantly gathered at the fingertips, and then turned into an invisible sword finger, and clicked out in the air. The invisible sword finger instantly crossed time and space, and slashed on the hand of Soul Yu's Juyuhun, as if cutting tofu, lightly splitting Juyuhun's hand in half. The sword finger not only smashed the hands of Juyuhun, but also directly blasted the body of the soul. The more the soul screamed, the whole person fell from the void like a broken kite. The power of the 10 paths surpasses the power of the saint-ranked celestial god, which is the power of the celestial god realm that has never appeared in the god realm continent. Almost no one can imagine how terrifying the sword fingers gathered by Jiang Chen's 10 powers. That blow directly drove the soul from the void into the ground more and more, and smashed a huge hole in the ground beyond the Golden-Winged Eagle clan. I don't believe it. How can I be defeated by a mere celestial god? The more the soul roared, the body that was smashed into the ground by Jiang Chen directly rose from the ground and turned into a black light that filled the void for thousands of miles, and Yingkong rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, but he turned his hand to face the soul rising up into the sky and gently pressed. A terrifying palm force that collapsed thousands of miles of void directly hit the body of the soul. Dust and smoke flew up and the earth shook. I saw that Hun Yu's body was once again slapped into the ground by Jiang Chen's palm. Outside of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, on the originally endless flat ground, a huge crack spanning hundreds of miles was punched out, like an abyss. Chapter 2009. If there is another time, I will step down to the Temple of Wraith. Senior brother Hun Yu. Defeated. Hun Chong looked at the situation in front of him with a look of horror. His whole person was like a ghost, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Senior brother Hun Yu, this is a genius in the Wraith Guard, an elite disciple of their Wraith Temple. Even in the entire Wraith Guard, the strength is among the top 10 existences. With the strength of the Soul 1-star Earth Venerable in the later stage, even if the ordinary Heavenly Venerable powerhouse, it is rare to get him. But the boy in the Celestial God realm in front of him actually suppressed his soul with 2 understatements. Even if this guy is really a sacred god, it is impossible to have such a terrifying combat power. The souls in the Soul Chong, the whole person is like a bird with a frightened bow, turning into a black light and rushing towards the sky warehouse in panic. At this moment, there is only one thought in Soul Chong's heart, and that is to escape. The farther you escape, the better. Even the Soul Yu in the late stage of the 1-star Earth Sovereign was suppressed by this kid's 2 understatement. With the strength of his 1-star Earth Sovereign early stage, there is no resistance at all. Jiang Chen coldly raised his head and glanced at the fleeing Hun Chong. He raised his hand and volleyed a claw against Hun Chong. This claw instantly penetrated thousands of miles into the void, like an eagle catching a chicken, and directly confined the body of Soul Chong in the void. With a look of despair and horror on his face, Hun Chong quickly urged the strength of his whole body to get rid of the confinement of Jiang Chen's palm. No matter how he struggles, everything is in vain. Jiang Chen just squeezed it lightly, and the invisible giant claw was as if an ant was squeezed to death. He squeezed the body of the soul and the soul into powder. Boy, you broke this big event and killed me, a disciple of the Wraith Temple. Today this seed will definitely break your corpse into thousands of pieces. At this moment, there was a sudden sky-shaking roar from the abyss below, and a figure wrapped in black light rose to the sky. It was the Soul Yu that was slapped into the ground by Jiang Chen's palm. Seeing that the soul became paler, his body was covered with blood, and the whole body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Soul Yu didn't care about it at all. His extremely cold eyes stared at Jiang Chen, and his whole body exuded a very strange aura. Jiang Chen looked at the drastically changed Soul Yu. His eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. The Soul Yu in front of him, and the Soul Yu defeated by him just now, were obviously not the same person. Soul Yu's body should have the imprint of the soul left by a strong man in the Wraith Temple, and now it is the strong man in the Wraith Temple who is controlling the body of Soul Yu. It's just, why does the breath of this Wraith Temple powerhouse give me a familiar feeling? Feeling the breath emanating from Soul Yu's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. He has never had any intersection with the Wraith Temple of the God Realm continent, but the Wraith Temple has sent 2 1-star earthly statues to come to the true martial realm to kill him. This made Jiang Chen a little puzzled. Now that he saw the powerhouse of the Wraith Temple, Jiang Chen realized that he might have actually had some conflicts with the people of the Wraith Temple. Jiang Chen's gaze turned slightly, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, and he discovered that the aura of the powerhouse of the Wraith Temple actually overlapped with a genius he had killed in the Great Wilderness. The breath of this guy is very similar to that of Xu Tianming. Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. Will the powerhouse of the Wraith Temple in front of him have something to do with the fate of the Ghost Sect in the Great Wilderness realm? The Wraith Temple, this is at least a divine king force on the continent of God's domain. And that Xu Tianming was just a genius disciple of a realm-censored sect in the middle of the Great Wilderness world. How could it be related to the Wraith Temple of the God Realm continent? If Xu Tianming is really a descendant of the powerhouse of the Wraith Temple in front of you, how could it appear in remote places like the Great Wilderness? You should be the divine king realm power of the Wraith Temple, I didn't expect that Soul Yu's body still has a Divine King Realm powerful Divine Soul mark. Jiang Chen stared tightly in front of the Wraith Temple powerhouse, and said lightly, I once killed a genius named Xu Tianming in a certain realm. His breath is very similar to yours and should be related to you. Shallow. Although the Xu Tianming, who was far away in the Great Desolation Realm, had something to do with the Divine King power of the God's Domain Continent Wraith Soul Temple, it was indeed a bit weird. But if it weren't for this, how could the God King Realm power of the Wraith Temple send 2 one-star earthly statues to deal with him? God. The great power of the God King Realm. Following Jiang Chen's words, the expressions of Fengqi Tianzun and others could not help but change drastically. In their gazes towards Soul Yu, there was a panic that could not be concealed. Divine King Realm mighty power, this is a real powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the Divine Realm. Even in their entire Junwu Heaven territory, only the Junwu Divine Sect has a great power in the Divine King Realm. Even though there was only a Divine King Realm powerful Divine Soul imprint controlling the body of Soul Yu, it could also cause a great impact on Fengqi Tianzun and the others. Boy, you really broke this big event. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the strong man in the Ghost Temple suddenly couldn't help but burst out with a sudden killing intent. This powerhouse of the Wraith Temple is the Supreme Elder Listen God King of the Wraith Temple. At the level of the Divine King Realm, every point of improvement in his cultivation has reached an extremely difficult level. Just because of the difficulty of breaking through the Divine King Realm, the Lihan Divine King had just practiced a secret technique in the Wraith Temple, and separated a ray of Divine Soul reincarnation and reconstruction. Once the reincarnated clone grows up, he can merge the clone into one to make himself stronger. And the Xu Tianming of the Great Desolation Realm was formally transformed by the reincarnation of the Soul God King Soul reincarnation. The Lihan Divine King also didn't know where his wisp of Divine Soul appeared after he was reincarnated and rebuilt. Unless the clone transformed by the reincarnated reincarnation falls, it will be able to interact with his body. When the Lihan Divine King felt that the Dao reincarnated and reincarnated clone had an accident, he would be furious. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Xu Tianming. He took all the blame for the fall of Xu Tianming. Jiang Chen said calmly, if you are acquainted, you'd better not trouble yourself. Just relying on your soul imprint to control Soul Yu's body, you are far from qualified to deal with me. Boy, although I have to accept that, you can defeat Soul Yu with the Heavenly God Realm, it is indeed very good. But you too underestimate the power of the Divine King Realm. Even if the deity is just a mark of the soul, it is more than enough to suppress you. The faint voice of the Listen God King fell, and a terrifying Soul Dao Divine might also swept across the void directly. Chapter 2010. Leaving, heading to the continent of God's domain. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He urged the Taixu Sacred Dragon map with all his strength, and his hands slammed on his chest, directly condensing the first vision of the Taixu Sacred Dragon map. Seeing Jiang Chen's condensed Qianlong Zhenchen map, the face of the Listen God King finally couldn't help but suddenly changed. Taixu Sacred Dragon map. You are actually from the ancient sacred dragons. Lihan Divine King, you dare to do something to me, today I will destroy your divine soul mark to show punishment. If there is another time, I will lead the ancient sacred dragon clan to flatten your nether temple. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and he directly stretched out his hand and gently pressed against the void. The sky map of Qianlong Town in the void, like a meteorite, suppressed from the sky with the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Soul-devouring heaven demon seal. Looking at the suppressed Qianlong formation sky map, Lishan Divine King moved his hands, and the terrifying soul power instantly diffused from his body, turning the emptiness of thousands of miles into a black soul sea. I saw a huge black soul mark in the black soul sea, directly hitting the Qianlong town Tiantu fiercely. Two terrifying forces collided and suddenly burst into the void, and terrible billowing energy swept away from the sky. The sky above the entire golden-winged God Realm clan was annihilated into nothingness by that terrifying energy ripple. And the soul of the body that had already been beaten by Jiang Chen to nearly collapse, could no longer withstand such a terrifying energy impact, and directly exploded in the void with a bang. Boy, you wait for this seat, even if you are from the ancient sacred dragon clan, this one will definitely not let you go. As Soul Yu's body exploded, the already weak imprint of Soul Divine King also uttered a scream, and then was completely strangled by the devastating storm that swept away in the blink of an eye. Hearing the roar of the Soul God King, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a ghostly arc. Jiang Chen now masters the power of the 10 Taoes, and his cultivation level reaches above the sacred gods, and a soul mark away from the soul-censored king area, which is not as powerful as the power of the censored king road sealed in the clone. Jiang Chen wanted to suppress the imprint of the soul divine king, but it was a breeze. The reason why he wanted to use the Taixu sacred dragon picture was to make Lihan divine king mistake him for a member of the ancient sacred dragon clan. Because of the inheritance of the holy dragon heavenly palace, between him and the ancient holy dragon clan, I am afraid that he is destined to never die. That being the case, he didn't mind using the Wraith Temple to create some trouble for the ancient holy dragons. Since this Wraith Temple is the power of the king of God's domain continent, it must be extremely powerful. If he could use the hands of the Wraith Temple to fight against the ancient sacred dragons and hurt both, wouldn't it be a double win for him? Brother Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Seeing that Jiang Chen had only taken an understatement and killed the imprint of the Soul God King, Feng Kai Tianzun couldn't help but breathe in his heart. Divine King Realm, this is a realm that completely surpasses Realm God Realm. Even if it is a strong Tianzun, in front of the power of the censored king, it is almost the same as the ant. Although what Jiang Chen faced just now was just a soul mark of the power of the Divine King Realm, it was also equivalent to a part of the power of the Divine King Realm. Under the censored king, few people can contend with it. But Jiang Chen, with the strength of the Heavenly God Realm, could easily kill the divine soul imprint of the Lihan Divine King. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you very much. If you don't rush back in time today, I'm afraid the Golden Winged Eagle clan will no longer exist. Feng Kai Tianzun took a deep breath and quickly said to Jiang Chen with a grateful expression. You don't have to be polite, Tianzun, this happened because of it. If I hadn't appeared in the Golden Winged Condor clan, the Golden Winged Condor clan would not suffer this calamity. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and immediately moved his palm, directly urging Shenglong Tiangong and releasing Feng Yan and Feng Yan. Fu Yan, Feng Kai Tianzun looked at Feng Yan in front of him, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. When he saw Jiang Chen coming back alone, he thought Feng Yan had fallen on the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. He didn't think that Dao Feng Yan was brought back safely by Jiang Chen. Patriarch, thanks to Mr. Jiang Chen's help this time, I have successfully retrieved the core heritage of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Seeing that he had returned to the Golden Winged Eagle clan, Feng Yan couldn't help but report to Feng Kai Tianzun with a look of excitement. This time the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Condor clan ahead, he not only got back the core inheritance of the Golden Winged Condor clan, but also got a chance in the ancestral land, reaching the realm of the gods in one fell swoop. He is now one of the top geniuses in the real world of Zhenwu. In the entire Zhenwu Great Realm, apart from the censored of Zhenwu Shenzong, almost no one in the younger generation can compete with it. When Feng Kai Tianzun heard this, his face couldn't help showing an unprecedented excitement. Since the Golden Winged Condor was defeated in God's domain in the early days, their ancestors took part of the Golden Winged Condor tribe and fled to the realm of Zhenwu. Over the years, the Golden Winged Condor clan has always wanted to accumulate strength to return to the mainland of God's domain. They have lost the core inheritance of the Golden Winged God Realm clan, but they can only survive in the realm of Zhenwu. Now that Feng Yan has taken back the core inheritance from the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Condor tribe, their Golden Winged Condor tribe has hope of re-emergence. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't want to thank you for your kindness. In the future, if you can find the Golden Winged Condor clan, just open your mouth. Even if my Golden Winged Condor clan goes through fire and water, I won't hesitate. Feng Kai Tianzun held his fist to Jiang Chen solemnly. Tianzun is serious. In fact, I also want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to enter the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and immediately returned the Tianying divine shuttle to Feng Chi Tianzun, and said with a smile, this is the matter, it's time for me to leave. Feng Kai Tianzun was surprised. Brother Jiang Chen is leaving now. Well, if Tianzun hadn't invited me to come to the Golden Winged Eagle clan, I'm afraid I would have already gone to God's domain continent. As Jiang Chen said, he couldn't help but clasped his fists to Feng Chi Tianzun and said, I believe that the Golden Winged Eagle clan will return to the Divine Region continent in the future. We will meet again in the Divine Region continent at that time. Since Brother Jiang Chen has decided, I won't say much. Feng Kai Tianzun groaned slightly, and immediately moved his palm, took out a simple golden jade box and handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, hold this jade box. If you encounter danger in the God's Domain continent, you may open it at a critical moment. It will help you. Jiang Chen received the jade box, then bid farewell to Fengqi Tianzun, and took the old tortoise directly towards the sky. Chapter 2011, Eternal Festival. Patriarch, this jade box is a relic left by our ancestors. It can help us resolve a crisis in God's domain in the future. Did you give it to Mr. Jiang Chen like this? Feng Yan looked at the direction where Jiang Chen had disappeared, and couldn't help but said to Feng Kai Tianzun. The golden-winged God's Domain clan has disappeared from the God's Domain continent for many years. Whether this jade box is still useful or not is unknown. Feng Kai Tianzun smiled slightly. What's more, we should not go to God's Domain continent in a short period of time, so we might as well give it to Jiang Chen to see if it can help him. The saint-rank heavenly god, even in the divine realm continent at the center of the eternal void, is an extremely rare arrogant heavenly arrogant. And Jiang Chen is probably one of the best among the holy gods. With Jiang Chen's talent and potential, his future achievements in God's Domain continent must not be low. If this jade box can play a role, Jiang Chen owes a favor to the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, and the future help for them to return to God's Domain continent will be far more real than the jade box left by the ancestors. Feng Yan heard Feng Kai Tianzun's words, but didn't say much. Through the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Condor clan, Feng Yan knew better than anyone how terrifying Jiang Chen's talent was. If the Golden-Winged Eagle clan can get along well with Jiang Chen, Feng Yan would be very happy to comment on it. Patriarch, let's go back to the clan first. The core heritage of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan is now in my body, and I will hand these heritages to you now. Feng Yan didn't waste time, and said directly to Feng Kai Tianzun. This time, he has obtained huge benefits in the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, and he has not yet fully digested it, so he plans to retreat and practice for a period of time, striving to break through the two-star venerable realm with the god-ranked god. At that time, even if his combat power is compared to the Patriarch Feng Kai Tianzun, he will probably not be inferior in the slightest. Feng Kai Tianzun nodded, and there was also a touch of excitement that could not be concealed on his face. In the battle that year, the Golden-Winged Eagle clan fled from the continent of the gods in a panic, and had no time to take care of the many inheritances in the ancestral land. Now that they have taken back the core inheritance in the ancestral land, the Golden-Winged Eagle clan finally has hope of rising. On the blue sky, one person and one turtle walked slowly in the air. It was Jiang Chen who had left the Golden-Winged Condor tribe, and the old tortoise brought out by Jiang Chen from the Golden-Winged Condor tribe's ancestor. Old tortoise, I have brought you out of that world as. Agreed. You are free now, and there is no need to follow me. Next, I want to leave Zhenwu Great Realm and go to other places. What are your plans? Jiang Chen asked the old tortoise beside him as he rushed. The old turtle pondered for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Chen and said, I want to see the Xuanwu clan. Do you know the whereabouts of the Xuanwu clan? It was born in the place where the power of the king of the Xuanwu tribe has fallen, and its bloodline has undergone evolutionary mutation again and again, and it can be regarded as a trace of the bloodline of the Xuanwu tribe. The old tortoise, who is very unfamiliar with everything in God's domain, now just wants to find a safe place to shelter. And the Xuanwu tribe, which has a certain relationship with its blood, is undoubtedly the best choice for Laogui. The Xuanwu clan has completely disappeared from the Divine Realm since the ancient Great Tribulation Divine Realm was broken, and almost no one knows their whereabouts. If you want to find the Xuanwu clan, then follow me to the Divine Realm continent. The God's Domain continent is now the core of the entire God's Domain. If the Xuanwu clan still exists in this world, it should be in the God's Domain continent in all likelihood. The old turtle nodded and said, okay, then I'll go to God's Domain continent with you. It doesn't know anything about the world of God's domain now. Since there is no better place to go, it might as well follow Jiang Chen for the time being and go to the continent of God's domain to look for the traces of the Xuanwu clan. One person and one turtle came to the famous Yuanwu city in Zhenwu Great Circle. Yuanwu city is located in the central area of Zhenwu Great Realm. It belongs to Zhenwu Shenzong, the only god king Zongman in Zhenwu Great Realm. It is the most prosperous city in Zhenwu Great Realm, and it is not one of the most prosperous cities in Zhenwu Great Realm. The purpose of Jiang Chen's trip was to go to the stronghold of the Eternal Temple in Yuanwu City, and then teleport to the Eternal Temple on the back of Junwu Great Realm. Perhaps it is possible to directly enter God's domain continent through the teleportation array of the Eternal Temple. In this way, it can greatly shorten his time to travel to God's domain continent. The Eternal Temple stronghold is not an unnamed place in Yuanwu City. Jiang Chen only inquired about the specific location of the Eternal Temple stronghold. When Jiang Chen came to the door of the Eternal Temple stronghold, he was also stunned by the situation before him. I saw outside the door of the Eternal Temple stronghold, there were hundreds of practitioners gathered here, lined up in a long queue, waiting in turn to enter the stronghold of the Eternal Temple. What is the situation? How come so many people line up to enter the Eternal Temple? In Jiang Chen's impression, the strongholds established by the Eternal Temple in various realms would generally appear very deserted. The Eternal Temple stronghold is not a place that ordinary people can enter. If you want to use the teleportation array of the Eternal Temple, the conditions are not so harsh. Except for some people with special needs, few people will come to the Eternal Temple stronghold and use the Eternal Temple's teleportation array. But in front of this Eternal Temple stronghold, there are so many people waiting in line. This was a little bit beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. Although there were some doubts in his heart, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly joined the queue of people. I'm going. There are too many people going to the Eternal Temple this time. Brother, are you also going to the Eternal Temple to watch the Eternal Temple? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked back and saw a burly young man in a red robe slowly appearing behind him. This burly young man seemed to be familiar with himself, smiled and greeted Jiang Chen who was in front of him. Eternal celebration. Hearing what the burly young man said, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly condensed. He now finally understands why there are so many practitioners lining up to enter the Eternal Temple. It seems that this has something to do with the Eternal Temple described by the burly youth. Brother, you don't even know the Eternal Grand Ceremony. The burly young man gave Jiang Chen a weird look, and then explained, this Eternal Grand Ceremony is an event held every 10,000 years in the Eternal Temple. Most of the people who go to the Eternal Temple now away from the Eternal Grand Ceremony. Hearing the explanation from the burly young man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. He was not interested in this grand meeting held in the Eternal Temple. I only hope that this grand event will not affect his journey to the gods' domain continent. I like the Hundredfold Training System to upgrade to 999 in an instant, please collect it. The Hundredfold Training System to upgrade to 999 in an instant has the fastest literary update speed. Chapter 2012. I won't let it, what can you do? Brother, I'm going to the Eternal Temple to experience this time, Brother Luo Tianyang, a disciple of the Burning Fire Sect. By the way, I would like to see the grand ceremony held in the Eternal Temple. I don't know the name of Shangtai's surname. Luo Tianyang introduced himself with a smile. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Tianyang lightly. My name is Jiang Chen, and I am not from the real martial arts world. The Burning Fire Gate, this is a well-known realm, censored, sect in the Junwu Great Realm, and its strength almost ranks above the 9 profound arrays sect in the Golden Winged Condor clan. The guy in front of him called Luo Tianyang, whose cultivation has reached the realm of a super-grade god, must be one of the top geniuses in the fire door. A curious look appeared in Luo Tianyang's eyes. Didn't brother really go to see the eternal event? The Eternal Temple is not a place that ordinary people can easily go to. At this time, it is not for the eternal event, and it is even rarer. I just passed by. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly, and then asked curiously, what is the situation of this eternal grand ceremony? Passing by, Luo Tianyang couldn't help being surprised when he heard Jiang Chen's words. As far as he knows, the Eternal Temple at the back of the Junwu Great Realm is one of the 4 main halls of the Eternal Temple, and it contains a teleportation array leading to the Eternal Void Center of the God Realm continent. Is this guy in front of him going to God's domain continent? The teleportation array leading to the continent of God's domain is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even with the background of their flame gate, using a teleportation array, the price paid is simply unbearable. I don't know much about the Eternal Grand Ceremony. I only know that this is a grand event once every 10,000 years in the Eternal Temple. At that time, the Eternal Temple will be distributed in the sub-temples of the Eternal Void and will come to participate. The scene is very grand. Luo Tianyang suppressed the shock in his heart and introduced to Jiang Chen. Intuition tells him that the black-clothed youth in front of him is probably very difficult. The sub-temples of the Eternal Temple will all come to participate in this Eternal Temple. The north of Zhenwu Great Realm is indeed an eternal void on the verge of God's domain continent. The Eternal Temple here, even in the mysterious and powerful force of the Eternal Temple, probably has a very high status. Jiang Chen just waited in line while talking with Huo Tianyang. After about an hour, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn. One of the guards of the Eternal Temple at the door looked at Jiang Chen faintly. "Boy, it's time for you. Non-Eternal Temple members must pay a fee of 20,000 high-grade God crystals to enter the Eternal Temple." Regarding the high consumption of the Eternal Temple, Jiang Chen had already seen it the first time he entered the Eternal Temple. He did not hesitate at all, and directly paid the cost of entering the Eternal Temple. As for the Xuanwu on the side, the guard of the Eternal Temple seemed to treat it as Jiang Chen's pet, but did not charge extra. Huo Tianyang behind him also quickly handed over 20,000 high-grade, censored crystals, and then walked towards the Eternal Temple stronghold with Jiang Chen. "Excuse me, the number of teleporters today is full, everyone wants to enter the Eternal Temple, please be early tomorrow." At this moment, the faint voice of the guard of the Eternal Temple also immediately rang behind Jiang Chen and the others. With the words of the guards of the Eternal Temple, many practitioners waiting in line in the back row suddenly couldn't help but feel an uproar. "Fuck, I didn't expect that the Eternal Temple's teleportation quota today is full again. It seems that tomorrow will come early in the morning and wait. Yes, it is said that the Eternal Grand Ceremony is about to begin. If we can't enter the Eternal Grand Ceremony tomorrow, I am afraid I will miss this grand event." While everyone was talking about it, they had no choice but to leave the stronghold of the Eternal Temple. Although they were very dissatisfied with the daily limit of transmission quotas in the Eternal Temple, they did not dare to show it in the slightest. The Eternal Temple has always been synonymous with power and mystery in God's domain. Even the Zhenwu Divine Sect of the Zhenwu Great Realm must be polite to the Eternal Temple. How dare they question the decision of the Eternal Temple? Huo Tianyang couldn't help but smile at Jiang Chen when he saw the situation behind him. "Hee. Brother Jiang Chen, it seems that you and I are lucky." "Lucky indeed, let's go." He didn't expect that he and Huo Tianyang just got the last two teleportation places today. Just when Jiang Chen and the two were about to enter the stronghold of the Eternal Temple, a sudden cold shout, but abruptly rang in their ears. "The two boys in front, stop for me." Jiang Chen frowned and couldn't help looking back abruptly. In the crowd behind, an extraordinary-looking young man in Jinyi, accompanied by a white-haired old man, walked straight towards Jiang Chen and the others. Wu Shengji, Wanyan Tianzun, turned out to be a member of the true martial god sect. Huo Tianyang looked at the two people who walked straight, and his expression couldn't help but change drastically. "Are you talking to us?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, pointed his finger at himself, indifferently. "Today, the transfer quota is full." Not only did this young man in Jinyi not leave, but instead stopped him and Huo Tianyang, which clearly came from unkindness. Although the talent of this Jinyi young man is not weak, his strength should not be under the Huo Tianyang. The white-haired old man beside him is also a Tianzun-level powerhouse. Jiang Chen did not care about this either. Such a power may be considered very powerful in the real martial arts world, but it is not worth mentioning in front of him. "Aren't you nonsense? This son is not talking to you, who else can you talk to?" The young man in Jinyi snorted and said directly with an overbearing look, "I want the places for the two of you, Wu Shengji. If you are acquainted, please let me come out obediently." As soon as the Jinpao youth said this, many practitioners who were about to leave immediately gathered their eyes together. Who is this guy, who is going to openly grab the spots of those two boys? Shish, hey, it turns out that they are from the true martial god sect, so it's no wonder they are so overbearing. While everyone was talking about it, the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen and the other two couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. These two guys, I'm afraid they can only give up their quotas obediently. Hee. What are you worthy of asking me to give you the place? Jiang Chen ignored the gazes around him, but gave Wu Shengji a look of disdain. I want to see, I won't let you today, so what can you do with me? Chapter 2013. Super Grade God, defeated by one drink. Fuck, who is this kid? It's too awesome, dared to directly challenge Wu Shengji of Shenwu Sect. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Zhenwu Shenzong, this is the only God King power in the Zhenwu Great Realm, and it is also the transcendent existence that dominates the Zhenwu universe. In the entire Zhenwu universe, almost nothing can compete with the Zhenwu Shenzong. Even the top realm, censored, sect in Zhenwu Great Realm would have to retreat when facing Zhenwu Divine Sect. And Wu Shengji in front of him is even the most famous super-grade genius of the god realm of Zhenwu Shenzong, and beside him is the Wanyan Tianzun, one of the three great gods of the Shenwu Shenzong, who protects the way. The black-clothed young man in front of him dared not put Wu Shengji in his eyes. This is no different from death. Then the guard of the Eternal Temple couldn't help but shook his head secretly. In his eyes, he could naturally recognize that Wu Shengji and Wu Shengji were members of the Zhenwu Shenzong. Although the Eternal Temple is afraid of the true martial god sect, after all, the true martial god sect is the power of the censored king in charge of a realm, and the Eternal Temple does not want to offend easily. Regarding Wu Shengji's attempt to force Jiang Chen's quota, he didn't want to interfere, and planned to close one eye. Boy, it seems that you are not going to give up your quota. Hearing Jiang Chen's unceremonious words, Wu Shengji's face suddenly chilled, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen also instantly became murderous. Zhenwu Shenzong has always been a coercive existence in the realm of Zhenwu. And as a descendant of the god king of the Zhenwu Shenzong, he is also one of the few invaluable geniuses of the Zhenwu Shenzong. He has always been a high-ranking existence. Has he ever been underestimated by someone like Jiang Chen? Wu Shengji, brother Jiang Chen and I lined up to get this place. Isn't it a bit too much for you to openly grab it like this? Huo Tianyong took a deep breath, couldn't help standing out from behind Jiang Chen, and said with an iron face. Huo Tianyong, who am I? It turns out to be you, the young master of the Burning Fire Sect. Wu Shengji smiled contemptuously, and immediately said domineeringly, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Today Wu Shengji will decide the number of you two. Do you want to let it or not? Huo Tianyong saw Wu Shengji's rampant appearance, and his expression looked extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and clasped his fist at the guard of the Eternal Temple on the side. Sir Guard, we too have paid the fee for entering the Eternal Temple, and we hope that Lord Guard can uphold justice. I will not interfere in matters between you. If you two fail to enter the Eternal Temple, I will refund you all the expenses. The guard of the Eternal Temple said faintly, and immediately closed his eyes to calm his mind. Huo Tianyong's complexion instantly turned pale. Although the fire gate is not weak in the true martial realm, it is almost the same as the ant in front of the true martial god sect. Now that the guards of the Eternal Temple do not intend to interfere in this matter, they may only have to give up their places. Not to mention that Wu Shengji is guarded by a Tianzun-class powerhouse, and they are not opponents at all. Even without this Tianzun-level powerhouse, Huo Tianyong did not dare to offend Wu Shengji easily. Once Wu Shengji is angered, I am afraid that the entire burning fire gate will be destroyed. Well, I will let you enter the quota for the Eternal Temple. Huo Tianyong gritted his teeth, and finally could only endure the humiliation in his heart, and had to give up the spot. The world of God's domain has always respected the strong and preyed on the weak. In the face of the powerful Zhenwu Shenzong, Huo Tianyong also had to choose to bow his head. Brother Jiang Chen, the guy on the opposite side is Shenjia Wu Shengji, a super-grade heavenly god realm genius from Shenwu Shenzong, and the white-haired old man behind him is Wanyan Tianzun, one of the three heavenly lords of Shenwu Shenzong. Let's wait until tomorrow to enter the Eternal Temple. After Huo Tianyong gave up his quota, he was worried that Jiang Chen didn't know the details of Wu Shengji, so he could not help but remind Jiang Chen in a low voice. Although he and Jiang Chen had just known each other for a while, they had a very good impression of Jiang Chen, and he naturally didn't want Jiang Chen to be destroyed. Wait, Huo Tianyong, you can leave. But this son said rudely to me just now, how can I easily let him go? Wu Shengji smiled coldly, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen lightly and said, give up the spot, and give me your pet to apologize by the way, and I will spare your life for it. Boy, do you believe it or not I swallowed you? When Old Turtle heard Wu Shengji's words, he was furious, and an extremely fierce and dangerous aura was diffused all over his body. Young master, be careful, this strange beast already has the strength of the pinnacle of the earthly respect. At this moment, the white-haired old man's complexion changed slightly, and he stepped directly out to stand in front of Wu Shengji. Tisk tusk, I am getting more and more interested in the divine beast with the blood of Xuanwu. Wu Shengji grinned and waved his hand directly to Jiang Chen. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. If you want to survive, Just leave this mysterious turtle and get out of it. Jiang Chen stood with his hand motionless, as if he didn't take Wu Shengji's words to heart. He just glanced at Wu Shengji faintly. Hee. You really feel good about yourself. Who told you that I would give you the place to enter the Eternal Temple? When Wu Shengji heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes sank suddenly. It seems that you are going to toast and not eat fine wine. Brother Tianyang, he can't take this place. Come with me into the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at Wu Shengji, greeted Huo Tianyang directly, and then turned around. Seeing that Jiang Chen was so ignorant of his existence, Wu Shengji couldn't help but screamed into anger. With a terrible force on his fist, he directly blasted Jiang Chen's head with a punch. Jiang Chen calmly stared at Wu Shengji, who was blasting with a punch, as if he didn't want to do anything at all. He just let out a cold snort. The strength of the mere super-grade gods. I really don't know where your courage comes from to do it in front of me. Get out. As the last rolling word fell, I saw that Wu Shengji, who was blasting towards Jiang Chen, trembled in midair, and the whole person flew out like a broken kite. Outside the Eternal Temple stronghold, there was an instantaneous silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with a touch of horror that could not be concealed. With just an understatement, he defeated Wu Shengji of the super-rank heavenly god realm of the Zhenwu Shenzong. What kind of terrifying existence is this black-clothed young man in front of him? Chapter 2014. Heaven is respected to me like an ant. Wanyan Tianzun's face changed, and his figure flashed immediately, and he directly and steadily caught Wu Shengji's body. He checked Wu Shengji's physical condition, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. When Wu Shengji was about to take a shot to grab the spot, Wanyan Tianzun had already observed the strength of the two Jiang Chen. When he found that both Jiang Chen were still in the heavenly god realm, he didn't care too much. Wu Shengji is a genius of their true martial god sect's super rank heaven and god realm. Even in the super rank heaven and god realm, their combat power is almost one of the best. Except for the god level censored, who broke the limit twice, almost no one in the god level realm could pose a threat to Wu Shengji. And in the realm of Zhenwu, the supreme arrogance of the gods whose cultivation level has reached the gods of heaven is only one of them, the divine martial sect. How can the two boys in front of them pose a threat to Wu Shengji? Wanyan Tianzun didn't choose to intervene when Wu Shengji started. Wanyan Tianzun never thought of it anyway. With just a shout, the black-clothed youth on the opposite side shook Wu Shengji back. Even Wu Shengji's internal organs were hit hard by this drink. Such strength is definitely not something super-grade celestial god can possess. In addition to their Zhenwu divine sect, the Zhenwu great realm also has a second god-ranked god. Ah! Bastard, you dare to hurt me, I want you to die. Wu Shengji's face was grim, and his mouth couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar. Elder Wanyan, kill him for me. Boy, no matter who you are, I'm a disciple of the true martial god sect. You can't move if you want to, die for me. Wanyan Tianzun stared coldly at Jiang Chen, and the surging weather in the early days of the Tianzun realm quickly diffused out of his body. The whole world outside the Eternal Temple stronghold seemed to be solidified by a terrifying force. All the people in this world are horrified to discover that their bodies no longer belong to them, and it is impossible to move even a bit under this force. Is this the power of the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse, really terrifying? Everyone took a breath in their hearts, and their expressions also looked horrified. If Wanyan Tianzun wanted to kill them at this moment, it would be no different from pinching an ant to death. That kid, I'm afraid it's dead now. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. Even though that kid was powerful, he could beat Wu Shengji, who was able to repel the super-rank heavenly god realm with a single drink, but after all, he just stayed in the heavenly god realm. Unless he is a sacred deity who has broken the limit 3 times, how can he contend with the strong of the heavenly realm? As for the saint-rank heavenly god, it has long been a legend in Zhenwu Great Realm, and it has almost never appeared before. How could this guy possess the cultivation base of the saint-rank heavenly god? Under the gaze of countless gazes in the field, Wanyan Tianzun directly stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Chen in the air. An invisible claw force directly penetrated the space and grabbed Jiang Chen fiercely. Ha! The initial cultivation base of the mere ants of Tianzun is nothing more than ants, so you dare to speak up in front of me. Looking at the oncoming claw of Wanyan Tianzun, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise a sneer of disdain. He was in the world where Wanyan Tianzun was frozen, as if he hadn't been affected at all. He just raised his palm casually, and fluttered a palm to Wanyan Tianzun lightly. This seemingly plain palm, but with an unusually terrifying force, instantly smashed the oncoming Claw Jin. Even the power that solidified the heavens and the earth around them is like a mirror shattering, constantly exploding between the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen's palm directly penetrated everything and suppressed the past against Wanyan Tianzun. An invisible power, like Mount Tai, pressing down from the top of Wanyan Tianzun's head. Even with the strength of Wanyan Tianzun, under the pressure of this force, his body couldn't help kneeling towards the ground. Wanyan Tianzun was horrified in his heart, with a wild roar in his mouth, his entire robe swelled up in an instant, the majestic realm-censored origin rose from the top of his head, and turned into a golden armor on the top of his head. Zhengwu Shenxiang, open it to me. Wanyan Tianzun roared, and the golden armor on top of his head was also slashed out with a golden sword in his palm. Although the blow that Wanyan Tianzun erupted was powerful, he had no resistance at all in the face of Jiang Chen's oppressive invisible palm power. The sword cut by the golden armor's divine appearance has completely turned into nothingness under Jiang Chen's palm. Together with the supernatural golden armor, they were all shattered by Jiang Chen's palm. The immense power, pressed from the sky, easily defeated the defense of Wanyan Tianzun's body, and he pressed Wanyan Tianzun to the ground and knelt directly in front of Jiang Chen. Outside the stronghold of the Eternal Temple, there was a deadly silence. Everyone looked at this scene with a dull face, like a ghost. It was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Wanyan Tianzun, this is the Heavenly Lord Realm powerhouse of the true martial god sect. In the entire Zhengwu Great Realm, there are only 10 powerful people in the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. These powerful men who stood at the pinnacle of Zhengwu Great Realm were suppressed by the black-clothed youth in front of them. A palm pressed Tianzun, and it was also the cultivation base of the Heavenly God Realm. Could it be that this black-clothed youth is really a sacred, censored, who has broken the limit 3 times? Wanyan Tianzun let out an angry roar, falling into unwillingness to accept the facts in front of him. The power of the gods of the realm, like a giant dragon, surged all over him, trying to break through the suppression of Jiang Chen's palm. It's a pity that with Jiang Chen's current strength, even if it's just a palm that he swings at will, how can Wanyan Tianzun be able to get rid of it? Seeing Jiang Chen's palm lightly pressed, Wanyan Tianzun's whole body was rumbling, sinking deeply into the ground, and the hard ground created by the black jade slabs all pressed a humanoid mark. Seeing the miserable appearance of Wanyan Tianzun being pressed on the ground, everyone was shocked, unable to speak for a long time. That's a strong Tianzun. I don't know how long it took, and finally someone couldn't help but let out an unbelievable moan. The dignified Heavenly Venerable Powerful was actually slapped to the ground by a young man with a cultivation base in the Heavenly God Realm with an understatement. Isn't this too outrageous? Even if it is the legendary sacred god, maybe it may not be able to kill the powerhouse of the Heavenly Realm in a flash, right? What a terrifying existence this black-clothed youth in front of him is. Chapter 2015, Shinbu Shino. No. It's impossible. Who are you? Wu Shengji looked at this scene in horror, and couldn't help but let out an incredible scream. The black-clothed youth on the opposite side clearly only has the cultivation base of the Heavenly God Realm. How could he suppress the Wanyan Tianzun with such an understatement? Although it has not been a long time for Wanyan Tianzun to break through the Tianzun realm, it is only the weakest Tianzun of the Zhengwu Divine Sect, but it is also the real Tianzun powerhouse, occupying a place among the 10 great Tianzun powerhouses in the Zhengwu Great Realm. How could such a strong person be easily suppressed by a Heavenly God Realm? Even the legendary sacred god, it is impossible to have such a terrifying combat power. The black-clothed young man in front of him was not in the Heavenly God Realm at all, but an old monster who deliberately suppressed his breath in the Heavenly God Realm. Just pressing Tianzun with one hand, this Jiang Chen brother is really terrifying. It took a long time for Huo Tianyang to recover from the shock, and he couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. Although from the beginning, Huo Tianyang had already felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen's strength could be so terrifying. You are Jiang Chen, the sacred deity who killed Xuanji Tianzun in Guhuangshan. Just when everyone was shocked by the scene before them, the Wanyan Tianzun, who was pressed to the ground by Jiang Chen's palm, finally thought of something, and couldn't help but cried out to Jiang Chen with a look of horror. The battle between Jiang Chen and Xuanji Tianzun in Guhuang Mountain, although the movement was not small, but it mainly affected the Nanling region and the surrounding 2 regions, and it has not been widely spread in the realm of Zhengwu. As the Tianzun powerhouse of the true martial god sect, Wanyan Tianzun has naturally learned the news. It's just that from the very beginning, Wanyan Tianzun hadn't thought about this at all because of his contempt for Jiang Chen. Now suppressed by Jiang Chen's palm, Wanyan Tianzun finally thought of the extremely enchanting evildoer who suddenly appeared in the realm of Zhengwu. This guy in front of him is the holy, censored, who can kill the heavenly. Jiang Chen lowered his head and glanced at Wanyan Tianzun, then smiled faintly. Zhengwu Shenzong deserves to be the only censored king force in the Zhengwu Great Realm, and the news is pretty clear. It turns out that you are the saint censored who killed the Xuanji Tianzun. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Boy, I don't care who you are and how enchanting your talent is, and I don't want to be wild in front of my true martial god sect. If you are more acquainted, you will immediately release Elder Wanyan. Otherwise, I promise you don't want to get out of the realm of Zhengwu alive. Wu Shengji sternly shouted to Jiang Chen. Although the kid in front of him was unparalleled in talent, he was the holy censored of heaven who killed the ancestor Xuanji Tianzun of the 9 Profound Formation sect. His origins were also extremely mysterious. But this Zhengwu Great Realm is the world of their Zhengwu Shenzong. Although the saint-ranked celestial god is very powerful, it is still far from qualified to be wild on the territory of their true martial god sect. Are you threatening me? Sorry, in my life Jiang Chen, no one has ever been able to threaten me. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Shengji indifferently, and then lightly pressed his palm. I saw that Wanyan Tianzun, who was originally crushed by Jiang Chen on the ground, was instantly crushed into a cloud of blood mist. The whole person, along with the body and soul, are all turned into powder. Wanyan Tianzun. Just like that, everyone opened their mouths, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, almost unable to believe their eyes. Jiang Chen actually treated everyone in this way, ignoring Wu Shengji's threat, and blatantly killed the Wanyan Tianzun of the true martial god sect. You dare to kill Elder Illusion Cloud? Wu Shengji looked at Jiang Chen incredulously, his expression frightened. He originally thought that even if Jiang Chen was a sacred deity who could defeat Tianzun, he should be jealous of them by the true martial god sect. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest scruples, and directly in front of him, he killed Wanyan Tianzun with a palm. In this world, there is no one I dare not kill, so go and bury that old guy. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, just a light flick of his fingers, a bright sword finger directly locked Wu Shengji's figure firmly, and nodded to his brow. Wu Shengji laughed extremely angrily, and a sudden chill broke out in his eyes. Boy, if you have to find your own way, then I will do you. While Wu Shengji spoke, a scroll of jade slips exuding supreme coercion in his palm was also instantly crushed by him. As the jade slips shattered, a strange spatial fluctuation also suddenly rippled between the heaven and the earth. A golden phantom exuding the power of the endless road also emerged out of thin air in front of Wu Shengji. And the sword finger that Jiang Chen pointed towards Wu Shengji was annihilated into nothingness by an invisible force before it appeared within the range of the golden phantom. At this moment, many onlookers looked at the golden phantom that suddenly appeared, and they couldn't help but shiver. Dadao Shenwei, the power of Shenwei, the king of Zhengwu Shenzong, the king of Zhengwu Shenzong, has arrived. Shengji, I have repeatedly told you not to use the jade slips I gave you as a last resort. Why did you call me to come? The golden phantom glanced at Wu Shengji, and the voice that overwhelmed the world slowly echoed in everyone's ears. Wu Shengji quickly thumped and knelt in front of the golden phantom, pointed Jiang Chen with his finger, and said with a bitter expression, Ancestor, this kid killed Elder Wanyan, you must avenge him. The golden phantom's eyes narrowed slightly, and could not help but suddenly fell on Jiang Chen's body. Killing Tianzun with the heavenly god realm, you are Jiang Chen who recently appeared in the Zhengwu Great Realm, right? The golden phantom looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently. My true martial god sect has no grievances with you, why are you killing my Zong Tianzun? Jiang Chen looked up at the golden phantom that suddenly descended, and his expression was extremely calm and calm. I didn't want to kill people, but there are always people who do not know how to live or die, but they have to come to the door to find death. Don't think that you are a sacred deity who can kill the gods, you can be rampant in front of this seat. Since you dare to provoke the majesty of the Zhengwu Shenzong, I cannot spare you today. The faint cold snort of the golden phantom fell, and a great power of the great avenue that crushed the heavens suddenly filled the sky above Yuanwu City. The practitioners of the entire Yuanwu city were surrendered to this great power. Especially the many onlookers outside the stronghold of the Eternal Temple, were suppressed by the terrifying power of the Great Tao, and squatted on the ground, afraid to move in the slightest. It seems that as long as the Golden Phantom has a single thought, they can be completely wiped out. Chapter 2016. The gods who are afraid of even the King of Gods. Just when everyone surrendered to the great power emanating from the King of True Martial God. However, Jiang Chen still stood motionless with his hands proudly, as if he hadn't been affected by the mighty power of the True Martial God King's Tao at all. He looked up at the Golden Phantom in the air, and his eyes calmly said, "True Martial God King, if you really want to fight with me, let your body come in person. Just relying on a small projection, but it is not enough." Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't been suppressed by his own great power, the King of True Martial God also passed a look of surprise. It deserves to be a sacred censored who can kill the gods, but he has a bit of power. The True Martial God King looked down on Jiang Chen condescendingly, with a sneer on his face and said, "But, no matter how powerful you are still in the Heavenly God realm. Do you really think you can compete with the God King? The King of True Martial God, today's affairs, everything started because of Wu Shengji." Jiang Chen missed the killing of Venerable Illusion Yun just to protect himself, and he also asked God King Mingzhan. The Burning Fire Sect is willing to compensate Jiang Chen for all losses, and hopes that the King of God can lift up his precious hand and spare his life. At this moment, Luo Tianyang gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and walked forward. Although he and Jiang Chen have just known each other not long ago, they feel inexplicably close to Jiang Chen in their hearts for some reason. Even at the risk of offending the True Martial God King, Luo Tianyang hoped to save Jiang Chen. The King of True Martial God just glanced at Luo Tianyang casually, and said indifferently, "Boy, if you don't want to inflict Liehuomen, just let me change it." Jiang Chen's talent is too enchanting, and now he is a sacred deity who has broken the limit 3 times, and his combat power is even better than that of the average Tianzun powerhouse. Once he breaks through the world censored and becomes a 3-star nobleman, he may be able to compete with the censored king. Since the existence of such evildoers has become the enemy of the True Martial God Sect, it must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a great threat to the True Martial God Sect. Not to mention a little boy from the Lihuo Sect, even if the late ancestor of the Lihuo Sect came, he would never want to stop him from killing Jiang Chen today. Seeing that the King of True Martial God had no intention of letting go of Jiang Chen, Luo Tianyang's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. He gritted his teeth and was about to continue speaking, but Jiang Chen was the first to speak. "Hee, brother Tianyang, step back, he can't kill me." Jiang Chen waved his hand to Luo Tianyang, and immediately raised his head to look at the True Warrior King in the void, and laughed arrogantly, "True Warrior King, stop talking nonsense, do it. I want to see you today. How can you kill me?" The kid is arrogant. If you don't enter the Divine King, you never know how big the gap is between the Divine King and Divine King realm. Even if you are a sacred god, you can kill the world censored Tianzun, in front of the real censored king. It is no different from the ants. The King of True Martial God gently raised his finger and pointed out at Jiang Chen lightly. This finger seemed to cause the entire Yuanwu city to tremble for it, and it was so terrifying that it was unimaginable that the vast avenues and powers that made countless people tremble were also swept away in Yuanwu city's discussions in an instant. Especially Jiang Chen, who was locked by the finger of the True Martial God King. His whole body was directly standing on that power. His whole body was unable to move even a corner of his clothes, and he was completely shocked by the finger of the True Martial God King. Okay. A terrifying finger. At this moment, countless people around them looked terrified. The mighty power of the Divine King realm is really terrifying. If it weren't for the True Martial God King's extremely precise control of power, this finger would only be directed at Jiang Chen. I am afraid that Wanli Yuanwu city would be crushed into ruins in an instant. The majesty of the king is not to be blasphemy. The kid who wanted to provoke the majesty of the king with the heavenly realm was simply seeking his own death. Everyone couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. The gap between the heavenly censored realm and the censored king realm is too big. It can be said that one is in the sky and the other is underground. Even though this kid in front of him is a sacred censored, who has broken the limit of the gods 3 times, and even reversibly kills the powerful, he still doesn't have any resistance in front of the great power of the censored king realm. Haha, Jiang Chen, aren't you very arrogant? This is the end of the enemy of my true martial god sect. Wu Shengji also couldn't help laughing wildly with a smug expression on his face. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm, his figure did not move at all, the power of the Ten Dao rushed out of his body quickly, and then turned into a dazzling chaotic world in the space of his entire body, covering him and Huo Tianyang. A scene that shocked everyone happened. I saw that the real martial god king's finger that contained endless power was actually blocked from the chaotic world, and it was impossible to shake it at all. The king of true martial god, I said long ago, with the power of your mere projection, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Jiang Chen was expressionless, just raised his hand and shook it lightly, and instantly crushed the finger of the true martial god king to pieces. Seeing this incredible scene of eyes, everyone is sluggish, like a ghost. True warrior king. This is the only divine king realm power in Zhenwu Great Realm. Even if the king of true martial god did not descend from the deity, in this realm of true martial art, it was a coercive existence. But Jiang Chen was based on the cultivation base of the celestial god realm, so lightly blocking the monstrous blow of the true martial god king. Using the heavenly divine realm to counter the power of the god king was simply beyond their cognition. In this world, how could there be such an evil presence? Ten Dao power. You actually broke through the holy god, how is this possible? The king of true martial god stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and finally there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his indifferent eyes. Ever since ancient times, the sacred deity is the limit that the deity realm can reach. No one can break this iron law and become an existence beyond the sacred gods, even those stunning and eternal gods in the ancient times. The king of true martial god didn't expect it. The entire black-clothed youth in front of him was able to master the power of the 10 realms and break through the ultimate realm of the sacred censored of heaven. Hee. Nothing is impossible in this world. Jiang Chen's sharp gaze directed at the king of true martial god, and his laughter sounded slowly through the world. True martial god king, I said long ago that your projection is not enough to see in front of me. If you really want to fight, then let the deity come personally. The king of true martial god's eyes changed uncertainly for a while, then slowly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen. Let me take Wu Shengji away. This is the end of today's affairs, how about? With the words of the true martial god king, an unprecedented shock appeared in the eyes of everyone around him. A celestial god realm actually made the true martial god king compromise. The gods who are afraid of even the censored king, what a heaven-defying existence is this? Chapter 2017. Eternal Temple, South Main Hall. I really didn't expect that there would be a heavenly divine realm in this world that could contend with the censored king. This is incredible. Didn't you hear that King Zhenwu mentioned the power of the 10 realms just now? That kid is a censored realm who has mastered the power of the 10 realms. Hiss. 10 Dao power, how is this possible? Seeing the shocking scene in front of them, the expressions of everyone seemed terrified. In the realm of the gods, the sacred gods are already the limit of the realm of gods. But even the legendary sacred god, that only mastered the power of the 9 ways. The heavenly god realm that masters the power of the 10 Dao, isn't this beyond the realm of the holy god heavenly god? They finally understood why Jiang Chen had the courage to challenge the true martial god king. The sacred deity who mastered the power of the 9 realms was already a powerful existence comparable to the deity. And even if the realm above the sacred gods, even if it can't really compare with the power of the censored king realm, I'm afraid it won't be too much. Brother Jiang Chen. What kind of existence is it? Huo Tianyang stared at the black-clothed youth who shook the true warrior king beside him blankly, and smiled bitterly in his heart. At the beginning, even though Huo Tianyang thought Jiang Chen was extraordinary, he also thought that Jiang Chen was at most a genius at the same level as him. But the scene that happened next smashed Huo Tianyang's eyeballs. The super-grade Tianshan Wu Shengji was directly defeated by Jiang Chen. Even Wanyan Tianzun, such a strong Tianzun level, was killed by Jiang Chen's finger. Now facing the projection of the true martial god king, Jiang Chen even showed the strength that made the true martial god king even jealous, so that the true martial god king chose to compromise. With the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, the great power of the god king realm was terrified of him by 3 points. How overbearing this is. Jiang Chen, I can ignore this. It's already giving you a lot of face, so don't make an inch. Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't spoken all the time, the complexion of the true martial god king couldn't help but sink slightly. The heavenly god realm that masters the power of the 10 Dao has never appeared in this world. Although the king of true martial god didn't know how powerful such a heavenly god realm could be. But he knew very well that his projection was definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent. And his deity encountered some trouble again, and was unable to show up at all for the time being. Even if Jiang Chen killed a Tianzun-level powerhouse of the true martial god sect, the true martial god king had to choose a compromise. Jiang Chen glanced at the true martial god king with some surprise. The censored king realm is aloof and despise everything. Today, he killed a Tianzun-level powerhouse in the true martial god sect. He thought that the true warrior king would definitely show his true body to fight him, but he didn't expect the true warrior king to compromise like this. Since the true martial god king had chosen to give in, Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to entangle the true martial king too much. Although he now mastered the power of the 10 realms, his combat power was indeed far surpassed by ordinary heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, but he was not sure that he could defeat a true divine king realm power. The censored king wants to stop here, I have no objection. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, staring straight at the true martial god king and said, but I don't want the burning fire gate to be affected, I think the god king should understand. He had just met Huo Tianyang not long ago. Huo Tianyang was able to intercede for him under tremendous pressure before, and Jiang Chen still felt very little about it. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want the true martial god king to help him, but vented his anger on the Luoman, causing the Luoman to be destroyed. Don't worry, the deity still disdains to go to the Agni Huoman. The king of true martial god snorted faintly, and immediately reached out and grabbed Wu Shengji in his hand, and quickly disappeared over Yuan Wu City. Let's go, Tianyang brother, let's go to the Eternal Temple. Seeing that the true martial god king disappeared from Yuan Wu City, Jiang Chen also greeted Huo Tianyang, and then under countless shocked gazes, he walked in towards the stronghold of the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen and the others teleported to the Eternal Temple north of Zhenwu Great Realm through the teleportation array in the stronghold. Walking out of the ancient hall where the teleportation array was located, what Jiang Chen and the others saw was a huge city. This city is the Eternal Temple located in the Eternal Void to the north of Zhenwu Great Realm. This Eternal Temple is more than 10 times larger than the Eternal Temple that Jiang Chen had visited in the wilderness world. Jiang Chen's eyes only swept around for the first time, and he found that this Eternal Temple not only has a huge flow of people, but also has extremely strong strength. Here, super-grade gods, and even realm gods, can be seen almost everywhere. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly sovereign realm are not among the few. Here. What kind of eternal temple is it? Jiang Chen took a breath in his heart, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. The eternal temple is the mysterious force that established the eternal void, with countless sub-temples, and the eternal void in the 4 corners of the god's domain continent has the 4 main halls of the eternal temple. This eternal temple is the south main hall, one of the 4 main halls of the eternal temple, and its strength is not inferior to the power of a divine king. Especially the eternal grand ceremony is about to be held recently. It not only brings together people from all parts of the eternal temple, but also attracts countless practitioners to come here to participate in this grand event. It is said that even the continent of gods will have many talented and powerful people. Huo Tianyang explained with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded, and then said directly, let's go, let's find a place to live first. Jiang Chen wasn't very interested in this eternal grand ceremony, and planned to go directly to the god's domain continent through the eternal grand ceremony's teleportation array. The teleportation array that can lead to the continent of god's domain, only those who hold the supreme eternal order, are eligible to use it. Jiang Chen had only 2 choices now, either he would find a way to get a supreme eternal order in the eternal temple, or he could only cross the eternal void by himself. Jiang Chen intends to stay in the eternal temple for a while. If he can get the supreme eternal order, it is naturally best. Even if he can't get the supreme eternal order, he will build a better void boat in this eternal temple, so that he can cross the eternal void more easily. Since you are going to stay in the eternal temple for a while, you might as well see this so-called eternal grand ceremony. The 2 Jiang Chen and 1 turtle walked around in the eternal temple for a while, and finally found that the crowd was full of people here, completely beyond their imagination. They inquired about several places in a row, all of which were already full of guests. For a while, Jiang Chen and the others could hardly find a place to stay in the eternal temple. Brother Jiang Chen, the eternal temple is now full of popularity. It is almost impossible for us to find a place to live like this. Huo Tianyong pondered slightly and said, I am afraid there is only one way to find a place to stay. Chapter 2018. Meet the Deceased. Any solution? When Jiang Chen heard Huo Tianyong's words, he couldn't help but look at Huo Tianyong. The Eternal Grand Ceremony. In fact, the most important content is the Eternal Temple's assessment of the various sub-temples. Now that every branch of the Eternal Temple will find ways to attract some geniuses to help them achieve a good result in the Eternal Grand Ceremony. We can find a sub-temple power of an Eternal Temple, and then help it participate in the Eternal Festival, so that not only will have free accommodation, but also can get expensive rewards. Huo Tianyong slowly explained. This time, Huo Tianyong came to the Eternal Temple to experience, and he had such a plan at the beginning. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid he would have gone directly to find a suitable Eternal Temple sub-temple to join. After participating in the Eternal Festival, there will be no restrictions on the Eternal Temple, right? Don't worry, it won't. The geniuses who came to the Eternal Temple to experience are all kinds of talents. Many of them come from the top powers of the God's domain. Huo Tianyong smiled slightly and said, this rule of the Eternal Festival is just to attract more people to come and make the Eternal Festival more attractive. Jiang Chen nodded. In that case, let's find a branch power to join. The Eternal Temple is no better than other places. If you can't find a place to stay, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome to stay here. Regardless, they must first find a foothold in the Eternal Temple. The Eternal Temple has 4 main halls, and the south main hall where Jiang Chen and the others are now, can order all the sub-temples of the Eternal Temple in the south of Eternal Void. The Eternal Grand Ceremony held in the south main hall, all the branch halls in the south of Eternal Void, will come to participate. Jiang Chen and the others inquired a little, and they soon came to an area with many independent courtyards in the center of the Eternal Temple. This area is the place where the Eternal Temple is prepared for the major branch halls. Right in front of this area, there is a bluestone square measuring 1,000 meters in size, and the atmosphere is very lively, just like a market. Jiang Chen glanced briefly, and found that many people were standing next to a sign with some recruiting conditions written on it. These people are the people from the branches of the Eternal Temple, who want to find suitable helpers to help them participate in the Eternal Festival. Brother Jiang Chen, there are still many branch halls looking for helpers. Which branch hall are we going to join? Huo Tianyong glanced slightly, and couldn't help asking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Let's take a look at it first, and see if anyone who knows the goods takes the initiative to come to us. Jiang Chen doesn't really matter which punishment hall he joins in the Eternal Temple, as long as the other party makes him look pleasing to the eye. He came here, the main purpose is just to mix up a free residence. Huo Tianyong didn't say much about this either. After witnessing the previous battle with his own eyes, Huo Tianyong knew better than anyone how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength had reached. If anyone can invite to participate in the Eternal Festival, it is also his honor. Jiang Chen and the others slowly wandered around the square like this, and soon some people from the branch hall of the Eternal Temple came to the door. The purpose of these people was obviously aimed at Huo Tianyong, the super-grade god. As for Jiang Chen, they were completely ignored. Now Jiang Chen has broken above the holy product of the celestial god. This is a completely new realm that has never been seen in the celestial realm. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to show the power of the Ten Tao, even if it is the power of the Divine King realm, he may not be able to easily see his true strength. In these people in the sub-temple of the Eternal Temple, the strongest is not the Heavenly God realm. How could they know that Jiang Chen, who seemed inconspicuous, would be a heaven-defying existence that made the King of God fear 3 points? Seeing that these people in the Eternal Temple were so lack of eyesight, Huo Tianyong could only refuse, and shook his head secretly in his heart. These guys will probably never know what kind of helper they have missed. As long as Jiang Chen exists, even if he wins the leader of this Eternal Grand Ceremony, it will not be difficult. Brother Jiang Chen, if you hide your breath like this, I'm afraid there will be no Eternal Temple sub-temple to invite you. After a while, Huo Tianyong finally couldn't help but said helplessly. There are only a certain number of places for participation in the Eternal Festival, and the branch halls of the Eternal Temple. The persons in charge of these Eternal Temple sub-temples are obviously also very cautious, wanting to invite some satisfactory helpers in order to get a better ranking in the Eternal Grand Ceremony. If Jiang Chen never showed his strength, even if someone occasionally sees Jiang Chen's extraordinary, I am afraid he would not dare to invite him easily. No hurry, let's see the situation later. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his eyes continued to look at the people in the eternal sub-temples in the square, as if looking for something. Jiang Chen's gaze finally stayed on the right corner of the square. Jiang Chen looked at a somewhat familiar old man in a golden robe in the corner, with a rare smile on his face. This old man in golden robe is exactly Xu Tianming, the chief elder of the eternal temple sub-temple of the great desolate cosmos. When Jiang Chen heard that all the branch halls in the south of Eternal Void would come to participate in the eternal grand ceremony, he wondered whether that branch hall in the great desolate cosmos would come to participate. At the beginning of the sub-temple of the eternal temple in the great wilderness Tianyu, the sub-temple master gave him a golden eternal order, which was considered a good fate. If the branch hall of the eternal temple of the great wilderness Tianyu also came to participate in this eternal grand ceremony, he might as well help them. After Jiang Chen came to the square, he was not in a hurry to join any of the sub-temples, but was always looking for the traces of the eternal shrine, the great wilderness sub-temple, and he did not expect to find it. Tisk tusk, Xu Tianming, I think you should give up. You have no talents at all in the great desolate heavenly territory branch hall, and it is even more impossible to find geniuses to help you participate in the eternal grand ceremony. This time eternal grand ceremony, you are destined to be the last one in the great desolate heavenly territory branch hall. Just as Jiang Chen looked at Xu Tianming, a disdainful taunting sounded abruptly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and immediately followed the voice to see a gloomy black-robed old man staring at Xu Tianming with a sneer. His face was full of disdain and mockery. Xu Tianming coldly snorted, "Wu Da, just take care of your own affairs. We don't need your intervention in the affairs of our great desolate heaven territory division." Chapter 2019, Unscrew your head and kick the ball. Tisk tusk, I'm not interested in interfering with your great desolate heaven territory division. Wu Da Yin sneered and said, I just want to remind you kindly, this eternal grand ceremony, if your master fails to lead the great desolate heavenly territory branch hall to achieve results, I am afraid you will stay in the great wilderness heaven territory branch hall forever. Xu Tianming's expression was cold. You don't need to worry about this. Xu Tianming will look for a helper to help the hall master return to the south main hall. Your great desolate heavenly territory sub-hall, the lowest eternal void, the most remote and barren land in the south, requires strength but no strength, and resources but no resources. Wanting to find a helper to help your master return to the south main hall is simply wishful thinking. Wu Da laughed disdainfully and said, Today, if you can find a helper above the super-grade celestial divine realm to help you in the great desolate heavenly territory division, I, Wu Da, will screw off my head and give you a kick. The person behind Wu Da seems to be going to take action to suppress the one in the great desolate heaven territory sub-hall again. The person in the great desolate heavenly territory branch hall was an incredible figure of Tianzhao back then. If he didn't think he was calculated by the high school, there would be few people in this south main hall who could compete with him. Now the south main hall does not want him to come back, but it's not just the people behind Wu Da, who is afraid that he will never want to return to the south main hall for the rest of his life. Many people in the eternal temple saw this scene and couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Looking at Wu Da's domineering posture, it is clear that he does not intend to give that one any chance to stand up. Looking at Wu Da's frantic laughter, Xu Tianming's complexion became extremely ugly in an instant. The person behind Wu Da, whether it is strength or influence, is far from being comparable to the great desolate heaven territory sub-hall. If Wu Da really wanted to intervene, it would be impossible for him to find a helper for the great desolate heaven territory division hall today. Xu Tianming took a deep breath, and had to suppress his anger. It seems that he can only leave here, but he will go around other places in the eternal temple to see if he can find some suitable targets. This time, he must also find a way to find a helper, so that the great desolate heaven territory division can achieve results in the eternal grand ceremony. Just as Xu Tianming was about to leave silently, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ears. You said that if Xu Tianming finds a helper, you can screw off his head and kick the ball, right? Then you can screw your head out now. The sudden sound also made many people around him stunned for a while. Their gaze followed the voice, and they saw Jiang Chen and the other turtle walking straight towards the place where Xu Tianming was. Are you Jiang Chen? Seeing the black-clothed young man walking towards him, Xu Tianming was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his old eyes. The Eternal Temple Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall has a stronghold in the Great Desolation Realm. Xu Cheng naturally understands the situation in the Great Wasteland. He had known for a long time that Jiang Chen had broken through the super-ranked god in the Great Wilderness Realm and had won the first place on the Great Wilderness Tianzhou list. Before coming to participate in the Eternal Grand Ceremony this time, Xu Cheng had already visited the Great Wilderness once, and wanted to invite Jiang Chen to help them. When he went to the Great Wilderness Realm, Jiang Chen had already left the Great Wilderness Realm, and finally had to return in anguish. Xu Cheng obviously didn't expect it either. Now he would actually meet Jiang Chen in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen looked at Xu Cheng in front of him and couldn't help but smile and said, "Elder Xu Cheng, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed." "Boy, what do you mean?" Seeing that Xu Cheng had met the two suddenly young men in front of him, Wu Da's eyes were slightly cold, and his complexion also became a little unpleasant. He didn't know what the strength of this black-clothed youth was. But the young man in red robe beside him was a genuine super-grade god. If these two people joined the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-hall in front of him like this, it would be a slap in the face. "Don't you understand human words?" Jiang Chen glanced up at Wu Da and said faintly, "We have joined the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall. You can twist your head off and kick the ball. Boy, the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-temple is just the most remote and weakest sub-temple of the Eternal Temple. It won't be much benefit for you to join." Wu Da stared at Jiang Chen tightly. "I think your strength is not weak, it is better to join our Black Cloud Celestial sub-hall. I guarantee that the benefits you will get this time far exceed your joining the Great Desolate Celestial sub-hall." Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, "I don't know the benefits of your Black Cloud Heavenly Territory division. I just want to watch you twist your head and kick it." With Jiang Chen's words, many people around couldn't help but feel an uproar. "Hey! Who is this kid? He is so awesome. The one in the branch hall of the Heiyun Tianyu, even in this South Main Hall, has a strong power. This guy acts like this, it is simply seeking his own death. It is not a well-known choice to offend the Heiyun Tianyu sub-hall for a mere squadron of the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory." Wu Da stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and there was a deep chill all over his body. "Do you know what the consequences will be if you are an enemy of my Black Cloud Celestial Division? Jiang Chen, ignore him, let me take you to see the Lord, he will be very happy to see you." Xu Cheng's expression changed, and he could not help but quickly said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen now brought a super-grade censored to join the camp of the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall, which undoubtedly gave Xu Cheng a glimmer of hope. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen would do anything extreme on impulse. Now they hardly have much power in this South Main Hall. Once something happens to Jiang Chen, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Hall Master to keep Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Elder Xu, don't worry, I have my own measures." After speaking, Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the opposite Xu Cheng, and his faint voice also shocked the audience instantly. "Hee, Xu Cheng, right, I don't know what the consequences will be if you divide the palace with you in the Black Cloud Heavenly Territory. I only know now that even if the Lord of the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple comes, you will have to twist your head off and kick the ball today. Do you do it yourself, or do you want me to screw your head off?" Following Jiang Chen's words, many people in the Temple of Eternity looked at Jiang Chen like a lunatic. This kid doesn't have to pay attention to the Black Cloud Heavenly Territory Branch Hall. He doesn't even pay attention to the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. Would you like to be so crazy? Don't you want to be rampant? The South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple is not a place where you can go wild. Since you have to find your own way, then I will fulfill you." Wu Da roared with a sullen expression, and a breath of the world gods could be considered to burst out of his body with all his strength. Chapter 2020. Decapitate with a sword. The Eternal Temple is distributed in various sub-temples of the Eternal Void, with a huge gap in strength. There are only one or two realm gods in some weak sub-temples. And some powerful branch halls have countless world gods, and even Tianzun-level powerhouses. Dawang Tianyu sub-temple, among the many sub-temples of the Eternal Temple, strength is undoubtedly the bottom of the existence. If it weren't for Xu Cheng to have broken through the Realm God Realm, and the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall, I am afraid that there is only one Realm God Venerable now. Heiyun Tianyu Sub-Hall, Although in many eternal temple sub-temples, the strength is not the most top-notch existence, but it is definitely not weak. At least compared to the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-hall, the strength of the Black Cloud Heavenly Territory sub-hall is undoubtedly stronger by many times. For example, Wu Da in front of him is already an Earth Sovereign powerhouse in the middle stage of the World God. The powerful breath of Wu Da's divine realm was firmly locked on Jiang Chen, but appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. The right palm directly brought a power of confinement space and patted Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen was expressionless. Just a flick of his fingers, an invisible force instantly shattered Wu Da's palm, and then hit Wu Da's palm. Everyone was horrified to see that Wu Da's figure trembled suddenly, and he flew upside down hundreds of meters in embarrassment. Hi! How is this possible? Everyone looked at the incredible scene in front of them, and couldn't help but breathe in their hearts. This Wu Da is a real-world powerhouse. The black-clothed youth on the opposite side obviously hadn't broken through the realm gods. With the cultivation base of the celestial divine realm, one move to repel the divine realm powerhouse, even if it is a divine rank divine god who has broken the limit twice, I am afraid it may not be easy to do. How could this kid have such a terrifying strength? Xu Cheng stared at the scene in front of him blankly, and did not recover from his horror for a while. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen had a very enchanting talent, in less than 10 years in the Great Wilderness Realm, he directly overwhelmed all the Tianzhao in the Great Wilderness Realm and aspired to the top of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao list. Jiang Chen's strength could be so strong that even Wu Da of the earthly sovereign realm was repelled by his understatement. With such strength, I am afraid that at least they have already broken the limit twice. Xu Cheng couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy on his face. If there can be a god-level censored to help this eternal grand ceremony, their Great Desolate Heaven Territory branch hall will definitely get a good ranking. Wu Daqiang suppressed the churning aura in his body, and in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was also a panic that was hard to conceal. Boy, you, wait for me, dare to be an enemy of my Black Cloud Heaven Division Hall, you will definitely regret it. The strength of this son is too terrifying. If he really wants to kill him, he will not have the slightest resistance at all. Wu Da didn't plan to stay here for a long time. He just put down a cruel word to Jiang Chen, and then turned around and left. At the moment he just turned around, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into place in an instant. Even the countless world gods in the square almost didn't react at all. Almost instantly, Jiang Chen's figure appeared on Wu Da's side. I don't know when a scarlet long sword appeared in his hand, leaning forward gently, appeared in front of Wu Da silently. The sword-swinging hand did not give the feeling of majestic popularity. It was just an understatement of drag cut, and the long sword drew a line diagonally in front of him. Jiang Chen's movements had already changed from extremely fast to still. Wu Da looked at the indifferent black-clothed youth beside him, and unprecedented despair and horror appeared in his eyes. Only heard a bang. Wu Da's head was directly like a ball, rolling down from his neck, and then his whole body was slammed straight to the ground. The huge square was all in a dead silence. Wu Da just died like this. Everyone stared at Wu Da's body blankly, and there was an unbelievable look in their eyes. Wu Da, who was dignified and respected, was killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Jiang Chen actually had the guts to kill the people of the Eternal Temple here. This is the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, and its strength is almost not inferior to the power of a divine king. How dare this kid in front of you kill the people of the Eternal Temple here? Xu Cheng came back to his senses, and his face turned pale in an instant. Jiang Chen, did you really kill Wu Da? Isn't he going to twist his head off and kick the ball? I'm just fulfilling his wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Elder Xu, don't need to panic. Kill if you kill it, it's no big deal. No, what Wu Da said are all from the Eternal Temple. If you kill them in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, you will surely make the South Main Hall angry, and they will definitely not let you go. It shouldn't be too late. You leave the Eternal Temple quickly, otherwise it might be too late. Xu Cheng said anxiously. Now that Jiang Chen killed Wu Da, the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple obviously couldn't stay any longer and had to leave as soon as possible. Once the Temple of Eternity was investigated, Jiang Chen would really not want to go out alive. Seeing Xu Cheng's anxious look, Huo Tianyong on the side couldn't help but smiled slightly. Elder Xu, don't worry. With brother Jiang Chen, nothing will happen. When facing Jiang Chen in the realm of Zhenwu, the dignified King Zhenwu had to choose to retreat. Although the south main hall of this eternal temple is powerful, it may not have the power of the Divine King realm. Even if there is really a great power in the Divine King realm, it may not be easy to win Jiang Chen. You underestimate the strength of the 4 main halls of the eternal temple. This is definitely not something you can compete with. Xu Cheng couldn't help but smiled bitterly, and quickly persuaded him anxiously, listen to me, and leave the eternal temple quickly. Although Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, even the strong of the earthly realm could be killed with a single sword. But after all, this is the South Main Hall, one of the 4 main halls of the Eternal Temple, and there is more than one Tianzun-level powerhouse, not to mention that there may be a great power in the realm of the gods sitting in it. If Jiang Chen and the others don't leave quickly, they will definitely die without life. Elder Xu, don't worry. If the Eternal Temple wants to trouble me, let them come as soon as possible. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he couldn't help looking at a certain place in the void, and said indifferently, what's more? Even if we want to leave, I'm afraid it's too late. Chapter 2021. 2-star Venerable Shen Wuyu. At the moment when Jiang Chen's voice just fell, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled from the sky above the square. A black-clothed man with a stern face also appeared ghostly in the sky above the square. A sound of awe-inspiring anger filled the sky also rang out over the square. Who killed my Shen Wuyu person? Seeing this man in black who emerged out of thin air, many people's complexions couldn't help but change slightly. Shen Wuyu, a man in black, is the current hallmaster of the Black Cloud Heavenly Territory sub-hall, and a famous genius in the Eternal Temple. In the future, he has the opportunity to become a peerless figure who is the heir of the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. Today's Shen Wuyu is already a 2-star venerable who has broken through with a god-ranked heavenly god, and his strength is almost comparable to that of an ordinary heavenly venerable. Even though the kid's talent is not inferior to Shen Wuyu, but his cultivation base is more than 1.5 stars worse than that of the 2-star venerable Shen Wuyu, how can he contend with Shen Wuyu? Boy, you killed Wu Da. Shen Wuyu's cold gaze swept slightly across the square, and soon fell on Jiang Chen, who was holding a sword in one hand, killing intently and authentically. Jiang Chen said indifferently, this is what he said to turn his head off and kick the ball, I just let him fulfill his promise. Boy, anyone who dares to kill me in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, no matter who you are, I can't escape today, die for me. Shen Wuyu laughed extremely angrily, his monstrous killing intent also spread over the square in an instant. Xu Cheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood up and shouted to Shen Wuyu, Jiang Chen has the Golden Eternal Order of the Eternal Temple on his body. You, the Black Cloud Heavenly Domain Division, are not qualified to do anything with him. Those who hold the Golden Eternal Order are the more noble guests of the Eternal Temple, who enjoy a very high status in the Eternal Temple. All the sub-temples of the Eternal Temple cannot freely deal with those who hold the Golden Eternal Order. The Golden Eternal Order, Xin Tianqi was willing to give him the only Golden Eternal Order. Shen Wuyu glanced at Xu Cheng indifferently, and immediately sneered, but, even if he has the Golden Eternal Order, anyone who dares to kill me Shen Wuyu, I can't spare him. Wu Denai has been with him for many years and has always been loyal to him. Now that he was killed by Jiang Chen like this, he naturally couldn't just let it go. This person who killed Wu Da has a close relationship with the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall. Wu Da had already broken through the earthly realm not long ago. This black-clothed youth can kill Wu Da with the cultivation base of the heavenly censored realm, and he is probably at least a god-level censored who has broken the limit twice. If Xin Tianqi were helped by this person, this eternal grand ceremony might have a chance to stand up. In any case, Shen Wuyu had to get rid of the young man in black. As for the rules of not having more people who possess the Golden Eternity, Shen Wuyu didn't care about it at all. In his eyes, any rules are for the weak. Given his position in the Eternal Temple, can the Eternal Temple be punished for an outsider who holds a Golden Eternal Order? A strange black light suddenly appeared in Shen Wuyu's cold eyes, and a round of pitch-black spiral light pattern suddenly shot at the opposite Jiang Chen. The terrifying coercion spread across the square, making everyone's souls tremble. I saw Shen Wuyu and Jiang Chen, both of them were set directly in place as if they had been cast. What happened? Why both of them stopped moving? Many people looked at the two Jiang Chen standing motionlessly in place, and there was a look of astonishment in their eyes. It is rumored that Shen Wuyu majored in the power of the soul, and he cultivated a pair of terrifying soul pupils, which can drag the opponent's soul into the soul power space he created to fight with the soul. From now on, Jiang Chen is afraid that he has fallen into the soul power space created by Shen Wuyu. A person who knew Shen Wuyu after all said slowly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but mourn Jiang Chen in their hearts. Shen Wuyu was originally a 2-star venerable who broke through with a god-ranked god, far more powerful than Jiang Chen in the god-level realm. Not to mention that what the two of them are doing now is still fighting with Shen Wuyu's spirits. That kid Jiang Chen, I'm afraid he is dead. Well, I forgot to remind Jiang Chen that Shen Wuyu is very good at Soul Dao, and you must not engage in spiritual battle with Shen Wuyu. Xu Cheng looked at the scene before him, and his expression couldn't help but change drastically. Shen Wuyu's attainments in the Soul Road are extremely high. If he engages in a spirit battle, he will almost be invincible under the same strength. It is said that Shen Wuyu once relied on Divine Soul to fight and killed a strong Heavenly Realm. It was extremely powerful. Once Jiang Chen's spirit fell into the spirit power space created by Shen Wuyu, it might be difficult to get out of it. Elder Xu, you are too underestimating brother Jiang Chen. Although the 2-star venerable is very strong, he is far from qualified to help brother Jiang Chen. Huo Tianyang smiled faintly, as if he didn't take the situation before him to heart. 2-star venerable, the combat power is almost the same as that of an ordinary heavenly venerable powerhouse. At the time when Jiang Chen was still in the saint rank heavenly god in the realm of Junwu, it was already enough to kill the powerful heavenly sovereign. Not to mention that Jiang Chen has now mastered the power of the 10 realms, breaking through the sacred gods. Unless the divine king realm of the eternal temple comes personally, no one in this eternal temple should be able to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Looking at Huo Tianyang's confident appearance, Xu Cheng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Could it be that Jiang Chen is no longer a god, but the legendary god? Xu Cheng suddenly couldn't help taking a deep breath. If Jiang Chen had really reached the realm of the saint-rank heavenly god, there might be hope for this battle. When everyone outside was shocked by the battle between Jiang Chen and their souls, the illusory figures of Jiang Chen and Shen Wuyu both appeared in a gray world. Spirit power space, it's kind of interesting. Jiang Chen's gaze swept around slightly, and a strange look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yes, this is the soul power space I created. In this space, I am the soul master here. Anyone who has a weaker cultivation base than me will definitely die once they fall into this space. Shen Wuyu looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and his indifferent voice resounded in this space. The genius of the 2-star venerable of the eternal temple is quite capable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a slight arc, but, if you want to deal with me with this, it's not enough. Chapter 2022, Is this really the God realm? Shen Wuyu snorted coldly, and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. The spirit power space he created, unless someone with a stronger cultivation base than him, might have the ability to break it open. A person whose cultivation base is weaker than him can never have any chance at all. He is now a 2-star venerable who broke through with the god-ranked god, and his cultivation has absolutely suppressed Jiang Chen in the god-level realm. Even if Jiang Chen is a sacred censored who has broken the limit 3 times, he wants to shake his soul power space, it is not an easy task. Jiang Chen, I want to see how you can leave my soul power space alive today. Shen Wuyu's eyes flickered, and he was obviously not going to waste it with Jiang Chen, directly raised his hand and waved at the void. The surrounding space appeared chaotic, and a terrifying soul power drew all directions. The dark clouds rolled in the void, and the pure thunder and lightning storm condensed by soul power surged crazily, and then with the power of destroying the world, it quickly suppressed Jiang Chen below. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Shen Wuyu. I saw his palm lightly lifted, and a palm-sized black square seal was also condensed in his palm. Looking at the spirit power storm engulfing him in the void, Jiang Chen directly urged the black fang yin in his palm and pressed it out. The black square seal rapidly enlarged in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black seal covering 1,000 feet of void. A terrifying soul-swallowing power also radiated from the huge black seal in an instant. How could this guy's spirit power be so strong? Feeling the terrifying soul power contained in the black square seal, Shen Wuyu's eyes finally couldn't help but a touch of horror appeared. From the black square seal Jiang Chen displayed, Shen Wuyu instinctively felt a hint of danger. He is a 2-star venerable who majored in Soul Dao, and divine soul is even much stronger than an ordinary 2-star venerable. And Jiang Chen was only a mere cultivator of the heavenly god realm. Even if he was a sacred heavenly god who broke the limit 3 times, he couldn't have the spirit power that made him feel dangerous. Just when Shen Wuyu was in horror, the black square seal finally collided with the soul power storm. Shen Wuyu was horrified to discover that the spirit power storm he had urged with all his strength could hardly stop Jiang Chen's black square seal. The black square seal had swallowed his spirit power storm cleanly, and then came straight to suppress him. Shen Wuyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the majestic soul power between his palms burst out, instantly transforming into a soul power canopy in front of him, blocking the black square seal from the suppression. Shen Wuyu's spirit power canopy still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's black square seal at all. I saw the black square seal hitting the spirit power canopy, directly causing the spirit power canopy to make a shattered sound like a mirror, and then crashed in midair. And Shen Wuyu's illusory figure trembled slightly, and then flew upside down from the air like a broken kite. Shen Wuyu flew upside down in midair for a distance of hundreds of feet, before stabilizing his figure in embarrassment. He stared at Jiang Chen below, his expression horrified. No, impossible. How could you have such a powerful soul power? He is a 2-star venerable who cultivates the soul road, and Jiang Chen's cultivation base is only a heavenly god. Now he also dragged Jiang Chen into the soul power space he created to engage in a battle between souls and spirits. Even though Jiang Chen is really a sacred censored who has broken the limit 3 times, it is absolutely impossible to defeat him with the power of Soul Dao. Shen Wuyu probably couldn't think of it anyway. Jiang Chen was no longer a holy god, but a heaven-defying existence above the holy god. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately turned over his palm, and another black square mark, directly facing Shen Wuyu's suppression. Shen Wuyu only felt an inexplicable cold in his heart, hurriedly waved his hands to control the soul power of the soul power space, and touched the black square seal with all his strength. A terrifying storm of spirit power swept across the world, causing the entire spirit power space to tremble. The entire spirit power space burst directly with a bang. At the same time Jiang Chen and Shen Wuyu were fighting with their spirit powers. The figures of Jiang Chen and Shen Wuyu stood motionless in battle. The gazes of countless people around were also tightly locked on Jiang Chen and the two of them. When they saw that Jiang Chen didn't seem to be defeated, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. With Shen Wuyu's strength, if it were to engage in a spirit battle, even many ordinary Tianzun powerhouses would not be able to get the slightest bargain from Shen Wuyu's hands. Even though Jiang Chen had extraordinary talents, his cultivation was only in the realm of heavenly god. They thought that Jiang Chen would be defeated soon, but they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to hold on for such a long time in Shen Wuyu's hands. Under everyone's surprised eyes, time just passed bit by bit. Shen Wuyu's body trembled in vain, and his face instantly turned pale. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who was on the opposite side, still stood proudly in place, with the slightest change in his whole person. Hi, Shen Wuyu seems to be losing. Everyone looked at this incredible scene in front of them, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. This battle between Jiang Chen and Shen Wuyu was destined to be defeated. However, it was unexpected that Shen Wuyu would be the first to be unable to support it. Judging from Shen Wuyu's situation, it was clear that Jiang Chen was hit hard by Jiang Chen during this battle between souls and spirits. Just when everyone was horrified, there was another change in the field. I saw Shen Wuyu's original trembling figure, as if he had received a heavy blow again, and he stepped on the ground in embarrassment and flew upside down a distance of tens of meters. A mouthful of blood in his mouth couldn't help but squirt wildly. Come out. Shen Wuyu was really defeated. The huge square fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, like a ghost. Some couldn't believe their eyes. Shen Wuyu, the 2-star venerable who cultivated the power of the soul, unexpectedly lost to Jiang Chen, the heavenly censored realm, in the battle between the soul and the soul. Is the black-clothed young man named Jiang Chen really just a celestial god? They couldn't imagine how could there be such a heaven-defying heavenly god realm in this world. Even the sacred deity in the deity realm, I am afraid it is impossible to have such a heaven-defying ability. Chapter 2023, Once the First Genius of the South Main Hall. You can never be in the realm of the gods. Who on earth are you? Shen Wuyu's mouth continued to vomit blood, and there was also an unbelievable look in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Shen Wuyu was even suspicious, an old monster disguised as a censored of heaven in front of him. He is a dignified 2-star venerable. Shen Wuyu couldn't believe it. In this world, there can be a heavenly censored realm that can easily break his spirit power space and defeat him with an understatement. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know. It is best not to trouble the great desolate heaven territory division in the future, otherwise no one can keep you. Jiang Chen glanced at Shen Wuyu faintly. Before I change my attention, get out of me right away. Shen Wuyu's expression was extremely gloomy, but he also knew that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all, and he would take his own humiliation if he continued, and he turned and disappeared in the square without saying a word. Jiang Chen ignored Shen Wuyu, and cast his gaze directly at a certain place in the void. The reason why he chose to put Shen Wuyu on a horse was because there was a mysterious strong man in the void that transmitted his voice through the air. This mysterious powerhouse of sound transmission should be the censored King Realm power of the Eternal Temple. Although he now masters the power of the 10 realms and already possesses some capital to contend with the Divine King Realm, he does not want to truly be an enemy of the Eternal Temple. The Eternal Temple has 4 main halls in the southeast, northwest and north, and almost all the power of each main hall is not inferior to the power of the gods. The strength of the 4 main halls added together, the strength can be described as unfathomable. The great power of the Eternal Temple, censored King Realm, just let Shen Wuyu a horse, and did not intend to pursue it. Jiang Chen naturally wanted to give him a bit of face. He also wanted to use the teleportation array of the Eternal Temple. If there is too much trouble with the Eternal Temple, he can only rely on himself to cross the God Realm continent in front of the Eternal Void, which will undoubtedly waste too much time. Jiang Chen, let's go, I will take you to see the Lord. At this moment, Xu Cheng on the side finally recovered from the shock and couldn't help but quickly said to Jiang Chen. In his muddy old eyes, there was also an expression of extreme excitement. Even though Jiang Chen had already shown a terrifying talent when he was in the Great Wilderness World. But now it is only 10 years since Jiang Chen left the Great Wilderness Realm. Xu Cheng never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen was able to grow to such a strong point in such a short time. Shen Wuyu, the dignified 2-star venerable, was defeated by Jiang Chen so lightly. If this eternal grand ceremony can get Jiang Chen's help, the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall will definitely be able to achieve very good results. Their hall masters hope to receive the reward of the Eternal Temple, so as to solve the problems in the body and get rid of the current predicament. Jiang Chen nodded, and then left with Xu Cheng under the gaze of countless eyes on the square. What is the origin of this son? What a terrifying talent! Such an enchanting character, even in the continent of God's domain, is probably one of the few invaluable geniuses. With this kid's strength, I am afraid that no one in the heavenly God realm can contend with him, but I am somewhat looking forward to the next eternal grand ceremony. Everyone looked at the back of Jiang Chen and his party leaving, and they couldn't help showing a look of expectation. Unexpectedly, Xu Tianming would be able to get acquainted with such geniuses. Perhaps there will be a good show to watch this eternal grand ceremony. Under the leadership of Xu Cheng, Jiang Chen and his party quickly entered the Eternal Temple to live in the major sub-temples, and then came to a relatively remote courtyard. Among the many branch halls of the Eternal Temple, the strength of the Dawang Tianyu branch hall is almost at the bottom of the existence, so the courtyard allocated is also the worst. Jiang Chen, here we are. Xu Cheng couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you will be wrong during this time. It's okay, as long as there is a place to stay. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and didn't take this matter to heart at all. Although the courtyard of the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-hall is the worst in this place, it is still much better than the many residences that were purchased at the Eternal Temple. A group of people entered the courtyard and soon came to the main hall of the courtyard. Jiang Chen looked along the door of the main hall, and soon fell on a silver-robed man sitting in the middle of the hall. The man in the silver robe is slender, with handsome features, and exudes an elegant atmosphere. In the hands of the silver-robed man, there was also a book that looked very primitive. The silver-robed man seemed to be fully engrossed in reading the book in his hand, and even Jiang Chen and the others arrived, the silver-robed man seemed to be unaware of it. This silver-robed man was the head of the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory branch of the Eternal Temple, Xu Tianming. Hall Master, I'm back. Xu Cheng stepped forward, saluting Xu Tianming respectfully. Xu Cheng, presumably you shouldn't have gained much from this trip, right? I've already said that with our Great Desolate Heaven Territory division, it is impossible to attract geniuses to join, so why bother to do so? Okay, don't mess around. We just stayed in the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall, which is actually pretty good. Xin Tian said without raising his head. For Xu Cheng to find geniuses to help them participate in the eternal ceremony, Xin Tianqi did not report any hope at all. Xu Cheng heard Xin Tianqi's words and couldn't help but smiled slightly. Hall Master, I'm afraid you are doomed to miscalculate this time. Do you see who I brought? Xin Tianqi was stunned for a moment, and immediately sensed something. He could not help but suddenly close the book, and looked up at Jiang Chen and the others. Xu Cheng, this is... Looking at Jiang Chen's slightly familiar figure, Xin Tianqi's eyes could not help but reveal a look of surprise. When Jiang Chen came to the Dawang Tianyu sub-hall, he showed unparalleled talent and strength. Xin Tianqi was very optimistic about Jiang Chen and gave Jiang Chen a golden eternal order. In fact, he hoped to forge a good relationship and see if there was a chance for Jiang Chen to help him at the eternal ceremony. Last time Xu Cheng went to the wilderness realm to look for Jiang Chen had already left the wilderness realm. Xin Tianqi originally thought that he and Jiang Chen were destined to miss. Unexpectedly, after coming to the south main hall of the Eternal Temple, Xu Cheng suddenly appeared in front of him with Jiang Chen. Hall Master, he is the Jiang Chen you asked me to find. Xu Cheng said with a smile, and then introduced to Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This is our palace lord Xin Tianqi, the first genius of the south main hall of the Eternal Temple. Chapter 2024, Xin Tianqi's experience. The first genius of the south main hall of the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised when he heard Xu Cheng's introduction. Although when he met Xu Cheng just now, Jiang Chen had already felt the extraordinary identity of Xin Tianqi from the attitude of Shen Wuyu and others. But he still didn't expect Xin Tianqi to be the first genius in the south main hall of the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swept slightly over Xin Tianqi's body. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Xin Tianqi's cultivation is still in the realm of the gods. Xin Tianqi's breath is obviously much stronger than that of super-grade gods like Huo Tianyang. Even the god-level gods that Jiang Chen had seen before could not match Xin Tianqi. Obviously, even if this Xin Tianqi is not a holy god, he is probably only one step away from the realm of a holy god. Such a talent, being able to become the first genius of the south main hall of the Eternal Temple, is worthy of the name. Since Xin Tianqi's status is so extraordinary, why would he be assigned to remote places such as the Great Wilderness by the Eternal Temple? You are the most promising Xin Tianqi in the south main hall of the Eternal Temple. Just when Jiang Chen was uncertain and shocked, Huo Tianyang's shocked voice also instantly sounded in the hall. When Huo Tianyang just broke through the heavenly god realm, he came to the south main hall of the Eternal Temple to experience it once. He had heard of the name of Xin Tianqi, the first genius in the south main hall of the Eternal Temple. It is said that Xin Tianqi at that time had already become a god-level god, and mastered the 9th martial art principle. It is very hopeful that he will become a holy god-level god. Huo Tianyang once regarded Xin Tianqi as his idol, but he did not expect to see this legendary genius with his own eyes this time. I didn't expect this little brother to know my name. Xin Tianqi waved his hand and said with a wry smile, it's all a long time ago, so you don't need to mention it. Thousands of years ago, Huo came to the south main hall of the Eternal Temple for the first time to experience. Dian Master Xin has always been Huo's role model. Regardless, it is an honor for Huo Tianyang to see Dian Master Xin today. Huo Tianyang said excitedly. Although he didn't know why Xin Tianqi ended up in such a field as today, it did not hinder his most Xin Tianqi worship. Hearing the conversation between Huo Tianyang and Xin Tianqi, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Huo Tianyang came to the south main hall of the Eternal Temple thousands of years ago to experience. Xin Tianqi has already gained fame and is known as the most promising to break through the existence of the holy god. Thousands of years have passed. Xin Tianqi's cultivation level seemed to have not changed at all. With Xin Tianqi's talent, if it weren't for some changes, this would definitely be impossible. Hall Master don't need to be discouraged. With Jiang Chen's help this time, the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall will definitely get a very good ranking. Then you will definitely be able to solve the problems in your body and return to the top. Xu Cheng couldn't help but vowed to say, is it that easy? Xin Tianqi shook his head and said, Unless the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall can be ranked in the top 10 and let me enter that place, there may be hope. The Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall is located in the southernmost remote place of the Eternal Void. Whether it is strength or resources, it belongs to the bottom of the many sub-temples. Xu Tianming has spent thousands of years in the Great Desolate Heaven Territory branch hall, and he has not even cultivated a super-grade god. Although this time Xu Cheng accidentally found Jiang Chen, and also brought another super-grade censored beside Jiang Chen. But even with the help of the two Jiang Chen, it is almost impossible for the Great Desolate Tianyu sub-hall to be ranked in the top 10 in the Eternal Grand Ceremony. Hall Master, I'm afraid you are also a little underestimated brother Jiang Chen this time. Xu Cheng laughed and said, not long ago, Shen Wuyu of the Black Cloud Heavenly Territory branch was defeated by the Jiang Chen brothers lightly. Xu Tianming heard Xu Cheng's words, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Xu Tianming naturally knew exactly who Shen Wuyu was. This is a well-known genius in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, one of the people who once had the same fame as him, and his talent is not much inferior to him. It is said that Shen Wuyu nowadays breaks through the two-star venerable with a god-ranked god, and his combat power is almost comparable to that of the powerful Tianzun. And Jiang Chen actually defeated the two-star venerable Shen Wuyu with the strength of the heavenly god realm. Unless Jiang Chen is already a sacred censored who has broken the limit 3 times, it is simply impossible to defeat the two-star venerable Shen Wuyu. In Xu Tianming's unusually calm eyes, there was finally a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. If there can be a holy censored to help, the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory branch hall wants to be ranked in the top 10 in the Eternal Grand Ceremony, it is almost a sure thing. Xu Tianming took a deep breath, then solemnly clasped a fist to Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang Chen, I hope you can help me with this eternal ceremony. Xin is grateful. You don't have to be polite, Lord Xin, I also want to thank you for taking care of me. To be able to meet in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple today is also a fate. Since I am here, I will definitely help each other with all my strength. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then asked curiously, I don't know what happened to Palace Master Xin, why has his cultivation been stagnant for thousands of years? Xu Tianming smiled bitterly, and immediately explained to Jiang Chen and the others. At that time, Xu Tianming had obtained an incomplete volume of nameless exercises in an ancient mystery in the Eternal Temple. This volume of exercises is very against the sky, and even surpasses the existence of the censored king-level exercises. The arrogant Xu Tianming finally failed to resist the temptation, and practiced this incomplete volume of nameless exercises, which eventually caused his own cultivation to stagnate. Xu Tianming was deeply hit by this, and his position in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple has since dropped. Especially when Xu Tianming's two-star Heavenly Venerable Master fell behind, Xu Tianming had been squeezed out in the South Main Hall, and was eventually dispatched to remote places such as the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall. For thousands of years, Xu Tianming has always wanted to cultivate several geniuses to help him participate in the Eternal Grand Ceremony, and then get the opportunity to go to that ancient secret realm to see if he can find a complete nameless exercise. The Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall is too remote, not only the resources are barren, but also there are no outstanding talents. It is extremely difficult to cultivate a super-grade god. Xu Tianming had even lost hope for this matter, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to appear in front of him. Jiang Chen's growth rate even surpassed his imagination completely. Whether he can solve the problems in his body and return to the top this time, Jiang Chen is his only chance. Chapter 2025. Ceremony opens. The stagnation of Xu Tianming's cultivation base turned out to be caused by a crippled technique. Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. What kind of cultivation method is it that can actually make a peerless genius who is about to break through the holy censored of heaven stagnate his cultivation for thousands of years? Hall Master Xin, listen to what you mean. As long as we help the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall to be ranked in the top 10 in the Eternal Grand Ceremony, right? Jiang Chen pondered slightly and asked directly, I don't know what the specific rules of the Eternal Grand Ceremony are. Although he has a system in his body, he can use the hundredfold comprehension triggered by the system to fill in any incomplete exercises, but Jiang Chen has no intention of mentioning this to Xu Tianming. The nameless exercise that Xu Tianming had obtained was an anti-heaven exercise that was even stronger than the God King level exercise. He and Xu Tianming only met for the first time today, so naturally they would not rashly ask Xu Tianming about the unknown technique. Xu Tianming's status in the Eternal Temple was not low at the beginning, and there was a 2-star Tianzun level master behind him. I am afraid that the Eternal Temple had already tried to complement Xu Tianming's nameless exercises, but he had never been able to succeed. Even if he told Xu Tianming that he could complement the exercises he practiced, Xu Tianming would not necessarily believe it. Since that nameless exercise is beyond the existence of the censored king level exercise, even if he uses the power of the system, it will take a lot of time to complete it. The relationship between him and Xu Tianming was not enough to make him help. Jiang Chen still decided to help the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall achieve the top 10 of the Eternal Grand Ceremony. As for Xu Tianming's ability to go to that place to obtain a complete nameless exercise, it all depends on his good fortune. The rules of the Eternal Ceremony are actually somewhat similar to the Temple Arena. Xu Tianming did not hesitate, and directly introduced Jiang Chen and the others to the rules of the Eternal Grand Ceremony. The Eternal Grand Ceremony is actually equivalent to a pinnacle competition held by gathering the many sub-temples of the Eternal Temple. This peak competition is divided into 2 homes, Realm God Realm and Heaven God Realm. Each sub-temple of the Eternal Temple can choose to participate in the arena of the Realm or the arena of the Realm of the Gods, but the number of people cannot exceed 5. Each time a contestant wins a game, they can accumulate 1 point for the Eternal Temple sub-temple they represent, and they will be directly out of the game if they lose. If it is a continuous challenge, the points earned will be doubled for each additional game in the winning streak. If you end the winning streak, you can also get points bonuses of different levels. In the end, the ranking will be based on the total points accumulated in all the Eternal Temple sub-temples. This ranking is not only a symbol of the strength of the major sub-temples of the Eternal Temple, but also related to the resources they will allocate next, and it is extremely important for each sub-temple of the Eternal Temple. In this case, there shouldn't be a big problem. After learning about the rules of the Eternal Grand Ceremony, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. With his current strength, whether he is participating in the Celestial God Realm or the Realm God Realm, there are almost no rivals. As long as he can go on winning streak all the way, helping the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Division to get the top 10, it is not a difficult thing. With the words of Brother Jiang Chen, I feel relieved. When Xu Tianming spoke, a look of expectation also faintly appeared in his eyes. A sacred deity, in the scenes of the deity realm, almost invincible existence. As long as Jiang Chen can break through the Celestial God Realm, even if they don't participate in the Realm God Realm, there is no problem in ranking in the top 10. Xu Tianming talked with Jiang Chen and others about the Eternal Grand Ceremony, and then asked Xu Cheng to take Jiang Chen down to rest and prepare to participate in the Eternal Grand Ceremony that was about to open tomorrow. Jiang Chen and the others gathered together with Xu Tianming, ready to go to the Eternal Ceremony. Xu Tianming came to the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple this time. There were a total of 4 people. In addition to Xu Tianming and Xu Cheng, there were also 2 members of the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall. One of them, Jiang Chen, is no stranger, and it is Ren Feng who had a conflict with him in the Dawang Tianyu branch. With the full training of the Great Desolate Tianyu sub-hall, this Ren Feng's strength has also improved rapidly, and now he has the cultivation base of the 6th Order Celestial God. As for the other person, his cultivation has also reached the 6th rank of the gods. These 2 people are obviously the strongest geniuses that the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall can handle. Without his appearance, it would be almost impossible for Xu Tianming to win the top 10 with this strength in this Eternal Grand Ceremony of the innumerable super-grade gods. Ren Feng looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. At the beginning of the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the 3rd level of the celestial god like him, and even much lower than him. Over the years, under the cultivation of the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall, he has broken through from the 3rd tier pinnacle to the 6th tier celestial god all the way, and his cultivation level has been improved very quickly. But he didn't expect that his talent strength was not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Chen. Not long ago, he had heard Xu Tianming mention Jiang Chen's matter, and he also knew that Jiang Chen was already a sacred censored who was able to defeat the 2-star venerable. Today's Jiang Chen has reached the point where he can only look up all his life. The place where the Eternal Grand Ceremony is held is the Temple Arena in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. The South Main Hall Temple Arena is very huge, more than 10 times larger than the temple arena in the Great Wilderness World, and the entire temple arena can hold no less than 100,000 people. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the temple arena, it was already crowded with people. Each major branch hall of the Eternal Temple has an exclusive location arranged by the South Main Hall. Jiang Chen and the others also quickly found the location of the Dawang Tianyu branch hall and directly sat down. The people from the Great Desolate Heaven Territory branch hall are here. I heard that there was a sacred deity who was against the sky in the Great Wilderness Tianyu to participate in the Eternal Grand Ceremony, and even the 2-star Venerable Shen Wuyu was defeated. Yes, with that kid's combat power, he is almost invincible in the arena of the Heavenly God Realm. This time, the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Division is going to become the biggest dark horse in the Eternal Grand Ceremony. Many people saw Jiang Chen and the others coming, and they couldn't help but talk. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes around him. His gaze swept across the temple arena, and then fell on the 2 arena in the center of the arena. Although the 2 arenas in the field looked only 100 meters in size on the surface, there was a vast world inside. Jiang Chen even felt the great power of the Divine King Realm from the 2 arenas. Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised. This arena is actually a small world created by the great power of the Divine King Realm. Chapter 2026, I don't want to bully. Yes, this temple arena is indeed a small world created by the great power of the Divine King Realm. Everyone on the arena is equivalent to fighting in an independent small world. Both the Celestial God Realm and the Realm God Realm can let go. This kind of battle is also more enjoyable, Xu Tianming explained with a smile. This is the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. It is located in the central area of the Eternal Void. It is not an ordinary person who can come to the arena of the South Main Temple. Once handed over, it is enough to spread thousands of miles. How can such a battle be watched up close in the temple arena? However, if it is like the temple arena of the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-temple, it directly suppresses the people facing the stage and weakens the scope of the battle's influence, it will indeed lose a lot of appreciation. In the South Main Hall, a small world arena is undoubtedly very suitable. To build such a small world arena, it is not something ordinary people can do. In the realm of God, even though practitioners can only break through the realm of realm gods and master the origin of realm gods, they can easily create a small world. But the small world created by most people is a world located in another dimension, which is not visible in the original world. Even if you can see the small world, it is impossible to see the situation in the small world. But the 2 arenas in front of them completely clearly presented the situation in the small world in front of everyone. These methods are also very good. Brother Jiang Chen, the Eternal Grand Ceremony will begin soon. I plan to only participate in the arena of the Celestial God Realm. What do you think? While Jiang Chen was thinking secretly, Xu Tianming couldn't help asking Jiang Chen directly. Before meeting Jiang Chen, Xu Tianming had originally planned to let Xu Cheng participate in the arena of the Realm God Realm, but now there is no need for that. Xu Cheng had only recently broken through the realm of God, and he was almost at the bottom of the realm. It is probably not easy to get a share in the arena of the realm of God. Anyway, the Eternal Grand Ceremony did not require the stage of the world gods. As long as they score more points in the celestial realm, they can also be ranked in the top 10. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "You participate in the scene of the God realm, I will go to the scene of the realm god. I don't want to bully people." Although this Eternal Grand Ceremony has gathered many geniuses, most of the geniuses are only in the super grade gods, even the god grade gods are rare, and there are almost no holy grade gods. With his current strength, to participate in the Heavenly God Realm scene is a slap in the face of a child, which is too bullying. Xu Tianming heard the words, and his expression changed slightly. Brother Jiang Chen is going to participate in the scene of the Realm God Realm. Jiang Chen is a sacred censored who has broken the limit 3 times. He will surely accumulate a lot of points quickly when he participates in the stage of the censored realm. But if you participate in the scene of the Realm God Realm, it will undoubtedly add a lot of uncertain factors. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, no matter what session I participate in, the top 10 of this Eternal Grand Ceremony must have a place in the Great Desolate Cosmos Hall. The conditions for participating in the Eternal Festival are that the Celestial God Realm cannot exceed 10,000 years old, and the Realm God Realm cannot exceed 100,000 years old. Under such conditions, even in the scenes of the Realm God Realm, it is impossible for the old monsters such as the Star Tianzun to appear. Like Shen Wuyu and other two-star venerables, he was almost the top combat power in the World Gods battle. Even if he participated in the World Gods session, almost no one could pose a threat to him. Hall Master, with the strength of brother Jiang Chen, there should be no problem participating in the World Gods session. Although the eternal ceremony does not stipulate that it is necessary to participate in the World Gods session, if our Great Desolate Heaven Territory branch does not participate in the World Gods session to get the top 10, I am afraid that it will be difficult to convince the crowd. At this moment, Xu Cheng also said suddenly. Xin Tianqi's brows suddenly frowned. Now he has almost no strength in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, and there are many opportunities in the Eternal Temple that do not want him to turn hands. If you don't participate in the World Gods session, maybe you will really find excuses for those guys to stop them. Since Jiang Chen can easily defeat the two-star venerable Shen Wuyu, in the arena of the realm of the gods, the combat power is also the top existence, and there must be no big problems. Thinking of this, Xin Tianqi didn't say much. Jiang Chen wants to participate in the scene of the realm god realm, and it is impossible for him to forcibly order Jiang Chen to participate in the scene of the god realm. If Jiang Chen is angered, without Jiang Chen's help, he really won't have any hope. While Jiang Chen and the others were talking, the two celestial realm referees of the Eternal Temple also quickly took their positions and announced the official opening of the Eternal Grand Ceremony. The two big arenas began to have people on stage one after another, and entered the small world in the arena to start a decisive battle. Among these people who just started to take the stage, there is no better genius. In the arena of the celestial god realm, almost all of them are duels of the sixth order celestial gods. The arena of the realm of God is just some ordinary realm of God. Fighting at this level was extremely boring in Jiang Chen's eyes. On the side of the Bawang Tianyu Division Hall, Ren Feng and another Tianshan sixth stage also took the stage one after another. As soon as the two of them appeared, their opponents turned out to be geniuses of the super rank heaven and god realm. The two did not have the slightest resistance at all, they were defeated by their opponents and completely out of the eternal grand ceremony. Howmaster, the two super grade gods, seem to be from the branch hall of the Heiyun Tianyu. It seems that Shen Wuyu is deliberately targeting us. Xu Cheng couldn't help but sink slightly when he saw the situation in front of him. Xin Tianqi's complexion also became extremely difficult to look. Although he had expected that this eternal grand ceremony would be very difficult, he did not expect that Shen Wuyu and others would do it so absolutely. He sent the sixth order gods, and Shen Wuyu sent the super rank gods. If he lets Huo Tianyang, the super grade deity, Shen Wuyu and the others will definitely let the super grade deity take action. These guys clearly don't want the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall to have points. You guys don't get on, let me come. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. I want to see how they can target me. After speaking, he looked at the World God Realm arena where the battle had ended, and his figure flashed into the small world inside the arena. In the small world, Heavenly God Realm, the one-star venerable who had just defeated his opponent looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but stun slightly. Boy, you are afraid that you have run in the wrong place. He obviously didn't expect that there would be a celestial god realm running to the arena of the realm god realm. This eternal grand ceremony does not seem to stipulate that the heavenly god realm cannot participate in the realm god realm session, right? Jiang Chen looked at the one-star venerable opposite with expressionlessly, and said faintly, Jiang Chen, the branch hall of the Great Desolate Heaven Territory, please make a move. Chapter 2027. Let's go together. This guy is Jiang Chen from the Great Desolate Heaven Territory branch hall. Following Jiang Chen's words came out, the complexion of the one-star venerable on the opposite side suddenly changed. Even the referee above the arena who was in charge of the order of the world censored arena swallowed back the words that came to his lips. Just yesterday, a demon named Jiang Chen appeared in the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-hall. The fact that he defeated the two-star venerable Shen Wuyu with the Heavenly God Realm had long been spread in the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. In the entire Southern Main Hall, even if you haven't seen Jiang Chen, you have already heard of Jiang Chen's name. They obviously didn't expect that the Heavenly God Realm in front of them was Jiang Chen who had defeated the two-star venerable Shen Wuyu. Tisk tusk. Jiang Chen from the Great Desolate Heaven Territory branch hall made a move. Unexpectedly, this guy actually went to the arena of the realm of the gods with the cultivation base of the gods of the sky. This guy has the terrifying power to defeat the 2-star Venerable, and he rarely has an opponent in the Realm God battlefield. I'm really looking forward to how many points he can accumulate for the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory division in this battle. Many onlookers saw Jiang Chen coming on stage, all of them were shocked, and their eyes fell on the arena where Jiang Chen was standing. Jiang Chen, I heard that you defeated the 2-star Venerable Shen Wuyu yesterday. I want to see if your combat power is really as scary as the rumors. The 1-star Venerable stared at Jiang Chen, and there was a low growl in his throat. The majestic world god Origin instantly turned into a giant blade to the sky behind him, and slashed it against Jiang Chen. I saw that the thousands of miles above Jiang Chen's head were constantly collapsing under this knife. Jiang Chen looked indifferent, just raised his palm and waved it lightly. I saw that the 1-star Venerable condensed the giant blade of the sky with the origin of the world god, as if paper paste, it was directly smashed by Jiang Chen's palm. The figure of the 1-star Venerable was like a kite with a broken line, and he quickly flew upside down a distance of thousands of feet. His throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was finally a touch of unconcealed panic. Jiang Chen stood proudly, looking down at the 1-star Venerable. Are you going to fight again? Your Excellency is strong, I surrender. The 1-star Venerable smiled bitterly, and directly chose to admit defeat. He tried his best to urge the realm of the realm god to condense the blow, and he was severely injured by the opponent's slap like a mosquito. How could it be beaten? The strength of this guy is probably even more terrifying than the rumors. Jiang Chensheng, the branch hall of the Great Desolate Heaven Territory, accumulate 1 point. With the 1-star Venerable conceding defeat and retiring from the small world, the referee above the arena also quickly announced the result. The arena of the realm of God also fell into a brief silence at this moment. The major branch halls of the Eternal Temple looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the small world, and they had not sent anyone forward for a long time. Jiang Chen is a super evil evildoer that even the 2-star Venerable Shen Wuyu can defeat. In this eternal grand ceremony, the 2 stars are almost the top combat power in the major sub-halls. Once one loses one, it will have a great impact on their rankings. Therefore, who is willing to send someone to fight Jiang Chen at this time? Jiang Chen stood in the small world for a long time, and found that no one had come in to fight him, and he was speechless to the extreme. He came to the battlefield of the Realm God Realm with the cultivation base of the Heaven God Realm because he was afraid of causing such a situation, but he did not expect that such a thing would still happen. Is anyone willing to come in and fight me? In the southern area of the Hall of Eternity, there are hundreds of temples gathered here. There are countless world gods. Doesn't anyone have the courage to fight my heavenly gods? Jiang Chen glanced across the square, and the disdainful sneer also spread through the small world. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was fighting against the many world gods and geniuses on the square, many onlookers couldn't help but take a breath. With the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, the world god Tianzhao's eyebrows were lowered. What a terrifying existence this is. Jiang Chen, you don't want to be rampant. Hong Ning, the branch hall of the red sky heaven, will fight you. Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's peculiar talents over many world-censored Tianzhao, someone finally burst into anger and shouted, and immediately turned into a red glow and rushed into the small world in the world-censored competition platform. Hong Ning, the branch hall of the red sky heaven, turned out to be this one. Everyone's gazes couldn't help but gazed into the small world. Hong Ning, the branch hall of the Qishao Heavenly Territory, was a genius who was a little stronger than Shen Wuyu. It seems that Jiang Chen's previous words that did not put all the world-censored Tianzhao in his eyes also made the supreme Tianzhao of the Eternal Temple unable to sit still. Your strength is indeed better than that of Shen Wuyu, but you are far from my opponent. Jiang Chen glanced at the red-robed young man who appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but shook his head and said, I don't want to waste time either. Who else wants to come in for a fight? Let's go together. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone in the square couldn't help but feel an uproar. This guy really wanted to use his own power to challenge all the gods of the world. Okay, what a mad boy. Wu Zan, the branch hall of Zan Lin Tianyu, come here to ask you for your advice. Just as everyone was horrified, there was a cold anger resounding over the square. Everyone was shocked to find that another figure appeared in the small world in the world god arena. His face is clear, his eyes are like electricity, and there is a faint thunder light on his silver robe, and his whole body exudes a domineering atmosphere that destroys the world. Zan Lin Tianyu Branch Hall Wuzan, another peerless arrogant of the two-star venerable realm in the Eternal Temple. You are actually a little stronger than Hong Ning, and your strength is good. Jiang Chen cast his gaze on Wuzan before shook his head again and said, but, you two want to fight me, it's not enough. Jiang Chen's voice just fell. A dazzling sword light that resembled a dragon's chant, shot into the square sharply. The sword light cut through the sky and fell in front of Jiang Chen, turning into a man in Qingyi with a cold expression on his sword. The sharp gaze of the man in Xingyi looked like two peerless heavenly swords, staring coldly at Jiang Chen. Lu Yuanqing, the branch hall of Qinghong Tianyu, please enlighten me. Lu Yuanqing, the sub-temple of the Qinghong Heavenly Territory, the first heavenly arrogant of the south main hall of the Eternal Temple after Shintianchi, did not expect this one to also take action. Everyone looked at the three figures in front of Jiang Chen, their expressions all looked horrified. The three peerless talents of the south main hall of the Eternal Temple are going to join hands to face Jiang Chen. Chapter 2028. One Enemy 3. On the square, everyone was staring at the situation in the World God Arena, and it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. The south main hall of the Eternal Temple, there are currently 4 top Tianzhao. All 4 of them had broken through the realm of gods at an age of less than 10,000 years, and they were all 2-star venerables who had broken through with the gods and gods. Now, except for Shen Wuyu, who was defeated by Jiang Chen, the remaining 3 actually shot Jiang Chen at the same time. Almost everyone of such top geniuses has their own arrogance, and in general they don't bother to join hands with others. A celestial spirit actually made the 3 2-star geniuses of the Eternal Temple join forces. Such a situation is simply unseen and unheard of. The 2-star Venerable Peak is only 1 step away from the 2-star Earth Venerable. Your strength is pretty good. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Yuanqing slightly. It's a pity. You are still a 2-star veteran after all. If you can break through the 2-star earthly veteran, plus the 2 of them, maybe you can still have a few tricks with me. As soon as this statement was made, the 3 of them changed color at the same time. Although they knew that Jiang Chen was very strong, none of the 3 of them was Jiang Chen's opponent. But the 3 of them are the world's arrogances of the Eternal Temple after all, and there are few 2-star venerables in the world. Everyone's combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary Tianzun. The 3 of them joined forces and even surpassed the power of the peak of the ordinary Celestial Lord, enough to compete with the Star Celestial Lord. No matter how powerful this kid is, it would be impossible to defeat the 3 of them with the power of the Heavenly God Realm. You don't want to be arrogant, but I want to see how you can beat the 3 of us today. Lu Yuanqing let out a long roar with a cold face, and the sword scabbard behind him also heard a stunned sword chant in an instant. Hong Ning and Wu Zan also exploded the powerful aura of the 2-star venerable at the same time. 3 monstrous powers swept across the small world in an instant, making the world trembling endlessly. Jiang Chen, since the 3 of us debuted, no one of our peers has allowed the 3 of us to fight together. In today's battle, whether you win or lose, you are proud of yourself. Lu Yuanqing slowly pulled out the sword behind him, and the powerful aura was firmly locked on Jiang Chen's body. With his hands on his back, Jiang Chen took a leisurely step forward, a vast aura that directly collided with the aura of the 3 of Lu Yuanqing. Feeling the vast aura emanating from Jiang Chen's body, the expressions of the 3 of Lu Yuanqing changed. The breath of the 3 of them, when Jiang Chen's breath collided, was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen's breath. The strength of this child is beyond imagination. Don't waste time, let's take action together. Lu Yuanqing was frightened and angered, and could not help but sternly shouted. At this moment, Hong Ning took the lead. I saw a dazzling flame palm print, emerging out of thin air in Hong Ning's palm. At the beginning, the palm print was only about 10 feet in size. But as Hong Ning's print was printed, the flame palm print rapidly enlarged in the void, and finally fell from the sky with a terrifying temperature like a big day. Wherever he went, the emptiness of 1,000 miles was instantly burned into nothingness. The great sun never extinguishes the India. On the square, many people in the Eternal Temple who recognized this trick couldn't help but exclaim. This is one of the few censored king-level supernatural powers in the Eternal Temple. It is said that it can condense the real fire of the sun and destroy the world with a single blow. On the other side, Wu Zan also moved. Thousands of lightning powers all over him, like a dragon and a snake roaming around, and the void around him was drawn into dense spatial rifts. These terrifying thunder powers condensed directly on top of Wu Zan's head into a thunder dragon that stretched across the sky. Dragon Elephant Thunder, go! Under Wu Zan's urging, Thunder Dragon, with the invincible power of overbearing thunder and lightning, turned up to the sky and roared away at Jiang Chen. The last shot was Lu Qingyuan. The cyan ancient sword in his hand violently raised, an extremely bright sword light, as if instantly dividing the world into two, and it was cut in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. In the face of Jiang Chen, this is an evildoer, the three eternal temple Tianzhao did not leave any hands at all, and they broke out with all their strength when they shot, and they did not intend to give Jiang Chen any chance to breathe. The three two-star veterans shot at the same time, such a power, enough to shake the world, as if that small world was going to be punched through by them. Even the people in the square couldn't help but trembled. Hi, is this the top arrogant of the Eternal Temple? It is really strong. Many people can't help but smack secretly. It's really strong. These three guys have joined forces. Not to mention ordinary Tianzun. I am afraid that even the one-star Tianzun will have to avoid the edge for a while, and I don't know how Jiang Chen will resist it. Everyone's eyes were locked tightly on Jiang Chen's body. Facing the combined blow of the three of Lu Yuanqing, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. He looked at the sword light that came first, raising his hand and hitting it in the air. The vast energy of heaven and earth turned into a golden fist light, and a punch was imprinted on the sword light that split the heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's seemingly unremarkable punch was like an antelope hanging a horn. It was as wonderful as a natural fist, and it hit the place where the sword light was the weakest. The cyan sword light was like a poisonous snake that had been hit by 7 inches. It was sealed to death by Jiang Chen's fist, and finally burst directly into the void. Swordsmanship is not good, there are many flaws, go back and practice hard. Jiang Chen smashed Lu Qingyuan's sword light with a punch, couldn't help but said with a look of disdain. Lu Yuanqing's figure retreated violently, and the aura in his body was tumbling, almost vomiting blood in sadness. With a fist, Lu Qingyuan retired, and Jiang Chen took a sword and swiped in the air. The invisible sword energy instantly crossed time and space, penetrating through the immortal seal of that great day. I saw the immortal imprint that obscured the sky and the sun, as if paper paste, it was cut in half out of thin air in the blink of an eye. The uncontrollable hot energy on the immortal great sun immediately exploded from the void, turning the thousands of miles into a sea of flames. Flashy and vulnerable, Jiang Chen casually commented, ignoring Hong Ning's iron expression, and reached out his hand to lightly shook the roaring thunder dragon. The thunder dragon instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and froze 100 feet away from Jiang Chen's head, and finally was directly shattered by the power of a vast space. This trick is a bit interesting, but it's a pity that the person who uses it is a bit weaker. The thunder dragon was wiped out lightly, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment lightly again. Looking at the situation in the small world, everyone on the square couldn't help being dumbfounded for a long time, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. I like the Hundredfold Training System to upgrade to 999 in an instant, please collect it. The Hundredfold Training System to upgrade to 999 in an instant is the fastest literary update. Chapter 2029, Once defeated the enemy, coerced the audience. Hi. The strength of this kid is too terrifying. It took a long time for everyone to recover from the shock, and they couldn't help but take a breath. Jiang Chen's strength was so powerful. Faced with the combined attacks of the 3 two-star Tianzun Lu Qingyuan, they were all able to defeat them with a finger. And seeing him commenting on the 3 of Lu Qingyuan while he was doing it, it was obvious that he hadn't used all his strength. How could such power appear in the body of a cultivator of the heavenly god realm? Even if it is a holy censored who has broken the limit 3 times, its combat power can't be so strong that it's against the sky, right? Okay. So strong, is this Jiang Chen's true strength? Looking at Jiang Chen, who overpowered the 3 great arrogances of the eternal temple in the small world, Xin Tianqi and the others were also shocked to the extreme. They saw that Jiang Chen wanted to fight 1 against 3, and they were worried that Jiang Chen would be a little bit big. It seems that they still look down on Jiang Chen. Huo Tianyang smiled faintly. I said long ago that those 3 would not be the opponents of brother Jiang Chen, you should believe it now. The 3 two-star venerable realm Tianzhao in the eternal temple are indeed very powerful. Even if it is the saint god who has broken the limit 3 times, facing any one of the 3, there is no big chance of winning. According to normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone in the celestial realm to rival the three of Lu Qingyuan. This time, Lu Qingyuan and the others happened to encounter Jiang Chen, an abnormal demon. Jiang Chen has broken the limit of the gods 4 times, holding the power of 10 powers and surpassing the holy gods. How can only 3 2-star venerables be able to deal with it? Seeing that Jiang Chen dismissed their attack lightly, the expressions of the three of Lu Qingyuan also became more solemn in an instant. Although they had overestimated Jiang Chen very much, they still didn't expect Jiang Chen's true strength to be terrifying. The 3 of them joined forces, and they were all defeated by Jiang Chen. Especially Hong Ning, who had the lowest level of cultivation among the 3, was turbulent with blood in his body. If he hadn't reacted fast enough just now, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured by Jiang Chen's finger. Jiang Chen, before this battle, Master once told me that you have broken the shackles and reached a whole new level in the heavenly god realm. I didn't believe it at first, but now I have to believe it. Lu Qingyuan stared at Jiang Chen steadily. Unexpectedly, you actually mastered the power of the 10 Dao and became the existence above the holy god. With Lu Qingyuan's words, the expressions of everyone on the square suddenly became horrified. Jiang Chen actually mastered the power of the 10 realms, surpassing the holy gods. In the celestial realm, the highest realm is the sacred celestial god who broke the limit 3 times. This is the iron law that has remained unchanged since the birth of the god realm cultivation system. For hundreds of millions of years, this iron law has never been broken. Jiang Chen in front of him, how could it be possible that the power of the 10 Dao powers surpassed the censored of heaven? But now Jiang Chen demonstrated the combat power, but they had to believe it. With the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, facing the cooperation of the 3 2-star veterans, it still has the absolute upper hand. This kind of power, I am afraid, can only be possessed by surpassing the holy grade gods. Jiang Chen was expressionless, looking down at Lu Qingyuan condescendingly, and said lightly, since you already know that I have the power of the 10 realms, do you want to fight again? Haha. Why not fight? Today I can fight you, the first day of the eternal gods, even if the 3 of us are defeated, it is worth it. Lu Yuanqing gave a dry laugh, and his whole body exuded a violent fighting spirit. I saw the sharp sword light in his eyes pierce the sky, and the essence of the world censored in his body urged to the peak, and the cyan sword light condensed in the void above his head, and finally turned into a cyan ancient sword from Henggu, facing Jiang Chen split. Endless sword lights swayed and intertwined in the void, and the sky above the entire small world seemed to be plunged into chaos, leaving only the sword light that extinguished everything. At the same time that Lu Yuanqing's peerless sword slashed out, the other 2 also broke out at the same time. The flame divine light that penetrated the sky behind Hong Ning condensed, and then turned into 8 flame war gods as high as 10,000 feet in the sky. Each flame war god, with the power to burn thousands of miles of void, surrounded Jiang Chen from all directions. 8 Vulcans. This is exactly the vision of the exercise method condensed from the 8 heaven fire exercises of the God King exercises that Hong Ning cultivated. The 8 heavenly fire techniques were created by the heavenly fire, censored king of the mighty god realm in ancient times. It is said that during the peak of the heavenly fire god king, with 8 heavenly fire techniques condensing visions, each of the flame god of war has a strength that is not inferior to the power of the god king realm, and the power can be described as terrifying. Facing Jiang Chen, the first sacred censored of the ages, Hong Ning obviously displayed his strongest power. The purple thunder destroys the world. On the other side, Wu Zan also let out an icy scream, endless destruction thunder surrounded him, and finally turned into a thunder purgatory filled with purple thunder, and suppressed Jiang Chen. The 3 of them shot with all their strength, and their power was several times stronger than before. Seeing this scene, the many onlookers in the square couldn't help feeling a panic. If it were not for these people's battles to be carried out in a small world, these terrifying energy confrontations would be enough to turn the entire eternal temple into nothingness. Faced with the strong blow of the 3 of Lu Yuanqing, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, and the power of 10 different worlds intertwined directly from his body. Jiang Chen urged the power of the 10 realms to directly evolve a chaotic space, covering all the space of the whole body. A weird Big Dipper pattern suddenly appeared above the void above Jiang Chen's head. As Jiang Chen's censored kept moving, the sword energy containing the power of the endless stars continued to fall down. Whether it was Lu Qingyuan's peerless sword, Hong Ning's 8 fire gods, or Wu Zan's purple thunder destroying the world, under Jiang Chen's star sword aura, there was no resistance. Hong Ning's 8 Vulcans were first killed by the star sword chi, and his whole person was also affected by the star sword chi, and he flew upside down a distance of thousands of feet in embarrassment. And Wu Zan's purple thunder space was also smashed by the star's sword energy, and the whole person was also retreated in embarrassment. Even the strongest Lu Yuanqing stepped back more than 10 steps in a row, with a pale expression on his face. Suddenly there was silence in the square. Everyone stared blankly at the situation in the small world, like a ghost. The strongest attack that Lu Yuanqing and the 3 teamed up was defeated by Jiang Chen with a single move. Chapter 2030. Full of Tianzhao, lower eyebrows. Are you going to fight again? In the small world in the arena, Jiang Chen looked like a censored of war, overlooking the 3 of Lu Yuanqing, with a faint voice resounding through the world. Your Excellency deserves to be the first censored of eternity who has mastered the power of the 10 Dao. Lu Yuanqing gave a wry smile, immediately hugged Jiang Chen and flew out of the arena. Although Lu Yuanqing knew in his heart that Jiang Chen, the first day censored who mastered the power of the 10 Dao, would be very powerful, he did not expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. The 3 of them urged the strongest blow, and they couldn't even stop Jiang Chen's move. Don't say that he is still in the 2-star venerable, even if he breaks through the 2nd-star Earth venerable, I am afraid he may not be Jiang Chen's opponent. When Hong Ning and Wu Zan saw Lu Yuanqing retreat, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Among the 3 of them, Lu Yuanqing is the strongest. Now that even Lu Yuanqing has given up, what are they 2 of them to contend with Jiang Chen? The 2 didn't say much, they just walked away from the small world in the arena without saying a word. Above the arena, the referee of the heavenly sovereign realm of the eternal temple, it took a long time to come back to his senses, and quickly announced the result of the battle. After the 3 of Lu Yuanqing retreated, Jiang Chen still had no intention of leaving the arena, quietly waiting for the next opponent. The 3 of Lu Yuanqing are already the strongest world-censored Tianzhao participating in this eternal grand ceremony. Now that the 3 of Lu Yuanqing have joined forces, they are all crushed by Jiang Chen with one move. Who else would dare to go up and fight Jiang Chen? Almost none of the world-censored Tianzhao of the hundreds of eternal temple sub-temples dared to take the stage to challenge. This scene also caused countless spectators in the square to breathe a sigh of relief. A heavenly god realm boarded the realm god realm arena, and easily defeated 3 realm god Tianzhao of the 2-star venerable realm, so that all realm god Tianzhao present did not even have the courage to fight him. With the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, the realm god Tianzhao all over the world lowered his eyebrows. What a horror, what a domineering existence is this? Above the arena, the celestial realm referee looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help showing a wry smile. In the past eternal grand ceremonies, geniuses like Lu Yuanqing almost all appeared at the finale, and there has never been a god-defying evildoer who can suppress the audience alone, so such a situation has never happened. But this time eternal grand ceremony, but Jiang Chen such a perverted existence. The 3 of Lu Yuanqing were already the 3 most powerful world gods in the southern area of the Temple of Eternity in thousands of years. Now that these 3 world gods, Tianzhao, have joined forces, they have all been easily defeated by Jiang Chen. Now who else dares to easily take the stage to challenge Jiang Chen? If Jiang Chen stayed on the arena all the time, there would be no way for this eternal grand ceremony to go on smoothly. According to the rules of the eternal grand ceremony, as long as Jiang Chen wins, he can continue to accept the challenge of the next contestant on the arena. Unless Jiang Chen voluntarily leaves, he can't drive Jiang Chen out of the arena. Let him come down. This eternal grand ceremony, the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall ranks first. Just when this heavenly venerable realm referee didn't know what to do, an old voice suddenly rang in his mind. The heavenly venerable realm referee heard the voice in his mind, and he couldn't help taking a breath. The eternal grand ceremony has just begun, and the first is determined. This is an unprecedented period in the history of the eternal temple. This heavenly sovereign realm referee also knew what kind of existence the person who transmitted his voice was. This is the horrible existence of the divine king realm who sits in the south main hall, whose status is still higher than that of their hall master. How can he dare to question this decision? With the terrifying power shown by Jiang Chen, all the world-censored Tianzhao in the southern area of the eternal temple will be defeated, and I am afraid there will be no problem. With Jiang Chen's help from the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall, won't it be easy to win the first place in the Eternal Grand Ceremony? The Heavenly Venerable Realm referee no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly announced, Jiang Chen, you don't need to participate in the next competition. The Great Desolate Heaven Domain Branch Hall is directly ranked first in this Eternal Grand Ceremony. With the words of the referee from the Celestial Realm, there was an uproar in the square. Hey, I heard you right, the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall has become the number one in this Eternal Grand Ceremony. There is a perverted existence like Jiang Chen, isn't it normal? Unexpectedly, the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory Branch Hall would be able to befriend such a heaven-defying evildoer, that Xu Tianming is really lucky. In the square, Xu Tianming and the others heard bursts of uproar from all around, and there was unprecedented excitement in their eyes. Xu Cheng said with a look of excitement, Hall Master, we are the first in the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory sub-hall. You finally have a chance to return to the top. You don't have to stay in the Great Desolate Heavenly Territory. Yeah. To be able to meet Jiang Chen is definitely the greatest fortune in my life. It seems that God treats me well. Xu Tianming took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Dawang Tianyu Branch Hall won the first place in this Eternal Grand Ceremony, and he would be able to go to that place again. As long as he can solve his own practice problems, he will be able to surpass the peak, become a sacred censored who has broken the limit 3 times, and then break through the 3-star venerable. He is still the number 1 arrogant of this South Main Hall, and even the entire Eternal Temple. I am afraid that few people can compete with him. Brother Jiang Chen is too awesome. Just like this, let the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall lock the first place in advance. It seems that I don't have to play. Huo Tianyang couldn't help being speechless for a while. Although he also knew that with Jiang Chen's strength, it was almost a piece of cake to help the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Division first place. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually make the Eternal Temple have to make the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall rank first in this way. And when Jiang Chen suppressed the audience alone, and made the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall lock the first place in advance. In the depths of the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, in an empty hall, a burly middle-aged man with gorgeous clothes and endless majesty was standing with a black-clothed old man with a withered face. Elder Mo, you made the Great Desolate Heaven Territory sub-hall lock the first place in advance. It seems that you are planning to let Xu Tianming go there. The burly middle-aged said respectfully. With the existence of that kid, this Eternal Grand Ceremony is the first. It is the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall. This is Xu Tianming's chance. What's more, even without that kid, I plan to let Xu Tianming go to that place. The lonely old man said indifferently. What you did back then was a bit too much. Give him a chance. If he can recover, it will be of great benefit to the South Main Hall and the entire Eternal Temple. Chapter 2031. Supreme Eternal Order. Hearing this, the burly middle-aged could not help but smile bitterly. Old Mo, what happened back then? The withered old man waved his hand and directly interrupted the burly middle-aged's words. Don't mention the previous things. I don't want to see people from the South Main Hall suppress Xu Tianming. That little guy named Jiang Chen, the Eternal Temple must be good with him. Don't worry, Mr. Mo. The burly middle-aged nodded, and there was also an unbelievable exclamation in his eyes. I didn't expect that the heavenly god realm that mastered the power of the 10 realms could be born in this world. The power of the 10 Tao in the palm of your hand is above the holy gods. As the lord of the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, the burly middle-aged man naturally knows what a heaven-defying existence this is. Such a heaven-defying evildoer, as long as there is no accident, he will definitely become a top figure standing on the peak of God's domain in the future. How can he easily offend him? The withered old man said astonishingly. The celestial god realm that masters the power of the 10 Tao, although it is not recorded in God's domain, it does not mean that it has never appeared. The burly middle-aged suddenly raised his head to look at the withered old man, his expression horrified. In the realm of the gods, 9 is the extreme number. The sacred censored of heaven, who masters the power of the 9 realms, is the limit of the censored realm, and this is an immutable iron law in the continent of the gods. He originally thought that Jiang Chen would be the first person in history, but he didn't expect God's domain to actually have an existence mastering the power of the 10 Tao. There are some things you are not qualified to know now. The withered old man glanced at the burly middle-aged faintly. In short, the Temple of Eternity must be friendly with him at all costs. The burly middle-aged replied respectfully, and his heart was shaken. As the Lord of the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple, he is already the core figure of the high power in the Eternal Temple, but he did not expect that there are things in the Eternal Temple that he is not qualified to know. It seems that behind mastering the power of the 10 realms, there is still an unshakable secret hidden. South Main Hall, Temple Arena. Following the referee's announcement that the Great Desolate Skyland Division had locked in the first place in advance, Jiang Chen also dodged and left the arena. The eternal ceremony continues. After experiencing the wonderful battle where Jiang Chen defeated the 3 2-star Venerable Tianzhao in the Eternal Temple with 1 enemy and 3, the next battle obviously will lose its color a lot, leaving most people with no desire to watch. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't want to thank you for your great grace. Thank you very much this time. You can speak where you need it in the future, even if it's a mountain of fire. Xu Tianming will never frown. Xu Tianming suppressed his excitement. His expression solemnly thanked Jiang Chen. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Palace Master Xin doesn't have to be polite. I only have one request. I hope you can pay more attention to the situation in the Great Wilderness Realm, especially the Cold Moon Palace. If anything happens, please notify me as soon as possible. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a smile. The God King Kangyu has completed the layout in the Great Desolate Realm, and the Great Desolate Realm may face a huge change at any time. Especially the palace mausoleum of the Cold Moon Palace, it is very likely that it has become a chess piece laid out by the God King Kangyu, and Jiang Chen is naturally a little worried about the safety of his mother Ji Wushuang. And the Eternal Temple is all over the Eternal Void. As long as the Great Desolate Heaven Territory Branch Hall pays attention to the situation in the Great Desolate Realm, it can pass the news to him as soon as possible, so that he can feel more at ease. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. After the Eternal Grand Ceremony is over, I will let Xu Cheng take charge of the Great Wilderness Celestial Sub-Hall and keep a close eye on everything in the Great Wilderness world. Xu Tianming promised vowedly. Jiang Chen nodded and couldn't help looking up into the depths of the Eternal Temple. It's time for him to go to God's Domain continent. The best way to travel to the God's Domain is to use the teleportation array in the Eternal Temple. When the Divine King Realm power transmitted to him in the Eternal Temple yesterday, Jiang Chen vaguely sensed the position of the Divine King Realm power. He intends to talk to that one himself, to see if he can use the Eternal Temple to teleport. And just when Jiang Chen was about to find the God King Realm power in the Eternal Temple, a Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse dressed in the Eternal Temple costume came straight towards Jiang Chen. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, by the order of the Lord, I came here to offer you a gift. The power of the Heavenly Venerable Realm respectfully said to Jiang Chen, and then presented a simple wooden box in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen opened the wooden box and found that there was a purple eternal order in the wooden box. This eternal order was obviously more noble and mysterious than the golden eternal order Xu Tianming gave him. This purple eternal order is, in all likelihood, the supreme eternal order of the Eternal Temple. The supreme eternal order. Xu Tianming looked at the purple token in the wooden box, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The supreme eternal order, this is the highest eternal order of the Eternal Temple. Those who hold the supreme eternal order have extremely noble status in the Eternal Temple, almost the same as the elders of the main hall, and can give orders to the main halls. Even looking at the entire divine realm, there are only a handful of people who can obtain the supreme eternal order. Obviously, Xu Tianming did not expect that the gift given to Jiang Chen by the Lord of the South Main Hall would be the supreme eternal order. Thinking of Jiang Chen holding the 10 powers and achieving the first divine realm of the eternal age, Xu Tianming also quickly relieved. With such a terrifying talent of Jiang Chen, it would not be an exaggeration to win the Eternal Temple even with the supreme eternal order. Jiang Chen looked at the supreme eternal order in his hand, and couldn't help but glanced at the Tianzun powerhouse in front of him. With this thing, I should be able to teleport from the Eternal Temple to the continent of God's domain, right? When he first came to the South Main Hall, he heard that he could teleport from the Eternal Temple to the Divine Realm continent with the Supreme Eternal Token. With this thing, there is no need to find that censored King Realm power in the Eternal Temple. The strong Tianzun quickly replied, however, God's domain continent is no better than other realms. If Your Excellency Jiang Chen wants to go to God's domain continent, you need to follow me to see the Lord. Then it will work. Jiang Chen smiled, and then said directly to Xu Tian, Dian Master Xin, this is the matter, I am going to go to God's domain continent, hope you can get your wish and return to the top. Xu Tianming was shocked. Brother Jiang Chen is leaving. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This time I came to the south main hall of the Eternal Temple. I was just passing by. Huo Tianyang already knew the purpose of Jiang Chen's trip, so he didn't say much, and he held his fist directly at Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang Chen, don't live here. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely come to God's domain continent with you. Nostalgia. Okay, I am waiting for you in God's domain continent. Jiang Chen said with a smile, and then went straight to the strong Tianzun. Chapter 2032. God's Domain Continent. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Xin Tianqi and others, and then, under the leadership of the strong Tianzun, came to a hall in the depths of the Eternal Temple. The center of the hall. A burly man in a gorgeous palace costume stood proudly there with his hands under his hands, exuding a suffocating coercion all over his body. Hall Master, I have already handed the Supreme Eternal Order to Your Excellency Jiang Chen. However, Your Excellency Jiang Chen wants to send it to God's domain continent through the Eternal Temple, so I brought him. The Tianzun strong man said respectfully. The burly man turned around, his deep gaze swept across Jiang Chen, and he smiled and said, The Heavenly God Realm, which has the power of the Ten Tao, did not expect that the immutable rules of the Heavenly God Realm, there is actually someone who can break in. Jiang Chen looked at the burly man in front of him, his heart stunned slightly. The power of the King's Avenue. The burly man in front of him was also a God King Realm mighty power. But the Divine King Realm Great Mighty that gave him sound transmission yesterday is obviously not the one in front of him. The southern main hall of this eternal temple is very likely to have two censored King Realm powers sitting here. One main hall has two God King Realm powers. When the four main halls of the eternal temple are added together, wouldn't it mean that there will be 8 God King Realm powers forever? Although Jiang Chen had known for a long time that the eternal temple was all over the eternal void, and it was the existence that made countless gods and kings jealous, but he did not expect the strength of the eternal temple to be so unfathomable. Divine King Realm Great Power, this is a strong man standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Any great power of the censored King Realm can sweep across the heavens in the eternal void. Even in the continent of God's domain, that was a peerless powerhouse who suppressed one party. But the eternal temple is very likely to have 8 gods sitting here. What a terrifying existence is this. I am afraid that in the continent of God's domain, the power of the God King that can be comparable to the eternal temple is one of the few existences. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, The practitioner is going against the sky. I just tried things that many people dare not try. That being said, there are some things that you can't succeed in trying. The burly man didn't bother with this issue either, and directly changed the subject and said, Are you going to God's domain continent? Jiang Chen nodded and said, Yes, I want to use the teleportation array of the eternal temple to go to the continent of God's domain. I also hope that the Lord can make it easier. The continent of God's domain is no better than other places. Our eternal temple can only build a teleportation array from the continent of God's domain to the eternal temple. It is not easy to transport people from the eternal temple to the continent of God's domain. Because of this, the transmission conditions to the God's domain continent are so harsh. You can come with me. The burly man said, and then directly led Jiang Chen towards the inner hall of the main hall. The burly man took Jiang Chen to a huge hall that was thousands of feet long. The giant hall was extremely empty, and only the space formation in the middle surrounded by densely packed formation runes was particularly dazzling. Around this space formation, there are 4 extraordinary old men sitting cross-legged, each with a very deep aura. I am afraid that at least they are strong men whose cultivation base has reached the heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Chen, God's domain continent's laws of heaven are very powerful, and there is no way for the outside world to directly establish a transmission channel with God's domain continent. Our eternal temple can only let the 4 heavenly venerable realm formation Tao powerhouses urge this spatial formation to force you to move to the God's domain continent. At that time, the location where you will descend on the continent of God's domain will also be random. If you feel that there is no problem, then enter the space formation. The burly man explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and slowly walked into the space formation in the center of the hall. The 4 elders who were sitting cross-legged around the spatial formation quickly formed a series of formation handprints and flew out towards the spatial formation in front of them. An immense power of space suddenly rippled out of the space formation, and then quickly wrapped Jiang Chen. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared ghostly in the space formation. God's domain continent, Southern Domain. In an uninhabited and silent mountain forest, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the void. The sky that was originally extremely calm suddenly split into a black crack that was 100 feet long, and a black figure also appeared ghostly from the crack. This black figure is no one else, it is Jiang Chen who has stepped into the space formation of the Eternal Temple. Is this the continent of God's domain? Jiang Chen stabilized his figure, his gaze swept around slightly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. God's domain continent is indeed the center of the entire God's domain. The heaven and earth energy here, even if it is compared to the real martial realm, is more than 10 times richer. Jiang Chen could even vaguely feel that the law of heaven here is fundamentally different from other realms distributed in the eternal void. This gap is even larger than the gap he felt from the ancient dragon realm to the great wilderness realm. In this place, cultivators not only do more with less. I am afraid that even in the same realm, I am afraid that they are more powerful than practitioners in other realms. The teleportation of the space array of the Eternal Temple has no destination, and I don't know where I am now. I have to find a place to ask. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and then moved forward while thinking. He has now come to God's domain continent, and currently there are 3 main things to do. The first thing is to go to the ancient Shenfeng clan to find the whereabouts of Meng Qingshe and Ji Yufeng'er. The second thing is to go to the palace of Human Emperor and see if he can find his father Zhang Wuya. The third thing is to go round with Master Zan Dao. The ancient gods in Phoenix clan are the top clan of the gods. Just in case, Jiang Chen plans to at least break through the realm gods to go this way. And the Human Emperor Palace is extremely mysterious in the Divine Realm continent, and most people don't know the whereabouts of the Human Emperor Palace, and it is not realistic for Jiang Chen to go directly to the Human Emperor Palace. Jiang Chen's best choice now is to reunite with Master Zan Dao. The God's Domain continent is the center of the God's Domain, and it is also the most intact part of the God's Domain remaining after the Great Tribulation, with an area larger than any realm. Even the realm of Junwu Great Realm is only 1% of the realm of God's realm. On such a vast continent, Jiang Chen, who had just arrived, was almost like a headless fly. The Master Zan Dao came from the Divine Region continent, and he was naturally far more familiar with the Divine Region continent than him. As long as he can reunite with Master Zan Dao, whether he is going to the ancient god Phoenix clan or the Human Emperor Hall, he must be much more relaxed. Jiang Chen went all the way, and after flying by for more than an hour, the outline of a huge city finally slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. Chapter 2033, Ancient Spirit Sect. I finally saw the city. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, he no longer hesitated at the moment, and swiftly flew towards the city in front of him. This city is not big, and it looks very ordinary, but on the road outside the city gate, there are endless cultivators coming and going. Jiang Chen just scanned it and found that the weakest ones were almost all in the heavenly god realm, and ordinary realm god venerables could be seen everywhere, and there were even existences in the earthly venerable realm or even the heavenly venerable realm. Worthy of being God's domain continent, the most complete piece of the world preserved after God's domain is broken. Jiang Chen looked at the scene in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen slowly walked into the city, and then looked for a tea house with a lot of people, tasting tea while preparing to inquire about news. He had just arrived and didn't know anything about God's domain continent, and the tea house was a place where many practitioners gathered for casual chat. Naturally, he could find a lot of news and intelligence here. At the beginning, he was separated from Master Zan Dao. Venerable Zan Dao only asked him to go directly to the ancient spirit god sect in the eastern region of the mainland to find him after he arrived in the continent of the gods. The most important thing for him now is to figure out where he is. If you can learn the news of Master and Ancient Spirit God Sect, that would be the best. Do you know, yesterday Eastern Changyang killed Kanggunman with a sword? Yes, I also heard that. It is said that the Eastern Changyang sword slashed the 10 venerable Kanggunmen, and even the head of the Kanggunman Heavenly Venerable Realm were killed by a single sword. Hey, Eastern Changyang is afraid that it is qualified to be on the Eastern Region Tianzhou list. Hearing the voices of these practitioners in the tea house, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that the space formation of the Eternal Temple just teleported him to the Eastern region of the God's Domain continent, which saved him a lot of trouble. When he was in Hanyu Palace, Venerable Profound Dao also introduced him some information about God's Domain continent. The continent of God's Domain is mainly divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, Middle. Each of these 5 regions is vast and boundless, and the regions like the Great Wilderness are less than 1% of the land of the God's domain continent. If he appeared in the other 4 realms, it would be very difficult for him to come to the Eastern Realm to find the Master and Ancient Spirit Divine Sect. Now it is much easier to appear directly in the Eastern region. The Ancient Spirit Divine Sect mentioned by the Master must also be a power of the censored king on the continent of the Gods, domain. It shouldn't sound difficult to play. The power of the censored king is a power with the power of the censored king realm. Although God's domain continent has countless powers of God kings, even if these forces are in this God's domain continent, they are enough to shock one party. The Ancient Spirit Sect is obviously not an unknown person in the Eastern region. The thing about Dongfang Changyang is nothing. You know that a major event has happened to the God King Zongmin Ancient Spirit God Sect. The other person waved his hand and said in an astonishing manner, "Do you know that the ancient profound way of the peerless God of the Ancient Spirit Sect 30,000 years ago appeared?" Following this, Jiang Chen, who was sipping tea with a teacup, couldn't help but his eyes narrowed suddenly. The space array of the Eternal Temple not only sent him to the eastern region of the God's domain continent, but also happened to be not far from the Ancient Spirit God Sect. He had just arrived here when he heard news about the Ancient Spirit God Sect. What shocked Jiang Chen most was the words in the population. Ji Yu Zan Dao, the peerless censored son of the Ancient Spirit censored sect 30,000 years ago, appeared. His master's name in the Great Desolate Realm is the Venerable Profound Dao, and he appeared in the Great Desolate Realm tens of thousands of years ago, and it was not long before he returned to the Divine Region continent. This ancient censored son ancient profound Tao of the ancient spirit censored sect 30,000 years ago is the true identity of the master. Hi, ancient profound Tao, the peerless censored son of the ancient spirit sect, how is this possible? When Jiang Chen was horrified, everyone in the tea house couldn't help taking a breath. The ancient spirit censored sect is the power of the censored king that controls hundreds of thousands of miles of territory nearby. 30,000 years ago, the ancient spirit censored sect gave birth to a peerless censored son, and in less than 1,000 years, he became the top 10 peerless genius of the eastern region. This peerless son of God has disappeared inexplicably, and there has been no news since then. The ancient spirit censored sect declared to the public that this peerless censored son experienced in the eternal void and fell into the eternal void. No one thought that the Son of God, who had disappeared for 30,000 years, would appear again. It is true. It is said that someone from the ancient spirit God sect discovered the existence of this peerless censored child and has sent a strong man to chase him down. The ancient profound Tao is already in the wasteland of 100 races. The man said loudly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. The disappearance of the ancient profound way of the ancient spirit censored sect, the peerless censored son, originally revealed the weirdness. Now he suddenly returned, but he was chased and killed by the ancient spirit censored sect powerhouse. It seems that the return of the peerless God Son ancient profound Tao has touched the interests of certain people in the ancient spirit God sect. The ancient spirit censored sect, who had disappeared for 30,000 years, reappeared, and it seems that the ancient spirit censored sect may not be calm anymore. Shish. Stop here, this is not something I can criticize, so be careful to cause trouble to your upper body. Everyone avoided this incident tacitly and directly changed the subject to talk about other things that happened in this area. For example, a certain genius, as soon as he entered the realm of the gods, killed more than a dozen realm gods. Among the XX family, there was a talented genius and so on. 100 Clan Wasteland. Listening to the talking voices of these people around, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He is almost 90% sure that the ancient censored son ancient profound Tao chased by the ancient spirit God sect should be his master profound Tao venerable. The master lived in the great wilderness back then. It seems that it is not as simple as it seems. For him now, the most urgent task is to go to the wasteland of 100 races first and meet the master. Although venerable profound Tao was in Hanyu sect at the beginning, it gave people an unfathomable feeling. No one knew what realm his cultivation level had reached. But one thing Jiang Chen can be sure of is that master is definitely not a great power in the Divine King realm. Without the strength of the Divine King realm, it is almost impossible for master to contend with the ancient spirit God sect alone. He took a sip of tea, then took out some crystals, and asked a practitioner next to him for some information about the wasteland of 100 races. The 100 Races Wasteland is a well-known chaotic place in the eastern region. It is said that there are hundreds of ancient races living in this place, large and small. Even the forces of the Divine King realm would be terrified of this place by 3 points. After learning the specific location of the 100 Clan Wasteland, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He left the city directly and headed towards the direction of the 100 Clan Wasteland. Chapter 2034. 100 Races Wasteland. The 100 Clan Wasteland, located in an ancient place in the southwest of the eastern region of the gods' domain continent. There are mostly mountain ranges. According to legend, the entire 100 ethnic wasteland is formed by a continuous stretch of hundreds of thousands of mountains, boundless. After Jiang Chen walked all the way to the southwest for half a month, he finally came to the outskirts of the 100 Race Wasteland. I saw a lot of practitioners gathered here on the periphery of the wasteland of 100 races. The wasteland of 100 races is not only a famous chaotic place in the eastern region, but also a place of opportunity. Not only can rare treasures of the world be born here, but there are also many peerless heritages left over from the ancients and even the ancients. It is precisely because of this that almost all practitioners who come to the wasteland of 100 races every day are in an endless stream. The wasteland of 100 races is ancient and mysterious, and it seems that there is a supreme power. Even the great power of the censored king realm can suppress, even the great power of the censored king realm dare not get involved easily. Over time, the wasteland of hundreds of races has become a place of refuge for many practitioners. Especially those who have offended the strength of the king of gods. In order to survive, they will not hesitate to choose to escape into the wasteland of 100 races. Although the 100 Clan Wasteland has countless chances against the heavens and can also avoid the chase of the mighty power of the King of Gods, it is also extremely dangerous. In the wasteland of 100 races, there are 100 races vying for battle, and wars and chaos have been constant, and the gathering of practitioners from the outside world, 3 religions and 9 streams, has made this area extremely chaotic. Even the ordinary world gods, wanting to survive here is not an easy task. Most people who go to the 100 Clan Wasteland to experience will form a small adventure team so that they can better survive in the 100 Clan Wasteland. Interestingly, this wasteland of 100 races is somewhat similar to the Land of Silence at the time. Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but set up a slight curve in his mouth. Jiang Chen's arrival did not attract the attention of the practitioners present. Many people just glanced at Jiang Chen slightly, then ignored them, and didn't even want to invite Jiang Chen to join their team. Jiang Chen's cultivation was only in the heavenly god realm. In this place, even the 6th order celestial god is almost the same as cannon fodder. Unless it is a genius of a super grade, censored, or a god grade god. But these geniuses are generally carefully cultivated by big forces. Even if they come to experience the wasteland of 100 races, there should be strong guards beside them, and it is impossible to come alone. This guy in front of him is obviously impossible to break the limit of the heavenly god realm. Since it is an ordinary heavenly god, who cares? Of course, Jiang Chen didn't actually plan to join these teams. Most of these people who came to the wasteland of 100 races were ordinary venerables, and even the realm of the venerable was rare. Joining these teams, he actually brought a bunch of burdens. He didn't know anything about the 100 Clan Wasteland, and it would be a lot of trouble to enter it. It would be best if he could find someone familiar with the 100 Clan Wasteland to lead the way. Jiang Chen glanced at the practitioners around him, and said lightly, "Anyone who is familiar with the wasteland of the 100 races can come and show me the way. I will keep him safe and sound in the wasteland of the 100 races." Following Jiang Chen's words, the gazes of all the practitioners around him couldn't help but glance towards Jiang Chen. When they saw that Jiang Chen had only the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, they couldn't help but mocked with disdain. Haha. This kid is afraid that his brain is broken. That is, a little Maudo boy in the realm of the gods, dare to speak up here, he thinks he is a censored or god. Jiang Chen was expressionless and turned a deaf ear to the disdainful mockery around him. It would be best if he could find someone familiar with the wasteland of 100 races to lead the way, but if no one wanted, he could only explore on his own. The big brother, I know a lot about the wasteland of the 100 races, don't I know I can show you the way? At this moment, a weak voice suddenly came from the side. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and saw a woman about 18 or 9 years old coming from the corner. The woman has clear pupils, long slender eyebrows, just right, and long eyelashes embellished, but the delicate face is slightly pale, looking sickly. Ji Lingwei, is it her? This woman has been in the outskirts of the 100-clan wasteland for a long time, and no one has been willing to team up with her. It seems that she is also in a hurry to go to the doctor. A tier 3 garbage, although it looks pretty good. Who wants to be such a burden on the wasteland of the 100 races? She actually believes that a censored realm can keep her safe, which is simply ridiculous. Seeing this scene, the surrounding practitioners couldn't help but talk again. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the woman in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Don't know why, when he first saw the woman in front of him, he actually felt a breath of the same blood from her. Who is this woman, and how could it be related to me? Could it be that the woman in front of me is a member of the Jiang family of the royal palace? No. This kind of bloodline power of the same origin does not seem to be Yang's bloodline. There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he instantly thought of what the cultivators around him call women. Ji Lingwei, the person surnamed Ji, could it be? The woman in front of me will have a relationship with her mother. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Father Zhang Wuya is very likely to be related to the Imperial Palace, the top-ranked man of God's domain continent. Mother Ji Wushuang, it is also possible that it came from the existence of God's domain continent. He couldn't imagine that his parents who came from the lower realm would have such a mysterious origin. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, cast aside his happy thoughts, and immediately nodded to Ji Lingwei. Yes, as long as you show me the way, I will protect you in the wasteland of 100 races. Ji Lingwei was overjoyed and quickly thanked Jiang Chen. Ji Lingwei knew that her strength was low, and it was difficult for her to enter the wasteland of the 100 races, let alone find what she needed in the wasteland of the 100 races. But she came to the periphery of the 100-clan wasteland for a long time, and no one wanted to take her to the 100-clan wasteland. Now that Jiang Chen is looking for someone to lead the way, Ji Lingwei finally plucked up the courage to stand up. Although Jiang Chen was only the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, Ji Lingwei could feel Jiang Chen's extraordinary. For some reason, although she met Jiang Chen for the first time, she felt a cordial breath from Jiang Chen. Ji Lingwei would not hesitate to choose to enter the wasteland of 100 races with Jiang Chen. Chapter 2035, Black Mist Forest. My name is Jiang Chen, you can go with me. Jiang Chen nodded, and directly led Ji Lingwei towards the wasteland of the 100 races. Not only is Ji Lingwei the only person here to show him the way, but it is also very likely to have a blood relationship with his mother. Jiang Chen naturally has no reason to refuse. He could also learn some information about his mother's life experience from Ji Lingwei. These two guys really do not live or die. Seeing Jiang Chen and the two disappeared in the back of the wasteland of 100 races, many practitioners couldn't help showing a sneer of disdain. The wasteland of 100 races, this is a chaotic and dangerous place, full of darkness and killing. Even if you have a team led by the divine realm, the chance of coming out alive is less than 60%. 2 ants from the celestial realm entered it, and it was no different from sending them to death. Jiang Chen led Ji Lingwei into the wasteland of 100 races, and soon came to a forest shrouded in dense black fog. Because this area is shrouded in black mist all the year round, the surrounding environment also looks extremely gloomy. Even the realm gods have extremely limited perception in this place. Jiang Chen even felt countless murderous intent hidden in the darkness, and had firmly locked him and Ji Lingwei. From the moment they stepped into this place, there were some hidden things in the dark, and they regarded themselves as prey. Jiang Chen still smelled a strong blood in the air, and the ground was full of the corpses of some cultivators who had come here, some of which were even fresh. Brother Jiang Chen, this is the Black Mist Forest outside the 100-clan wasteland. Only through the Black Mist Forest can you truly enter the 100-clan wasteland. In the Black Mist Forest, there is a very strange creature, who devours people's souls. These creatures are unstoppable, and even those who are strong in the earthly realm have to be very careful in the Black Mist Forest. Ji Lingwei quickly said to Jiang Chen, the Black Mist Forest is almost a Jedi to the ordinary celestial god realm. Even if it was a super-grade censored who broke the limit and wanted to break through the Black Mist Forest alone, it would be a life of 9 deaths. Unless the god-level censored who broke the limit twice, he was barely qualified to walk alone in this Black Mist Forest. But the gods of the gods, even in their Ji clan, are one of the few invaluable geniuses. Is the black-clothed young man in front of him really a genius who has reached the gods? Ji Lingwei took a deep breath. Since he chose to enter this place with Jiang Chen, he can only trust Jiang Chen. This black mist forest also has a bit of meaning, it is able to give birth to so many fierce souls. Jiang Chen swept his eyes around the black mist forest, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Although this black mist forest can greatly weaken perception, with Jiang Chen's strength beyond the holy gods, he can still clearly feel the fierce soul wandering in the black mist forest. The spirits of practitioners in God's realm are already very powerful, even if their bodies are destroyed, as long as the spirits are not destroyed, they can reshape their bodies. Even the souls of the true gods have complete spiritual consciousness in general. But these things in the black mist forest, although most of them possess the power of the heavenly god realm or even the realm god realm, they have no autonomous consciousness at all, and they have completely become fierce souls who only know to swallow and kill. Jiang Chen even vaguely felt that this black fog forest was forcibly created by someone with a shocking array. And these fierce souls living here are the captives who created the black mist forest and kept them here. As for those practitioners outside who want to enter the wasteland of 100 races, they are the nourishment for these fierce souls in captivity. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but said to Ji Lingwei beside him, "Lingwei, 100 races in the wasteland of 100 races, is there a race that mainly cultivates Soul Road?" "Yes, there is a race called Soul Eater in the wasteland of 100 races, which is one of the best tribes in the wasteland of 100 races." Ji Lingwei was stunned for a moment, but still quickly replied. "Soul Eater. It seems that this black mist forest should be the method deployed by the Soul Eater in all likelihood." Just as Jiang Chen thought secretly in his heart, a soul power containing the power of censored devouring also spookily tore through the void and enveloped them. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and with a wave of his hand, he shattered the murderous soul that had come from the culling. The fierce soul that was broken up by Jiang Chen did not dissipate directly, and soon regrouped and gathered together, and then called at Jiang Chen and the others again. "Brother Jiang Chen, these things in the black mist forest are unkillable. We can't get entangled with these things in the black mist forest. We must rush out of the black mist forest as soon as possible." Ji Lingwei quickly reminded, "These fierce souls in the black mist forest are not strong in strength, and the strongest also possesses power comparable to that of the divine realm. But the most powerful thing about them is that they have immortality and can't kill them at all. Even if it is the power of the earthly realm here, if they stay for too long, the final result can only be consumed by these fierce souls alive." Tisk tut. It's really a good method. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, and a look of wonder appeared in his eyes. He was still wondering just now that these fierce souls that were raised in the black mist forest were not strong enough. There are not a few practitioners who come to experience the wasteland of 100 races from the outside world, and there are not a few who have reached the realm of respect. Although there are many fierce souls in this black mist forest, it is not unclean. It turns out that in this black fog forest, there is the supreme soul power, and the laws of the world have made these fierce souls have the ability to be immortal. I am afraid that this is the only way to make these evil spirits live forever in the black mist forest, the purpose of keeping them in captivity. The supreme soul Dao divine power, this is the power that the soul Dao divine king realm can only control. Is it possible that there is a divine king realm power in the Soul Eater? Although there are hundreds of races gathered in the wasteland of 100 races, and they are inherited anciently, but it is no longer known how many years have never been born a censored king realm power. How can the Soul Eater race have a censored king realm power? It seemed that the situation in the wasteland of the 100 races was far more complicated than he had imagined. As Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, the soul destruction seal in his palm quickly condensed, and he raised his hand and pressed the fierce soul. With the power to swallow all the soul power, the soul-killing seal swallowed the fierce soul from the slaughter instantly. The peerless divine martial arts in the palace of human emperor are indeed not ordinary domineering. I didn't expect that even these immortal souls could be easily killed. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but flashed a look of wonder in his eyes. Chapter 2036. Congenital Art. The soul-killing seal is the nemesis of all soul power, and Jiang Chen naturally knows this very well. But these fierce souls that were kept in the black mist forest were blessed by the power of the God King's Dao and possessed the ability to be immortal. He was just holding a fluke in his heart, trying to create a soul-killing mark, but he didn't expect to actually kill the fierce soul in front of him. It seems that this unique school of human emperor palace is far more difficult than he imagined. Big brother Jiang Chen, can you actually destroy these fierce souls in the Black Mist Forest? Ji Lingwei's eyes were also dull, and it was difficult for him to recover from this shocking scene for a long time. Although Ji Lingwei's cultivation talent is not very good, she has read numerous books and countless ancient books. Ji Lingwei has read almost all the books in the Ji clan library, and his knowledge is naturally far beyond ordinary people. Although Ji Lingwei has not lived in the wasteland of 100 races in the future, she also knows a lot about the wasteland of 100 races. The Black Mist Forest in front of him should be related to the power of the censored King Realm. Unless the Divine King Realm is able to make a big move, even the average Tianzun powerhouse cannot destroy these immortal souls in the Black Mist Forest. But Jiang Chen in front of him, with an understatement, broke the immortal body of the fierce soul here and completely killed it. Ji Lingwei even wondered if the one in front of him was a censored realm who was pretending to be a censored King Realm. Such power is simply not something a heavenly god realm can possess. Lingwei, let's go. After killing the fierce soul, Jiang Chen directly greeted Ji Lingwei, and then strode towards the depths of the Black Mist Forest. Along the way, Jiang Chen and the others were also attacked by many evil spirits. But no matter whether it was the Heavenly God Realm, the Venerable Realm, or the fierce soul of the Earth Realm, almost none of them were killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Ji Lingwei silently followed Jiang Chen, watching Jiang Chen urging his handprints to kill one after another fierce soul, but there was already a storm in his heart. Ji Lingwei was completely shocked by Jiang Chen's ability to kill the evil soul, and did not pay much attention to Jiang Chen's handprints. But as Jiang Chen used it again and again, Ji Lingwei finally discovered that the handprint Jiang Chen used was extremely similar to a great congenital art she knew well. This great congenital art is the ancient seal of the Emperor Jiang from the royal palace. Ji Lingwei finally understood why Jiang Chen could easily kill these fierce souls in the Black Mist Forest. The formation of the Black Mist Forest is related to the power of the Divine King Realm. But the congenital grand technique is an existence that completely surpasses the censored king. Legend has it that there are 3 seals in the ancient seal of the Emperor, and each seal has the ability to shock the world and cry ghosts. And in the ancient seal of the Emperor, one seal is the nemesis of all the soul power in the world. Even though this Black Mist Forest is laid out by the power of the Divine King Realm behind it, so that the evil souls living here have the ability to immortality, but in the face of innate great arts, it can only be doomed to be destroyed. The ancient seal of the Emperor, Jiang Chen, the royal family of the Jiang family in the palace of the Emperor. Ji Lingwei looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and she couldn't help showing a pale look in her beautiful eyes. It is impossible for the people of the Jiang family of the royal palace to appear in the wasteland of the 100 races for no reason. The Jiang Chen in front of him, in all likelihood, is directed at her. Brother Jiang Chen, the handprint you displayed should be the ancient seal of the Emperor, right? Ji Lingwei took a deep breath, then smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that big brother Jiang Chen would be a member of the Jiang family of the royal palace. Jiang Chen was shocked, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked at Ji Lingwei. Do you also know the Jiang family of the human palace? Presumably big brother Jiang Chen had already guessed that I should come from the Ji clan. Ji Lingwei smiled miserably. Since Jiang Chen is a member of the Jiang family, how can he not know the origin of the human palace and the Ji family? I don't know how Jiang Chen plans to deal with me. In order to avoid the Jiang clan, the Ji clan gave her this task to her mediocre little transparency. She was already very careful when she came to the wasteland of the 100 races this time, but she didn't expect to be spotted by the Jiang royal family. It seems that the royal family of Jiang clan obviously does not intend to give them any chance of turning over from the Ji clan. Why should I deal with you? Jiang Chen glanced at Ji Lingwei in a bit of amazement, and then slightly pondered. Lingwei, I may have a certain relationship with the Jiang family in the royal palace. But at least I am not from the Jiang family in the human palace, royal. When Jiang Chen was speaking, a look of doubt appeared in his heart. According to the clues he now knows, it is very likely that his father Jiang Wuyu came from the Jiang family of the royal palace, while his mother is most likely to be related to the Ji family where Ji Lingwei belongs. In this way, shouldn't the relationship between the Jiang family and the Ji family in the palace of human emperors be related by marriage? How do you look at Ji Lingwei's reaction? There seems to be a deep hatred between the two clans. It's impossible. You are not a member of the Jiang family. How can you master the ancient seal of the congenital great skill? Ji Lingwei's beautiful eyes suddenly couldn't help showing an unbelievable look. This is a long story, I'll talk to you slowly later. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I have destroyed the fierce souls here. It is no longer suitable to stay here. I will leave here first. Ji Lingwei was also slightly surprised when she heard this. The Black Mist Forest is probably from the handwriting of the censored King Realm. Jiang Chen's destruction of these fierce souls is equivalent to breaking the power of the censored King Realm, and it will surely arouse the censored King wrath. Once the King of God descends, they will probably never want to leave. The two of them didn't hesitate at the moment, and quickly shuttled through the Black Mist Forest, heading into the wasteland of the 100 races. And at the same time Jiang Chen and two of them passed through the Black Mist Forest. In the deepest part of the wasteland of 100 races, in a huge mountain range surrounded by black mist and overcast, there is a dark palace standing here. This is where the Soul Eater is one of the 8 great protoss in the 100-clan wasteland. A terrifying roar suddenly came from an ancient temple deep in the Soul Eater, and then rippled over the entire Soul Eater. No, the ancestor woke up unexpectedly. What caused him? At the center of the Soul Eater, an old man in black robes who was cultivating cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange black glow appeared in his old pupils. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe rushed in and said with a flustered expression, Patriarch, the big event is not good, the ancestor seems to be angry in the hall. What are you worried about? Let me see. The black-robed old man stood up and walked out in a stride. Chapter 2037. Ji Family Bloodline. The black-robed old man left the main hall and took the middle-aged man directly towards the temple in the depths of the Soul Eater. The two came to the deepest temple of the Soul Eater. The censored scene in the temple also appeared in their sight instantly. I saw a huge statue of God enshrined in the solemn shrine. It's not so much a deity, it's a golem. This golem has a hideous face and a weird black unicorn grows out of its forehead. It is full of lifelessness, like a demon that has just crawled out of hell. This golem seemed to have come alive. It was holding a Soul Eater tribe with one hand, and tore their bodies to shreds with force. The blood rained all over the sky, turning the entire temple into a sea of blood. The black-robed old man looked at the situation in front of him, but his expression was very indifferent, and he bowed and said, Old ancestor, I don't know what happened that caused you to be so angry. The dark and weird eyes of the golem looked directly at the black-robe ancestor, and the angry roar directly blew up in the temple. Black Mist Forest. Someone killed my captive soul in the Black Mist Forest. The vast soul power fluctuated, like a vast ocean, tossing in the entire temple. Even the two old men in black robes felt the pain of their brains rising, and their figures felt shaky. The Black Mist Forest is an invincible formation that is arranged with the help of the ancestors' soul power. Those fierce souls have long been immortal in the Black Mist Forest. How can someone destroy them? The black-robed old man said with horror on his face. Could it be that the great power of the Divine King Realm failed to make a move? It's absolutely impossible. The 100-clan wasteland is an ominous place. Even if it is the great power of the Divine King Realm outside, it dare not be easily contaminated. It must be the people from the wasteland of 100 races who are doing ghosts. Find him right away. No matter who dares to ruin me, this seed will surely destroy him. The golem snarled frantically. The black-robed old man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Ancestor, rest assured, I will find out this matter as soon as possible. Immediately send a letter to the Mountain Ghost Tribe, let them quickly send someone to the Black Mist Forest to find out. Also, check the other major protoss to see if they have had any changes recently. The black-robed old man withdrew from the temple and directly commanded the middle-aged man beside him with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but suddenly startled. Patriarch, do you suspect that this matter is related to other protoss? Although my Soul Eater tribes plan to resurrect the ancestors as hidden, it may not be hidden from other protoss. Once the ancestor is resurrected, he will be the only censored king in the wasteland of the 100 races, and then the entire wasteland of the 100 races will be surrendered to the feet of the Soul Eater. Do you think other protoss will sit and wait to die, watching our resurrected ancestors? The black-robe old man said indifferently. The middle-aged man's complexion changed slightly, but the Black Mist Forest is the handwriting of the ancestors. Even though other protoss wants to destroy the Black Mist Forest, they have been helpless to the Black Mist Forest. The protoss in the wasteland of 100 races, although the godless king realm is powerful, they also have the background of the gods, so you should not underestimate them. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black robe ancestor. Go and do it now. no matter who it is, if you dare to ruin the Soul Eater's plan, the deity will make him pay a heavy price. Black Fog Forest. With the soul destruction seal, Jiang Chen killed countless fierce souls along the way, as if no one was in a realm. In less than an hour in the world, the two had already passed through the Black Mist Forest and entered the territory of the Wasteland of 100 Races. Finally entered the Wasteland of 100 Races. Seeing them smoothly out of the Black Mist Forest and into the Wasteland of 100 Races, Ji Lingwei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Wasteland of 100 Races is an unknown and taboo place for the great power of the censored King Realm. There is no great power of the censored King Realm who dares to easily contaminate the Wasteland of the 100 Races. The Divine King Realm behind the Black Mist Forest should not dare to easily enter the Wasteland of the 100 Clan to find them trouble. At least in the Wasteland of the 100 Races, they are temporarily safe. Don't worry, the reason why I chose to leave was just because I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. I was not afraid of the people behind the Black Mist Forest. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Since I said to keep you safe, no one will hurt you. Ji Lingwei was silent for a while, and then she was a little surprised and unsure. Brother Jiang Chen. Are you really a member of the Jiang family of the Human Palace? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. I actually come from the lower realm, and the seal of the Human Emperor was also learned on the lower realm. Jiang Chen said, directly stimulating a trace of bloodline power, and said with a smile, I don't know if I am a member of the Jiang family of the People's Palace, but I know one thing. I should have a certain relationship with you. Ji clan blood. Ji Lingwei's eyes were dull, and there was an incredible shock in her beautiful eyes. How can you have my Ji clan blood on your body? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. I only found out after I saw you. I think you should know this better than me. Ji Lingwei's heart was shocked. As far as she knows, there was indeed a union between the Jiang imperial family and the Ji family a long time ago, and they were both top figures in the Divine Realm continent. Later, a great change took place in the palace of the Human Emperor. The Jiang royal family and their ancestor of the Ji family fell in that great change. The Jiang imperial family and the Ji family have since broken up and become enemies of life and death. Today's Jiang royal family is even more eager to set the Ji family in death. Ji Lingwei came to the Wasteland of 100 Races this time to find something to save the Ji family in danger. Will Jiang Chen in front of him be the descendants of the Jiang family and their Ji family ancestors? Ji Lingwei suddenly looked excited and said, Big brother Jiang Chen, no matter what, after leaving the Wasteland of the 100 Races, you must follow me to the Ji family. Great. Jiang Chen nodded. Since the Ji clan is likely to be related to his mother, he naturally wants to go to the Ji clan to find out. While talking, the two of them walked into the Wasteland of the 100 Races. At this moment, thousands of miles away, a series of terrifying energy fluctuations surging in the sky like a tide. Ji Lingwei's pretty face changed color slightly. Brother Jiang Chen, there should be a battlefield where two of the 100 Races are fighting in the Wasteland. Let's leave here as soon as possible. There are many races in the Wasteland of the 100 Clan, and the weakest races are at least the realm-censored races with earthly respect. Even the realm god race that Tianzun sits in are countless. In order to compete for many resources in the Wasteland of 100 Races, these races often broke out extremely tragic race wars. Once the race war is contained in the Wasteland of hundreds of races, it will undoubtedly be quite troublesome. Chapter 2038, Taurus and Mountain Ghost. It's okay, it's no big deal, let's go over and take a look. As Jiang Chen said, he strode directly towards the fluctuation center of the heaven and earth energy in front of him. Although the 100 Clan Wasteland has many races and claims to have 100 Clan, it does not have a great clans of the Divine King Realm. Even the most powerful Protoss of the 100 Clan Wastelands, they only have the power of the God King Realm in their ancestors. It has to be traced back to a very distant age. Even the most powerful race in the Wasteland of 100 Races can hardly pose any threat to Jiang Chen. How could Jiang Chen take the race war in front of him into his heart? His main purpose of entering the Wasteland of 100 Races this time was to find Master Zhan Dao. And if you want to find the whereabouts of the Master as soon as possible, it is undoubtedly the best choice to take advantage of the power of the racial forces in the Wasteland of the 100 Races. A steep mountain in front of him also directly appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. On the mountain peak, a group of people with two horns on their foreheads and wearing all golden armor are guarding. Opposite them, there was a group of people in black with weird auras, frantically attacking those on the mountain. On both sides, there is a strong master of the earthly realm, and there are no less than 10 ordinary realm gods, and there are thousands of people in the other celestial realms. The brilliant rays of light in the sky kept colliding in the void, and the sound of terrifying energy explosions continued to explode in the void. Some of the weaker heavenly gods, before even screaming, were completely reduced to ashes in the terrifying energy explosion. Looking at the situation in front of him, Ji Lingwei couldn't help but whispered beside Jiang Chen, "Big brother Jiang Chen, if I guess right, the two sides in the fight should be the Shangui tribe and the Taurus tribe." Ji Lingwei had already read many books, and had a better understanding of God's domain continent than ordinary people. Especially before coming to the 100 Clan Wasteland, Ji Lingwei specifically checked some information about the 100 Clan Wasteland, and knew almost every race living here. Are these Jinyu tribes and Shangui tribes crazy? Jiang Chen glanced at the battlefield ahead and said silently, "The strengths of these two races are almost the same. If you continue to fight like this, you will only lose both sides. I am afraid that no one will get any benefits. There are many powers in God's domain, and 10,000 races coexist. The competition is particularly fierce. Especially for some resources, even if it is to start a race war, you must fight. If you don't fight, you can only be doomed." Ji Lingwei felt genuinely. Jiang Chen couldn't deny Ji Lingwei's words. The Taurus tribe and the Mountain Ghost tribe did not hesitate to fight for this mountain, which proves that this mountain has the resources that they are very fond of. Once one of the parties gets these resources and the strength increases, it is tantamount to annihilation for the other party. Just as Jiang Chen and the two were talking, the Mountain Ghost clan had to temporarily retreat from the mountain peak after a round of offensive to no avail. "Patriarch, this is no way to go on like this. The Taurus people are already very good at defense, but now they occupy a good place. We want to attack the mountain. I'm afraid it is not an easy task." On the side of the Mountain Ghost tribe, an old black-clothed woman with a pale face like a ghost said to the middle-aged black robe headed by her with an unsightly expression. The middle-aged black robe ignored the old woman's words. His ghostly eyes stared closely at a burly middle-aged man in golden robe headed by the Taurus tribe, and his cold and stern voice slowly spread across the world. "Niu Tai, will your Taurus tribe and my Mountain Ghost tribe fight to the end? You should know that continuing this battle will not benefit both you and me." Niu Tai, the patriarch of the Taurus clan, looked down at the middle-aged in the black robe coldly, with a loud voice like Hong Zhong, "Ghost Yushan, this place was discovered by the Taurus clan first. Since you know that the battle between the two clans is not good for anyone, then take it immediately. Get out of the Mountain Ghost tribe." The patriarch of the Mountain Ghost clan Gui Yushan heard Niu Tai's unceremonious words, and his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. The strength of the Mountain Ghost tribe and the Taurus tribe is half a caddy, and both sides have lost many elite disciples in this battle. If the war continues, it will really hurt the bones. Once the vitality of the two races is severely damaged, there may be a risk of being annexed by other races. Guiyushan naturally didn't want to go shopping with the Jinyu. However, the resources on this mountain cannot be easily given up by Guiyu Mountain. Once the Taurus tribe gets the resources inside, the strength of the Taurus tribe will probably increase to a level. At that time, their Mountain Ghost tribe will also face a huge threat. Just when Guiyushan was in a dilemma, something suddenly felt in his mind, and the whole body couldn't help but shook suddenly. I saw a flash of light in Guiyushan's eyes, and he directly shouted to the senior Shangui clan next to him, "Let the order go on, retreat." "What, retreat?" Some of the Mountain Ghost tribe's high-level appearance changed slightly, and they couldn't help but said with a reconciled expression, "Patriarch, can we really give up the resources in this mountain to the Jinyu tribe?" "Patriarch, you cannot retreat. We absolutely cannot give up the resources of this place to the Taurus tribe easily." The grimace old woman said with a frantic look, "The Taurus tribe wants to swallow the resources of this place. Even if our Mountain Ghost tribe is badly injured, we will definitely make them pay a heavy price." Okay, just now, a messenger from the Soul Eater Protoss came to send a message. "There are important things that we need to do. We can't stand in a stalemate with the Taurus here. Let the Taurus tribe occupy this place first." Gui Yushan said solemnly. Many high-level executives heard Guiyushan's words, and their expressions changed suddenly, and they no longer had any doubts about Guiyushan's order to retreat. Soul Eater Protoss, this is one of the 8 great Protoss of the 100 Clan Wasteland, and it is also one of the top big clan in the 100 Clan Wasteland. Their Mountain Ghost tribe is just a subsidiary force attached to the Soul Eater Protoss tribe. Compared with competing for resources with the Taurus tribe, the task of the complete Soul Eater Protoss is obviously too important. Once the Soul Eater Protoss is blamed, there will probably not be a place for their mountain ghosts in this wasteland of hundreds of races. Niu Tai, I don't care about Ghost Yushan today, but the resources of this mountain are not something your Taurus tribe can eat. Guiyu Mountain gave a cold look at Niu Tai, the head of the Jinyu tribe, and immediately waved his big hand, and he was about to retreat with the Jinyu tribe. At the moment he had just turned around, he discovered that two human beings from the celestial divine realm were slowly approaching the place where they were fighting with the Taurus tribe. These two are naturally not others, but Jiang Chen and Ji Lingwei. Gui Yushan's eyes flashed, and he stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, who are you and where are you from? Chapter 2039. Don't want to destroy the clan, just be honest with me. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Guiyu Mountain, and said lightly, we came to experience the wasteland of 100 races from outside, is there any problem? Guiyushan's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you should have just entered from the Black Mist Forest. There are many races in the wasteland of the 100 races. Among the many races, the Mountain Ghost race is almost the weakest existence, and can only survive by relying on some powerful races. By coincidence, the Mountain Ghost tribe got a relationship with the Soul Eater Protoss among the 8 great Protoss of the 100 clan wasteland. The patriarchs of the Mountain Ghost tribe know very well that the reason why the Mountain Ghost tribe can be favored by the Soul Eater is because the Mountain Ghost tribe is located in the outermost part of the 100 ethnic wasteland, very close to the Black Mist Forest. The Mountain Ghost race is a nail inserted by the Soul Eater Protoss to guard the Black Mist Forest for the Soul Eater Protoss. Just now, news came from the Soul Eater Protoss that something went wrong in the Black Mist Forest. For the Mountain Ghost tribe, this is a big deal. He must understand what happened in the Black Mist Forest as soon as possible, otherwise the Soul Eater Protoss will be blamed, and it is not the Mountain Ghost race that can bear it. The two people in front of him had just entered the 100 clan wasteland through the Black Mist Forest, and he must have known what happened in the Black Mist Forest. He had to catch these two people and torture them. Brother Jiang Chen, although the Mountain Ghost tribe is just a race that doesn't flow into the wasteland of 100 tribes, but they seem to have some relationship with the Soul Eater tribe among the 8 censored tribes, we still don't provoke it. Ji Lingwei looked at the people of the Mountain Ghost tribe and couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chen. The Soul Eater Protoss is the strangest and mysterious race in the wasteland of the 100 races. Although Jiang Chen is powerful, even the fierce souls of the divine realm in the Black Mist Forest are easy to kill. But it can't be forced, and there is no need to provoke the Soul Eaters. Are you from the Soul Eater Protoss? Jiang Chen's heart was stunned. It seemed that Guiyu Mountain, the patriarch of the Mountain Ghost clan, came to the Black Mist Forest in all likelihood. Jiang Chen didn't care too much either. Don't say it's just a small Mountain Ghost clan, even if the Soul Eaters came in person and dared to trouble him, it would be a dead end. Yes, we just came here through the Black Mist Forest. Because we are not familiar with the 100 clan wasteland, we came here to ask you some news. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and he said lightly. Following Jiang Chen's words, many Shangui tribes almost all looked at Jiang Chen with foolish eyes. Race wars, even the realm gods are shunned. But these two guys went to the battlefield of their battle to inquire about the news. What is the difference between Nima and being sent to death? Hee. You came just right, I have something to ask you about, let me go to the Mountain Ghost clan for a visit. Gui Yushan smiled coldly and said to the two Jiang Chen in an unquestionable tone. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a sneer of disdain. You said that if you let me go with you, I have to go with you. Who do you think you are? Human kid, dare to speak like this in front of our patriarch, I think you are getting impatient. Patriarch, this kid dares to be disrespectful to you, I will kill him now. Many people from the Mountain Ghost clan heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words, and they were furious, and they wanted to rush to tear Jiang Chen to pieces. Boy, since you have to toast and not eat fine wine, don't blame me for being polite. Gui Yushan's expression became cold. Who wants to take him down for me? Don't kill him, I want to live. Don't worry, the patriarch, leave it to me. A middle-aged monk from the Mountain Ghost tribe immediately stepped out, and the pressure of the realm censored with the awe-inspiring spirit was also overwhelmingly oppressing Jiang Chen and the others. On the mountain peak, a realm censored of the Taurus tribe watched this scene and couldn't help but said to Niu Tai in front of him, Patriarch, the mountain ghost tribe has a conflict with the two humans, shall we take action? Niu Tai said solemnly, don't be nosy, just guard this mountain. The strength of the mountain ghost tribe is not weaker than that of the Jinyu tribe. Now the mountain ghost tribe is willing to retreat, which is a good thing for the Jinyu tribe, and Niu Tai does not want to have extra branches. If these two humans have the strength of the realm of the gods, he may also consider joining hands with the two to severely inflict the mountain ghost tribe. But these two people are just hairy boys in the heavenly god realm, and even if they make a move, it doesn't make any sense. A censored who has just entered the realm of the gods, dared to shoot at me. Jiang Chen curled his lips, but made a fluttering punch. The invisible fist surpassed everything in an instant. The middle-aged veteran of that mountain ghost tribe didn't even react, he was hit by a fist that contained vast power. Hearing a loud noise, the heart of the middle-aged monk of the mountain ghost tribe was blown up. The body of the ghostly spirit of this middle-aged venerable world god also instantly centered on the fist, bursting apart, including the bones, and finally the whole person turned into a cloud of blood, from midair. Spilled down. Whether it is a mountain ghost or a Taurus tribe, they are all like ghosts, and it is difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. With just one punch, he lightly blasted and killed a realm god. Such power is definitely not something that an ordinary heavenly, censored realm can possess. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be a monster genius who broke the limit of the gods, but I underestimated you. Gui Yushan smiled furiously, and stared at Jiang Chen sternly, but even so, people who dare to kill my mountain ghost clan, don't want to leave alive today. Standing with his hands in his hands, Jiang Chen glanced at Gui Yushan faintly. I advise you, if you don't want the mountain ghost clan to exterminate the clan, just be honest with me. Gui Yushan yelled, the monstrous power of the ghost realm censored surging out of his body, and instantly condensed a huge six-armed ghost censored behind him. The boy in front of him was able to smash and slay the venerable world god with one punch. I am afraid that he is at least a top-level super-grade deity. Maybe it is also a god-level deity who has broken the limit twice. Such enchanting genius, ordinary world gods are no longer their opponents. Gui Yushan did not hesitate to choose to take it personally, and the Shan Gui clan's unique knowledge was displayed as soon as he took it. Gui Yushan's face was cold, and he saw his hand snap on his chest, and the six-armed ghost behind him shot. Its 6 arms are like 6 pillars that destroy the heavens and the earth, constantly waving in the void, with a huge body stepping on the heavens and the earth, volleying in the sky, and with the power of a palpitating ghost, it overwhelmingly kills Jiang Chen. Chapter 2040, The Terrifying Ghost Yushan. Patriarch, that kid is quite strong, and he killed a realm censored of the mountain ghost tribe with a punch. This is an opportunity, do we want to make a move? On the mountain peak, a venerable Taurus realm god came back to his senses and couldn't help but said with excitement. The Jinyu tribe and the Shangui tribe are adjacent to each other, and they keep rubbing against each other. Over the years, I don't know how many elite disciples of the Taurus tribe have fallen into the hands of the Shangui tribe. For the people of the mountain ghost tribe, the Jinyu tribe has long hated them. Now that the mountain ghost tribe has lost a world god, and under the anger of Guiyu Mountain, it has also taken action against the human kid. If their Taurus tribe attacked at this time, they would definitely be able to severely damage the mountain ghost tribe in one fell swoop. This is simply a golden opportunity. Niu Tai's golden eyes flickered slightly. Wait a second, as soon as the human boy shows signs of invincibility, we will take action immediately. Niu Tai is still very jealous of Guiyu Mountain, a strong master of the mountain ghost clan. Guiyushan is a very difficult opponent in cultivating the ghost way. Over the years, he has fought against Guiyushan more than once, and he has almost never obtained any advantage in Guiyushan's hands. That human kid can kill the venerable with one punch, and his strength is extremely not weak. Even if he is not an opponent of Guiyu Mountain, he should be able to consume Guiyu Mountain's power greatly. When the time comes, he will make another move. It will be much easier to defeat Gui Yushan. When Niu Tai and the others were discussing countermeasures, the huge six-armed ghost and god, also with the power of the ghost and god, appeared above Jiang Chen's head, making the Bili void seem to be transformed into a region. Jiang Chen looked indifferently at the six-armed ghost and censored, who was cold, and directly pinched his finger into a sword, and a dazzling sword light was also condensed between his fingers in an instant. As soon as this sword light appeared, the six-armed ghost only felt as if he was enveloped in a shadow of death, and his expression instantly became horrified. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, then flicked his fingers, and the sword flew out, bringing a long tail light, like a comet hitting the moon, slashing towards the six-armed ghost. Six-armed ghosts let out a terrifying roar, and hurriedly waved six arms, condensing six ghostly defensive enchantments in front of him. His defenses, under Jiang Chen's sword light, had almost no effect, as if they were imaginary. The six defensive enchantments were all smashed into pieces by the sword light. Even the six arms and huge body of the six-armed ghost were cut off by this sword. Only a bang was heard, the body of the six-armed ghost and censored blasted apart and turned into a black mist, floating in the void. The six-armed ghost was slashed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. Wei Yushan trembled, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spout out wildly. Seeing this scene before him, whether it is a mountain ghost or a Taurus tribe, they are all standing there as if petrified. For a while, the world seemed silent. No one could have imagined that Wei Yushan, the patriarch of the mountain ghost clan, was defeated by a sword. Wei Yushan looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side with a pale face, and finally an incredible panic appeared in his eyes. He dignifiedly respected the realm powerhouse, and under the circumstance of fully displaying the unearthly knowledge of the mountain ghost clan and town clan, he was defeated by the kid from the heavenly censored realm in front of him with an understatement. Even if it was a god-level censored who broke the limit twice, it was impossible to do this step at all. The young man in black in front of him is most likely a holy censored who has broken the limit 3 times. Ghost Yushan never expected that he would provoke a sacred deity who is comparable to the power of the heavenly realm. A sacred censored came to the wasteland of the 100 races, and when he first came to the wasteland of the 100 races, something went wrong in the Black Mist Forest. Ghost Yushan even had some suspicions. The changes that occurred in the Black Mist Forest were probably inseparable from the Saint censored in front of him. Wei Yushan suppressed the panic in his heart. No matter where he dared to care about Jiang Chen, he turned around and was about to flee here with the people of the Mountain Ghost tribe. He must pass this news to the Soul Eater Protoss as soon as possible. Haha, Guiyu Mountain, your Mountain Ghost tribe is sure to kill yourself because of many unrighteous acts. I will walk the way for the sky today and destroy your Mountain Ghost tribe. At this moment, Niu Tai laughed wildly, leading the Taurus tribe directly, and slaying towards the Mountain Ghost tribe fiercely. He originally wanted to wait for the human kid on the opposite side to consume part of Wei Yushan's strength before making a move, but he didn't expect that kid was so perverted that he would seriously wound Wei Yushan with one move. Nowadays, the Mountain Ghost tribe first fell a world god, and now even the Ghost Jade Mountain in the earthly realm has been severely wounded, which can be described as a great injury. This is a great opportunity for their Taurus tribe to destroy the Mountain Ghost tribe. How can Niu Tai miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Niu Tai, dare you! When Gui Yushan saw Niu Tai and others rushing to kill him, his expressions also became furious in an instant. Our Mountain Ghost tribe is a Soul Eater. If you dare to destroy the Mountain Ghost tribe, the Soul Eater censored tribe will definitely not let you go. Now that the Mountain Ghost tribe is seen by the black-clothed youth in front of them, it is impossible to contend with the Taurus tribe. If the Taurus tribe makes a move at this time, their Mountain Ghost tribe may be completely finished. Tisk tisk, Ghost Yushan, let alone these useless things, you can't be the one behind my Taurus clan. Today your Mountain Ghost clan is destined to be destroyed, kill me. Niu Tai sneered coldly, his whole body shot up into the sky, and he directly swung a golden axe in his hand, and smashed it against Guiyu Mountain with its shocking power. Looking at Niu Tai, who was struck by the axe, Wei Yushan's expression was also ugly to the extreme. If he was in his heyday at the moment, he would naturally not have the slightest fear of Niu Tai. But he was severely injured by the black-clothed youth just now, and even 70% of his combat power at his peak could not be used. With his current state, how can he compete with Niu Tai? Facing Niu Tai's all-out attack, Wei Yushan didn't have time to think about it. He could only urge the origin of the Ghost Realm censored in his body to turn into a ghost hand that covered the sky and the sun, and blasted against the sky-shattering axe that Niu Tai hacked. A terrifying storm of destruction also swept away centered on the two. Wei Yushan's figure trembled, and the whole person flew upside down in the void for hundreds of feet in an embarrassing manner, and his face instantly became paler. And behind him, many people from the Mountain Ghost tribe were shaken by the devastating storm that swept away. Some disciples of the Mountain Ghost clan with weaker strength were instantly annihilated into nothingness under the impact of the destruction storm. Chapter 2041. Dare to ruin the Soul Eater, die. Niu Tai was unforgiving. After he smashed back Guiyu Mountain with an axe, he didn't give Guiyu Mountain any chance to breathe. He raised his axe and smashed towards Guiyu Mountain. Gui Yushan strongly suppressed the churning aura inside his body, and looked at Niu Tai, who was killed again. His pupils suddenly shrank. In his current state, he was not Niu Tai's opponent at all. On the side there was an enemy more powerful than Niu Tai watching. If he continues to stay here, I am afraid he will really fall here today. Niu Tai, you wait for me. Today's matter, my ghost Yushan will never end with you. With a roar of Guiyu Mountain, he ignored the many mountain ghost people behind him, and directly turned into a black light-torn space and escaped into the endless void. This old ghost runs very fast. Seeing Ghost Yushan, who had fled directly from the sky, Niu Tai could only helplessly shook his head. He and Gui Yushan are both in the late stage of the Earth Zone, and their strengths are not much different. Even if Gui Yushan is hit hard now, it is difficult for him to leave Gui Yushan behind. If Gui Yushan is pressed into a hurry, once Gui Yushan fights back desperately, he may not be able to endure it. Although Gui Yushan had escaped, the people of the Mountain Ghost tribe would be miserable without him, who was sheltered by the strong earthly superior. I saw that Niu Tai took the people of the Taurus tribe, still entering the uninhabited state, and rushed to the people of the Mountain Ghost tribe, killing the people of the Mountain Ghost tribe so much that they were crying and crying. The screams are endless. That was a one-sided slaughter. Under the leadership of Niu Tai, a powerful master of the earthly realm, the Taurus tribe quickly defeated the Shangui tribe. Except for a very small number of Shangui tribesmen who fled the battlefield in panic, most of them were bombarded and killed by the Taurus tribe into nothingness. In Niu Tai, the head of the Jinyu tribe, thank you for helping me destroy the Mountain Ghost tribe. After Niu Tai led the Jinyu tribe to destroy the Shangui tribe, he ordered the people of the Jinyu tribe to start cleaning the battlefield, and he came directly to Jiang Chen, holding his fist politely. The black-clothed youth in front of him can severely damage the Ghost Jade Mountain in the middle of the Earth Zone with one move. In all likelihood, he is a sacred deity who has broken the limit 3 times. These characters are not only as powerful as Tianzun powerhouses, but they are definitely geniuses from a certain god-king force outside the wasteland of the 100 races, and they are simply not something that their little Taurus tribe can afford to offend. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You don't have to be polite, Patriarch Niu. I didn't help you Jinyu tribe, it's just that Ghost Yushan killed himself. No matter what, your excellency has great kindness to my Taurus tribe. Please follow me back to the Taurus tribe so that I can do my best as a landlord. Niu Taishao sincerely sent out an invitation to Jiang Chen. For the black-clothed young man in front of him, Niu Tai can be described as a hurry from the heart. The Jinyu tribe and the Shangui tribe have stalemate for so many years, no one can help each other. If Jiang Chen hadn't taken the shot this time, how could he easily defeat the Mountain Ghost tribe again? Now the patriarch of the Mountain Ghost tribe, Gui Yushan, has suffered heavy losses. The world-censored powerhouse of the Mountain Ghost tribe and the elite disciples of the tribe have suffered most of the casualties. From then on, they can no longer contend with their Jinyu tribe. The Jinyu tribe can completely encroach on the Mountain Ghost tribe's territory bit by bit, continue to grow, and gradually annex the Mountain Ghost tribe completely. With sufficient resources, he might also be able to try to attack the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Once he can break through the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, the Taurus tribe will be a race with the Heavenly Sovereign, and I am afraid that it will also be ranked among the hundreds of wastelands. Regardless of Jiang Chen's help to their Taurus tribe, just a holy god, that would only have to make their Taurus tribe make friends with all their strength. Jiang Chen was not polite, and nodded directly. I first came to the wasteland of the 100 races, and there happened to be something I wanted to ask the Chief Niu for advice. The wasteland of the 100 races is vast, almost not inferior to a real world of martial arts. It is undoubtedly a very difficult task for Jiang Chen to rely on himself to find the master in the wasteland of 100 races. Although the Taurus is only a weak race on the edge of the wasteland of the 100 races, after all, they live in the wasteland of the 100 races all year round, and they know much better about the situation of the wasteland of the 100 races. Jiang Chen also wanted to see if he could find out the whereabouts of some masters from the Jinyu tribe. And just when Jiang Chen followed Niu Tai to the Taurus clan, out of the gloomy and dark valley in the periphery of the 100 clan wasteland, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled. I saw the figure of Ghost Yushan, which was also considered embarrassed and flashed out of the void. Damn it, the changes in the Black Mist Forest have something to do with the kid in the saint rank heaven and divine realm. Wei Yushan's expression was extremely gloomy. Knowing that the kid would be a holy god, he wouldn't do anything directly. Although he had escaped back, most of the mountain ghosts who were on the battlefield might not be able to come back alive. This time, the mountain ghost tribe was completely injured. Now I can only promptly notify the Soul Eater Protoss, and use the power of the Soul Eater to deal with that kid in the Taurus tribe. Wei Yushan's eyes flickered slightly, and his figure appeared in a dark hall in the middle of the valley. He sat cross-legged in front of a deity enshrined in the center of the main hall, and his hands quickly formed a dark handprint. I saw the black air lingering above the idol, and a terrifying pressure that made the soul of Ghost Yushan tremble, and it was considered to be instantly diffused in the hall. A gloomy voice rang slowly in the hall. Guiyu Mountain, you are so anxious to contact me, but have you found out about the Black Mist Forest? Wei Yushan quickly said with respect, Master Qi, his subordinates have indeed found some clues. The changes in the Black Mist Forest should have something to do with a holy god. Holy god, the voice above the idol said coldly, it's impossible, just relying on a sacred god, how can you kill the fierce soul in the Black Mist Forest? What, the evil spirits of the Black Mist Forest were killed? Ghost Yushan looked horrified. As the person who guards the Black Mist Forest for the Soul Eater Protoss, Guiyu Mountain knows exactly what the Black Mist Forest is. Those fierce souls raised by the soul-devouring Protoss, but immortal, could be killed by others. Could it be that the Divine King Realm can't make a move? My enlightenment, the Black Mist Forest did happen when the Holy Censored entered the wasteland of the 100 races. Even if this matter was not done by the Holy God, it should have a great relationship. Wei Yushan said solemnly, the holy gods must be geniuses from the power of the gods, and it is not unusual to have the means of the gods. The idol heard Ghost Yushan's words, and the cold voice echoed in the hall again. Wei Yushan, stare at the saint god, dare to ruin my Soul Eater Censored clan's great event, my Soul Eater Censored clan will definitely make him die. Chapter 2042, The Past of the Palace of Humans, Taurus, the Central Hall. After Niu Tai returned to the Jinyu clan with Jiang Chen and Ji Lingwei, he ordered the clan to prepare a grand banquet to entertain the two of Jiang Chen. After looking at the situation, Jiang Chen didn't waste time, and said straight to the door, Patriarch Niu, it's true that I came to the wasteland of 100 races this time mainly to find one person. Oh, I wonder who Lord Jiang Chen is looking for. Niu Tai suddenly patted his chest and said, although my Taurus race lives on the periphery of the 100 clan wasteland and my strength is not very good, I still have some energy in the 100 clan wasteland. It shouldn't be difficult to find an individual. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, the person I'm looking for is called Ji Yu Zan Dao. It should have entered the wasteland of 100 races not long ago. I wonder if Patriarch Niu has heard of this person. Gushuan Dao, I seem to have heard of this name vaguely somewhere. Niu Tai frowned slightly, and immediately vowed, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, don't worry, give me a few days, and I will find out about this person for you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but hugged his fist at Niu Tai and said, so, then it will be hard work. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Your Excellency Jiang Chen needs to be polite. Niu Tai waved his hand, and then chatted with Jiang Chen a few more words, which made people arrange Jiang Chen and the others to live in the Jinyu clan. A guest room of the Taurus tribe. After Ji Lingwei arranged for the Taurus tribe they lived to leave, she finally couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Jiang Chen, the ancient profound way you are looking for, but the last generation of gods who have disappeared from the ancient spirit gods for many years. Yes, what I am looking for is him. He is a teacher whom I worshipped shortly after entering the realm of God. Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked up at Ji Lingwei. Lingwei, it seems that you also know about my master. The impeccable, censored, son who had disappeared for many years in the ancient, censored, sect suddenly returned. This matter has made a lot of noise in the land of the ancient, censored, sect, and I have naturally heard a little. Ji Lingwei whispered, and I should have seen him. Hearing what Ji Lingwei said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an excited look appeared in his eyes. Lingwei, what are you saying is true? Because of my low strength, no one has been willing to take me into the 100 clan wasteland, so I have been waiting for a long time outside the 100 clan wasteland. About a month ago, the 100 races wasteland was connected with several Tianzun powerhouses, and they entered the 100 races wasteland. The one who went first was a wounded old man of the celestial realm, and the two powerful men of the celestial realm who went in behind were wearing the costumes of the ancient spirit gods. Ji Lingwei unreservedly told Jiang Chen about the situation she had seen before. After Jiang Chen heard the news, his eyes couldn't help but froze. If he guessed right, the person who was hunted down would be his master Zan Dao in all likelihood. Not only was the master seriously injured, but he was also chased and killed by two ancient spirit god sect strong masters. The situation might be very bad. He must find the master as quickly as possible. The wasteland of the 100 races is vast and the situation is complicated. How easy is it for him to find a master? He can only wait for Niu Tai's news in the Taurus tribe first. Ancient Spirit Sect, don't touch one of my master's hair at the end. If something really happens to Master Jiang Chen, I will definitely step down on the Ancient Spirit Sect. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and a sharp chill burst into his eyes. Big brother Jiang Chen, your master can survive that year without any problems. You must be a lucky man. There will be nothing wrong this time. Don't worry too much. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Ji Lingwei could not help but persuade softly. Jiang Chen nodded, and didn't get too entangled with this issue. He looked directly at Ji Lingwei and said, Lingwei, let's not talk about it for now, let's talk about your purpose of coming to the wasteland of 100 races. He has a good image of Ji Lingwei, and his mother is very likely to have a relationship with the Ji clan. If possible, Jiang Chen didn't mind helping Ji Lingwei. Ji Lingwei also knew that relying on her own strength, it was very difficult to completely explain the characters of the Ji clan. If Jiang Chen, the holy god, would help, it would undoubtedly be much easier. Ji Lingwei didn't conceal it, and told Jiang Chen about the Ji clan. In the continent of God's domain, the tens of thousands of races are fighting, and the strength of the human race is not strong. The human palace is one of the top powers established by the human race in God's domain. The palace of the human emperor was jointly established by many different clans, and both the Ji and the Jiang clan were among the top clans in the palace of the human emperor. Especially the Jiang family, known as the human palace, rules the entire human palace. About millions of years ago, the Jiang clan and the Ji clan in the palace of human emperors both had a stunning and eternal arrogant talent. In less than 10,000 years, they achieved the great way of the King of God and became the power of the King of God realm. These two peerless figures finally came together and commanded the whole palace. The palace of human emperor and a powerful hostile force broke out in a terrifying battle, and these two peerless figures both fell in the battle. After this incident, many people in the palace of human emperor felt that their fall was too strange. Not only did the Jiang Chen family split because of this, even the Ji family broke with the Jiang family and withdrew from the royal palace. Over the years, the Ji clan has been suppressed by the palace of human beings, and life in God's domain continent is not easy. Had it not been for the Ji clan to have a powerful ancestor sitting in town, I am afraid that the Ji clan would have been destroyed by the imperial palace. The ancestor of the Ji family has lived for nearly 100 million years. Ji Lingwei came to the wasteland of the 100 races this time in order to obtain a god-defying artifact to increase the longevity of the ancestors of the Ji family. Jiang Chen was shocked when he heard Ji Lingwei mention the history of the palace of human beings. His father Jiang Wuyu should come from the Jiang family, and his mother is most likely related to the Ji family. Are they the two peerless figures who were born in the palace of human emperors? The era when the two peerless figures appeared has a history of millions of years, and they are still falling in the war. How could they be their parents, and the profound spirit continent appeared on the lower realm plane? Jiang Chen has a feeling in his heart that even if the two peerless figures are not his parents, they should have a close relationship with his parents. The human race of the Xuanling continent has a history of millions of years, which coincides with the time when the two peerless figures in the human emperor palace fell. The construction method of the Xuanling continent human race is also very similar to the human palace. If he guessed right, the human race of the Xuanling continent is almost invariably related to those two peerless figures in the human palace. It seems that the great change in the palace of human beings millions of years ago is probably not that simple on the surface. Chapter 2043. News. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked a more critical question. Lingwei, can you be sure that both of those two fell in the war? According to the records of the Ji clan, those two people who were trying to rescue a group of people from the imperial palace encountered secret calculations. The two and those people in the human palace have completely disappeared in the divine realm continent. When Ji Lingwei said this, she couldn't help showing a look of excitement in her beautiful eyes. Big brother Jiang Chen, everyone thought that those two had fallen. Now with your appearance, it is enough to prove that they weren't fallen at the beginning. Jiang Chen not only has the blood of the Jiang clan, but also the Ji clan, which must be the result of the combination of the Jiang clan and the Ji clan. In the history of the Palace of Human Emperors, there was one and only one union between the Jiang imperial family and the Ji family. If Jiang Chen were not the descendants of those two, how could it be possible to have the blood of the royal family of Jiang and the family of Ji at the same time? Has disappeared completely in God's domain. When Jiang Chen heard Ji Lingwei's words, he had some guesses in his heart. It seems that after the two people with a group of human palaces disappeared, in all likelihood, they appeared in the profound spirit continent on the lower realm plane. The lower realm plane can't accommodate the strong above the truth censored level at all. Once the existence above the truth censored level comes, it will surely cause the plane to collapse. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine, how did the two divine king realm great powers bring many people from the imperial palace to survive in the profound spirit continent? Jiang Chen shook his head, throwing his happy thoughts away, and slightly indulged. Is there a treasure that can increase the longevity of the divine king realm? Although Jiang Chen didn't know exactly what happened in the human palace millions of years ago, since the Ji clan has a close relationship with his mother, he can't just watch the Ji clan's destruction. In Jiang Chen's cognition, treasures that can increase longevity are very rare in God's domain. As practitioners improve, their level of life is constantly improving. Especially in the realm of God King realm and great power, most of the treasures in the world that promote lifespan, I am afraid that there is no use at all. In the wasteland of 100 races, there is a top clan called the Aoki Protoss, with a tree of life, which can give birth to the spirit fruit of life. This is also one of the few gods in the divine region continent that can increase the life of the gods. Ji Lingwei faintly and authentically. Jiang Chen nodded. In this case, when I find the masters down, I will accompany you to the Qingmu Protoss. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. When Ji Lingwei heard Jiang Chen's words, an expression of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. The Aoki Protoss is one of the best in the wasteland of 100 races. In this wasteland of the God's King realm that cannot be easily entered, few people dare to provoke it. And the life spirit fruit is the talent censored item of the Aoki Protoss, and the Aoki Protoss obviously won't take it out easily. Although Ji Lingwei brought the precious treasure of the Ji family this time in exchange for the life spirit fruit, she is not sure whether it can be exchanged for the life spirit fruit smoothly. Jiang Chen is a sacred deity that can rival the powers of Tianzun. Even the Aoki Protoss must give Jiang Chen a bit of face. If Jiang Chen accompanies her to the Qingmu Protoss, it will undoubtedly be much easier for her to exchange life spirit fruit. Jiang Chen and the other two stayed in the Jinyu clan for a while cultivating, while waiting for news from Niu Tai. Niu Tai, the patriarch of the Taurus tribe, finally came to the courtyard where Jiang Chen and the others lived. Jiang Chen looked at Niu Tai in front of him, and couldn't help but eagerly asked, Patriarch Niu, is there any news? Your Excellency Jiang Chen, the ancient profound way you are looking for appeared in the ancient city of 100 Desolations a few days ago. It is said that he was fighting with two heavenly venerable realm powerhouses in the ancient city of 100 Desolations, causing a lot of disturbance, and was later rescued by a mysterious man. Niu Tai didn't talk nonsense, and directly told the news he had heard. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Patriarch Niu knows who is the mysterious person who rescued the ancient profound way. However, after that battle, the two heavenly venerable realm experts who fought against the ancient profound Tao, with the help of a force in the 100 Desolate Ancient City, sealed the 100 Desolate Ancient City. After the mysterious man rescued the ancient profound way, he should still be hidden in the ancient city of hundreds of deserts. Niu Tai thought for a while. 100 Desolate Ancient City. Jiang Chen nodded, then hugged a fist at Niu Tai. Patriarch Niu, thank you very much. I still have important things to do, so I won't bother. Now that he knew that Master was now hidden in the ancient city of 100 Desolations, Jiang Chen naturally did not want to waste time, and planned to go to the ancient city of 100 Desolations to find the whereabouts of Master immediately. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, the 100 Desolate Ancient City is the only big city in the wasteland of 100 races, and the situation is extremely complicated. Niu Tai smiled and said, tomorrow the Taurus tribe will send a team to the 100 Desolate Ancient City in exchange for some items. You may wish to go with my Taurus tribe to the 100 desolate ancient city. Jiang Chen groaned slightly, then nodded and said, okay, then go to the ancient city of 100 desolations tomorrow. The situation of the wasteland of the 100 races is undoubtedly very strange to Jiang Chen. If you go to the 100 desolate ancient city with the Taurus tribe, it will definitely save you a lot of trouble. Since the mysterious powerhouse can rescue the master in front of the two heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, his strength is obviously not weak. With such a strong person helping, master should not be in danger of life in a short time. Taurus Patriarch Niu Tai, get out of me quickly. Just as Jiang Chen was talking with Niu Tai, a gloomy, cold and harsh shout also suddenly exploded over the Taurus tribe. This sudden voice also caused Niu Tai's expression to change slightly. Ghost Yushan, he even dared to come to my Taurus. As an old opponent of Guiyu Mountain for many years, Niu Tai was already very familiar with Guiyu Mountain's voice, and he recognized it almost immediately. In the battle a few days ago, they completely severely damaged the Mountain Ghost tribe and the Ghost Jade Mountain. Niu Tai couldn't imagine where the courage of Guiyu Mountain came to run wild on the territory of the Taurus tribe. Of course he dared to come, because someone has supported him. Jiang Chen's gaze seemed to have penetrated through numerous obstacles, looked at a void outside the Taurus tribe, and said lightly, in addition to Ghost Jade Mountain, there is also a powerful person from the celestial realm. Powerful heavenly realm. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Niu Tai's expression instantly became frightened. In the wasteland of the 100 races, where the king of the gods can't go out, the strong of the heavenly realm is the top combat power in the wasteland of the 100 races. It is like their Taurus tribe. In front of the powerhouse of the celestial realm, they are almost indistinguishable from the ants. Niu Tai obviously didn't expect it either. Gui Yushan called a strong man of the heavenly sovereign realm so quickly. Chapter 2044, Dark Soul Celestial. Damn it, someone from the Soul Eater Protoss must have done it. Niu Tai cursed secretly, his expression ugly to the extreme. Why would someone from the Soul Eater Protoss send a powerful person from the celestial realm to the outskirts of the 100 clan wasteland? The Mountain Ghost tribe has something to do with the Soul Eater Protoss, one of the 8 great gods, and Niu Tai naturally knows it. And their Taurus tribe is also an offshoot of the Wukai Divine Bull tribe, one of the 8 great divine tribes. Although they are all connected with the top big clans of the 100 clan wasteland, in general, unless they pay a sufficient price and benefits, these top big clans will not care about their life or death at all. Niu Tai obviously didn't expect it. Ghost Yushan unexpectedly invited a heavenly sovereign realm expert from the Soul Eater Protoss. Hehe. Don't worry about Patriarch Niu. With me here, no one can touch a hair of the Taurus tribe. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, what's more, the Soul Eaters of the God race may not be here for your Taurus race. Raising fierce souls in the Black Mist Forest is most likely a masterpiece of the Soul Eaters. Not long ago, in the Black Mist Forest, he almost killed more than half of the fierce souls there. How could the Soul Eater Protoss remain indifferent? If he had expected it to be true, the heavenly venerable realm powerhouse of the Soul Eater Protoss should be directed at him in all likelihood. Niu Tai could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen is a sacred deity comparable to the powerful heavenly venerable. Regardless of whether the Soul Eater Protoss came for the Taurus tribe or not, as long as Jiang Chen was there, the Soul Eater God clan's heavenly venerable would never want to help the Taurus tribe easily. Niu Tai, give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't come out yet, the Taurus tribe will probably be gone. At this moment, the cold voice of Guiyu Mountain resounded through the world again. Niu Tai's figure flashed and appeared directly above the Taurus tribe out of thin air. He looked at the Guiyu Mountain standing proudly in the void, and said coldly, Guiyu Mountain, I didn't expect you to come to my Taurus tribe to go wild. Tisk tisk. Your Taurus tribe is fond of a holy god. My ghost Yushan naturally doesn't have the guts to come to the Taurus tribe to go wild. Gui Yushan smiled coldly and pointed to the black-robed old man beside him and said, I'll introduce you to this one. This is the Dark Soul Tianzun of the Soul Eater Protoss. I'm just leading the way for Lord Tianzun. Niu Tai looked at the black-robed old man beside Gui Yushan, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The Soul Eater Protoss really sent a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse to the outskirts of the 100 clan wasteland, and it was also the famous Dark Soul Heavenly Sovereign. This old guy is very famous even in the entire wasteland of the 100 races. The Dark Soul Tianzun didn't waste time either. He glanced at Niu Tai lightly. Niu Tai, the chief of the Taurus tribe, right? I heard that your Taurus tribe brought back a sacred deity a few days ago and quickly handed him over. Niu Tai took a deep breath and held a fist at the Dark Soul Tianzun and said, Master Qi, Tianzun, that saint deity has left our Taurus tribe. Dark Soul Tianzun's eyes suddenly flashed a strange black light, staring at Niu Tai coldly and said, Niu Tai, I will give you one last chance. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Under the eyes of Dark Soul Tianzun, Niu Tai trembled suddenly, and his complexion suddenly turned pale, as if even the soul was swallowed by Dark Soul Tianzun. Is this the power of the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse? Niu Taichang suppressed the churning breath in his body, and couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. Just an understatement, it almost caused him to suffer a heavy blow. Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse, really is not ordinary horror. Old guy, are you looking for me? Just as the Dark Soul Tianzun's eyes were coldly locked on Niu Dao's Soul Eater, a lazy voice suddenly rang in the void. Dark Soul Tianzun narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately his gaze fell on a spot behind Niu Tai in response. A young man in black has slowly walked out of the void at some unknown time. It really is a holy god. Feeling the aura on Jiang Chen that was hard for him to see through, the eyes of Dark Soul Tianzun also became a little dignified in an instant. His flashing black eyes stared at Jiang Chen tightly. Boy, I came this time for one thing, those fierce souls in the Black Mist Forest, but you killed them. Jiang Chen nodded and said, yes, I did kill it. Boy, you dare to ruin my Soul Eater, censored it. The black light in Dark Soul Tianzun's eyes skyrocketed, and the whole person instantly became a forest of killing intent. When he spoke, a monstrous soul power burst out from his body in an instant, filling the void for thousands of miles, forming a terrifying air force space. In this soul power space, there seemed to be an extremely fearful suction force, as if to swallow the souls of all the creatures in a radius of 1,000 miles. Even if it is a powerful person like Niu Tai, the spirits have a feeling of getting out of the body, which is hard to resist. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, he just lifted his palm gently, flipped his hand and struck out a black square mark in the air. I saw the Dark Soul Tianzun's soul power space, as if it had encountered a star, and instantly shattered under the black circle. Seeing that Jiang Chen's understatement broke his soul power space, the Dark Soul Tianzun's eyes also showed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. Although the saint gods can be comparable to the strong Tianzun, it is just a normal Tianzun strong. As the veteran Tianzun powerhouse of the Soul Eater Protoss, he has already entered the middle stage of Tianzun in his cultivation. This kid actually broke his soul power space with a single seal, which was a bit weird indeed. Boy, I underestimated you. No wonder you can kill the evil souls in the Black Mist Forest. It turns out that you have such a peerless supernatural power to conquer the soul. Dark Soul Tianzun took a deep breath, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen became more and more icy. But, even if you have such supernatural powers to restrain soul power, you are doomed to die today. The Dark Soul Tianzun's voice fell, and the monstrous spirit power surged all over his body, and finally turned into a black python that pierced through the void for thousands of miles, and dived towards Jiang Chen with its teeth and claws. Hey! The middle of the Heavenly Realm, I really don't know where your courage is arrogant in front of me. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, but raised his hand to lightly squeeze the black giant python, and the black giant python suddenly collapsed in the void. Lightly crushing the black giant python, Jiang Chen didn't give the Dark Soul Tianzun any chance to breathe, and directly slapped the Dark Soul Tianzun lightly and slapped it. This palm seemed incomparably plain, but it contained an unmatched power, and it shot the Dark Soul Tianzun away like a sandbag. Chapter 2045. Kill the gods like a dog. The Dark Soul Tianzun's figure is like a kite with a broken wire, and it flies a distance of tens of thousands of meters in an instant, and a huge black hole is born in the void. And the figure of Dark Soul Tianzun was completely submerged in that huge black hole. Hi, Your Excellency, Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Niu Tai stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded, and it took a long time for him to recover from the shock. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen had already broken the limit 3 times out of 10, and was already comparable to the powerful Heavenly Sovereign, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen's combat power to be so powerful. Even the Dark Soul Tianzun, the strong Tianzun from the Soul Eater Protoss, was lightly slapped by Jiang Chen. Gui Yushan trembled all over, his whole body looked like a ghost, and his expression looked terrified. Dark Soul Heavenly Sovereign, This is one of the 5 great heavenly sovereign realms of the Soul Eater Protoss, and has a not weak reputation in the entire wasteland of the 100 races. Such a powerful person in the Heavenly Venerable Realm was also slapped flying by Jiang Chen. Gui Yushan couldn't believe his eyes. Heavenly God Realm slaps the Flying Heaven Realm with a slap. Even if this guy is really a sacred censored who has broken the limit 3 times, it is impossible to have such a terrifying combat power. Just when Niu Tai and others were shocked by the scene before them, in the huge black hole that was smashed out by the Dark Soul Heavenly Sovereign, an embarrassed black figure suddenly flashed out of the black hole. This black figure was the Dark Soul Tianzun, who was slapped into the black hole of space by Jiang Chen. After the Dark Soul Tianzun flashed out of the black hole, he didn't dare to stay at all. I saw that his whole person was like a frightened bird, fleeing towards the sky in a panic. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and reached out his hand to the Dark Soul Tianzun, volleyed and pointed out. An incomparable 10-color sword light pierced the sky like a shooting star, and directly and unimpededly split the Dark Soul Heavenly Sovereign in half. At that moment, countless heavenly gods' blood spilled over the sky. The Dark Soul Tianzun let out a miserable cry, and saw his spirit quickly escape from the physical body and continued to flee towards the void. Jiang Chen's expressionless face, another soul-killing mark, suppressed the divine soul of the Dark Soul Tianzun. The Dark Soul Tianzun is about to split, but it was too late. Jiang Chen's soul-killing seal was suppressed, directly causing his soul to burst into the void with a bang like an oppressed balloon. Dark Soul Tianzun, dead. Seeing the shocking scene in front of him, Gui Yushan's complexion also turned pale in an instant. He did not expect that even the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse like Dark Soul Tianzun would be lightly wiped out by Jiang Chen. Killing the gods is like slaughtering a dog. With the strength of his realm, Jiang Chen wanted to kill him. He might not even have the qualifications to escape. Gui Yushan knew that he could not escape at all, so he shouted to Jiang Chen with a look of horror. You killed the Dark Soul Heavenly Sovereign, the Soul Eater Protoss will definitely not let you go. Soul-devouring Protoss, is it amazing? Jiang Chen curled his lips and glanced at Gui Yushan faintly. Today, I will not kill you. I will go and tell the people of the Soul Eater Protoss for me. If they want to exterminate the Soul Eater, they can come to the ancient city of 100 Desolation. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Gui Yushan dared to stay for half a minute, and hurriedly fled towards the sky like a bereaved dog. Seeing the ghost Yushan fleeing in panic, Niu Tai couldn't help but said with gratitude, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, thank you for the matter today. Their Taurus tribe is just the last race in the wasteland of 100 tribes, and they are like ants in front of the strong. If Jiang Chen were not there today, their Taurus tribe would be in danger. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, The Chief Niu is polite, this matter has started because of me, but I am causing trouble to the Jinyu tribe. The Soul Eater is one of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of 100 races, so high above, how can you care about the survival of a subsidiary race of the Mountain Ghost race? The Soul Eater Protoss sent a strong Tianzun to the Taurus clan, and it was aimed at him. He first destroyed the Soul Eater Protoss' big plan to raise the evil souls in the Black Mist Forest, and now he killed a heavenly expert of the Soul Eater Protoss. The Soul Eater Protoss will definitely not let it go. Jiang Chen will leave Ghost Yushan to the Soul Eater Protoss to tell the Soul Eater about his next whereabouts. Once he leaves the Taurus tribe, and the Soul Devourer will send strong people to the Taurus tribe, the Taurus tribe will probably be in danger. In the center of the Mountain Ghost tribe, a dark and gloomy hall. After Gui Yushan escaped from the Jinyu tribe all the way back, he came here again, and then quickly established contact with the idol in the main hall. And just at the moment when he just established contact with the idol, the monstrous soul pressure filled the hall in an instant, and an extremely angry roar also rolled out of the idol. Ghost Yushan, what the censored is going on? How could the Dark Soul Tianzun fall in vain? Facing the overwhelming divine soul coercion, Gui Yushan's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he quickly exclaimed with a horrified expression, My lord, calm down, Dark Soul Heavenly Sovereign, has fallen into the hands of that holy god deity. The saint gods can be comparable to the strong Tianzun, but it is absolutely impossible to kill the strong Tianzun, not to mention that the Dark Soul is already a strong Tianzun in the middle stage. The voice in the idol snarled in disbelief, and immediately said, Ghost Yushan, since the Dark Soul was killed by the holy god, why are you still alive? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, then stop. Blame me for being polite. My lord, It's true that the dark soul Tianzun was really killed by that holy god. Gui Yushan hurriedly said, the main reason why the holy, censored, did not kill me is because he wanted me to bring a word to the soul eater Protoss. The voice of the idol said coldly, what is it? Gui Yushan took a deep breath and bowed his head and said, the holy gods asked me to tell you that if you want to destroy the soul of the gods, you can go to the ancient city to find him. As soon as Gui Yushan said this, a more terrifying pressure from the soul also swayed in the hall. Big, your lord, calm down. Under the oppression of this divine soul power, Gui Yushan's whole person was crawling on the ground shivering, and he didn't even dare to lift his head. Okay, what a crazy kid. The voice in the idol smiled with anger, and the murderous voice filled the hall. Guiyu Mountain, send me the message of the sacred deity, and I will take a trip to the ancient city of 100 Desolation. I want to see how a sacred deity can destroy my soul eater Protoss. Chapter 2046. 100 Desolate Ancient City. Jiang Chen said goodbye to Niu Tai and the others from a caravan of the Taurus tribe, and headed for the ancient city. The ancient city of 100 Desolates, located in the central area of the Hundreds of Wasteland, is also the only big city in the Hundreds of Wasteland. It does not belong to any party of the Hundreds of Wasteland. There are not only strongholds established by the various races in the wasteland of 100 races, but also some powerful outsiders settled here to establish forces, and the situation is extremely complicated. The Jinyu is located in the periphery of the 100 Desolate Land, and it is naturally very far away from the 100 Desolate Ancient City in the central area. With the Jinyu clan leading the way, Jiang Chen and the others were on the road fairly smoothly, and they hardly encountered much obstacles. A magnificent ancient city finally emerged in front of Jiang Chen and the others. This ancient city is extremely majestic. The wall is hundreds of feet high, and molten iron is poured on it. The whole body is black, like cast iron. A series of formations and talisman are carved and painted on it. Even if it is separated from a long distance, one can feel an extremely terrifying power. On the city wall, there are many soldiers stationed, each wearing black armor, with strong flesh and full of energy, and the cultivation base has at least reached the realm of the gods. Looking at the ancient city in front of him, the realm censored who led the team from the Taurus tribe couldn't help but smiled and said, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, the ancient city has arrived. Jiang Chen nodded and immediately clasped his fists and said, Leader Niu, thank you for leading the way on this trip. I still have important things to do, let's not pass it. Now that he has arrived in the ancient city of 100 Desolations, Jiang Chen does not plan to stay with the Taurus tribe. What he has to do next is not simple, and Jiang Chen does not want to involve the Taurus tribe in this matter. Saying goodbye to the people of the Taurus tribe, Jiang Chen directly led Ji Lingwei towards the 100 Desolate Ancient City. It is extremely prosperous in the ancient city of hundreds of wastes. The street is hundreds of meters wide and can accommodate 10 carriages in parallel. The buildings on both sides are as high as hundreds of feet, just like skyscrapers. The crowds come and go are of different shapes and wear all kinds of costumes. Regarding the degree of prosperity, the ancient city in front of him was almost no worse than any city Jiang Chen had seen before. The cultivators who came and went around were extremely strong, and even the true gods were extremely rare. Most of their cultivation bases had reached the heavenly gods, and even the realm gods were not a minority. Jiang Chen wandered around the 100 Desolate Ancient City for a while, then found an inn, settled Ji Lingwei, and then summoned the old tortoise in the Holy Dragon Palace. Boy, you finally think of me. Laogui looked at Jiang Chen, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. He had been trapped in the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan for many years, and the reason he left with Jiang Chen was because he wanted to see the outside world. Although he knew that Jiang Chen had been keeping him in the Sacred Dragon Palace for this period of time, this naturally made Laogui extremely depressed. I didn't let you out. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then turned his head to Ji Lingwei and said, Lingwei, I'm going to find Master, you will stay here this time, this old tortoise will protect your safety. Ji Lingwei is only the third-tier cultivation base of the Celestial God, and what he will face next is probably at least the existence of the Realm God class, and even the strongest of the Celestial Realm are not a few. If he takes Ji Lingwei with him, he can't guarantee Ji Lingwei's safety. Jiang Chen decided to settle Ji Lingwei in the 100 Desolate Ancient City first. There is Laogui, an Earth Sovereign level strange beast with basaltic bloodline. Even if it is an ordinary Heaven Sovereign level powerhouse, it may not be able to harm Ji Lingwei a bit. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. Ji Lingwei also knew that if she followed Jiang Chen, she would only become a burden to Jiang Chen, and naturally she had no objection to Jiang Chen's arrangement. Seeing that Jiang Chen released himself just to protect the girl in front of him, the old turtle was even more upset. Boy, I'm not interested in helping you protect her. Old turtle, do me a favor. Jiang Chen smiled and said, after I have dealt with the matter in front of me, I will definitely help you find out about the Xuanwu clan. Remember what you said. After the old turtle finished speaking, he ignored Jiang Chen and fell asleep directly beside Ji Lingwei. After all this was settled, Jiang Chen also took a deep breath and strode directly out of the inn, asking for news about ancient profound Tao. After some inquiries, the news that Jiang Chen received was almost the same as what the Jinyu clan chief told him. Some time ago, the ancient profound Tao did appear in the ancient city of 100 Desolations. The battle between him and the two Tianzun powerhouses almost caused a sensation in the entire ancient city. When the ancient profound Tao fell, he was rescued by a mysterious powerhouse, and there has been no news ever since. The two Heavenly Venerables have been searching for the whereabouts of the ancient profound Wei, and even invited the top power in the ancient city, the Xuanshuang League, to help, and sealed off the entire ancient city. But even so, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of ancient profound Tao. After Jiang Chen got the news, he couldn't help frowning slightly. Although the master is still in this ancient city in all likelihood, the two heavenly masters of the ancient spirit sect and the forces of the ancient city have not been able to find the master. He has to find the master on his own. It's even more difficult. It seems, I can only go directly to the profound Shuang League and find the two ancient spirit gods. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After the mysterious powerhouse rescued the master, it would still make it difficult for the profound Shuang League to find them. Obviously, there was also a certain amount of energy in this 100 destroy ancient city. He directly killed the Xuanshuang League and solved the two ancient spirit god sect powerhouses. Master and the others will surely get news. Instead of looking for the whereabouts of the master, it is better to make a big disturbance in this 100 destroyed ancient city, and then let the master show up to look for him. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and strode directly towards the direction of the Xuanshuang League. The profound Shuang League is a powerful force with a long history in the ancient city of 100 Desolations, and its strength is almost not inferior to the top clans in the 100 clan wastelands. It can be said that the Xuanshuang League is almost the indirect controller of the 100 Desolate ancient city. Even if people from the 8 great protoss came to the 100 Desolate ancient city, they would not dare to provoke the profound Shuang League easily. As the largest power in the 100 Desolate ancient city and the indirect controller of the 100 Desolate ancient city, the headquarters of the Xuanshuang League is naturally located in the central area of the entire 100 Desolate ancient city. Jiang Chen swept all the way towards the central area of the 100 Desolate ancient city, and soon came to the central area in front of an extremely magnificent huge building. Above the gate of this building, a plaque engraved with the 3 characters of Xuanshuang League was particularly dazzling. Above the plaque, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying meaning of coldness. Even if it is a cultivator from the celestial divine realm, it seems that there is a feeling that the soul is about to be frozen. Chapter 2047. Go straight to the Xuanshuang League. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and walked towards the gate of the profound Shuang League in a swaggering manner. The 2 Xuanshuang League guards at the door also spotted Jiang Chen coming straight, and immediately shouted murderously, "Boy, the headquarters of the Xuanshuang League, and other people are restricted from entering. If you dare to step forward, die." Jiang Chen paused in his footsteps, and then faintly said, "I don't need to go in, then let your leader of the profound Shuang League come out and see me." "Huh, what kind of green onion are you? Our lord cannot see all cats and dogs." One of the guards sneered disdainfully and said, "Boy, get out of here. The territory of my profound Frost League is not a place where you can go wild. Since you don't ask him to come out, then I can only go in and find him by myself." Jiang Chen said, ignoring the existence of the 2 guards, and strode towards the gate of Xuanshuang Gate. "Dare to break into the headquarters of the profound Shuang League, you are looking for death." Seeing that Jiang Chen was really going to break into the profound Shuang League, the 2 guards were furious, and directly waved the weapons in their hands and killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen moved his fingertips, and 2 invisible sword fingers penetrated the space. The 2 guards of the Heavenly God Realm hadn't reacted at all, and a strange blood hole appeared in the middle of their eyebrows, and immediately the whole person slowly lost consciousness and fell straight toward the ground. Who is running wild in my profound Shuang League? Just after Jiang Chen took care of the two guards lightly, there was an instant scream of anger from within the Xuanshuang League. I saw a venerable realm god wearing silver armor, who also brought dozens of guards and quickly stepped into the air from the profound Shuang League. The silver-armored man's eyes locked on Jiang Chen below, and there was a cold chill in his eyes. Boy, who are you? Why come to my profound Shuang League to make trouble? Jiang Chen's eyes calmly said, Ancient profound Tao disciple Jiang Chen, come to see the leader of the Xuanshuang League, and ask the leader of the Xuanshuang League to show up. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the silver-armored man's eyes narrowed suddenly. Are you a disciple of ancient profound Tao? The two heavenly masters of the ancient spirit god sect pursued and killed the ancient profound Tao to the ancient city, but unexpectedly, the ancient profound Tao was rescued by a mysterious person. The two Tianzun powerhouses of the ancient spirit god sect, at the expense of a huge price, invited them to the Xuanshuang League to search for the whereabouts of the ancient profound Wei. Unexpectedly, they could not find the whereabouts of ancient profound Tao. This fellow who claimed to be a disciple of ancient profound Tao directly came to their profound Shuang League. Jiang Chen said lightly, replacement like fake. Boy, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you broke in. My profound Shuang League is worried that I can't find the whereabouts of the ancient profound Wei. I didn't expect you to appear. As long as I take you down, I won't believe that the ancient profound Tao will not show up. The silver-armored man laughed wildly, and then waved his big hand. Hands, take this kid for me. Following the order of the silver armor man, dozens of guards from the profound Shuang League broke out almost at the same time, besieging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and a crimson long sword suddenly emerged from his palm. His figure disappeared in the same place out of thin air, with strange sword lights flying out of the void. The dozens of guards of the profound Frost League, before even screaming, were instantly strangled into powder by the sword light. Dare you guys? The silver-armored man was immediately frightened, and saw that he instantly turned into a silver light, with the silver halberd in his hand, tearing through the sky, bursting out incomparably bright electric light, and hitting Jiang Chen with the halberd. This halberd seemed to crush hundreds of thousands of mountains, and its stubborn and domineering might eclipse the world. Jiang Chen was expressionless, just stretched out his hand and waved lightly at the silver-armored man. A huge chaotic giant palm, like the palm of an ancient god, suppressed the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man trembled, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth, and his whole person was pressed down from the void by the giant chaotic palm steadily. Even if the silver armor man tried his best, even burned the realm of the world god, he couldn't shake that chaotic giant palm at all. Fourth brother, don't panic, I'll help you. When the silver-armored man was about to be suppressed, another world god venerable who was wearing black armor and enveloped in the black mist came to the silver-armored man's side, and together with him, he opposed the chaotic giant palm that came from the suppression. How can the two sages of the realm gods be able to withstand Jiang Chen's power? Even if Jiang Chen just slapped a palm at will, even an ordinary Tianzun powerhouse could hardly stop him. The black-armored man also spit out blood, unable to resist it at all. His body shape was constantly declining under the suppression of that chaotic giant palm. At this moment, within the profound Shuang League, the aura of the two realms of the gods rose to the sky. The auras of these two people are obviously stronger than the previous two, and they have already reached the level of earthly sovereign realm. The two also exploded with all their strength at the same time, colliding with the giant palm of the chaos in the void. If someone in the ancient city saw this scene at this moment, I'm afraid their eyes would fall in shock. The four chiefs of the profound Shuang League, these are the four powerful realm gods, two of them even reached the realm of the earth. The four commanders joined forces, and it is said that even the strongest Tianzun can fight. Now facing a Maodo boy in the heavenly god realm, the four leaders have not been able to get the slightest upper hand together, which is simply unbelievable. The four leaders of the Xuanshuang League joined forces, and the power is indeed earth-shattering. The dazzling source of the world gods on them shakes the sky and the earth. At the end of the day, the powers of the surrounding gods from different worlds directly merged into one, turning into a pillar of light supporting the sky. The beam of light was thousands of meters long from bottom to top, as if pushing the giant palm of the emptiness towards the emptiness. Hey! This combined attack technique is a bit interesting. Jiang Chen glanced at the four of them in surprise, then stretched out his hand and gently pressed against the void. I saw the light on the giant chaos palm skyrocketed, and a force that was several times more terrifying than before, also instantly diffused from the giant chaos palm. At that moment, the complexions of the four leaders of the Xuanshuang League changed. They only felt that as if there was an ancient sacred mountain above their heads, the heavens could be crushed. Even if the four of them tried their best to urge the realm gods to make a single blow, they couldn't stop it at all. I saw that the sky-reaching beam of light that propped up the giant chaotic palm was also constantly shattering under the giant chaotic palm. The Chenjiang Tongtian light pillar completely turned into nothingness under the giant chaos palm. The figure of the four chiefs of the Profound Frost League is also constantly sinking in the void under the pressure of the great chaos palm. Chapter 2048, Four Commanders, Kill with One Palm. In the ancient city of 100 Desolations, there are strong people fighting again. Looking at this aura fluctuation, I am afraid it should be the strong people of the celestial realm who are fighting. This fluctuation seems to come from the direction of the Profound Shuang League. Hey, who is so courageous to go wild in the Profound Shuang League? When Jiang Chen fought against the four leaders of the Profound Shuang League, terrifying energy fluctuations instantly filled the sky above the ancient city, and immediately caused many practitioners in the city to be shocked. Many people rose to the sky in the direction of the Profound Shuang League, wanting to see what happened to the Profound Shuang League. When they saw the situation above the Profound Shuang League, they were all stunned by the scene before them. Unexpectedly, someone actually came to the Profound Shuang League to make trouble, and the four chiefs of the Profound Shuang League actually took action at the same time. Who is that young man in black, who has used his own power to crush the four leaders of the Profound Frost League, and judging from his aura, it seems that he is still in the realm of the gods. The heavenly god realm has such a combat power. Is this black-clothed youth the legendary sacred heavenly god? When everyone was talking about it, the two leaders of the Xuanshuang League couldn't bear it first and exploded out of thin air. The leaders of the two divine realms were equally difficult to resist, and they were directly crushed by Jiang Chen's giant chaotic palm. With just a palm, the four leaders of the Profound Shuang League are exhausted. In the ancient city of Bawang, all the practitioners who saw this scene couldn't believe their eyes. These were the four chiefs of the Profound Shuang League, all of whom had their cultivation bases reached the realm god realm, and there were even two in the Earth Sovereign realm. The four teamed up, but claimed to be able to fight against the powerhouse of the Heavenly Venerable realm. Such a strong lineup was crushed by the black-clothed youth opposite. What a horror, what a terrifying power this is. Just when everyone was shocked by the scene before them, four different rays of light, the souls of the four masters, were shot out in the censored mist over the Profound Frost League. Wherever they dared to stay as if, they all fled towards the Profound Shuang League with a panic expression on their faces. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and stepped on his expressionless foot, just like the feet of the sky descended by an ancient giant. With the sound of thunder and rumbling, he stepped towards the spirit of the four leaders of the Profound Frost League. The fall of this foot made the sky above the entire Profound Frost League instantly congealed into a single piece of iron. The four chiefs of the Profound Frost League were all horrified to discover that their souls were directly held in the void by an invisible force, and it was impossible to move them at all. Leader, help! The four commanders looked desperate and horrified, and couldn't help but shouted at the Profound Shuang League. Boy, if you dare to kill the four leaders of my Profound Shuang League, my Profound Shuang League will never die with you. Inside the Profound Shuang League, loud shouts of fright and anger were also resounding in the sky above the 100 desolate ancient city. I saw a series of divine rainbows exuding the breath of the weather, also rising into the sky from within the Xuanshuang League, and then with a terrifying force, they smashed towards Jiang Chen. These people who shot are some elder-level powerhouses of the Xuanshuang League, who want to prevent Jiang Chen from killing the four leaders. Especially the first old man in golden robe, he was a strong man in the heavenly realm. He stretched out his hand to explore the void, and instantly condensed into a golden long sword. The long sword was like a sun-censored sword, exuding incomparable light and terrifying power, as if to pierce the heaven and the earth. The old man in the golden robe moved his palm, and the golden long sword flew out. At that moment, the sky above the entire Profound Frost League was instantly divided into two by a bright golden light. The power of this sword changed the color of the world. Even the many realm gods who were watching from afar were shocked. If this sword is directed at them, I am afraid it will be able to crush them into powder in an instant. It's a terrible sword. This should be the famous and unique Great Sun Sword of the Golden Sun Heavenly Sovereign of the Profound Shuang League. It is said that Jinyang Tianzun uses this sword to shock the wasteland of hundreds of races. Even if many Tianzun powerhouses face this sword, they have to avoid the edge for the time being. I don't know how the black-clothed youth on the opposite side will resist. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and the dazzling 10-color brilliance instantly intertwined into a chaotic barrier, covering the whole person. Boom boom boom. The attacks of those strong in the Profound Frost Alliance were all smashed on the Chaos Enchantment, and it was impossible to shake the Chaos Enchantment at all. Even Jinyang Tianzun's Great Sun Divine Sword just swayed a wave of spatial ripples on the surface of the Chaos Enchantment, and then directly turned into a little golden light and exploded. Underlying the attack of Jinyang Tianzun and the others, Jiang Chen directly stepped on the horrified eyes of everyone, and completely trampled on the spirits of the four rulers, and the remaining power also swept towards the Profound Frost League below. If it hadn't been for the strong formation guardian of the Xuanshuang League, which would have blocked the remaining strength of Jiang Chen's foot, I am afraid that the entire Xuanshuang League would have turned into nothingness in an instant. Everyone looked at the shocking scene in front of them, and it has been a long time for them to return to their senses. The Xuanshuang League has been standing in the 8 desolate ancient city for at least tens of millions of years. It has always been the most powerful force in the 8 desolate ancient city, and almost no one dares to easily provoke it. The Xuanshuang League is the master of the 8 desolate ancient city. Even the people of the 8 great protoss of the 100-clan wastelands, in the 8 desolate ancient city, they have to be polite to the Profound Shuang League. After all these years, how has the Profound Shuang League been knocked on the door like it is now, and even the 4 leaders have been wiped out? Jinyang Tianzun laughed furiously and stared at Jiang Chen murderously. Boy, for so many years, you are the first to dare to be wild in my Profound Shuang League. Jiang Chen stood proudly with no expression on his face. Old guy, I will only say this once, if you don't want the Profound Shuang League to disappear from the ancient city of the 8 desolations, then let your leader get out and see me. Jinyang Tianzun was furious, his figure flashed into the void, a golden sword Ye in his hand was radiant, blooming with a splendid divine light and a terrifying breath, shocking the sky. The rays of sun divine light blessed in the golden sun in the sky make the breath of the golden sun to reach the middle of the sky. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, he clenched his fist sharply, and unceremoniously smashed his fist at Jinyang Tianzun. The mighty fluctuations shook the world and made the world tremble. Jinyang Tianzun fully urged the Great Sun Divine Sword and collided with Jiang Chen's sky-shaking fist. The void exploded, the sun and the moon collapsed, the chaos was overturned, and a terrifying storm of destruction swept across the sky. Jinyang Tianzun couldn't stop it at all, the whole body was directly shattered by Jiang Chen's fist, turning into a cloud of blood and falling down from the void. Chapter 2049, 5 Heavenly Venerable Realm Powerhouses. Jinyang Tianzun was killed by a punch. In the ancient city of 100 desolations, countless practitioners who watched the battle from the air were all dumbfounded, like a ghost. This is a powerhouse of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. In the wasteland of the 100 clan, where the censored king can't come out, the strong of the Heavenly Realm is the top combat power. In the entire wasteland of 100 races, the number of Heavenly Venerable Realm experts possessed will not exceed 100. Such a powerful person in the Heavenly Venerable Realm who stood at the top of the wasteland of 100 races would be killed by a punch. The existence of this one-punch slaying of the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse is still a hairy boy in the heavens. Kill the Heavenly Sovereign Realm with a punch from the Heavenly God Realm. Such combat power is truly terrifying. Jinyang Tianzun's body shattered, and his soul also instantly turned into a golden glow and exploded thousands of feet away. In the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen, there was finally a touch of unconcealable panic. Jiang Chen ignored Jinyang Tianzun. He stared straight into the depths of the Profound Shuang League, and his cold voice instantly resounded between the heavens and the earth. Leader of the Xuanshuang League, within 10 breaths, if you still don't get out to see me, you should blame me for flattening your Xuanshuang League. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, several incomparably powerful auras also soared into the sky from within the Profound Shuang League one after another. Wu Dao silhouettes with the majesty of the sky also appeared ghostly in the sky above the Xuanshuang League. Hi, I read it right, it turned out to be the 5 great heavenly powers. Well, the Profound Shuang League has 4 heavenly sovereigns. Except for the defeated Jinyang Tianzun, all the other three have appeared. The remaining two should be the two strong heavenly sovereigns from the ancient spirit sect. In the ancient city of 100 Desolations, countless people looked at the 5 figures in the sky above the profound Shuang League, and they couldn't help but take a breath. In the wasteland of 100 races, there are not many experts in the heavenly realm. Every heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse is a top figure of the major forces, and will not easily make a move at all. Now the 5 heavenly venerables of the Xuanshuang League appeared at the same time, plus the Golden Sun veteran who had been defeated by Jiang Chen earlier. The 6 heavenly venerables gathered. Such a situation is definitely rare in the 100 ethnic wasteland for thousands of years. Who is your excellency? My profound Shuang League has no grievances against you. Why come to my profound Shuang League to make trouble? Among the 5 celestial beings, the first middle-aged in blue robe with a deep gaze stared at Jiang Chen coldly, as if the whole world was frozen by a chill. This blue-robed middle-aged man is the leader of the profound Shuang League, Bing Yuan Tianzun. If you help the people of the ancient spirit sect deal with my master ancient profound Tao, how can you have no grievances and no enmity? With me, Jiang Chen glanced at Bing Yuan Tianzun expressionlessly, and said faintly, give you a chance, as long as your profound Shuang League is not in the sect of the ancient spirit sect, I can consider letting you profound Shuang League a horse. This kid turned out to be a disciple of ancient profound Tao. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the expressions of Bing Yuan Tianzun and the 2 heavenly venerate experts from the ancient spirit divine sect beside him couldn't help but change slightly. The many onlookers in the 100 desolate ancient city couldn't help but feel an uproar. The 2 heavenly venerable realm of the ancient spirit sect chased and killed the ancient profound Tao and fought against the ancient profound Tao, which almost shook the entire ancient city. Later, the ancient profound Tao was rescued by the mysterious strong man, and the strong of the ancient spirit god sect found the profound Shuang League for help, and wanted to use the power of the profound Shuang League to extract the ancient profound Tao. They never thought that the heavenly sovereign powerhouses of the profound Shuang League and the ancient spirit god sect had not found the ancient profound Tao, and the guy in front of them who claimed to be a disciple of the ancient profound Tao would actually kill the profound Tao League directly. I didn't expect that ancient profound Tao would have such a wicked disciple. Although this son is extremely enchanting, it would be too reckless to kill the Taoist profound Shuang League like this. Yes, no matter how powerful he is against the sky, how can he use his own strength to contend with the 5 great powers of the heavenly realm? In the ancient city of 100 Desolations, many practitioners who watched the battle couldn't help but shook their heads secretly, obviously not optimistic about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen is very likely to be the legendary sacred deity, possessing power against the heavens, he can defeat even the powerful heavenly masters such as Jinyang Tianzun. But there are 5 great heavenly powers in front of him. Moreover, the strength of every strong Tianzun is not below the Jinyang Tianzun. Especially Bing Yuan, the leader of the Xuanshuang League, has reached the late stage of Tianzun. Even if you look at the entire wasteland of the 100 races, he is one of the few extremely strong. It is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to use the heavenly god realm to fight against such 5 powerful heavenly venerates. I didn't expect that Gu Profound Tao should have a disciple like you, which is a little surprising. Bing Yuan Tianzun really stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. No matter who you are, if you dare to come to my profound Shuang League to go wild, you are doomed to die today. Although the boy in front of him was exceptionally talented and unparalleled in combat power, Bing Yuan Tianzun, as the leader of the Xuanshuang League, one of the few late-stage Tianzun powerhouses in the wasteland of 100 tribes, would be frightened by a hairy boy in the Tianzun realm. Today, the 4 leaders of the Xuanshuang League were all killed by Jiang Chen, and even the body of Jinyang Tianzun was destroyed by Jiang Chen. The profound Shuang League has stood tall in the ancient city for so many years, and has never suffered such a heavy loss. If this kid were to be let go, how would their profound Shuang alliance still have a foothold in this 100 destroyed ancient city in the future? Since you have to bring the profound Shuang League to your own death, today I will let your profound Shuang League completely disappear from the ancient city. Jiang Chen took a step forward, with long hair fluttering behind his back, a bright divine light burst out in his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread directly from his body. The kid is going to be rampant. The deity wants to see, what is your ability to beat my profound Frost League? At this moment, a black-clothed old man beside Venerable Bing Yuan laughed angrily, and directly attacked Jiang Chen. This black-clothed old man is exactly one of the 4 heavenly veterans of the Xuanshuang League, Bingming Tianzun, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the Tianzun. I saw him surrounded by black profound ice, and his eyes were dark and cold, as if he came from the nine nether hell, with a cold glow that was enough to penetrate the soul. Bingming Tianzun put his hands together and pulled out a black long knife from the void. The whole body of this long knife is made of black ice crystals, crystal clear, like a magic soldier from the land of the nine secluded land, exuding a breath of cold yin. Bingming Tianzun controlled the black magic knife and smashed it into pieces at Jiang Chen. This knife transcended time and space, as if it had cut through the entire sky. Bingming Tianzun has just raised his hand, and the black magic knife is like Mount Tai in the next second, shattering the thousands of meters above Jiang Chen's head, as if to break Jiang Chen below into nothingness. Chapter 2050, 1 against 5. Boy, you can be proud of being able to die under my mysterious sword. Bingming Tianzun looked at Jiang Chen, who was enveloped by the black magic knife, and a sorrowful smile appeared on his face. This Zanyin demon knife is a vision of his cultivation technique, and the strongest blow condensed by the origin of the world gods can easily kill the strong in the early days of Tianzun. Even if the kid in front of him is a sacred censored, with defying combat power, under this move, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Before Bingming Tianzun could be happy for a moment, the smile on his face stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen didn't evade, he just lifted his palm and gently pointed out the sword fingers shining with brilliance, which happened to be on the Xuanian magic knife. A shocking collision sounded across the world in an instant. Bingming Tianzun felt a powerful and unstoppable force violently hitting it, causing the Zanyin demon sword to break every inch, turning into countless black profound ice sputtering in the void. Every piece of black profound ice almost smashed the sky out of a huge hole. Jiang Chen's finger not only destroyed all the mysterious swords of Bingming Tianzun, but also pierced through the void, and hit the Bingming Tianzun's chest with an unstoppable force. Bingming Tianzun's defense was like paper paste in front of Jiang Chen's finger. If it weren't for Bingming Tianzun's body with a powerful defensive treasure that blocked Jiang Chen's finger, I'm afraid the whole body would be pierced by one finger. But even if this finger was blocked, Bingming Tianzun still flew out in embarrassment after being beaten. This son is not a holy god, but has mastered the power of the 10 ways, and is already in existence beyond the holy god. Let's take action together. Seeing that Bingming Tianzun was repelled by Jiang Chen with a single finger, Bingyuan Tianzun finally felt something, and there was also a touch of unconcealed panic in his eyes. Bingyuan Tianzun finally understood why Jiang Chen could easily defeat the strong Tianzun. 10 powers. From Jiang Chen's finger just now, he clearly felt that 10 different world powers were fused together. Even the sacred deity that can rival the deity, that is only the power of the 9 realms. The heavenly god realm holds the power of the 10 Tao, and becomes an existence beyond the saint rank heavenly god, which is simply unheard of in the god realm. The power of the 10 ways, above the holy god, how is this possible? The expressions of the 2 Tianzun powerhouses of the ancient spirit gods sect also looked shocked. They looked at each other in midair, and both saw the cold killing intent in each other's eyes. If Jiang Chen had not revealed his identity, they would definitely not easily offend such a demon who broke the shackles and surpassed the heavenly gods. But since this guy claimed to be a disciple of ancient profound Tao, they had to take action. Ancient profound Tao is the one-time son of God ancient spirit sect, and it is also the taboo existence of ancient spirit god sect. They were ordered to hunt down the ancient profound Tao, but they didn't want the ancient profound Tao to return to the ancient spirit god sect. An ancient profound Tao is already very difficult to deal with, and if it is coupled with an existence that is more against the sky than the ancient profound Tao, it will undoubtedly be even more difficult. Even at all costs, today they have to kill this kid in front of them. Once this kid breaks through the realm of the gods, he will surely overthrow the ancient spirit divine sect and bring them a disaster. The two of them no longer hesitated at the moment, and the powerful aura of the heavenly venerable realm also filled them with unreserved enemies. A golden sacred clock, like a golden bell from the ancient times, condensed behind the two. This golden bell is exactly the vision of the technique condensed by the ancient spirit censored king level technique, the great thunder god Yin Ju. The two men's exercise vision condensed, and between the heaven and the earth, the sound of rolling thunder rippled, and the terrible golden sound wave struck Jiang Chen. In front of this golden sound wave, the void burst every inch, unstoppable. In the ancient city of 100 desolations, in the sky and on the ground, Countless onlookers who separated thousands of miles in the void were all shocked by their eyes and ears, and their faces were pale. Bingyuan Tianzun and other three powerful experts from the Profound Frost Alliance also shot at the same time. The terrifying breath of the heavens shook the world. I saw thunder and explosions over the ancient city of 100 desolates, purple flames across the sky, and white glow over the sky. The five great heavenly realm powerhouses joined forces, and the terrifying power is enough to destroy the sky and destroy the enemy, as if to destroy the entire sky above the ancient city into nothingness. Hi! The five great heavenly realm powerhouses joined forces. This power is too terrifying. Such a terrifying power, even a strong person at the peak of the celestial venerable can hardly resist it. I am afraid that only the power of the divine king realm can handle it. That kid is probably dead this time. Many onlookers were shocked, and a look of regret appeared in the eyes of Jiang Chen. Such a heavenly arrogant, I am afraid that he will fall here today. Faced with the joint efforts of the five great heavenly realm powerhouses, Jiang Chen didn't fear at all. He saw his fighting spirit all over the sky. Above his head, a bright Big Dipper map lit up the entire ancient city in an instant. Jiang Chen pinched the sword ard with his hand, mobilizing the power of 2 stars, and the 2 dazzling stars of sword aura descended from the 9 heavens and slashed on the divine clocks behind the 2 ancient spirit gods. A ringing bell rang loudly in the void. This voice swept in all directions with an invisible wave of terror. The void exploded, and the world boiled. Click click. I saw that the divine clocks behind the 2 ancient spirit divine sect Tianzun made a burst of clicks directly, and the cracks spread quickly like a spider web. The golden, divine clocks behind the 2 ancient spirit godsong Tianzun slammed into the void with a bang, and the figures of both of them flew upside down thousands of feet away in embarrassment. They suppressed the churning aura in the body, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen also showed incredible horror. Both of them came from the heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse of the ancient spirit god sect. Although both were the early cultivation bases of the heavenly sovereign's early stage, the cultivation of the ancient spirit god sect's god king cultivation technique has a rich foundation and can compete with the ordinary heavenly sovereign mid-stage. The two of them joined forces. Even if Bingyuan Tianzun waited for the later stage powerhouses, it would not be easy to defeat them. And the boy in front of him defeated them so lightly. The power of the 10 realms, above the holy gods, is really terrifying. Jiang Chen ignored the shock of the 2 heavenly venerables of the ancient spirit sect. He pointed to the sword technique, and 3 successive stars of sword aura descended from the Big Dipper pattern in the void. The monstrous offensive of the 3 Bingyuan Tianzun people was instantly smashed by the 3-star sword auras. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a dull face, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Chapter 2051. Kill one with one sword. In the ancient city of 100 desolations, countless practitioners who watched the battle were all looking at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the void, speechless for a long time. Jiang Chen faced the siege of the 5 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses and had no chance of winning at all, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen's displayed combat power was beyond their imagination. With 1 enemy and 5, fighting against 5 heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses, they can still have the absolute upper hand. Jiang Chen's cultivation base only stayed in the heavenly god realm. Such a terrifying heavenly god realm is simply appalling. This friend, what happened today is not from my profound Shuang League, and my profound Shuang League promises not to interfere with your affairs with the ancient spirit sect. Bingyuan Tianzun stabilized his figure, and shouted at Jiang Chen with horror on his face. Although Bingyuan Tianzun had already guessed that Jiang Chen's combat power would be terrifying after feeling the breath of the 10 powers of his body. But he still didn't expect Jiang Chen's combat power to be so strong. Where could Bingyuan Tianzun care about the face of the Xuanshuang League, and directly and decisively chose to admit counsel. With one's own power, easily suppress the 5 strong heavenly sovereign realm. Such a powerful force could not be resisted by them at all. Bingyuan Tianzun, you have promised to help us deal with the ancient profound way. If you dare to turn back, my ancient spirit god sect will definitely not let you go. Following the words of Bingyuan Tianzun, the expressions of the 2 ancient spirit gods sect Tianzun also instantly became frightened. Just now their 5 great heavenly veterans joined forces, and none of them could get any advantage in Jiang Chen's hands. If the 3 of Bingyuan Tianzun retreated, how could they be Jiang Chen's opponent? Bingyuan Tianzun didn't even bother with them. Although the ancient spirit censored sect is powerful, it is the king-level sect of the powerful side, but after all, it is not a force in the wasteland of 100 races, and it is impossible to threaten their profound Frost League. After offending the ancient spirit god sect, the Xuanshuang League has at least a way out. But if it continues to be an enemy of Jiang Chen, the profound Shuang League will really be expelled. From the ancient city, seeing that Bingyuan Tianzun really didn't intend to pay attention to them, the expressions of the two heavenly lords of the ancient spirit sect were extremely frightened. Jiang Chen's combat power is too strong. If they join forces with the Xuanshuang League, their 5 heavenly veterans will fight desperately, and perhaps they can fight hard. Now Bingyuan Tianzun is letting go, how can they be Jiang Chen's opponent just by themselves? The two of them didn't hesitate at all, and turned into a stream of light, fleeing away from the ancient city. Want to escape? If you dare to chase and kill my master, then let me have it and keep it. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and his censored moved continuously, instantly igniting the last 2 stars in the Big Dipper chart, turning them into stars and sword auras that penetrated the heavens and the earth, and slashed at the 2 ancient spirit gods' heavenly superiors. This star sword energy instantly locked the 2 heavenly masters of the ancient spirit god sect, making it impossible for them to avoid them at all. Both of them are fully urging the origin of the world gods, and the world of evolution origin envelops themselves in it. With Jiang Chen's current strength, how could the 2 heavenly sovereigns be able to withstand the 7-star heavenly sword art of the divine king's skill at the beginning? The original world of the 2 of them was completely shattered by the star sword aura. The origin world was shattered, and both of them couldn't help but let out a scream of earth-shattering. The sword energy of stars that seemed to be able to cut through the void directly slashed across the 2 of them, splitting their bodies in half like tofu. Even before the 2 souls had time to escape, they were shattered by the power of Xingqian Zhanqi. Kill 1 person with 1 sword. Just 2 sword auras completely wiped out the 2 heavenly sovereign powerhouses of the ancient spirit god sect into scum. In the ancient city of 100 Desolations, many practitioners saw this scene in front of them, their expressions were shocked to the extreme. With its own strength, the profound Frost League, which has dominated the ancient city of hundreds of wastes for countless years, is softened, and killing the strong of the heavenly realm is as simple as exploring the bag. Such power actually appeared on a Mauto boy in the heavenly god realm. What a heaven-defying existence. In an understatement, he killed the 2 ancient spirit god sect's Tianzun powerhouse. Jiang Chen stared directly at Bingyuan Tianzun and the others with his indifferent gaze. Jiang Chen, although your combat power is against the sky, my profound Shuang League has been standing in the ancient city for so many years, and it is not a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. My profound Shuang League doesn't have any deep hatred with you. There is no need to fight to death or death. If you really want to put it together, it's not good for everyone. Bingyuan Tianzun felt Jiang Chen's gaze, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Jiang Chen killed the 4 chiefs of the Xuanshuang League and exploded the body of Venerable Jinyang, causing the Xuanshuang League to lose a lot, but the loss was still within the range that the Xuanshuang League could bear. But if you continue to fight Jiang Chen, you will pay a heavier price. The profound Shuang League has been standing in 100 desolate ancient city for so many years. Although it has never had the power of the censored king realm, it also has some powerful trump cards. Jiang Chen's combat power is really too high. Even if the profound Shuang League can use his whole cards to defeat him, it will definitely lose his vitality and lose his status as the overlord of the ancient city. The profound Shuang League is even at risk of being annexed by other forces. Before being forced, Bingyuan Tianzun obviously didn't want to fight Jiang Chen to the end. Jiang Chen looked up at Bingyuan Tianzun and said lightly, "Let you people from the profound Shuang Alliance spread my news in the wasteland of the 100 races." Jiang Chen did not continue to act on Bingyuan Tianzun and others. The profound Shuang League has been able to dominate the ancient city of the 100 Desolates for many years, and the 8 great gods of the 100 clan wastelands are afraid of them by 3 points, and there must be some powerful cards. Although Jiang Chen holds the 10 powers, even if the profound Shuang League really has some trump cards, he is not afraid. But since the Xuanshuang League had been softened, Jiang Chen didn't have to destroy the Xuanshuang League. Today, he came to the profound Shuang League alone and fought against the 5 great heavenly sovereign powers alone. Not only did he force the profound Shuang Alliance to compromise, but he also easily killed 2 heavenly sovereign powers of the ancient spirit sect, enough to shake the entire wasteland of 100 tribes. Rather than fighting the profound Shuang League, it would be better to use the power of the profound Shuang League to spread the news faster in the wasteland of the 100 races. Regardless of whether the master is still hiding in this ancient city, he can get news sooner and come and look for him. Well, I'll let someone spread the news right away. Bing Yuan Tianzun nodded, slightly relieved in his heart. Jiang Chen's previous killing of the Heavenly Venerable powerhouse with a single sword was too terrifying. Fortunately, this guy did not choose to continue to fight to the end with the Xuanshuang League, otherwise the Xuanshuang League will suffer an unprecedented heavy hit today. Hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't care about Bing Yuan Tianzun either. Just as he was about to leave, a monstrous roar of anger was also exploded over the ancient city. Where is Jiang Chen? Get out of here quickly. Chapter 2052. The Patriarch of Soul Eater descends. The roar of anger spread over the ancient city of 100 Desolations, and everyone in the ancient city of 100 Desolations was taken aback for a moment. Jiang Chen had previously defeated the 5 great heavenly masters with 1 enemy and his mighty power was overwhelming. Even if it was as powerful as the profound Shuang League, when Jiang Chen killed the 4 leaders, he had to choose to bow his head. Who is so courageous to make trouble with Jiang Chen at this time? Everyone was shocked, and couldn't help but raise their heads and look in the direction of the sound. I saw in the distant sky, a black-robed old man covered in black light, with a powerful soul pressure, came straight to the sky above the ancient city. As soon as this black-robed old man appeared, the terrifying soul pressure enveloped the entire ancient city. Countless practitioners, under the pressure of the black-clothed old man's aura, only felt that their souls couldn't help feeling a trembling feeling. This is the heavenly powerhouse of the Soul Eater Protoss. Yes, and it's not an ordinary Tianzun powerhouse. If I guess right, the person here should be the Patriarch of the Soul Eater Protoss, the Tianzun. Hi, it turned out to be the Patriarch of the Soul-Devouring Protoss Clan Destroyer Heavenly Sovereign. This is the powerhouse at the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign. His strength is enough to rank in the top 5 in the entire wasteland of 100 races. What did this guy come to do with Jiang Chen? Everyone looked at the soul-devouring Heavenly Sovereign who appeared above the ancient city, and their eyes couldn't help but show a strange look. One is the peerless evildoer who has just slashed 2 heavenly powers in succession, overpowering the Xuanshuang League. The other is the Patriarch of the Soul Eater Protoss, one of the few superpowers in the wasteland of 100 races. If these two collide together, I'm afraid there will be a good show next. Soul-killing Tianzun slowly walked across the sky above the ancient city, and the cold voice that was enough to shock the soul was once again spreading across the sky. Jiang Chen, didn't you let my Soul Eater Protoss come to the 100 desolate ancient city to find you? You didn't get out quickly to die. Jiang Chen stepped out, and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away from Mihun Tianzun. He faintly looked at the soul destruction Tianzun in front of him, and said coldly, "Old guy, I have asked Ghost Yushan to warn you, but I didn't expect you to run to the ancient city to die." Huh, Jiang Chen, don't you want to be mad? Dare to ruin my Soul Eater censored race's great event, kill my Soul Eater censored race Tianzun, today I will kill you. The soul-killing Tianzun's stern anger fell, and a vast soul power instantly diffused out of his body, instantly overwhelming the world. Everyone only felt that a terrifying ancient fierce demon had descended on the sky above the ancient city. It is so terrifying, the spirit power of a mountain is overwhelmingly suppressed. That vast wave, like a vast ocean, filled the entire ancient city. Inside the ancient city, countless practitioners with weaker cultivation bases were directly crushed to the ground by that terrifying soul power. Even many world gods have a pale look on their faces. Facing the horrible divine soul oppression of Mihun Tianzun, Jiang Chen's expression did not change in the slightest. He looked calmly at Mihun Tianzun. "Old guy, I'll say one last time, if you don't want the Soul Eater and the Protoss to destroy the clan, you'd better not trouble me. When you die, you dare to speak up here, just die for me." Soul destruction Tianzun smiled swiftly, the aura on his body also began to rise steadily. A dark and strange long knife emerged from the chaotic space of nothingness, instantly splitting the world and slashing at Jiang Chen. This knife caused the void to burst, and the entire sky above the ancient city was transformed into a sea of spirit power. The pitch-black blade light, like a spatial crack that penetrates the sky and the earth, spread towards Jiang Chen at an incredible speed. This is the Soul Eater God Clan's Divine King's Great Soul Extinguishing Heaven Sword. Some sharp-eyed people stared at the horrific stab of soul destruction Tianzun, and their pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. As one of the 8 great gods in the wasteland, the Soul Eater has a long history. Although after the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, the wasteland of hundreds of races has undergone abnormal changes, and no censored king realm power has been born again, it has the background of the censored king after all. The soul-killing heavenly sword is one of the great skills of the Soul Eater Protoss. With the cultivation base of Tianzun, coupled with this Tiandao, the entire 100 races wasteland can be counted with one hand. The Sword of Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign is more powerful than the previous 5 Heavenly Sovereigns combined blows. Everyone's eyes in the ancient city of 100 Desolations all fell on Jiang Chen's body. They also want to know that Jiang Chen, a peerless evildoer with a fighting force against the sky, seems to be able to continue to write the invincible myth, blocking the world-destroying sword of the soul-killing Tianzun. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, as if he hadn't cared about the killing of the world at all. He saw him flicking his fingers, a bright and colorful finger, lightly hitting the killing of the world. A sky-shaking impact was spreading across the void. I saw Mie Hun Tianzun's kill the world with a knife, and it broke into pieces instantly under Jiang Chen's sword fingers. This is too strong. Countless people looked astonished, and they were terrified in their hearts. A top powerhouse such as Tianzun, who is 100 ethnic wasteland, used the great skill of the God King of the Heaven-killing heavenly sword, and was still defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement. Such power is incredibly powerful. This guy deserves to be a god-defying existence that can break the taboo and surpass the holy gods. Bing Yuan Tianzun looked at the situation in front of him, feeling shocked in his heart, but also couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't choose to continue to be an enemy with Jiang Chen, otherwise the profound Shuang League would really be over. You are not the power of the sacred gods at all. I didn't expect you to break the shackles of the sacred gods and step into the realm above the sacred gods. Mie Hun Tianzun stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and in the dark and deep pupils, there was also an unconcealable astonishment. In the realm of the gods, 9 is the ultimate technique. This is the everlasting law of heaven and earth in God's domain. Soul destruction Tianzun never thought of it. Since ancient times, no one can break the rules, but one day they will be broken. The dark soul Tianzun who was offended at the time was destroyed by Jiang Chen, and the soul-killing Tianzun thought that Jiang Chen had used some powerful methods of the Divine King realm to kill the dark soul Tianzun. It now appears that his guess is complete. The power of the 9 paths of the sacred heavenly god Palm is already comparable to the heavenly lord. And the guy in front of him holds the power of 10 Tao, and becomes a heaven-defying existence above the sacred god. Even if it can't match the power of the censored king realm, it will not be inferior to that. Wouldn't it be easy for such a heaven-defying person to kill an ordinary Tianzun powerhouse? Chapter 2053, God King Essence and Blood. Old stuff, you know it too late. Since it's here, then leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen grinned at Mie Hun Tianzun, his whole body rushing to the sky. Since Jiang Chen mastered the power of the 10 realms and surpassed the holy gods, there has not been a battle in the true sense. The old guy in front of him is not only at the peak of Tianzun's cultivation, but also has an extremely strong foundation, making him an excellent opponent to test his combat power. Jiang Chen also wanted to know what level of combat power he could achieve now with the power of the 10 realms. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the first seal of the human emperor's 3 seals instantly squeezed out towards the soul-killing Tianzun. In the void, a huge black square seal, like an ancient magic seal, was spotted from hundreds of millions of years ago, causing the sky to shatter and the mountains and rivers to collapse. World-destroyed Soul Sea. The pupils of Tianzun Mie Hun shrank, and the vast realm god's origin turned into a deep and dark sea of souls, blocking Jiang Chen's mark of Mie Hun. Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal was originally the nemesis of the Soul Dao power. Even the Soul Sea of soul destruction Tianzun's all-out force collapsed under this seal. The body of miserable soul Tianzun trembled, and the whole person stepped on the void and retreated a distance of thousands of feet in embarrassment. With a single blow, Jiang Chen didn't give the heavenly sovereign miserable a chance to breathe. A dazzling divine seal of divine punishment ran across the world, once again smashed down against the heavenly sovereign miserable soul. The soul-killing Tianzun forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and once again sacrificed the soul-killing heavenly sword, and slashed it on Jiang Chen's mark of Xu Shen. The shocking energy explosion sounded through the world, and a terrible storm of destruction swept away, making the entire sky above the 8 desolate ancient city, like a doomsday reward, turned into a chaos. Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign was beaten again and retreated in embarrassment. Before he could stabilize his figure, the third seal of the Emperor's seal of Jiang Chen had already broken open the world, and he smashed it at Tianzun Mihun. The defense gathered under the hastily of miserable soul Tianzun was instantly crushed by Jiang Chen's open heaven seal, and a mouthful of divine blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. In the ancient city of 100 Desolations, everyone looked at the cultivator in this scene, and it was a long time for them to recover from the shock. Destroyer Tianzun. This is the patriarch of the Soul Eater Protoss among the 8 great Protoss of the 100 Clan Wasteland. He has already reached the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm in his cultivation base, and is also the top 5 strongest in the 100 Clan Wasteland strength. Such a strong man was defeated by Jiang Chen in just 3 seals. Is this the power of the 10 realms? It really is not an ordinary horror. Mie Hun Tianzun stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and there was also a look of horror on his face. The Heavenly God Realm, which masters the power of the 10 Tao, has even completely surpassed the peak of Heavenly Sovereign. He didn't have any resistance at all in front of Jiang Chen. Miserable soul Tianzun took a deep breath, then took out a jade bottle containing a drop of pale golden blood, and quickly swallowed the blood inside. At the moment when miserable soul Heavenly Sovereign swallowed the essence and blood, the aura on his body soared wildly, his soul power surged wildly, and the supreme divine might faintly exuded palpitating. What is that? Many onlookers were shocked. A strong-eyed Tianzun powerhouse said solemnly, "It should be the blood of the mighty power of the Divine King Realm. God King blood, the essence and blood of the God King Realm's mighty power is many times more precious than most of the heaven and earth magic medicines in the world. Any drop of the essence of the King of God's blood contains the great power of the King of God Realm's perception of the great way of the King of God. It is not only a great help for Tianzun to break through the King of God, but also can strengthen the bloodline, change the aptitude, and have the ability to reincarnate. The blood of the censored king can also be used in combat. Once the blood of the censored king is swallowed at a critical moment, the blood of the power censored king can exert far beyond ordinary combat power. Like precious treasures such as the essence and blood of the censored king, in general, no one would be so extravagant to swallow the essence and blood of the censored king to enhance combat power. At this moment, in the face of Jiang Chen, who was extremely powerful against the sky, Tianzun's soul destruction had to use a drop of the blood of the censored king. Jiang Chen, you are proud enough to force me to use the blood of the censored king. Soul-killing Tianzun stared coldly at Jiang Chen, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Even if you can break the taboo and hold the power of the 10 powers, you will undoubtedly die today. The blood of the censored king, but contains a trace of the power of the censored king realm. He has now swallowed a drop of the essence of the censored king. Although it is far from being comparable to the real censored king realm, it is more than several times stronger than the power of the peak of the ordinary heavenly sovereign. Soul Miser Tianzun did not waste time, once again condensed the Soul Miser heavenly sword, and slashed it at Jiang Chen. This sword is more than 10 times stronger than the soul-killing heavenly sword that Tianzun had previously displayed. The dark blade of the sword cut across the sky and suppressed everything, even Tianzun dared not look directly at it. As expected of the blood of the censored king, it is really terrifying. Many cultivators couldn't help but breathe in the terrifying power erupting from the horrific power of the heavenly soul-destroying heavenly sovereign swallowing the blood of the censored king. Their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, wanting to know that Jiang Chen seemed to be able to create miracles, blocking the world-killing blow blessed by the God King essence and blood from the soul-killing Tianzun. Soul destruction heavenly sovereign, you want to kill me with a drop of the essence of the king's blood, it is too whimsical. Even if the real divine king realm might come to me, I am not afraid. A drop of divine king essence and blood can kill me. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the golden glow rose up into the sky behind him, and then quickly turned into a golden giant sword that directly penetrated the sky, a powerful breath that seemed to come from the ancient times, and the void also filled the sky. Jiang Chen directly urged the Emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, as if opening up the world, and collided with the world-killing blow of the soul-killing heavenly sovereign. The sky above the entire ancient city suddenly darkened, turning into a chaotic world. In this world, only a golden giant sword and a soul-killing heavenly sword are in fierce encounter. After the two terrifying powers stalemate in the void for a moment, in the end the golden giant sword slowly gained the upper hand. The soul-killing heavenly sword under the blessing of God King's essence and blood still can't compete with Jiang Chen's divine body vision human emperor sword. The golden giant sword directly smashed the soul-killing heavenly sword with the force of crushing the sky, and then directly penetrated the endless space and hit the body of the soul-killing heavenly sovereign. With a scream from miserable Soul Tianzun, the whole person was beaten and flew thousands of feet away, and the space along the way was constantly shattered by the miserable Soul Tianzun. Chapter 2054. Destroy the Soul Tianzun. Soul-killing Tianzun flew out from the shattered space in embarrassment, and also let out an unbelievable roar in his mouth. I saw that he once again swallowed a drop of the censored king's blood, and used the censored king's great technique to kill Jiang Chen. Regarding the behavior of the soul-killing heavenly sovereign, Jiang Chen had no fear at all, and he directly urged the Taixu sacred dragon figure with all his strength and collided with the soul-killing heavenly sovereign. The body of miserable Soul Tianzun was beaten upside down again, and even his body was constantly cracking open. The red blood of the gods almost dyed his black robe into a demon red. Jiang Chen obviously didn't intend to take any chance to breathe with Mie Hun Tianzun. The shocking fist that gathered 10 powers directly blasted at Mie Hun Tianzun. The pupils of miserable Soul Tianzun shrank, and he had to swallow a drop of the blood of the censored king again. On the palm of his hand, a dark token exuding the power of the Great Avenue also appeared ghostly. Soul-killing Tianzun gathered the power of his whole body to urge the token, and a terrifying black glow suddenly burst out from the token, sweeping down the void like a light of destruction, annihilating the fist that shook the world and the earth. Jiang Chen, wait for me, my Soul Eater Protoss will definitely not let you go. After soul-killing Tianzun urged the token to defeat Jiang Chen's attack, his figure directly cut through the space and blasted towards the outside of the ancient city. Jiang Chen held the power of the 10 realms, and his combat power was completely beyond the imagination of Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign. Even if he used the essence and blood of the censored king, he was not an opponent at all. Now the 3 drops of God King's essence and blood on his body have all been used up. If he doesn't leave quickly, I'm afraid he will really fall here today. It deserves to be the top figure among the 8 gods in the wasteland of the 100 races, but there are a lot of cards. Seeing the soul-killing Tianzun left in a panic, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the 8 great gods of the wasteland of the 100 races have long been without the power of the censored king realm, they are after all the quasi-censored kings with the background of the gods, and their strength is far better than the ordinary realm gods. As the patriarch of the Soul Eater Protoss, this soul-killing Tianzun has an endless stream of cards. Not only did he have a lot of blood from the censored king, but the black token that was sacrificed at the end was a genuine censored king weapon. Jiang Chen didn't chase down the heavenly sovereign miserable soul. He can easily defeat the heavenly sovereign soul miser, but if he wants to fight back desperately against the heavenly sovereign soul killer, I'm afraid he will have to spend a lot of effort. Through this battle, Jiang Chen also has a general understanding of his current combat power. He is doing his best now, and he should be able to contend with the ordinary power of the censored king realm, but it is almost impossible to defeat the power of the censored king realm. When the matter of the wasteland of the 100 races is over, it seems that you have to practice for a period of time first, and strive to break through the realm of God. Although with his current strength, there should be few opponents in the first generation of God's domain continent, but this is far from enough for him. Jiang Chen has many powerful opponents in the continent of the gods. The Tianpeng Protoss, the ancient sacred dragon and the temple of the wraiths are all famous powers of the gods in the continent of the gods. The ancient god Phoenix clan where Meng Qingshe and the 2 daughters of Ji Yufeng'er belonged, and the man's palace related to their father, was also a powerful god king force. Only by breaking through the realm of the gods can he truly be qualified to contend with these censored king forces. As for continuing to master the power of the 11 worlds, Jiang Chen didn't even think about it. Last time, if he hadn't obtained the legendary earth crystals in the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, and the number of earth crystals was beyond imagination, he would not have been able to master the 10th world power so quickly. If you want to master the 11th wave of power now, unless you encounter a chance that is 10 times worse than the last time, even if he has a system in his body, it is almost impossible. Although the more martial arts powers the heavenly god realm masters, the stronger the strength will be, but it is still the heavenly god realm after all. In terms of power level, it is far inferior to the power of the realm censored and the power of the censored king's road. Although the general super-grade gods can be comparable to the world gods, they will most likely be suppressed in battle. Including the divine deity facing the earthly realm, and the holy deity facing the celestial realm, both are the same. This is just the power gap between the heavenly god realm and the realm god realm, and the power level of the heavenly god realm and the god king realm is even worse. Even if Jiang Chen mastered the power of the 10 realms, at most he would have the power to protect himself from the power of the divine king realm. If he continues to try to cultivate the 11th martial arts origin in the heavenly god realm now, it will not only be extremely difficult, but it will also be far from breaking through the realm god realm. If there is no special fate, Jiang Chen will complete the power of the 10 worlds and break through the realm of God in one fell swoop. Bing Yuan Tianzun, if your profound Shuang League has news, immediately send someone to Biu Pavilion to find me. After Jiang Chen watched Mihun Tianzun escape, he directly said to Bing Yuan Tianzun, and then disappeared into the sky above the Shuang League under countless shocking gazes. This guy, send me away. Seeing Jiang Chen disappearing from sight, Bing Yuan Tianzun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen's combat power is really against the sky to the extreme. Even the patriarch of the soul-devouring Protoss at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Venerable, even if he was using the essence and blood of the God King, was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all. Fortunately, he decisively chose to admit counsel just now. Even if he used the profound Shuang League's trump cards, he might not be able to hold on to Jiang Chen. After escaping from the ancient city, Soul Destruction Tianzun returned to the Soul Eater Protoss in embarrassment. Many high-level Soul Eater Protoss saw the miserable appearance of Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign, and they couldn't help taking a breath. Patriarch, what happened? How did you suffer such a severe injury? A Tianzun of the Soul Eater Protoss couldn't help but ask with horror on his face. As for the strength of Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign, all the senior leaders of the soul-devouring Protoss are naturally very clear. This is one of the few Tianzun peak powerhouses in the wasteland of the 100 races, and the entire wasteland of the 100 races can contend with it, almost with one hand. As the patriarch of the Soul Eater Protoss, the Soul Eater Tianzun holds many cards of the Soul Eater Protoss. They really couldn't imagine who could put the Soul Destruction Tianzun like this. Even if the other races among the 8 great Protoss made their moves, they might not be able to create such respect for the soul-killing heaven, right? The Mountain Ghost clan mistaken me. The soul-killing Tianzun looked hard to see the extreme, and said astonishingly, the one who killed the fierce soul of the Black Mist Forest is not a holy, censored, at all, but an existence that surpasses the holy god. Chapter 2055, Injury of Ancient Xuandao, Beyond the Existence of the Holy Gods. The eyes of the many high-level soul-devouring Protoss was a shock that could not be concealed. The sacred deity is the limit of the deity realm. This is a well-known thing for all practitioners in the divine realm. Now that Soul Destruction Tianzun told them that someone had surpassed the holy god, what an incredible thing this was. The sacred deity who broke the limit 3 times was already comparable to the deity. Beyond the existence of the holy gods, wouldn't it be able to contend with the great power of the censored king realm? At this moment, they finally understood why Soul Destruction Tianzun's end was so miserable. Patriarch, since the person who killed the evil souls of the Black Mist Forest is so against the sky, our Soul Eater Protoss is afraid it will be difficult to deal with. An elder of the soul-devouring Protoss returned to his senses and couldn't help but said solemnly, I don't care about that kid for now. Soul Miser Tianzun waved his hand and said in a deep voice, now for us, the most important thing is to restore the ancestor's spirit to its peak state. The complexions of many Soul Eater Protoss executives changed slightly when they heard this. An elder of the Soul Eater Protoss frowned and said, the evil spirits raised in the Black Mist Forest have suffered a huge loss this time. It is difficult to be useful in a short period of time. To quickly restore the spirits of the ancestors, it seems that we can only try the second solution. Now to restore the ancestor's spirit, the only way is to obtain the life spirit fruit of the wood spirit censored race. The life spirit fruit of the wood spirit Protoss matures every 10,000 years. Now it is almost time for the life spirit fruit to mature. Soul-killing Tianzun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and slowly said, Elder, you go and negotiate with the people of the wood spirit Protoss. Even if it is at all costs, you must exchange it for a life spirit fruit. Back then, a god king ancestor of their Soul Eater Protoss, luckily a trace of remnant soul was preserved. Over the years, the Soul Eater Protoss has been thinking of ways to restore the spirit of this ancestor. They built a black mist forest on the periphery of the 100-clan wasteland. Practitioners from the 100-clan wasteland used to raise the evil soul in captivity, in order to restore the spirit of the ancestor. Now that most of the fierce souls in the Black Mist Forest have been wiped out by Jiang Chen, it will undoubtedly take a lot of time to be brought up again in captivity. Soul Destruction Tianzun decided to implement the second set of plans to go to the Wood Spirit Protoss in exchange for Life Spirit Fruit. Although it is not easy to exchange for the Life Spirit Fruit of the Wood Spirit God race, as long as the Soul Eater God race is willing to pay the price, it is not without a chance. As long as they can exchange the Life Spirit Fruit, restore the ancestor's spirit to the peak, and then reshape the body for the ancestor, their soul-eating Protoss is the only existence in the wasteland of the 100 races with the power of the gods. Soul Eater Protoss is the only master of the wasteland of 100 races. As long as the spirit fruit of life can be obtained, even if the soul-devouring Protoss pays any price, it is completely worth it. Okay, I will go to the Wood Spirit Protoss for a trip. An old man with a dry figure in black robe nodded, and immediately disappeared in front of Mihun Tianzun with a flash of figure. Bu Pavilion, an ancient city in 100 wastes. After Jiang Chen became famous in the first battle of the Profound Shuang League, he returned directly to Bu Pavilion, quietly waiting for the news of Master Ancient Profound Dao. He believes that through the big disturbances made by his Profound Frost League, coupled with the Profound Frost League's help to spread the news, his name will soon spread throughout the wasteland of the 100 races. Regardless of whether the ancient Profound Dao is still in the 100 desolate ancient city, he should be coming to him soon. On the third day after the first battle of the Xuanshuang League, Bingyuan Tianzun finally sent someone to Bu Pavilion to find Jiang Chen. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, this is the mysterious powerhouse who rescued the ancient Profound Dao that day. After seeing Jiang Chen, an elder of the Profound Shuang League pointed directly to a cold-faced middle-aged black-clothed man beside him, and said respectfully. Jiang Chen's eyes turned, his gaze also fell directly on the black-clothed middle-aged body. Although this black-clothed middle-aged man looks extremely ordinary on the surface, with Jiang Chen's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that his cultivation has reached the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Jiang Chen also felt an extremely powerful sword power from the black-clothed middle-aged man. He was obviously a strong Tianzun who majored in Kendo. This senior, under Jiang Chen, is a disciple of the ancient Profound Dao. Was it you who rescued my master that day? Jiang Chen held his fist to the black-clothed middle-aged man very politely. Senior dare not be, my name is Li Jian, you can just call my name. The middle-aged man in black looked at Jiang Chen, and there was also an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes, Brother Zan Dao is lucky to have a disciple like you. Jiang Chen drove into the Profound Frost League alone and fought against the 5 Heavenly Sovereign Realm powerhouses alone. He not only overwhelmed the Profound Shuang League, but also killed 2 Heavenly Sovereign Realm powerhouses of the Ancient Spirit Sect. Even the Patriarch of the Soul Eater Protoss was beaten and fled by Jiang Chen with all means. When the black-clothed middle-aged received these news, he could hardly believe it was true. He almost confirmed it several times in a row, and only after 3 confirmed that it was true did he dare to take the initiative to show up to the Profound Frost League. Senior is utterly praised. I don't know where my master is now. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, did not waste time, and directly asked about the whereabouts of the ancient Profound Way. Your master, he was first severely injured by the strongman of the ancient Spirit God Sect, and then he was chased and killed by 2 ancient Spirit God Sect gods. The situation is a bit bad, you have to be prepared. The young man in the black clothes sighed, and immediately waved his palm, and a crystal jade of 2 to 3 feet long appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. I saw a pale figure lying quietly on the jade stone. This figure is no one else, it is Jiang Chen's Zan Dao Venerable who has been a teacher in the Great Desolation Realm, and the ancient Zan Dao, once a peerless son of God's domain continent Ancient Spirit Sect. Jiang Chen looked at the ancient Profound Way on the jade, his eyes condensed slightly. With Jiang Chen's strength surpassing the saint-ranked celestial god, his perception is better than that of the celestial realm powerhouse, and he can naturally feel the situation in the ancient Profound Dao at a glance. Today's ancient Profound Dao has not only been seriously injured and unconscious, but there is also a force of power obviously remaining in his body, which is consuming the vitality in his body. If it weren't for the jade lying on the ancient Profound Way to have a certain restraint effect on that power, I am afraid that the vitality in the ancient Profound Way would have been completely swallowed by that power. After investigating the situation of the ancient profound Tao, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look up at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said, "Senior, I don't know what the power in my master is." The great skill of the censored king of the ancient spirit gods, devouring life and shattering palms. Li Jian said solemnly, "I can't get rid of the life-devouring and ruining palm. I can only use this piece of jade to suppress the power of the life-devouring and ruining palm." Chapter 2056. Go to Wood Spirit Protoss. When Jiang Chen heard Li Jian's words, his brows couldn't help but frown. "I don't know how to resolve this broken palm. Treasures that need to replenish life force," Li Jian said solemnly. "However, the ancient spiritual god sect's life-saving and shattering palm is too domineering. Although ordinary treasures containing life force can replenish the power of life, they cannot dissolve the power of the life-saving and shattering palm. It can only cure the symptoms and not the root cause. I wonder if the life spirit fruit of the wood spirit Protoss is okay." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he quickly thought of the life spirit fruit that Ji Lingwei had mentioned, and couldn't help asking directly. The treasure that contains the power of life, the most famous in God's domain continent, should be the Tree of Life, one of the 3 sacred trees. Jiang Chen now has a branch of the sacred Tree of Life on his body. The branch that Jiang Chen owns is a dead branch that has existed for an unknown number of years. The main thing on it is the Tao of Life, which helps practitioners to understand the Tao of Life. If you want to use this dead branch to replenish the life force of the ancient profound way and dissolve the life-shattering palm, the effect may not be too ideal. The life spirit fruit of the wood spirit Protoss is indeed an excellent treasure for resolving life-shattered palms and restoring the wounds of the ancient profound way." Li Jian frowned and said, "But as far as I know, the life spirit fruit of the ice spirit god race only matures once in 10,000 years, and each time it produces no more than 5 life spirit fruits. I am afraid that it will be difficult to obtain life spirit fruits. Not easy." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay, as long as the life spirit fruit can restore the master. I have to take the life spirit fruit back from the wood spirit gods whatever I say." Ji Lingwei needs life linguo to increase the lifespan of the Ji clan old man. He was going to take Ji Lingwei to the wood spirit Protoss. Now Master Ancient Profound Tao also needs life spirit fruit to recover from his injuries. For the life spirit fruit of the wood spirit god race, Jiang Chen is almost inevitable. Although the wood spirit Protoss is also one of the 8 great Protoss of the 100 clan wasteland, Jiang Chen didn't take it too seriously. If it is a little bit of knowledge of the wood spirit gods, that's all. He couldn't directly enter the wood spirit Protoss, forcibly seizing the spirit fruit of life. Li Jian nodded and said, "Since you have decided, take my Li Jian and surrender your life to accompany the gentleman, and accompany you to the wood spirit Protoss." Li Jian was also a disciple of the ancient spirit censored sect. Because of a big mistake, he was almost executed by the law enforcement elder of the ancient spirit censored sect. Ji Yuzhan Dao saved him at a critical moment and helped him escape to the wasteland of 100 races. Over the years, Li Jian has been hiding in the ancient city of the 8 desolations with great concentration and painstaking practice. From the ordinary venerable at the time, he became a strong man in the heavenly venerable realm. Only after sensing the aura of ancient profound Tao in the 100 desolate ancient city that day, he would take action to rescue the ancient profound Tao at a critical moment. Today, if you want to restore the ancient profound Tao, the life spirit fruit of the wood spirit god race is indeed an excellent treasure. Since Jiang Chen decided to go to the wood spirit Protoss, he naturally wanted to help Jiang Chen to repay the life-saving grace of ancient profound Tao. "Thank you, senior," Jiang Chen couldn't help but said with a smile. After all, the wood spirit Protoss is one of the 8 great Protoss of the 100 clan wasteland. Although he is not afraid of the wood spirit Protoss with his strength, it would be a very good thing if there is a strong celestial realm to help. "Your Excellency Jiang Chen, every time the spirit fruit of the wood spirit Protoss matures, it will invite the top forces from the wasteland of the 100 clan to go to the wood spirit Protoss and take out 2 life spirit fruit for everyone to compete. As far as I know, the wood spirit Protoss will hold a grand gathering in half a month, which will determine the ownership of the 2 wood spirit fruits. With the strength of your Excellency Jiang Chen, it shouldn't be difficult to compete for these 2 life spirit fruits." At this moment, the elder of the profound Shuang League said suddenly. Hearing the words of Elder Shuang League, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a strange look appeared in his eyes. The life spirit fruit can increase the longevity of the power of the censored king realm, and it can definitely be regarded as a peerless fetish in this world. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that the wood spirit Protoss was willing to take out 2 spirit fruits for everyone to fight for. Jiang Chen changed his mind, and soon he was relieved. Among the top forces in the 100-clan wasteland, there are probably some old monsters who have lived for so many years. These old monsters don't have many lifespans, and they will inevitably covet the life spirit fruit of the wood spirit Protoss. Even the wood spirit Protoss is the 8 great Protoss among the 100-clan wastelands, but they have to take out part of the life spirit fruit to share with everyone. The wood spirit Protoss might not be able to survive in the wasteland of 100 races. The wood spirit Protoss took out 2 life spirit fruits for everyone to compete, which was also good news for Jiang Chen. The wood spirit Protoss is a family of quasi-sacred kings that has the background of the gods and has a very long heritage. Although Jiang Chen is not afraid of the wood spirit Protoss, it is not an easy task to forcibly seize the spirit fruit of life in the territory of the wood spirit Protoss. It would undoubtedly be much easier if it were to directly compete for the 2 life spirit fruits that the wood spirit Protoss took the initiative to take out. With a decision in his heart, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and left the ancient city of 100 Desolations with everyone, heading towards the wood spirit Protoss. And just as they set off for the wood spirit Protoss, an old man with a dry figure in black robe blasted directly from the sky, and appeared above the void outside the wood spirit Protoss in the blink of an eye. This black-robed old man is no one else, but the great elder of the Soul Eater Protoss, the Dead Leaf Tianzun. The dead leaves of the Soul Eater Protoss come to visit the wood spirit Protoss. Withered Leaf Tianzun looked at the wood spirit Protoss below, and his faint voice rang from this place. Withered Leaf Tianzun, you don't want to stay in the Soul Eater Protoss, what are you doing to my wood spirit Protoss? At this moment, once the cold voice suddenly came from the wood spirit Protoss. A handsome man shrouded in pale green light also appeared ghostly above the wood spirit Protoss. Withered Leaf Tianzun hugged his fist to the handsome man and said, Patriarch Qingmu, the old man is ordered by the Patriarch to come to the nobleman in exchange for a life spirit fruit. Withered Leaf Heavenly Venerable, life spirit fruit tree spirit Protoss never exchanges privately, don't you Soul Eater? Protoss know the rules for obtaining life spirit fruit. If you want life spirit fruit, you can fight for it in half a month. Qingmu Tianzun didn't give Dry Leaf Tianzun any face at all, and said coldly. Patriarch Qingmu, the old man came to the wood spirit Protoss with great sincerity this time. Withered Leaf Tianzun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, as long as the wood spirit god race is willing to exchange a wood spirit god fruit, the Soul Eater god race is willing to pay any price. Qingmu Tianzun didn't even think about it, and he refused. Withered Leaf Tianzun, I have already made it very clear that life spirit fruits will not be exchanged. Please come back. Chapter 2057. The Plan of the Soul Eater Protoss. Tianzun Qingmu did not hesitate at all, and directly and decisively rejected Tianzun Withered Leaves. How precious is the spiritual fruit of life! Although the Aoki Protoss and the Soul Eater are the same as the 8 great god races in the wasteland of 100 races, they don't have much intersection with each other, so naturally he will not easily exchange the life spirit fruit to the Soul Eater Protoss. In these 10,000 years, the Aoki Protoss has only bred 4 life spirit fruits. The ancestor of their Aoki Protoss is coming to an end, and he urgently needs life spirit fruit to increase his lifespan, and it is even more impossible for Qingmu Tianzun to exchange life spirit fruit to Soul Eater Protoss. Seeing Tianzun Qingmu's attitude, Tianzun Withered Leaf frowned slightly. Patriarch Qingmu. Before Dead Leaf Tianzun finished speaking, Qingmu Tianzun interrupted his words directly. Withered Leaf Celestial Venerable, it doesn't need much. You Soul Devourer Celestial Venerable want the life spirit fruit, so you can get it by your ability in half a month. If you are persistently entangled, then you can blame me for being polite. The Dead Leaf Tianzun's complexion suddenly changed slightly. The wood spirit Protoss and the Soul Eater are the 8 great gods in the wasteland of 100 races, and the difference in strength is not big. Naturally, the Dead Leaf Tianzun dare not go wild in the wood spirits. Seeing that Tianzun Qingmu was angry, Tianzun Withered Leaf also knew that it was impossible to exchange life spirit fruit, so he turned and left in a desperate manner. Since he could not exchange the life spirit fruit, he could only return to the Soul Eater Protoss first, and let the Soul Eater Protoss prepare to fight for a life spirit fruit in half a month. After Dead Leaf Tianzun returned to the Soul Devouring Protoss and reported the situation to Mie Hun, the face of Nie Xuan Tianzun also didn't look pretty. If the Soul Eater Protoss had the strength to fight for the soul fruit of life, the ancestor's soul would have already been restored to its peak state, so why wait until now? The strength of the 8 Protoss in the wasteland of the 100 races, the soul-devouring Protoss, can hardly be ranked in the top 3. The Wood Spirit Protoss will take out 2 life spirit fruits for everyone to compete for every 10,000 years. Almost all of them are divided by the 3 most powerful races. The Soul Eater Protoss has never received a life spirit fruit. The Soul Eater Protoss had to build a black mist forest to restore the ancestor spirits by captive fierce souls. Now that the evil spirits raised in the Black Mist Forest appeared in an accident, the Soul Eater Protoss once again hit the spirit of life on the head. But if you want to fight for life spirit fruit with strength, this is still extremely slim for the Soul Eater Protoss. Great Elder, immediately contact the 3 lower strength races among the 8 Protoss. This time, no matter what, we have to find a way to win a life spirit fruit. Tianzun Miserable Soul's eyes flickered slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The life spirit fruit is monopolized by the top 3 races of the 8 Protoss. The other 4 races, including their Soul Eater Protoss, can't get any benefits at all. It's just that the strength of those 3 races is indeed much stronger than them. Even if they have been dividing up the spirit fruit of life, other forces dare not say anything. This time Miserable Soul Tianzun planned to unite with the other forces of the 8 great censored races to fight against those 3 races. Over the years, the ancestors of the soul-devouring Protoss swallowed up a lot of ferocious souls in the Black Mist Monk Forest, and the souls have recovered a lot. As long as you can get a life spirit fruit, the ancestor's spirit will definitely be able to return to its peak. Even if it offends those 3 races, the Soul Eater Protoss will not have the slightest fear. In a word, as long as the soul fruit can be obtained, no matter what price the Soul Eater Protoss pays, it is worth it. Hearing the instructions of soul-killing Tianzun, Dry Leaf Tianzun couldn't help taking a breath. In order to obtain the spirit fruit of life, soul destruction Tianzun obviously intends to desperately. This world has always been profit-oriented. If the Soul Eater Protoss wants to convince the other 3 tribes to help each other, they must pay the interests that make them tempted. It's okay if you can successfully obtain a life spirit fruit, otherwise the Soul Eater Protoss will really lose out. While Mihun Tianzun was planning the life spirit fruit, Jiang Chen and his group were also on the way to the Wood Spirit censored race. Li Jian was also introducing the situation of the 8 gods in the wasteland of the 100 races to Jiang Chen. It has been tens of thousands of years since Li Jian came to the wasteland of 100 races. Although he has spent most of his time practicing in retreat in these years, he still has a certain understanding of the 8 gods of the wasteland of 100 races. There are 8 Protoss in the wasteland of hundreds of races. The Soul Eater and the Aoki Protoss are of equal strength, and they are both races located in the middle reaches. Of the remaining 6 races, 3 of them are the most powerful. These 3 races are the Heaven-Swallowing Zhao tribe, the Zijin Shang tribe, and the Wukai Shenyu tribe. It is precisely because of the strength of these 3 clans that the 2 life spirit fruits that the Qingmu Protoss took out every 10,000 years all fell into the hands of these 3 clans. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. Senior Li, listen to what you mean, it seems that we want to get life spirit fruit. The biggest opponents are these 3 races. Li Jian nodded, his face solemnly said, these 3 clans are the biggest obstacle to our struggle for the spirit fruit of life. The 8 great censored tribes in the wasteland of 100 tribes have a long history, and each tribe has a foundation that is almost not inferior to that of the ancient spirit divine sect. The only difference, I am afraid, is that there is no real god king realm capable of sitting. Especially the top 3 races of the 8 Protoss, their strength can be described as unfathomable. Although Jiang Chen's combat power is shocking, it is not an easy task to compete with those 3 races for the soul fruit of life. Jiang Chen didn't worry too much. This time, no one would want to hinder him from getting the life spirit fruit during the trip of the Wood Spirit censored race. No matter how strong those 3 races were, finally there was no real power in the Divine King Realm. As long as there is no censored King Realm power, no one can censor the life spirit fruit from his hands. As one of the 8 Protoss of the 100 Clan Wasteland, the Wood Spirit Protoss occupies an excellent mountain range in the depths of the 100 Clan Wasteland. This mountain range was named Kangmu Mountain Range by the Wood Spirit God Clan. Perhaps because the Wood Spirit God Clan majored in the way of life, the entire Kangmu mountain range was full of plants growing extremely luxuriantly, and the air was filled with a strong breath of life. Because the struggle for life and fruit of the wood spirit censored race is a once-in-a-lifetime event in the wasteland of 100 races. At that time, not only the 8 great Protoss will come to compete for the sole fruit of life, but also other forces and races from the wasteland of 100 will come to observe. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the Kangmu mountain range, they found that from time to time there would be figures in the surroundings heading towards the Qingmu Protoss. Jiang Chen and his party didn't hesitate, and swiftly shuttled through the Kangmu mountain range. A very distinctive building in front appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. Chapter 2058. The 8 Gods Gather. Jiang Chen and the others did not hesitate, and flashed towards the looming building ahead. Jiang Chen and the others came under a majestic and steep mountain. This mountain peak is extremely high, and there are towering trees everywhere that go straight into the sky, and the clouds and mist around the mountainside. From the foot of the mountain, there is no end in sight. The building Jiang Chen and the others saw before was like a heavenly palace, looming in the clouds and mist, looking like a fairyland. Is this the place of the wood spirit Protoss? It really is a good place. Jiang Chen looked at the mountain in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Since coming to God's domain, Jiang Chen has been to many places and has seen many geomantic treasures occupied by forces. This place occupied by the wood spirit Protoss is undoubtedly one of the best. The wood spirit Protoss is good at the way of life. The area created by their ancestors is one of the best among the 8 gods in the wasteland of 100 races. Under the same realm, if you always live in this place, your life will be much more than that of outside practitioners. Li Jian looked up at the mountain in front of him, and said in amazement. Seeing the waves of figures flying around towards the top of the mountain, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and was about to fly out towards the top of the mountain. In the sky behind Jiang Chen and the others, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation. A boat made of black metal appeared directly and ghostly on the sky. As soon as the black boat appeared, it immediately aroused the idea of many people, and the sound of an uproar also resounded in an instant. The black gold cloud swallowing boat of the sky swallowing Zhao clan. Hearing the exclamation sounds from all around, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his brow slightly. The heaven swallowing Zhao clan, the number 1 existence of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of the 100 clan, is also one of Jiang Chen's biggest rivals for the life spirit fruit this time. Jiang Chen glanced at the black gold cloud swallowing boat, trying to check the situation inside. Unexpectedly, there is a mysterious power around the black gold cloud swallowing boat, completely isolating his divine consciousness, making it difficult for him to sense the situation inside. This black gold cloud swallowing boat is also a divine king weapon of the sky swallowing flood dragon clan. Unless the divine king realm is powerful, it is impossible for God's consciousness to penetrate the black gold cloud swallowing boat. Li Jian looked at the black gold swallowing cloud boat, and said in a deep voice, however, life spirit fruit is the most coveted treasure for any force. The sky swallowing flood clan will definitely go all out. This time, the strength of the wood spirit Protoss is bound to be not weak. While Jiang Chen was talking with Li Jian, the black golden cloud swallowing boat in the sky dashed over their heads and shot into the depths of the mountain. I'll go up too. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but didn't care too much. No matter how strong the heaven swallowing Zhao clan is, it is impossible to prevent him from obtaining the spirit fruit of life. Every time the struggle for life spirit fruit, the wood spirit gods do not have any restrictions on the power of the wasteland of 100 races, and almost all of them can come to watch or participate in the life spirit fruit competition. As one of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of 100 races, the wood spirit Protoss is not only powerful, but also has a very wide network of contacts, and it is not worried about anyone daring to run wild in the wood spirit gods. Jiang Chen and the others encountered almost no obstacles along the way, and went straight to the top of this mountain. Just stepping up to the top of the mountain, a clamor like a magic sound also instantly passed into Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's gaze swept slightly, and when he looked at the dense and invisible sea of lacquered black people around him, he couldn't help but breathe in his heart. He obviously didn't expect that the struggle for life and fruit of the wood spirit Protoss would attract so many people. This wood spirit Protoss is really lively. Jiang Chen saw this scene before him, and it took a long time before he recovered from his astonishment. Li Jian smiled and said, "This is normal. The struggle for the life and fruit of the wood spirit Protoss is a once-in-a-lifetime event in the wasteland of 100 races. It will naturally attract many people to participate. Jiang Chen shook his head, looked for a location with relatively few personal shadows, and then started to look around with good vision. At the moment they were in a huge square, with countless figures standing densely around the square, enclosing the entire square. Behind this huge square are many wooden buildings of various shapes. In the center of this building, the most eye-catching thing is the huge towering old tree. This tree is thousands of feet tall, with dense branches and leaves thrusting into the sky, and the whole body exudes an extremely powerful breath of life. This towering ancient tree should be the town censored tree from which the wood spirit god race can give birth to the spirit fruit of life. Because the distance is too far, and there are mysterious powers guarding the ancient tree, Jiang Chen can hardly find out the specific situation of that ancient tree. Jiang Chen quickly retracted his gaze, and then looked at the square. I saw the position directly in front of the center of the square, where there are some excellent views. Jiang Chen only swept away at the first glance and found that these positions were clearly divided into 8 camps. These positions should be specially prepared for the people of the 8 great protoss. The black gold cloud swallowing boat that Jiang Chen and the others had encountered at the foot of the mountain had already landed on the right side at the head. In the remaining positions, except for the only 2 or 3 positions that were still vacant, flying treasures similar to the black golden cloud swallowing boat stood there. The 8 great protoss have already come, and there are 5 gathered here, and it seems that the struggle for the spirit fruit of life may soon begin. Li Jian's eyes swept across the square, and he couldn't help speaking softly. Jiang Chen glanced at the several great protoss present, and found that, except for the wood spirit protoss who had a few heavenly superior realm powerhouses, the rest of the 8 great protoss stayed in their flying magic weapons and did not easily show up. Jiang Chen had to temporarily give up looking at the strength of the 8 protoss. He directly asked Li Jian, "Senior Li, do you know the rules of the struggle for life spirit fruit?" Li Jian shook his head. "Although I have been in the wasteland of 100 races for tens of thousands of years, I have been hiding in the ancient city of the 100 desolates for hard cultivation. I have not come to watch the struggle for life spirit fruit, and I know nothing about it." In the void outside of the wood spirit protoss, 3 successive flying treasures exuding a powerful aura flew from the sky and quickly landed in the center of the square. So far, almost all of the 8 most conspicuous positions in the center of the square are occupied. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but shocked. The 8 great gods of the wasteland of hundreds of races gather here. This also means that the struggle for the soul fruit of life is about to begin. Chapter 2059, Scramble Open. After the gathering of the 8 gods. Among the wood spirit protoss, a handsome middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing also walked slowly to the center of the square in the sight of everyone. This handsome middle-aged man is the patriarch of the wood spirit protoss, Tianzun Aoki. "Everyone, it's the time when the life spirit fruit of my wood spirit protoss is mature again. As usual, the wood spirit protoss will take out 2 life spirits for everyone to compete for. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and don't have any crooked minds, otherwise, don't blame my wood spirit protoss for being rude." Qingmu Tianzun's gaze swept across the square slightly, but his faint voice contained an indescribable power and some weaker ones, and his body would almost involuntarily appear to tremble slightly. As one of the 8 gods of the wasteland, the wood spirit gods are the most mysterious existence of the 8 gods, even though their strength ranks in the middle of the 8 gods. The entire wasteland of the 100 races, even if it was as strong as the heaven-swallowing flood dragon race, had to give the wood spirit god race a bit of face. As the patriarch of the wood spirit god race, Qingmu Tianzun's words are naturally very deterrent. Seeing that there was no voice of dissent in the field, Tianzun Qingmu began to announce the rules of contention for life spirit fruit. This time the rules of the life spirit fruit competition are still the same as before. Each force can send a genius up to long live to participate. The game will be played in a melee until the 2 remaining people are over. Now all are invited to participate. All the people of the spirit fruit of life enter the arena. Just after Aoki Tianzun announced the rules, there was a burst of wind breaking through the square around the square. I saw a series of extraordinary figures from years ago quickly burst out from around the square, and finally appeared in the center of the square randomly, each looking at each other with vigilant faces. Life spirit fruit, such as heaven and earth gods, is a dream treasure for any power in the wasteland of 100 races. Although the other races of the 100-clan wasteland are far inferior to the 8 great censored races, there are still many forces who want to take a fight. Although since ancient times, the struggle for the spirit fruit of life has almost all fallen into the hands of the 8 gods. But it's not that there have been exceptions. The struggle for life and spiritual fruit is carried out in a situation of melee. Such a method of contention will produce great variables, and it will invisibly give other races a chance. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He was caught directly among the many contestants and came to the center of the square. As the contestants entered the arena, among the flying magic weapons of the 8 protoss, shadows shot out one after another, and then fell lightly into the center of the square. The censored Sun Tuhei of the Soul Eater protoss, the censored Sun Ju Wugong of the Giant Spirit Gods, the Sun Wei Ju of the 3 Poison Gods, the censored Sun Xu Tianming of the Sky Spider Gods. Seeing the 4 people who appeared one after another, many people around the square couldn't help but exclaim. The censored sons of the 8 gods are all famous geniuses in the wasteland of 100 tribes. Their appearance naturally pushed the atmosphere in the field to the climax in an instant. In the center of the square, many contestants looked at the appearance of the 4 and hurriedly backed away. The area within 100 feet of a radius around the 4 of them all instantly turned into a vacuum zone. Participants from other forces know the strength of the 4, and naturally want to stay a little farther away, and don't want to collide head-on with the gods of the 8 gods in the first place. But not long after the Soul Eater, the censored Sun Tuhei and others appeared. On the side of the colorful Sacred Cow clan, a domineering young man with horns on his head and covered in colorful brilliance also landed suddenly. On the side of the Purple Bear clan, a burly youth in purple clothes stepped out of the sky, and his whole body also exuded an overbearing aura. At the end of the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, a black-clothed youth slowly walked out. The aura of the black-clothed youth's expression, although not as powerful as the previous 2, vaguely gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Niu Tiangan, the censored son of the colorful Sacred Ox clan. Ziyulong, the censored son of the Zijin Bear clan. Heaven-swallowing Zhao clan God-child Void Flame. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, the eyes of everyone on the square were all concentrated on the 3 of them. These 3 were from the top 3 races of the 8 protoss, and they were also the 3 most dazzling geniuses in the wasteland of the 100 races, and this time the most competitive contenders for life spirit fruit. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over the many contestants in the center of the square, and an uncontrollable exclamation appeared on his face. God's domain continent is worthy of being the most complete and ancient place in God's domain. The quantity and quality of geniuses born in an area such as the wasteland of 100 races far surpassed the realm of Zhengwu Great Realm. This time the fight for life spirit fruit, more than 50 geniuses participated in the fight, and all of them were the existence of the gods who had broken through the world. Most of the auras are far beyond the ordinary world gods. I am afraid at least they are the 1-star masters who have broken through with the super-grade gods. The censored children of the 8 gods are even 2-star venerables who have been promoted as super-grade gods. Especially the 3 people headed by Tianwuyan from the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, their auras are not inferior to the 4 great arrogances of the South Main Hall of the Eternal Temple. He originally thought that this time the struggle for the spirit fruit of life, the opponent he faced would be the patriarch level of the 8 gods. These guys not only reached the peak of Tianzun in their cultivation base, but they all had the background of God King. If it is one-on-one, Jiang Chen will naturally not have the slightest fear. But he wanted to swallow 2 life spirit fruits by himself, but it was not an easy task. However, he did not expect that the rules of the life spirit fruit competition would also be carried out by the younger generation, which was undoubtedly much easier for Jiang Chen. It's almost time, let's start. Seeing that the censored children of several great protoss were all entering the arena, Tianzun Qingmu's faint voice echoed slowly over the square again. With Qingmu Tianzun's words, the atmosphere in the square instantly became serious. The dozens of geniuses in the field were filled with extremely vigilant expressions in their eyes, and many people even chose to hug them in groups. Although only the last 2 people are eligible to obtain life spirit fruit, they are still in the early stages of the melee. If you want to survive this melee for longer, the best way is undoubtedly to get warm. Chong. Under the gaze of countless eyes around the square, the atmosphere in the field finally tightened to an unbearable point. I saw someone taking the lead and couldn't help launching an attack on the opponent beside him. The fight between the 2 immediately caused the tense atmosphere in the field to be instantly broken, and the power of the world gods of different attributes also instantly raged in midair. Chapter 2060. Chaos War. the aura of dozens of world spirits filled the entire square almost instantly. Even if Tianzun Qingmu urged the formation to isolate the space in the center of the square, it still made many people feel depressed. In the center of the square, chaos continued to spread. Almost in the blink of an eye, some weaker contestants retreated from the center of the square in embarrassment. The chaos in the field did not affect the gods of the 8 gods. They still stood proudly in place, silently watching the chaotic battle in the arena, and they didn't seem to have the intention of making a move easily. Nothing flame, Ziyulong, don't waste time. The ownership of the spirit fruit of this life will only arise from the 3 of us. How about we first join hands to remove the trash fish around, and then we will decide the outcome. At this moment, Niu Tiangan, the censored son of the colorful sacred cow tribe, glanced at the surrounding situation, and finally couldn't help but utter a voice. Ziyulong Ern, the censored son of the Zijin Bear clan, said, "Yes, I have no opinion." Heaven-swallowing Zhao clan godchild Void Yan's eyes flashed, and he nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it together." Xu Wuyan was also very clear in his heart. This time the struggle for life spirit fruit, the 2 people in front of him were his biggest opponents. As for other people, even the censored sons of the other 4 races, Xu Wuyan didn't take it seriously. Although Void Flame doesn't put others in the eyes, it takes a lot of effort to clear these dozens of geniuses from the field. Once the consumption is too large, it will be very unfavorable for the next battle with Niu Tiangan and Ziyulong for the life spirit fruit. It is undoubtedly the best choice for the 3 to clear the court at the same time, and then proceed to the final battle. Do it. When Xu Wuyan's voice fell, he raised his hand and waved at the young man closest to him. The young man's figure suddenly flew out of the field like a broken kite. Niu Tiangan and Ziyulong did not hesitate, and almost simultaneously swept the 2 young geniuses out of the field. Seeing that 3 of the top gods from the 8 great gods took shots at the same time, the expressions of many young geniuses in the field changed drastically. A young genius looked at the nihilism that had attacked him, and quickly screamed in anger, then greeted several companions to collide with the oncoming nihilism. The gap between these ordinary geniuses and Wu Wuyan was too big to be stopped. They were defeated almost instantly and had to admit defeat and leave the field. The 3 of Xu Wuyan suppressed countless young geniuses with incomparable domineering power. In less than a moment, more than a dozen young geniuses were forced out of the court by Xu Wuyan. Everyone comes to my side and fights with me against the 3 of them. Just as the many geniuses in the field, under the attack of the 3 people of Void Flame, fleeing like a frightened bird, the scream of the Soul Eater censored Sun Tuhei also instantly rang in the center of the square. Tuhei hadn't planned to shoot so quickly, but he didn't expect the 3 of Xu Wuyan to join forces to clear the field. These 3 people join forces, even if he is the censored son of the other 3 races, he may not be the opponent of the 3 people of Xu Wuyan. Tuhei decided to summon all the remaining contestants, and then use these people to maximize the power of the 3 people, so that he can have a greater chance of winning in the next competition. Those young geniuses who fled in a panic heard Tuhei's words, and immediately gathered towards Tuhei as if they had found the backbone of the master. The chaotic battlefield in the center of the square immediately divided into 2 distinct camps. One is the 3 of Xu Wuyan, and the other is the many geniuses headed by Tuhei. Jiang Chen was located in a corner just behind Tuhei, quietly watching everything that happened in the field. When he saw that Tuhei was about to gather all the forces in the field to fight against the 3 of Xu Wuyan, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This guy has a bit of courage. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glanced at the censored of the Soul Eater Protoss. Obviously, this guy wanted to gather all his powers to defeat the 3 of Xu Wuyan, so as to grab food. Tuhei, what do you mean? Seeing that Tuhei had gathered all the people in the field, the complexions of the 3 of Xu Wuyan also suddenly became unsightly. Although Tuhei and the others were slightly inferior to the 3 of them, they were also censored sons of the 8 great Protoss after all. If these 4 gods join forces and gather the power of about 30 young geniuses in the field, even if the 3 of them can deal with it, it might not be an easy task. Tuhei smiled coldly and said, "It's meaningless. Every time you fight for the spirit fruit of life, the 3 of you have profited. This time is also the time for us to share the pie." "Humph, Tuhei, you are too naive," Niu Tiangan said with a disdainful expression. "Do you think that by gathering these miscellaneous fishes together, you can compete with the 3 of us and fight for the fruit of life? Can you try it and you'll know." Tuhei fought against each other, and didn't mean to back down at all. The spirit fruit of life is very important to the Soul Eater Protoss, and he must do his best to win the game. He joined forces with the other 3 divine sons, and the gap between him and the 3 of Xu Wuyun should not be too big. Coupled with the strength of these geniuses in the field, there may not be no chance of winning. Tu He, since you have to find your own way, then we will fulfill you. The Zuwian trio laughed with extreme anger, and immediately a monstrous swallowing force burst out of their bodies, and violently killed them toward Tu He. Tu He's expression changed, and he joined forces with Zhu Wugong, the censored son of the giant spirit Protoss, to face the nihilism. On the other side, Wei Zhu, son of the 3 poison Protoss, and Xu Tianming, son of the Sky Spider Protoss, jointly blocked the purple Jade Dragon. The remaining 30 young geniuses are fighting with the last Niu Tiangan. Although Wu Wuyun and Ziyulong are much stronger than the Tu He 4, if they are to be one enemy and two, they will not be able to take advantage of them for a while. Niu Tiangan also failed to gain the upper hand in the face of the siege of 30 geniuses from the realm of the gods. The battle in the field has actually entered a stalemate, and no one can do anything for a while. With the passage of time, Niu Tiangan finally seized some flaws and flew several young geniuses out of the field one after another. After solving several young geniuses one after another, Niu Tiangan appeared ghostly behind this group of geniuses. He swept his gaze slightly, directly locked on Jiang Chen in the corner, and then threw a punch at Jiang Chen like lightning. Chapter 2061. Sorry, I want it all. Niu Tiangan deserves to be the top genius of the wasteland of 100 races. Even if Tu He gathers many geniuses, it is simply hard to resist. Around the square, everyone could not help but shook their heads secretly looking at Jiang Chen, who was throwing a punch at Jiang Chen. Another young genius is afraid that Niu Tiangan will be beaten off the court. Dozens of geniuses gathered together. The strength alone may be enough to contend with Niu Tiangan, but after all, they are not a whole. In the battle with Niu Tiangan, too many flaws were exposed, and Niu Tiangan seized the opportunity one by one. Breakdown. Who is not good for you to attack so many people? Why do you want to find me? Jiang Chen saw Niu Tiangan with a violent punch, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but a slight arc was raised. He originally wanted to continue to hide in the corner and be an audience for a while. Since this Niu Tiangan had to send him to the door to find his death, he simply didn't hide it, and solved the battle early. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Niu Tiangan's explosive blow. His figure remained unchanged, and he raised his hand and blasted him towards Niu Tiangan. This punch seemed to be a flat punch, and it banged against Niu Tiangan's fist. He only heard a loud bang. Niu Tiangan trembled all over, and couldn't help making a muffled sound in his mouth. The whole person flew out in embarrassment like a broken kite. The audience shook. Countless people watched this scene with dull eyes, and it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. No one could have imagined that the young man in black who had been hiding in the corner knocked Niu Tiangan away with an understatement. Niu Tiangan. This is the censored child of the Wukai god Niu clan, one of the 3 top geniuses of the 100 clan wasteland, and now he was punched back by an unknown Maudo boy. I'll go. Who is this kid? Too fierce. When everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but took a breath. This black-clothed young man is so vigorous, able to retaliate Niu Tiangan, the censored son of the colorful sacred cow tribe, with one punch. Even in the case of Niu Tiangan's carelessness, that's pretty awesome. If other geniuses centered on this kid, they might not be able to fight Niu Tiangan. As a result, Niu Tiangan's plan to clear the others would be difficult to achieve. This kid actually came to fight for the soul fruit of life. On the side of the Soul Eater Protoss, the Soul Destruction Tianzun sitting in the center of the Soul Eater chariot looked at this scene, and his expression couldn't help but change drastically. Beside Mie Soul Tianzun, a soul-devouring Protoss elder could not help but ask curiously. Patriarch, do you know that kid? The appearance of that kid did a great favor to Tu He. This time the struggle for life spirit fruit, the 3 major Protoss have no hope, and our Soul Eater Protoss may not have hope either. Miserable Soul Tianzun slowly took a deep breath and said, he is Jiang Chen, the terrifying existence that transcends the sacred god. Many people of the Soul Eater Protoss couldn't help but change drastically when they heard this. Jiang Chen broke into the Xuanshuang League alone in the ancient city of 100 Desolations, fought against the 5 heavenly powers with 1 enemy and 5, and killed 2 of them to overwhelm the Xuanshuang League. Their Soul Eater clan patriarch, soul-killing heavenly sovereign, also visited the ancient city in person to fight Jiang Chen, but in the end he was still defeated. Now the name of Jiang Chen is already Megatron wasteland of the entire 100 races. Although they had never seen Jiang Chen, they had already regarded Jiang Chen as a taboo horror. With this monstrous strength, even the patriarch of the heaven-swallowing Flood Dragon clan, the Thunder Dragon Heavenly Sovereign, who is known as the #1 powerhouse in the wasteland of the 100 clans, might not be able to compete with it. Isn't it easy for such a terrifying existence to fight for the soul fruit of life? Patriarch, the appearance of this guy is not necessarily a bad thing. He can only get one life spirit fruit when he participates in the life spirit fruit competition. As long as he defeats the gods of the 3 races, the other life spirit fruit is not our soul eater is none other than the Protoss. An elder of the Venerable Realm smiled. Soul Destruction Tianzun did not speak, obviously he was not so optimistic in his heart. The Soul Eater Protoss shot Jiang Chen time and time again, and the relationship with Jiang Chen was not friendly. Even if he defeated the gods of the 3 tribes including the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, Jiang Chen would not necessarily allow them to smoothly obtain the spirit fruit of the Soul Eater clan. Haha, it's really God who helped me. Wuyan, it seems that the 3 major gods of yours are destined to not carve up the spirit fruit of life this time. Seeing this scene, too he couldn't help laughing wildly with a smug expression on his face. Shu Wuyan's complexion is also ugly to the extreme. For a long time, their 3 tribes are powerful, even the other 5 tribes that are the same as the 8 censored tribes, they are far from being comparable. The 3 of Shu Wuyan looked at themselves very highly, and hardly put the others in their eyes. Originally, Wuyan thought, this time the fight for life spirit fruit, the 3 of them teamed up to clear the field, but it was a breeze. But he didn't expect that the censored Sun Tuhei of the Soul Eater Protoss would join forces with the censored sons of several other groups and all the contestants to forcibly confront them. Among the group of contestants who looked like ants in their eyes, there was still Niu Tiangan who retreated with a punch. Your strength is good and you have the qualifications to compete with us for the spiritual fruit of life. I think you might as well join the 3 of us to solve others first, and then how about a fair competition for everyone? Shu Wuyan's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately began to draw Jiang Chen together. Upon hearing this, Zi Yulong and Niu Tianquan did not object to them either, obviously tacitly acquiescing to the words of Wu Wuyan. The appearance of this kid has completely disrupted their plan. You have to pull it into your camp first and resolve the situation before you. This little brother, don't be fooled by the 3 of them. If you join forces with the 3 of them, you will be destined to find it hard to get the life spirit in the end. Naturally, too, he would not watch Jiang Chen being pulled over by the 3 of Shu Wuyan. He quickly persuaded, with your strength, if you help us defeat the 3 of them, you will surely be able to get a life spirit fruit. The Zuwian trio were powerful, and even if Jiang Chen joined hands with them, he would never want to obtain a life spirit fruit from the Zuwian trio. If Jiang Chen teamed up with them first to defeat the 3 of Shu Wuyan, Jiang Chen's strength would be one of the best among the remaining group of people, and the chance of obtaining life spirit fruit would undoubtedly be much greater. 2. He believes, as long as you are not a fool, you should know at this time that joining them is the right choice. Okay, don't bother to talk here. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said faintly, I'm sorry, this time I want all the 2 life spirit fruits of the wood spirit Protoss. I don't want to waste time, let's go together. Chapter 2062, Defeat the enemy with one finger. Sorry, this time, I want all of the 2 life spirit fruits of the wood spirit Protoss. I don't want to waste time, so let's go together. As Jiang Chen said this, the audience was in an uproar. Most people thought that Jiang Chen would choose to join forces with He and others to get the 3 of Shu Wuyan out of the game first. The 3 of Shu Wuyan are powerful, and if these 3 powerful opponents are missing, it will undoubtedly be much more advantageous for Jiang Chen to fight for life spirit fruit in the future. But they never thought that Jiang Chen would say such arrogant words. This time in the struggle for life spirit fruit, most of the forces in the wasteland of the 100 races sent out the most outstanding genius disciples of their own race. Nowadays, in the center of the square, there are almost dozens of talented disciples from the top of the 100 ethnic wasteland. Especially the censored children of the 8 great gods, each of them is a 2-star venerable who breaks through with a god-ranked god, and the combat power is comparable to the power of the celestial realm. The 3 of Shu Wuyan reached the pinnacle of the 2-star venerable, not far from the 2-star earth venerable. Each of these three even possessed a combat power comparable to the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign, and even the patriarch of the 8 great censored races might not be easily defeated. Jiang Chen actually wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the field with one person. This is too crazy. In the center of the square, many young geniuses from the wasteland of hundreds of races were also taken aback by Jiang Chen's arrogant words. They obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen would make such an outrageous choice. Especially the three of Shu Wuyan, their expressions were extremely gloomy. As the top geniuses in the wasteland of 100 races, they have always been the only ones who despise others. Have they ever been despised like Jiang Chen? The kid is going to be rampant. I just took it carelessly just now. Do you really think you are invincible? Niu Tiangan's face changed, and a monstrous murderous aura filled his body. His rugged face was slightly hideous, and a golden sword in his hand emerged out of thin air, and his sword aura traversed the sky, like a peerless heavenly sword in the world, powerful and overbearing. Niu Tiangan screamed all over, and directly raised the golden broadsword, like a sword that opened the world and slashed out against Jiang Chen. With Niu Tiangan's knife cutting out, the 99 sword auras that tore the world and the earth quickly cut through the sky. Every sword aura carries an extremely overbearing power, enough to easily blast and kill the venerable gods of the ordinary realm. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, he just raised his hand gently for a while, and an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire body of 100 meters of space. When Niu Tiangan's 99 sword auras landed on the invisible barrier, they were instantly bounced away. With 99 overbearing sword auras, almost none of them can rush into the range of Jiang Chen's body. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but take a breath. They originally thought that Jiang Chen had just repelled Niu Tiangan, the censored son of the Wukai god Niu clan, but Niu Tiangan was careless. But he didn't expect Niu Tiangan to make an all-out effort now, and he has not been able to ask for any advantage. The strength of this kid seems to be much stronger than they thought. Niu Tiangan roared in disbelief, and his whole body was full of colorful lights. I saw the golden long sword in his hand dancing wildly, 99 sword auras, quickly centered on the golden long knife, and then merged together, turning into a round of knife wheels emitting colorful light. Knife wheel Hengtian, with the overbearing power to smash everything, once again swept out towards Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked to see the knife Niu Tiangan made. Worthy of being the top 3 top geniuses in the wasteland of the 100 races, this knife is the extreme of a powerful knife. Even most of the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouses would be severely injured if they resisted the sword. But beyond everyone's expectations, Jiang Chen still stood proudly on the spot, but raised his hand to volley and pointed out that the mighty colorful knife wheel burst open in midair with a bang. Niu Tiangan was even more shocked, as if he was hit hard, he awkwardly stepped back on the ground for hundreds of steps. It's really scary. Did you find out that this guy only exposed the aura of the Heavenly God Realm, and didn't use the power of the Realm God Realm at all? Hi, it turned out to be the breath of the Heavenly God Realm. How is this possible? In the square, everyone could not help taking a breath when they saw the scene in front of them. With the strength of the Heavenly God Realm, he defeated Niu Tiangan, the top genius of the 100 clan wastelands and the cultivation base of the 2nd star Venerable Realm. Colorful Sacred Ox clan, censored son, but that's all. Looking at the Taurus clan Sake, you just retreat now, I don't embarrass you. With an understatement, he defeated Niu Tiangan. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, and his proud voice resounded through the audience. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the expressions of many geniuses in the field could not help but change slightly. HMPH, Your Excellency must not be too arrogant, let me learn your great tricks. The purple jade dragon stepped out, full of purple light shining to the sky, like a purple sun, bringing a billowing ocean of purple energy over the square, obscuring the sky and oppressing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pointed out again. An invisible sword energy in the sky split the sky and the earth, instantly splitting the purple ocean in half. The invisible sword energy has spread to the front of Ziyulong. The purple jade dragon looked terrified, and quickly urged the world god's origin with all his strength, condensing a purple battle armor all over his body, enveloping all of his body. The purple battle armor still couldn't stop the invisible sword aura, and it was directly shattered into fragments under the invisible sword aura, and the purple jade dragon's entire body was pale and flew upside down hundreds of feet away. One pointed out that Ziyulong, the censored son of the Zijin bear tribe, was defeated. With one finger repelling the purple jade dragon, Jiang Chen stood in a proud position like an invincible, censored, of war, looking down at Xu Wuyan and the others. It's really vulnerable, you should go together. Xu Wuyan stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and slowly said, if I guessed it right, Your Excellency should be Jiang Chen from the Megatron 100 desolate ancient city not long ago. Seeing him today, it really is a well-deserved reputation. A heavenly god realm named Jiang Chen slaughtered all over the 100 desolation ancient city, and his reputation spread throughout the entire wasteland of 100 races. Xu Wuyan didn't believe it yet. Now that Jiang Chen can easily defeat Niu Tiangan and Ziyulong with the power of the heavenly god realm one after another, Wu Wuyan can't believe it. The black-clothed young man in front of him is almost certainly the terrifying heavenly god realm in the Bawang ancient city. This young man in black turned out to be Jiang Chen. In the square, everyone heard the words of Wu Wuyan. Their expressions could not help but change drastically. Chapter 2063. 7 Great Goddesses. Not long ago, a super evildoer named Jiang Chen appeared in the ancient city of 100 Desolations. With the cultivation base of the celestial god realm, this person defeated several Tianzun powerhouses and defeated the profound Frost Alliance. Even the soul-devouring patriarch of the patriarch, destroying Tianzun, used countless gods and blood, and was easily repelled by him. This matter has already spread in the wasteland of 100 races. In the entire wasteland of hundreds of races, all were silent about this name. They never thought that this heaven-defying existence would also come to the wood spirit god race to fight for the spirit fruit of life. Everyone finally understood why Jiang Chen dared to challenge all the geniuses of the 100 clan wasteland alone. With Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, the existence of the patriarch of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of the 100 races is not an opponent of Jiang Chen. Now it is not like playing with the young geniuses of the wasteland of the 100 clan for life. Jiang Chen looked at Xu Wuyan indifferently. Yes, I am Jiang Chen, are you still competing with me for the spiritual fruit of life? Your Excellency is powerful, but our genius in the wasteland of the 100 races is not a vegetarian. Xu Wuyan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if we fight alone, none of us will be your opponent, but if so many of us work together, we may not be able to fight you. The divine sons of the 8 gods are all geniuses in the 2-star state, equivalent to the powerhouse in the sky. Especially the 3 of him, Ziyulong and Niu Tiangan, are powerful enough to compare to the powerhouses at the peak of the gods, and they are not much inferior to the patriarchs of the 8 gods. Even if they weren't counted as other geniuses, their 7 censored sons joined forces, and almost all of them were invincible in the wasteland of 100 races. Even if they were the patriarch of the heaven-swallowing Zhao clan, the Thunder Zhao Tianzun, who was known as the #1 powerhouse in the wasteland of 100 clan, might not be the opponent of the 7 of them. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said lightly, if that's the case, then let's do it. Everyone, if you still want to fight for the soul fruit of life, follow me to shoot. Xu Wuyan let out a low growl, and the realm god's origin that contained the endless path of devouring in his body also burst out with all his strength. Ziyulong and Niu Tiangan, as well as the 4 gods including Tu He, all made a sudden move. The 7 great gods of the wasteland of 100 races joined forces to strike, and the power can be described as earth-shattering. I saw the sky, the blade wheel Xuantian, the sword light, the big day Hengkong. All kinds of censored king's great arts have formed one after another in midair. The terrifying energy storm, boiling like the ocean, makes the magic circle of the wood spirit gods tremble endlessly, countless destructive energy, crazy going surgingly towards Jiang Chen. This earth-shattering scene made everyone in the square tremble with horror. The combination of Xu Wuyan and other divine sons of the 7 great 2-star venerable realm is really too powerful. If it weren't for the formation restriction left by the ancestors of the divine king stage of the wood spirit Protoss in the center of the square, a single blow by these 7 people might be enough to turn the entire wood spirit Protoss into nothingness. Haha. Good job. Jiang Chen was full of fighting spirit, and his whole person turned into a long rainbow, rushing into the boiling energy ocean. The power created by the joint efforts of the 7 gods such as Xu Wuyan has far surpassed the joint efforts of the 5 sages of the ancient city, and is not even weaker than the Soul Eater patriarch who used the blood of the gods. In that boiling ocean of energy, Jiang Chen's 10 Dao powers were urged to the extreme, and his punch collided with the 7 gods' various great skills of the gods. The colorful ocean of boiling energy was blasted out of a huge hole by Jiang Chensheng's punch. Not good. The complexion of Xu Wuyan and others changed drastically. Before they could react, a terrifying force of fist had already swept toward them. The three of Xu Wuyan were slammed back into the air by Jiang Chen's punch, while he and the other four were slightly weaker, and even flew hundreds of feet away with a pale face. Sure enough, it is the power of the 10 Dao. Xu Wuyan stepped back more than 10 steps in the void, and his heart was terrified. After Jiang Chen became famous in the first battle of the 100 desolate ancient city, there were rumors that Jiang Chen broke the limit of the gods and held the power of the 10 ways above the holy gods. Xu Wuyan still sneered at this. Since the birth of God's domain, the saint-grade celestial god has always been the ultimate state of the celestial god realm. Even in the ancient times when there were so many arrogances, no one broke this iron law. How could anyone in this world be able to surpass the sacred gods? When Xu Wuyan clearly felt the 10 powers of Jiang Chen's body, he also had to believe that it was true. How could this world break the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth, break the limit in the heavens and gods, and become an existence that surpassed the holy gods? Only by surpassing the heaven-defying existence of the sacred gods can he use the cultivation base of the heavenly gods to overwhelm countless powerful heavenly masters. Ha ha. Come again. Jiang Chen laughed, like an invincible censored of war, rushing towards the 7 gods. His fists containing the power of the 10 realms blasted out one after another, and the Son of God who smashed every fist vomited blood and retreated. Xu Wuyan and others even incarnate themselves to fight Jiang Chen. In midair, the entire body is covered with the Black Lin family's sky-swallowing flood dragon, a giant purple gold bear with a size of hundreds of meters, and a sacred cow with multicolored lights. The 7 divine sons each incarnate their bodies, and then urge their supernatural power visions with all their strength, and then all killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is also urging the imperial sword of the divine body vision man, as if opening the sky and the earth, it was cut out with a single sword. The void exploded, the sun and the moon churned. Countless storms of destruction, like the end of the day, centered on Jiang Chen and their battlefield, spreading in all directions. This devastating storm came after another, making the square in the center of the square to block the void, forming the barriers of the battlefield, all turbulent. Qingmu Tianzun, the patriarch of the wood spirit Protoss tribe, changed his face greatly, and he quickly sacrificed a cyan bead that exuded the power of the supreme life avenue, before reluctantly restraining the volatile formation and stabilizing his whereabouts. These guys are fighting with all their strength, it's really not a normal horror. I didn't expect that this time in the struggle for life spirit fruit, such a thing would happen. Tianzun Aoki slowly took a deep breath, and couldn't help smiling in his heart. The censored sons of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of the 100 races are already peerless geniuses comparable to the powers of the heavenly sovereign, and how arrogant each one is. This time the struggle for life spirit fruit, the 7 gods other than their wood spirit god clan were forced to join forces by Jiang Chen. The battle between the 7 gods and Jiang Chen, compared with the power of the patriarchs of the 8 gods, is even worse. If he hadn't used the Divine King tool to reinforce the formation restriction in time, I am afraid that the entire wood spirit Protoss would be turned into a ruin in the confrontation of several people. Chapter 2064. The first strongest in the wasteland of 100 races. Jiang Chen collided with the 7 gods, and a terrifying energy storm swept the world. Those dozens of people who could withstand such a terrifying energy storm all fled out of the formation space with pale expressions. Although the life spirit fruit is a rare and peerless fetish in the world, it is not something they can compete for. They knew very well that if they continued to stay on this battlefield, the energy aftermath from the battle between Jiang Chen and others would be enough to kill them into scum. Just after the others exited the battlefield in embarrassment like frightened birds, the devastating storm in the void swept across the center of the square. I saw the 7 gods headed by Xu Wuyan, directly like a stone that was knocked into the air, and instantly smashed a distance of thousands of meters. The throats of the 3 of them were sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths. The 4 of He were even more bloody, and even their entire body was almost destroyed by Jiang Chen. 2. Horrible. In the square, everyone looked at this scene in horror, and there was a shocking wave in their hearts. The 8 gods in the wasteland of the 100 races, and the 7 gods except the wood spirit gods, were defeated by Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen defeated the 7 gods with a single sword, like an invincible censored of war, looking down at Xu Wuyan and the others, and said calmly, "This time the 2 life spirit fruits belong to me, who have any opinions?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the faces of the 7 void flames were extremely ugly. They were born in the 8 great gods of the wasteland of hundreds of races, and they are extremely talented, and they are the sons of gods. Today their 7 gods joined forces, but they were suppressed by Jiang Chen alone. All their pride and glory were completely shattered by Jiang Chen at this moment. Although they were unwilling, facing the extremely powerful Jiang Chen, continuing the battle was nothing but humiliation. Your Excellency is unparalleled, I'll wait to admit defeat. In the end, Xu Huiyan looked down at his proud head, his mouth full of bitterness. As the head of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of 100 races, and the censored son of the heaven-swallowing flood dragon clan, Xu Huiyan has always regarded himself very high, thinking that he is one of the best geniuses in this world. Until today's battle, Xu Huiyan finally understood what is outside, and there are people outside, and there are days outside the sky. In front of Jiang Chen, his so-called heaven-swallowing Zhao clan censored son was nothing at all. Seeing that Wu Huiyan had conceded, Jiang Chen ignored them, and directly raised his head to look at Qingmu Tianzun of the Wood Spirit Protoss. Qingmu Tianzun, they have already conceded, can you give me 2 life spirit fruits? Tianzun Aoki also had a headache when he heard this. He obviously did not expect that this time there would be a peerless evildoer like Jiang Chen, who swept the 7 gods by one person, and wanted to swallow 2 life spirit fruits alone. In this regard, Tianzun Aoki has no opinion. Anyway, the Wood Spirit Protoss would only provide 2 life spirit fruits for everyone to fight for. As for who owns the life spirit fruits, it makes no difference. Even if he wanted to give the 2 life spirit fruits to Jiang Chen, it might not be so easy. Your Excellency is too late. According to the life spirit fruit competition rules, each contestant can only get 1 life spirit fruit. Although your strength is the best in the audience, you can't swallow 2 life spirit fruit. Just as Tianzun Qingmu was considering how to deal with this matter, a faint sneer suddenly sounded over the square. I saw the sky-swallowing flood clan's black palace suspended in midair, and a black shadow directly stepped out of the air slowly. This is a burly middle-aged black-clothed man. The middle-aged man is enveloped in layers of dark thunder light, and the monstrous blood covers the world. As soon as he appeared, countless practitioners in the field seemed to have a feeling of suffocation. Lei Zhao Tianzun, the patriarch of the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, is the #1 powerhouse in the wasteland of 100 clan. This person appeared in person, and it seemed that he didn't want Jiang Chen to get the life spirit fruit smoothly. Jiang Chen looked at the black-clothed middle-aged in front of him, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. You are the #1 powerhouse in the wasteland of the 100 races, the patriarch Lei Zhao Tianzun of the sky-swallowing flood dragon clan. This person's aura is much stronger than the soul-devouring Protoss patriarch Mie Sol Tianzun, and it comes from the sky-swallowing flood clan. Jiang Chen can guess the identity of this guy almost without even thinking about it. In addition to the patriarch of the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, who else can there be? Yes, it is the deity. Lei Zhao Tianzun said coldly, Your Excellency, a human being crushes many geniuses in the wasteland of 100 races, and I have no objection to obtain a life spirit fruit. But wanting to take away both life spirit fruits is too much. According to the rules of the life spirit fruit competition, when there are 2 people left in the field, 1 person can get a life spirit fruit. But now I am the only one left, and the 2 life spirit fruits naturally belong to me. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Lei Zhao Tianzun. Why, do you have an opinion? The deity still said that, you can only take away a life spirit fruit. Lei Zhao Tianzun's face sank slightly, and a monstrous coercion filled the world. If you insist on breaking the rules, then you should blame the deity for bullying the big and the small, and you are not polite to you. When Qingmu Tianzun saw this, his expression could not help but changed slightly. If the 2 of you want to fight, please go to the void. My wood spirit Protoss can't stand the toss of the 2. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either. His body shape appeared in the endless void above the wood spirit Protoss, and above the sky above his head, a pair of extremely bright Big Dipper figure condensed out of thin air. Lei Zhao Tianzun, come up for a fight. I only have 1 sentence, the 2 life spirit fruits of the wood spirit god race, I'm going to make a decision, Jiang Chen. If anyone dares to stop me, kill me. Lei Zhao Tianzun's body flashed with black thunder lights, rising up into the sky like a world-familiar demon, and stood facing Jiang Chen above the void. 2 monsters of thunder that tore through the void suddenly shot out of his eyes, and his murderous aura said, Boy, today the deity wants to see, what are you capable of, the super holy, censored, of the past. 7-star heaven sword art, cut. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and instantly aroused the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper chart, transforming into a star sword energy that extinguished the sky, and fell down from above the 9 heavens to the Lei Jiao Tianzun. The sky of the sun and the moon seemed to be split apart by Jiang Chen's sword. This Lei Jiao Tianzun's aura is more than 1 level stronger than the Soul Destruction Heavenly Lord of the Soul Eater Protoss. Jiang Chen didn't keep the slightest hand either. He used the Divine King's great spell 7-star Heavenly Sword Art as soon as he shot it. Looking at Jiang Chen's shocking sword, Lei Jiao Tianzun's pupils shrank suddenly. He was covered in black thunder light rising up into the sky, and behind him, he condensed into a tens of thousands of feet tall, and collided with the great sword of stars that fell from 9 heavens. Chapter 2065. Shocking Battle. The star giant sword slashed on the Lei Jiao Tianzun's 10,000 Zhang Jiaolong Faxiong with unimaginable power. The appearance of Lei Jiao Tianzun's 10,000 feet dragon, as if fragile as a piece of paper, was easily split into 2 parts by the sword of the stars. Lei Jiao Tianzun groaned as he stepped into the void and retreated thousands of feet away. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, with a solemn expression in his eyes. This son deserves to be a heaven-defying existence that surpasses the saint-rank heavenly god, and his combat power is even a bit stronger than he imagined. Your strength is much stronger than the average Tianzun peak. Seeing that he did his best to use the 7-star heavenly sword art, but he couldn't even hurt Lei Jiao Tianzun at all, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the ancient city of 100 Desolations, Jiang Chen once fought against the soul-exterminating heavenly sovereign at the peak of the heavenly sovereign. With the strength of Tianzun, if he didn't use the essence of the censored king, he would definitely not be able to resist the 7-star heavenly sword art that he used with all his strength. But the Thunder Dragon Heavenly Sovereign in front of him was able to resist this forcefully with a sword unscathed, which was obviously stronger than the soul-destroying Heavenly Sovereign. This deity is the pinnacle of a 1-star celestial venerable. Can it be comparable to the peak of an ordinary celestial venerable like the Soul Destruction Celestial? Lei Jiao Tianzun smiled contemptuously, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, even if you have the power against the sky and the power of the 10 powers, you can never want to go wild in front of the deity today. Jiang Chen glanced at Lei Jiao Tianzun lightly. The 2 life spirit fruits of the wood spirit Protoss, I am going to make a decision. Even if you are a 1-star. Tianzun, if you dare to stop me, I can't kill it. If you want to kill the deity, you are not qualified enough. Lei Jiao Tianzun's eyes were cold. There seemed to be a violent volcano in his body. Even if it erupted, a terrifying black light burst out from his acupuncture points all over his body. Between his eyebrows and eyes, they were enveloped by weird black lights, and there was a black divine light that was enough to swallow everything in his eyes. Lei Jiao Tianzun is like an ancient demon, censored, coming to the world, and the terrifying coercion makes countless practitioners in the lower wood spirit gods tremble. Only a few Tianzun powerhouses can barely support it. Okay. What a terrifying power. Lei Jiao Tianzun deserves to be the #1 powerhouse in the wasteland of 100 races. It's really too powerful. That kid dared to provoke the majesty of Lei Jiao Tianzun. He really didn't know whether to live or die. Many practitioners looked at this horrible scene in the void, and their gazes at Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of regret. Although Jiang Chen is incomparable in combat power, even the peak of Heavenly Sovereign like Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign is not his opponent. But in the face of Lei Jiao Tianzun, the #1 powerhouse in the wasteland of the 100 races, I am afraid that he would have to hate it on the spot. It's a pity that such a peerless arrogant will die here today. Boy, let you see the power of the deity today. Sky-swallowing demon fist. Lei Jiao Tianzun spoke, and the sound was like thunder, as if it came from 9 days. His figure is like a black hole containing endless swallowing power, frantically devouring the surrounding energy, and then getting bigger and bigger. The figure of Lei Jiao Tianzun directly transformed into a heaven-swallowing demon, censored, with a height of 10,000 meters, and he slammed Jiang Chen with a punch. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the bright golden light rose from his body to the sky, instantly illuminating the void. A golden divine sword exuding ancient supernatural powers spookily condensed directly behind Jiang Chen, and then Lei Jiao Tianzun's devouring fists collided. The black monstrous devilish energy collided with the 10,000-foot golden divine sword. Probably the ripples of destruction swept across the entire Kangmu mountain range in an instant, turning the tens of thousands of miles into chaos, leaving only 2 energies of gold and black intertwined in midair. Jiang Chen is now fully urging the Emperor Sword of the Divine Body Vision Man, and even the soul-killing Tianzun who used the essence and blood of the Divine King in the first place can hardly resist. Even though Lei Jiao Tianzun was a powerful one-star Tianzun, it was difficult to contend. This situation did not last long. The demon-powered heaven-swallowing demon fist was steadily retreating under the Emperor Jiang Chen's Divine Body Visionary Sword. The heaven-swallowing demon fist was directly shattered by the human Emperor's sword, and even Lei Jiao Tianzun's figure was slashed 1,000 feet away by a single sword. Looking at this incredible scene in the void, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Lei Jiao Tianzun, this is the powerhouse at the pinnacle of one-star Tianzun, and the top powerhouse in the wasteland of their 100 races today. Jiang Chen was so strong that he was so powerful that even Lei Jiao Tianzun was defeated by Qi Yijian. Boy, you dare to hurt me, I want you to die. Lei Jiao Tianzun stabilized his figure in embarrassment. He stared at Jiang Chen sullenly, and an unimaginable terrifying force burst from him. Everyone only felt that the sky was dark, and countless inky darkness swallowed up the divine light, covering the sky and the sun and shrouding thousands of miles of void. Suddenly there was a sound of heaven and earth cracking in the void, and a terrifying black phantom rushed out from behind Lei Jiao Tianzun, transforming into a huge flood dragon spanning thousands of miles in the void. This dragon is pitch black, covered with black scales, and its double horns shine with cold light, and its pupils are like two huge black holes, as if it can swallow everything in the world. Boy, I am the heaven-swallowing flood dragon clan. Among the thousands of tribes in the God realm, the bloodline is enough to be in the top 100, enough to swallow the heavens and the earth. You can force me to use the heaven-swallowing flood dragon clan's divine body with the cultivation base of the heavenly gods. The vision is enough to be proud. Lei Jiao Tianzun stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and the black dragon that lay in the void behind him opened his mouth wide, as if he was about to swallow Jiang Chen in the surrounding space. Tisk tisk. The blood of the dragon dared to be wild in front of me. Don't say the blood of your sky-swallowing dragon clan, even if the blood of the real dragon is here, Jiang Chen can still suppress it. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and stepped out one step at a time. The image of the Taixu sacred dragon was directly condensed in the void above his head. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, and with a sky-shaking dragon roar resounding through thousands of miles of void, the Qinlongzhen sky map instantly turned into a picture of the sky that covered the sky and covered the sun in the void, turning the black that stretched across thousands of miles into the void. Jiaolong was suppressed in the picture scroll. The black dragon raised his head and looked at the pattern of the divine dragon lying in the void, as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world, and his expression instantly became horrified. In front of this Qinlongzhen sky map, the black water dragon was completely suppressed. No matter how hard it struggled, everything was in vain. Under the suppression of Tiantu in Qianlong town, the black flood dragon exploded. Chapter 2066. One-star Tianzun, but so, Qinlongzhen Tiantu smashed the black dragon roar, and the terrifying divine light directly hit Lei Jiao Tianzun's body, and instantly knocked Lei Jiao Tianzun away. Everywhere his body shape passed, there was a crack in the space of 1,000 meters wide. The power of Taixu Sacred Dragon, you. Are you from the ancient Sacred Dragon tribe? Lei Jiao Tianzun stabilized his figure in embarrassment, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen also showed unconcealed panic. Although the heaven-swallowing Jiao clan has an extraordinary bloodline, it has been able to rank in the top 100 among the tens of thousands of clan in the God's realm. But compared to the ancient Saint Dragon bloodline, the heaven-swallowing Flood Dragon bloodline is nothing at all. The blood of the sacred dragon is absolutely suppressing the blood of their heaven-swallowing Flood Dragon clan. Lei Jiao Tianzun didn't expect anything. The mysterious young man who mastered the power of the Ten Dao in front of him would turn out to be a member of the Taixu Sacred Dragon clan. Who I am, you don't need to know. You just need to know, whoever dares to prevent me from gaining the fruit of life will only die. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and the power of the Ten Dao surrounds him, setting him off like an invincible god of war. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to take another shot, Lei Jiao Tianzun's expression changed, and he quickly suppressed the horror in his heart. With a move of his palm, a pitch-black sledge-hammer appeared. Ghostly in his palm, above this giant hammer, there was a flicker of black thunder that contained the supreme swallowing avenue, as if to swallow everything in the world. Lei Jiao Tianzun held a giant hammer in his hand and slammed the hammer down at Jiang Chen angrily. An overbearing devouring force instantly tore through the space and swept towards Jiang Chen with a terrifying black storm. This black storm seemed like the 9 nether winds blowing from the abyss. Even if it was contaminated by the ordinary heavenly venerate, it would be swallowed into nothingness in an instant. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly. Seeing his fist squeezed, the power of the 10 powers instantly turned into a dazzling chaotic fist, blasting together with the hammer of Lei Jiao Tianzun. A terrifying storm of destruction swept across the sky, and the 3,000 miles of the void instantly turned into chaos. In this continual collapse of the void, the two figures retreated thousands of feet away in opposite directions almost at the same time. This guy is worthy of being a 1-star celestial venerable who was promoted to a super-grade celestial god. Jiang Chen stabilized his figure. His gaze towards Lei Jiao Tianzun couldn't help but narrowed slightly. Although he mastered the power of the 10 realms, he was superior to the holy gods. But the Thunder Dragon Heavenly Sovereign in front of him is also a 1-star Heavenly Sovereign that surpasses ordinary Heavenly Sovereigns, and its strength is extremely powerful. Now that Lei Jiao Tianzun sacrificed a Divine King's weapon, his combat power has increased to a level, and he can even compete head-on with Jiang Chen without losing the wind. It seems that my current strength should be slightly stronger than the 1-star Tianzun. If you encounter a more powerful 2-star Tianzun or 3-star Tianzun, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with it. After this matter is over, he will do 10 consummation anyway, striving to break through the realm of God in one fell swoop. With his cultivation base of the heavenly God realm, even if he has mastered the power of the 10 Tao, in front of the real powerhouse, I am afraid it is still not enough. Boy, you are not worthy of being a heaven-defying person who can master the power of the 10 realms. You use the heavenly gods to compete against the 1-star heavenly sovereign. This is probably something unprecedented in the history of the gods' realm continent. Lei Jiao Tianzun stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. With the cultivation base of the peak of the 1-star Tianzun, he spurred the divine weapon Black Thunder Swallowing Sky Hammer, but he was not able to get the slightest advantage in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen looked down at Lei Jiao Tianzun with an indifferent expression, and said coldly, Lei Jiao Tianzun, it seems that your star Tianzun is nothing more than that. I will set 2 life spirit fruits. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. Lei Jiao Tianzun smiled coldly, not taking Jiang Chen's words to heart. As the patriarch of the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, the most famous in the wasteland of 100 races, even if this kid is really a member of the ancient sacred dragon clan, Lei Jiao Tianzun will not be threatened by Jiang Chen. Although the ancient sacred dragon clan was powerful, the sky-swallowing Zhao clan survived in the wasteland of 100 races, and the ancient sacred dragon clan's great power in the divine king realm was simply impossible to come here. Not only did his cultivation reach the pinnacle of the 1-star heavenly venerate, but he also mastered many of the heaven-swallowing flood dragon clan's whole cards. As long as the divine king realm of the ancient sacred dragon clan cannot take action, Lei Jiao Tianzun will not have too much fear of the ancient sacred dragon clan. However, this kid in front of them is a huge scourge to their heaven-swallowing flood dragon clan. This guy is still in the heavenly god realm now, and already possesses such a heaven-defying combat power. Once they break through the realm of the gods, they will probably not be able to compete with them. Now that he has offended him, Lei Jiao Tianzun must kill this kid at all costs. Lei Jiao Tianzun didn't waste time. The realm of the world censored, in his body poured into the Black Thunder Swallowing Hammer in his hand with all his strength, and he saw the Black Thunder Swallowing Hammer suddenly uttered a heavy roar in his hand. An incomparably terrifying force instantly rose from the Black Thunder Swallowing Hammer of the Divine King. At that moment, the mighty avenue of divine might enveloped thousands of miles of sky, causing the void to continue to collapse, and the pitch-black storm blew from the cracks in the space, causing countless creatures in the radius to kneel and tremble. Lei Jiao Tianzun fully controlled the Black Thunder Swallowing Sky Hammer and slammed it down. At that moment, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the sun and the moon went up and down. The deep black devours the power of the great avenue, instantly tearing the void and stirring up the chaos, as if Kunpeng smashed 3,000 worlds and blasted towards Jiang Chen. The king's artifact is not just for you. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and immediately moved his palm, and the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace flew out of his palm in an instant, and then turned into a huge golden palace standing in the void. Above the golden palace, the dazzling golden light, carrying a sacred dragon might, collided with the sky-shaking hammer of Lei Jiao Tianzun. The loud noise that shook the sky spread all over the world in an instant. I saw Lei Jiao Tianzun, which contained the hammer that swallowed the power of the great Tao, directly shattered into nothingness by the golden divine light erupting from the holy dragon heavenly palace. Lei Jiao Tianzun's figure trembled, and the whole person flew out thousands of feet in embarrassment. He looked up at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the golden palace, and finally there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. Jiang Chen stared at Lei Jiao Tianzun with indifferent eyes, and his disdainful sneer resounded across the world instantly. Lei Jiao Tianzun, you want to defeat me with a divine king artifact, but it's not enough. This kid unexpectedly also mastered the divine king tool. Lei Jiao Tianzun strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, his eyes instantly became extremely difficult to look. Chapter 2067. Lei Jiao Tianzun surrendered. When Lei Jiao Tianzun looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the golden palace, he was also frightened. Although Jiang Chen mastered the power of the Ten Tao, he was the first divine realm of the eternal surpassing the holy god, but he was also the one-star censored who broke through by the super god. With his one-star Tianzun peak cultivation base, there shouldn't be much pressure to deal with Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all. As a last resort, Lei Jiao Tianzun sacrificed the heaven-swallowing Jiao clan's clan king, the black thunder-swallowing sky hammer. But Jiang Chen also sacrificed the divine king tool, and defeated him by underlining it. Lei Jiao Tianzun knew very well in his heart that it was not the divine king tool that Jiang Chen had mastered, and it was stronger than the black thunder-swallowing hammer of the sky-swallowing Jiao tribe. The black thunder sky-swallowing hammer is an artifact of the heaven-swallowing flood dragon clan. No one can truly control it except for the God King Patriarch of the sky-swallowing flood dragon clan in ancient times. Even though Lei Jiao Tianzun was the patriarch of the sky-swallowing flood dragon clan, he could only be activated by the secret method of the sky-swallowing flood dragon clan, and could not exert the true power of the black thunder sky-swallowing hammer. On the other side, Jiang Chen seemed to have completely controlled the divine king's artifact under his feet, and could fully utilize the power of the divine king's artifact. Just when Lei Jiao Tianzun's heart was horrified, I saw the golden light of the holy dragon heavenly palace at Jiang Chen's feet, and then brought a terrifying force that shattered 1,000 miles of void, and smashed towards Lei Jiao Tianzun like the top of Mount Tai. Lei Jiao Tianzun's complexion changed, and he had to urge the black thunder swallowing sky hammer with all his strength to collide with the holy dragon heavenly palace that came in anger. The two great artifacts of the God King collided in the void, and the terrible storm containing the power of the great Tao swept across the sky and the earth instantly, turning the entire sky above the wood spirit Protoss into a chaos. Lei Jiao Tianzun was not Jiang Chen's opponent, and he couldn't exert the power of the black thunder swallowing sky hammer, and it was impossible to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. He trembled all over, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew out in embarrassment. Jiang Chen looked at the Lei Jiao Tianzun who flew upside down, and did not give him any chance to breathe. The double vision of the Taixu sacred dragon figure Long Shao Nine Heavens figure, directly suppressed the Lei Jiao Tianzun. Lei Jiao Tianzun let out an angry roar, and his body skyrocketed with black light. It directly turned into a heaven-swallowing dragon that stretched across the sky for thousands of miles, facing the suppressed dragon roar 9-day picture. All this is in vain. On the picture of Long Shao Nine Heavens, there seemed to be an ancient divine dragon proudly smashing into Lei Jiao Tianzun's body with unimaginable terrifying power. The sun and the moon reversed, the world collapsed. The terrifying Long Shao Ju Tiantu suppressed it, and the volley shot the huge sky-swallowing flood dragon a distance of tens of thousands of meters. The huge body was born in the void and threw a huge black hole directly into the depths. In a bottomless black hole, everyone's gazes almost all stared into the void at the same time. In the void, the blood and bones of the flood dragon filled the sky all over the sky, falling like a rain of blood. Jiang Chen stands proudly in the void with his hands under his shoulders, and his body is full of radiant light, like a 9-day censer descending to the world. Lei Jiao Tianzun defeated. Everyone looked at this scene in the void, and they couldn't help being stunned for a long time, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Lei Jiao Tianzun, this is the patriarch of the heaven-swallowing Jiao clan, the head of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of the 100 races, and the existence of the one-star heavenly sovereign's cultivation base, and the first powerhouse in the wasteland of the 100 races. Such a peerless figure was so suppressed by Jiang Chen. This guy is really not an ordinary guardian. Li Jian looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the sky, and couldn't help but breathe in his heart. Although after Jiang Chen's battle in the 100 desolate ancient city, Li Jian knew that Jiang Chen's strength was beyond imagination. But he still didn't expect that characters such as Lei Zhao Tianzun would be easily killed by Jiang Chen. I really don't know where that guy from ancient profound Tao found such a disciple against the sky. Li Jian couldn't help but let out a low murmur. A peerless, censored, sun ancient profound Tao has already made the ancient spirit god sect extremely jealous. Now that the ancient profound Tao has one more disciple who is extremely against the sky, the heavenly god realm can kill the one-star Tianzun. Once Jiang Chen breaks through the realm of the gods, I am afraid that even with the great power of the gods, he may not be able to easily win him. If the ancient spirit, censored, sect continues to persevere, I am afraid it will be undone. Under the shocking gazes of everyone, Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hands on his hands, looked calmly at the black hole in the space ahead, and said lightly, Tianzun Lei Zhao, don't pretend to be in front of me. I know you are not dead yet, you are come out by yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? Following Jiang Chen's words, a strange black glow shot out from the black hole, and then swept across the sky like a meteor, flying directly out of the Kangmu mountain range. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to lightly shook the black light, and the emptiness of Qinli instantly condensed like an iron plate. Haimang crashed into the invisible barrier, and was directly bounced away in embarrassment several hundred feet away, revealing an illusory black shadow. This black shadow is not someone else, but the Thunder Dragon Heavenly Sovereign who was killed by Jiang Chen before. Jiang Chen, the soul of life belongs to you, so let's stop here. Although you are strong, I am the patriarch of the sky-swallowing Zhao clan, and I am not a soft persimmon that anyone can need. If you push me into a hurry, even if the deity dies, it will definitely cost you a heavy price. Lei Zhao Tianzun looked terrified. He manifested his true body just now, and he was not Jiang Chen's opponent to fully display his peak power. Now he only relies on the spirit, and is obviously not Jiang Chen's opponent. Although he still had the trump card of the sky-swallowing Flood Dragon clan in his hand, he could not easily use it. Not to mention whether he could kill Jiang Chen with his whole cards. Even if he killed Jiang Chen, it would be a dead end for him. Get out. Jiang Chen glanced at Lei Zhao Tianzun faintly, but did not continue to make a move. The purpose of his trip is only to get the fruit of life. Since Lei Zhao Tianzun no longer prevents him from gaining life spirit fruit, Jiang Chen did not rush to kill him. After all, the heaven-swallowing Zhao clan is the first of the 8 gods in the wasteland of 100 races. Although it does not have the power of the censored king realm, it is full of background. Although Jiang Chen is not afraid of the sky-swallowing Flood Dragon clan, if he really wants to kill the thunder-swallowing Flood Dragon clan and provoke him in the sky-swallowing Flood Dragon clan desperately, I am afraid it will also cause him a lot of trouble. Lei Zhao Tianzun didn't say a word, and directly turned into a black glow, flashing down from the void, and submerged in the black palace of the sky-swallowing Flood Dragon clan. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen also slowly stepped down from the void. His indifferent eyes swept slightly in the square below, and his proud voice also rippled in the void. The 2 life spirit fruits belong to me. If any of you have opinions, then fight with me. Chapter 2068. The fruit of life is in hand. With Jiang Chen's faint voice resounding over the wood spirit Protoss, the square below fell into a dead silence. Including the people of the 8 great Protoss, they were completely silent. Even Lei Zhao Tianzun, the number 1 powerhouse in the wasteland of 100 races, was easily suppressed by Jiang Chen, and even the powerful body of the sky-swallowing Flood Dragon was shattered, and finally had to choose to surrender. If they choose to compete with Jiang Chen for the life spirit fruit, what is the difference with sending them to the door for death? Seeing that no one was speaking, Jiang Chen looked directly at Qingmu Tianzun. Patriarch Qingmu, since no one is vying with me for the life spirit fruit, can you give me 2 life spirit fruits? Young Master Jiang Chen, it will take 3 days for the life spirit fruit to fully mature. I am afraid you will have to stay with the Aoki Protoss for 3 days. By then, 2 life spirit fruits must be offered with both hands. Tianzun Qingmu took a deep breath and smiled at Jiang Chen. Although this time the struggle for life spirit fruit was completely beyond the expectations of Qingmu Tianzun. However, since Jiang Chen single-handedly crushed the entire wasteland of 100 races, and even Lei Zhao Tianzun chose to succumb, Qingmu Tianzun naturally had no reason not to give the life spirit fruit to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. So, then I will bother you. Following Jiang Chen's strong blow to Thunder Dragon Heavenly Venerable, and after taking the 2 life spirit fruits in his hands, he also announced that this life spirit fruit competition was completely over. Everyone also knew that there was no point in continuing to stay in the wood spirit Protoss. Everyone, including the 8 great Protoss, has left the wood spirit Protoss one after another. Soul Eater on the side of the Protoss. An elder of the Soul Eater Protoss said with a solemn expression, unexpectedly, the 2 life spirit fruits were all taken away by the kid. What should we do now? Let's go. Since the life spirit fruit has fallen into the hands of that kid, it is impossible for our Soul Eater Protoss to obtain it. If we want to restore the ancestors' divine soul, we can only think of other ways. Soul-killing Tianzun glanced at Jiang Chen with a gloomy look, and immediately spurred the flying magic weapon and swept away from the Kangmu mountain range. After the hundreds of races in the wasteland of the hundreds of races left one after another, Jiang Chen and his party settled in the wood spirit Protoss under the arrangement of Qingmu Tianzun. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the towering ancient tree behind the wood spirit Protoss suddenly burst into bursts of brilliant light. The breath containing the majestic life force of the 4 realms also instantly filled the sky above the wood spirit Protoss. Jiang Chen knew almost without thinking that this should be the life spirit fruit of the wood spirit Protoss completely matured. Moreover, there should be only 4 life spirit fruits born in these 10,000 years of the wood spirit Protoss. Although he felt the breath of life spirit fruit, Jiang Chen did not act rashly. For wood spirit Protoss patriarch Qingmu Tianzun, Jiang Chen's perception is still very good. With the strength he demonstrated 3 days ago, as long as Tianzun Qingmu is not stupid, he should not turn back. If Tianzun Qingmu really dares to speak without believing, he will surely make the wood spirit Protoss pay a heavy price for it. Soon after the life spirit fruit matured, Qingmu Tianzun brought 2 life spirit fruits to the courtyard Jiang Chen they knew. Jiang Chen looked at the life spirit fruit brought by Qingmu Tianzun, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The shape and size of this life spirit fruit is very similar to the flat peach. The whole body is crystal clear, like a crystal, exuding a vast and majestic life essence. Even if this life spirit fruit is placed here quietly, there is a space with a life force permeating the surrounding space, which is enough to increase longevity and even make the dead wood come in spring. It's worthy of being a heaven-defying treasure that can increase the longevity of the Divine King realm. It's really amazing. When the 2 life spirit fruits were obtained, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly gave one of them to Master Ji Yuzan to obey him, and the other to Ji Lingwei's hands. Looking at the life spirit fruit in her hand, Ji Lingwei couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared in her beautiful eyes. On this trip to the wasteland of 100 races, Ji Lingwei hadn't had much hope for her to get the fruit of life. But I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to meet Jiang Chen and got the life spirit fruit so easily. With this life spirit fruit, their Ji clan will be saved. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You don't have to be polite, it's just a matter of effort. Ji Lingwei took a deep breath and said, Brother Jiang Chen, now that he has a life spirit fruit, I plan to return to the Ji clan immediately. I wonder what you plan to do next. I still have something to deal with, and I can't go to the Ji clan with you for the time being. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. After I have dealt with the matter in front of me, I will go to the Ji clan to find you at that time. Okay, then I am waiting for you in the Ji clan. Ji Lingwei nodded, and then told the specific location of the Jiang Chen Ji clan, and he was about to leave the wood spirit Protoss directly. Ji Lingwei only has the 3rd-tier cultivation base of the celestial god, and Jiang Chen is naturally not relieved that she will return to the Ji clan with life spirit fruit alone. He turned his head directly to the old tortoise on the side and said, Old tortoise, anyway, you are still free to follow, so why don't you send Lingwei back to the Ji clan for me? This old tortoise is a strange beast with a basaltic bloodline. Although it is still in the realm of earthly sovereign, the general Tianzun powerhouse may not be its opponent. If there is this old tortoise escort, Jiang Chen will undoubtedly feel more relieved. The old turtle cast a lazy look at Jiang Chen. Why should I help you? Censored her. Jiang Chen smiled and said, The Ji clan where Ji Lingwei belongs is an ancient clan that has been passed down since ancient times. Perhaps there are records of the Xuanwu clan in their clan. Laogui's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then it turned into a palm-sized tortoise and landed on Ji Lingwei's shoulder, faintly said, Okay, I will censored her to the Ji clan for you. Sample, I still can't cure your old turtle. Jiang Chen curled his lips, then smiled and said to Ji Lingwei, "Lingwei, be careful about everything on the road." "Big brother Jiang Chen, then I will return to the Ji clan first." Ji Lingwei said to Jiang Chen gratefully, then bid farewell to Jiang Chen, and quickly left the wood spirit Protoss with the old turtle. After Ji Lingwei left, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to leave the wood spirit Protoss. Although Master Ancient Profound Tao swallowed the spirit fruit of life, it still took some time to wake up. He decided to wait for the Ancient Profound Tao to wake up before making plans. Jiang Chen's next plan is to do his best to complete the power of the 10 Tao and strive to break through the realm of God as soon as possible. This wood spirit Protoss is also a good place to practice. If there is nothing else, it is also a very good choice to stay in the wood spirit censored race and cultivate to the realm of the gods. Chapter 2069, The Relief of God King in Shenglong Temple. Wood Spirit Protoss, in a quiet room. After Jiang Chen settled everything, he directly took out the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, and then stepped into it. The Holy Dragon Temple is not only the artifact created by the Holy Dragon King, but also the core of the Holy Dragon Temple created by the Holy Dragon King. It can be said to have all the heritage of the Holy Dragon Temple. Jiang Chen intends to use the resources of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace to spend a period of time in retreat from the Wood Spirit Protoss, striving to break through the realm of God. Jiang Chen sank into the Holy Dragon Temple, and soon appeared on the square in the center of the Holy Dragon Temple. Without the breath of that old fellow, is the temple spirit of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace still asleep? Jiang Chen felt the situation in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, and he couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Since the last time he went to the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, the temple spirit of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace has been in a deep sleep for some reason, and has not woken up until now. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what happened in this, it must have something to do with going to the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. The spirits of the Golden Winged Condor tribe's artifact, Tianying Shensuo, were not allowed to enter the Golden Winged Condor tribe's ancestral land. The Holy Dragon Heaven's Palace spirit might have encountered some troubles because of this. As the owner of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, Jiang Chen could feel that the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace spirit was just falling asleep, and there was no danger, so he didn't care too much. He came to the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace this time, just wanting to use the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace to improve his cultivation. As a divine king force created by the Holy Dragon King, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace not only has many cultivation resources, but also has many treasures for the cultivation of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace disciples. Jiang Chen's divine sense swept across the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace quickly, and appeared directly in a huge palace in the next instant. The palace was extremely empty. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and instantly fell on the huge relief in front of the palace. The relief depicts a swordsman in white clothed with a jade tree facing the wind, and his body exudes a mysterious aura from ancient times. Jiang Chen just glanced at it, and he felt a breathtaking kendo power coming from him. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, under the pressure of this kendo divine might, he couldn't help feeling a kind of palpitations. What a terrible swordsmanship! The swordsman in white on this relief is a swordsman from ancient times and even ancient times. A relief sculpture of the King of Swordsmanship, on which the power of the King of Swordsmanship still faintly remains. If you can comprehend the relief in front of you all the year round, you will definitely be able to practice kendo with less effort. Unexpectedly, there is such a relief in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen looked at the relief in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the Sacred Dragon King is a great power from the ancient Sacred Dragon clan, it is able to create such an artifact as the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace, but it is absolutely impossible to create a relief containing the power of the Swordsman God King's Tao in the Sacred Dragon Heavenly Palace. The relief in front of me is almost always obtained by the Holy Dragon King from elsewhere in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Based on Jiang Chen's mastery of the Holy Dragon Temple, there are 9 palaces like the one in front of him. In those palaces, it is very likely that there are also reliefs that contain the power of the Great Way of the King. I don't know where the Holy Dragon King got these reliefs. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and a touch of shock that was hard to conceal passed in his heart. The Holy Dragon King who created the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace deserves to have dared to betray the existence of the ancient Sacred Dragon clan. I am afraid it is more difficult than he thought. Jiang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat cross-legged in the center of the main hall and realized the kendo of the censored king on the relief. The power of his kendo world has already reached its peak, and now with this relief, under the blessing of the system, stepping into the realm of consummation is just a breeze. Ding! You can comprehend the sword of the censored king and trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! The power of your kendo world has gained experience 666,666 *100. Ding! The power of your kendo world gains experience 666,666 *100. Ding! Your kendo world power has reached the perfect state. As Jiang Chen continued to comprehend the sword of the censored king, in less than half a month, Jiang Chen finally cultivated the first power of the world to the realm of consummation. After the power of the kendo world was completed, Jiang Chen did not stay too much in this palace, but directly appeared in the next palace. The relief in this palace is a man in palace costume standing proudly in a sea of mysterious fire. He was dancing wildly with red head and looked like a flame king. If the ordinary heavenly divine realm took a look, I am afraid that even the divine soul would have a feeling of being burned into nothingness. It's another censored king who is in charge of the power of the fire attribute. It seems to be the same as I guessed. Looking at the flame king in the relief, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating now, and continued to comprehend the power of the fire attribute of the gods on the relief. Ding! You comprehend the power of the fire attribute of the God King's Tao, triggering a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! The power of your fire world gains experience 666,666 *100. Ding! The power of your fire world gains experience 666,666 *100. Jiang Chen's fire world power is still in the realm of great success, and it is undoubtedly much weaker than the power of the sword world that has long been at the peak of the road. Jiang Chen's time spent practicing this time was naturally much longer than that of comprehending the power of kendo. It took him more than 10 days to raise the power of the fire world to the peak state, and then it took him nearly a month to raise the power of the fire world to the perfect state. After the fire world was completed, Jiang Chen continued to enter the next palace. The relief in this palace is a mysterious figure shrouded in the light of extinction, like a thunder censored who controls thunder. Jiang Chen stayed in this hall for more than a month, comprehending the power of the Thunder Tao world to the realm of consummation. Jiang Chen has been in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace almost all the time, constantly comprehending the power of the avenue of the gods on the reliefs of these gods. After spending close to 2 years, except for the power of the life world and the power of the soul world, almost all of Jiang Chen's other 8 world powers have successfully reached the state of consummation. Shenglong Tiangong does not contain the relief of the gods of the Tao of life and the Tao of soul. If Jiang Chen wanted to complete these 2 powers, he could only find another way. Chapter 2070. Go to the Soul Eater Protoss. There are a total of 9 palaces with reliefs of gods and kings in Shenglong Tiangong. Among the 9 reliefs of the gods, except for the one that contains the Avenue of Destruction, the power of the Avenue of the gods on the other 8 reliefs is the power that Jiang Chen has mastered. In the past 2 years, Jiang Chen has also used these God-King reliefs to comprehend the power of the 8 realms to the perfect state. Next is the power of the life world and the power of the soul world. Feeling the power he has now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Regarding the power of the world of life, Jiang Chen didn't worry at all. Because in him, there is a branch of the sacred tree of life. The sacred tree of life was born in the beginning of chaos, and it is one of the 3 sacred trees of the God's realm. The life force contained in it even surpasses the power of the life avenue that the censored king can control. Under the nourishment of the sacred tree of life, Jiang Chen's improvement in the way of life has never stopped. Now Jiang Chen's power of life world is already at the pinnacle of the great Tao, only 1 step away from the realm of consummation. Even if he doesn't interfere, the power of the world of life will not take long to reach the state of consummation. The only thing Jiang Chen needs to do next is to raise the power of the final Soul Tao to the realm of consummation. The power of the Soul Tao world is the last 3 powers of the world that Jiang Chen condensed, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is almost the weakest of the 10 Tao powers of Jiang Chen, and has always been in the state of Shaocheng. After Jiang Chen explored the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, he did not find any resources in the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace that would help the soul cultivation. Even though there are many martial arts inheritances in the Holy Dragon Temple, the Soul Tao is something that the Holy Dragon Temple is not good at all. It seems that we have to find a way to get some treasures that will help the soul cultivation. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately he left the Holy Dragon Palace with a flash of figure. Since Shenglong Tiangong didn't have the resources to upgrade the Soul Road, it didn't make any sense for him to stay here. This time he has been cultivating in the Sacred Dragon Heaven Palace for 2 years, planning to go out first to see the situation of Master Ancient Profound Dao, and then consider how to complete the power of the Soul Dao world. After coming out of Shenglong Tiangong, Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he went directly to the room where the Ancient Profound Dao was. Jiang Chen, are you out? Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Li Jian who had been guarding Gu Profound Dao's side, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. I haven't seen him for 2 years. Although Jiang Chen's realm has not changed at all, Li Jian can clearly feel that Jiang Chen's strength has become much stronger again. Jiang Chen nodded, and then his gaze fell on Gu Zan Dao's body. He looked at the Ancient Profound Dao who was still lying there quietly, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Senior Li, hasn't the power in my master's body that eats life and shattered palms been eliminated? Why haven't he woken up? Do not worry. Li Jian smiled slightly and said, if I guess it is correct, this is a cultivation state of the Ancient Spirit God Sect God King Technique Dream Spirit God Technique. Once the Ancient Profound Dao wakes up, there will be a qualitative leap in strength. So, Senior Li, Master will trouble you to take care of it. I am going to leave the Wood Spirit Protoss for a while. Since the Master had no problem and couldn't wake up for a while, Jiang Chen decided to look for treasures that would enhance the power of the soul, and raise the power of the soul to the perfect state. Hearing this, Li Jian couldn't help but froze slightly. Are you leaving the Wood Spirit Protoss? Jiang Chen didn't hide it either, nodded and said, yes, I plan to go to the Soul Eater Protoss. Among the wastelands of the 100 races, the most abundant resources are undoubtedly the 8 censored races with a long history. The Soul Eater Protoss is the best at Soul Dao cultivation among the 8 great Protoss. If it is said that the resources that contribute to the cultivation of Soul Dao in the wasteland of 100 races are the most, it is undoubtedly the Soul Eater Protoss. Li Jian hesitated for a while and said, although the 8 great gods of the 100 clan wasteland do not have the power to sit in the Divine King realm, after all, the ancient big clans with the background of the Divine King, be careful. Senior Li, don't worry, I have my own measures. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and disappeared in front of Li Jian in a flash. Soul Eater Protoss, Forbidden Land Temple. Soul-killing Tianzun respectfully said to the golem in the center of the temple, Ancestor, I don't know why you called me here this time. The golem's faintly excited voice rang in the hall instantly. Destroy the soul, go quickly to find a body for me, at least the body of a genius of the gods and gods. Hearing these words, Soul Destruction Tianzun couldn't help but a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Old Ancestor, have you succeeded? The golem faintly said, yes, in the past 2 years, this seat has developed a secret technique. Only you can find a body of the gods and gods, and you can hold my soul in a short time. After failing to fight for the spirit fruit of life 2 years ago, the ancestor of the Soul Eater Protoss had to change his original plan. The ancestors of the Soul Eater Protoss wanted to restore the soul to the peak state first, and then directly reshape the body. But I didn't expect the plan to be repeatedly blocked. The ancestors of the Soul Eater Protoss will use these 2 years to research a secret technique and prepare to seize a body first. Even if he can't display the strength of the peak period, he can at least display part of the power of the censored King realm, and he is almost invincible in this 100-race wasteland. With this kind of power, he can directly kill the Wood Spirit Protoss and take the Life Spirit fruit, so that his soul can be completely restored, and then he can reshape his body and return to the peak. Although using this secret technique to seize his body will also have a certain impact on his soul, but the ancestor of the Soul Eater, the ancestors can no longer take care of so much now. The fierce souls in the Black Mist Forest were almost completely slaughtered by Jiang Chen, and he wanted to raise them in captivity again, but he didn't know how long it would take. He wanted to repeat the peak, only to get the life spirit fruit of the Wood Spirit censored race. With the strength of the Soul Eater Protoss, it is impossible to get him the spirit fruit of life. The ancestors of the Soul Eater Protoss had no choice but to choose to seize the house temporarily and personally go to the Wood Spirit Protoss to take the life spirit fruit. Ancestor, is it only possible to have a body above the god-level god? Hearing what the ancestor said, Soul Destruction Tianzun couldn't help but twist his brows tightly. God-level gods are extremely rare geniuses in the wasteland of 100 races. Even in the 8 Protoss, they are rare. After their soul-devouring Protoss broke through the 2-star Venerable by Tuhei, now they don't even have the genius of the God rank Heaven and Divine Realm. As for the other tribes of the 8 Protoss, there are not a few gods of gods. And these gods and gods are the key protection objects of all races. It is not an easy time to catch a holy, censored, to come to the Soul Eater Protoss. Chapter 2071, Conspiracy. Yes, although I have recently practiced a secret technique, but at least I need the gods to carry my soul. No matter what method you use, I will get me a body of a god level, censored, in the shortest time. The Soul Eater Protoss ancestor said in an unquestionable tone. Venerable Soul Destroyer took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Ancestor, rest assured, Soul Destroyer will find you the body of the goddess at all costs. The Soul Eater Protoss has been planning for too long for the ancestors to return to the top. Whether the Soul Eater can dominate the wasteland of 100 races and become the sole ruler of the wasteland of 100 races depends on whether he can find a suitable body to carry the spirit of the ancestor. Divine rank gods in the wasteland of 100 races are extremely rare, and almost among the 8 great censored races, he has no chance to do it at all. If he wanted to make a statement about the body of a god level, censored, for the ancestor, he could only go outside the wasteland of the 100 races. Tianzun Mihun Tianzun's eyes flickered slightly, just as he was about to leave the temple and personally search for the body of the god level god, a faint voice suddenly rang above the Soul Eater, censored clan. Jiang Chen came to visit the Soul Eater Protoss. Hearing this sudden voice, the expression of soul destruction Tianzun couldn't help but suddenly changed. This fellow Jiang Chen, why suddenly came to the Soul Eater Protoss? Soul destruction Tianzun never expected that Jiang Chen, who had disappeared for 2 years, would suddenly come to the Soul Eater Protoss. Jiang Chen, it's the kid who has been doing bad things in a row. He actually came to the Soul Eater Protoss. The cold voice of the ancestor of the Soul Eater Protoss also rang directly in the hall. Yes, that kid. Soul-killing Tianzun took a deep breath, and his face solemnly said, Ancestor, this guy suddenly came to our Soul Eater Protoss. I am afraid that the person who comes is not good. The situation in which he was beaten by Jiang Chen and fled in a panic during the Battle of the 100 Desolate Ancient City is still vivid today. If Jiang Chen really had to struggle with the Soul Eater Protoss, the Soul Eater Protoss might be in trouble today. Why panic? Think of a way to lead him to this temple. The Soul Eater Protoss smiled and said, This seat is in need of a body to carry my soul. I didn't expect someone to bring it to the door. It is really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. Hearing this, Tianzun couldn't help being slightly surprised. Ancestor, do you want to take away Jiang Chen's body? Jiang Chen broke the shackles of the heavenly god realm and was a heaven-defying existence above the saint-rank heavenly god. In the first battle of the Wood Spirit Protoss, even Lei Jiao Tianzun and other super-powerful 1-star Tianzun were completely defeated by Jiang Chen. The ancestor wants to seize the body of such a god-defying evildoer. Can he really succeed? Isn't it possible? Beyond the heavenly god realm of the saint-rank celestial god, such a body is undoubtedly the most complete carrier for this seat. Since the kid took the initiative to send it to the door, this seat has no reason to refuse. Don't worry, no matter how evil the kid is, he is only a heavenly god. How can he be on par with this seat at the censored soul level? What's more, in this temple, I am the soul master here. Unless the divine king realm is powerful in person, anyone who enters here will never want to escape from my palm. The faint voice of the Soul Eater Protoss revealed a boundless domineering. In the battle of the ancient times, he was almost completely destroyed, leaving only a trace of remnant soul, which was preserved by the secret technique of the soul-eating Protoss. Billions of years, this trace of remnant soul slowly recovered to its current state under the full support of the Soul Eater Protoss. Although his spirit still hasn't recovered to its peak, he can't even leave this temple. But under the circumstances of occupying the right time and place, is it not easy to seize the body of a heavenly god? Soul-killing Tianzun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said in a deep voice, Ancestor, I'll go and lead him over. Jiang Chen's combat power is too high. If he really wants to be disadvantageous to the Soul Eater Protoss, with their current power of the Soul Eater Protoss, it really may not be able to cope. He could only choose to lead Jiang Chen to the temple where the ancestor was. If the ancestor could really take away Jiang Chen's body, he would no longer have to find a body for the ancestor, and the crisis of the Soul Eater Protoss could be easily resolved. For the Soul Eater Protoss, this is undoubtedly a thing of two birds with one stone. Soul-killing Tianzun left the temple, and immediately stepped out, directly spooking out above the Soul Eater Protoss. He looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly outside of the Soul Eater Protoss, and said coldly, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing to my Soul Eater Protoss?" Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and he said straight to the door, "Soul Extinguisher Tianzun, I need some treasures that will help the cultivation of the Soul Road. You Soul Eater gods are good at the Soul Road, so there should be a lot of treasures in this area." Soul Destruction Tianzun coldly snorted, "Although your strength is shocking, but my Soul Eater Protoss is not a soft persimmon for you to need." Jiang Chen glanced at Mie Hun Tianzun expressionlessly, and said faintly, "Mie Hun Tianzun, I am here on this trip. I only want some Soul Dao treasures, and I don't want to be enemies of your Soul Eater Protoss. If you are not willing to give me, then I can only go in and get it myself." Soul-killing Tianzun changed for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you the treasure of Soul Dao, but you must make sure to leave the Soul Eater Protoss immediately after getting the treasure." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, "Don't worry, Jiang Chen, never break my promise. As long as I get what I need, I promise I won't hurt the Soul Eater Protoss. Come with me." After Soul Destruction Tianzun finished speaking, he immediately turned and headed towards the depths of the Soul Eater Protoss. A grin flashed across his eyes. The ancestor asked him to lead Jiang Chen to the Temple of the Forbidden Land, and the soul-killing Tianzun did not know how to start. Now Jiang Chen wants Soul Dao treasures, right in the arms of Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign. The reason why he was hesitant was just to make Jiang Chen not suspicious. Jiang Chen looked at the back of Mie Hun Tianzun, who turned away, without any hesitation in his figure, and strode directly to follow. Although Mie Soul Tianzun's reaction was somewhat beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. But since he is here, how can Jiang Chen shrink back? Jiang Chen really wanted to follow Tianzun Mihun, all the way to the depths of the Soul Eater Protoss. The two came outside the Forbidden Temple of the Soul Eater Protoss. Soul-killing Tianzun looked at the Forbidden Land Temple, and then glanced at Jiang Chen lightly. "Jiang Chen, this is the treasure house of my Soul Eater Protoss." "Oh, then go in and take a look." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth were slightly the same, and a meaningful smile appeared in his eyes. Although this temple is located in the depths of the Soul Eater Protoss, it is completely independent of the other buildings of the Soul Eater Protoss and will definitely not be a treasure of the Soul Eater. It seems, Soul Destruction Tianzun brought him to this temple. Obviously there was some conspiracy. Chapter 2072. Soul Eater Protoss Ancestor, Heaven Eater God King. Although he saw through the conspiracy of Soul Destruction Tianzun, Jiang Chen didn't care too much. Although he is still the celestial god realm mastering the power of the 10 realms, he has completed the 8 realms, much stronger than 2 years ago. Although the Soul Eater Protoss is one of the 8 great Protoss of the 100-clan wasteland, it is difficult to pose any threat to him at all. With his hands on his back, Jiang Chen followed Mihun Tianzun into the temple. The temple is very large. The entire hall is made of unknown mysterious black stone, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Under this breath, Jiang Chen only felt that his soul seemed to have become much more solid in an instant. Ding! You are nourished by the Temple of Soul Cultivation, and the power of the Soul World gains 300,000 *100 experience. The Soul Eater Protoss is worthy of being an ancient race with a long heritage. This temple was obviously built with an extremely precious Soul Dao treasure, and it has the powerful effect of nourishing the soul and accelerating the cultivation of the Soul Dao. Although the effect of this temple of cultivating souls is slightly inferior to the relief of the gods in the Holy Dragon Temple, it is also very good. If he can practice in this temple for a period of time, even without using other treasures, his Soul Dao world power can quickly reach the realm of consummation. Jiang Chen suppressed the surprise in his heart and looked at the temple. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the 3-foot-high stone statue right in front of him. This stone statue with blue-faced fangs and black scale armor, like a demon from the 9 Netherlands, is full of hideous and evil aura. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, Soul Heavenly Sovereign, didn't you say that this is the treasure house of your Soul Eater Protoss? Jiang Chen, you kill the fierce soul in the Black Mist Forest, take the soul fruit of life, and ruin my soul-eating Protoss time and time again. How can the deity spare you? Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign smiled swiftly. You think this deity will really easily give you the treasures of the Soul Eater Protoss? I just want to bring you here. Jiang Chen curled his lips with a disdainful face. Tianzun Desire, do you really think you can deal with me if you bring me here? Jiang Chen, my Soul Eater Protoss is a great family of divine kings that has been passed down to the ancient times. Although there is no such thing as a divine king realm, it is far from simple as you think. Soul-killing Tianzun stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. As soon as you enter this hall today, you are doomed to die. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianzun Mie Hung with a non-smiling smile. This temple of soul cultivation should be built by your Soul Eater Protoss at a huge price. Your Soul Eater Protoss first created a black mist forest to house evil souls, and now you have built such a soul-raising temple, obviously for the purpose of raising souls. It seems that in your Soul Eater Protoss, there should be an old monster's soul that has survived. Since you want to use him to deal with me, why not ask him to show up? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Tianzun couldn't help changing his face slightly. Before he could speak, I saw a black gas oppressed by the horrible soul on the stone statue in the center of the temple, suddenly diffused from the stone statue, and then turned into an illusory black shadow above the stone statue. The black shadow was entwined with black light, filled with a palpitation of supreme power. His eyes, glowing with dark rays, looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently, like a demon censored from Juyu. Even if it is an ordinary Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse, as long as he touches the eyes of this black shadow, I am afraid that his mind will be hit hard. I really didn't expect that the Soul Eater Protoss still hides the remnant soul of that censored king realm. Jiang Chen looked at the black shadow on top of the proud stone statue, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The 8 great gods in the wasteland of 100 races have never been born since the ancient catastrophe. Soul Eater Protoss, the remnant soul of the censored king realm, is very likely to have survived since ancient times. Although the lifespan of the censored king realm is extremely long, it will not exceed 100 million years. Now that it has been hundreds of millions of years since the ancient times, the Soul Eater Protoss has survived with a remnant soul. The Soul Eater Protoss is indeed an ancient tribe who is good at soul Tao. It deserves to be a person who has surpassed the heavenly gods of the holy goods. Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't been affected by him at all, the black shadow couldn't help but condensed slightly, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen lightly. Introduce yourself, this ancestor of the Soul Eater Protoss, the King of Heaven Eater. Jiang Chen smiled and said, the censored king has brought me here, shouldn't he just want to kill me, right? Tisk tusk. You have good eyesight. Heaven-devouring God King looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face, and his eyes instantly became extremely hot. If you want to be born, you need a good body. You, the body of the first day of the eternal God, is to me the most perfect body. The boy in front of him can break the shackles and surpass the sacred God. His talent can be described as unparalleled. If he could seize this kid and make his soul fit perfectly with this body, he would be able to return to the top without even reshaping his body. Even with this body's natural resources, it is not impossible to surpass the peak. It turns out that you brought me here because you wanted to take home. Jiang Chen couldn't help but set off a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. But my body, Jiang Chen, is not something you can afford to take away. The heaven-devouring God King said with a smile, boy, if you don't enter this temple, this seat may have nothing to do. But now that you are here, you can't be ignored. Although Jiang Chen was a shocking evildoer who surpassed the saint-rank heavenly god, the Soul Eater God King did not take it too seriously. Under the censored king, all are ants. Even the superstar celestial venerable with extraordinary strength can hardly contend with the great power of the divine king realm. Even if he is just a remnant soul that has not yet fully recovered, but in this hall, he can still play a part of the power of the censored king realm. No matter how evil this kid is, he can never escape from his palm. I came here today, I just wanted some soul Tao treasures, and didn't want to be even the enemy of Soul Eater, but you have to force me to do it. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked calmly at the God-eating God King. I advise you not to kill yourself. If you really want to do it, I am afraid that there will be no soul-eating god race in the wasteland of 100 clan from now on. Boy, if you give up your body obediently, I might also consider letting you go as a way of life, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. The heaven-devouring divine soul gave a cold snort, obviously losing patience, and the overwhelming soul pressure directly permeated the temple. Chapter 2073, Remnant Soul of the God King. Old guy, if you were at your peak, I might still be afraid of you by 3 points. But you nowadays are just a mere remnant soul of the censored king. Based on your current state, you are not yet qualified to be wild in front of me. I advise you, if you don't want to be destroyed, you'd better not shoot me. Facing the overwhelming soul pressure of the heaven-devouring God King, Jiang Chen's expression seemed indifferent. Hearing the words, the black light in his eyes skyrocketed, and there was a sharp whistle in his mouth, enough to penetrate the soul. The spirit power on his body was also rising steadily, and the terrifying supreme spirit power caused the entire temple to instantly turn into pitch black, like 9 ghosts. Sharp howls of ghosts and wolves emerged out of thin air in the temple, and countless black mists poured in from all directions. In these black mists, there was a strange swallowing power, as if even the souls could be swallowed. Even if it is the general soul destroyer Heavenly Sovereign, feeling the power erupted by the ancestor Tao, his complexion can't help but change slightly. Soul destruction Tianzun is very clear that if he continues to stay here, once he is affected by this power, even if the soul is not swallowed, I am afraid that he will suffer severe damage. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly retreated from the temple, and then quickly closed the door of the temple. He stared closely at the temple in front of him, and his expression was extremely solemn. Although the ancestors were the gods of the gods, it was a god-king realm power that was once famous in the gods, but now it is only a remnant soul that has not been fully recovered. And that kid named Jiang Chen is a heaven-defying existence who masters the power of the 10 realms and breaks the shackles of the gods in the realm. Regarding whether the ancestor can successfully seize the house, the soul-killing Tianzun actually has no bottom in his heart. If the ancestors can successfully seize the house, the Soul Eater Protoss will soar into the sky and become the first big clan to dominate the wasteland of 100 races. That would not be a problem. Once the ancestors failed to seize the home, the Soul Eater Protoss would probably be destroyed. Boy, you can break the shackles of the gods, talent is indeed amazing forever. Even in the ancient times when Tianzhao was born in large numbers, I am afraid that no one can compare with you. It's a pity. You are still in the heavenly god realm after all. Today I will show you what is the power of the God King realm. As the heaven-devouring God King said, he slowly stretched out his illusory palm and shook Jiang Chen in the sky. The weird devouring spirit power around it instantly turned into a pitch-black spirit beast with supreme spirit power. The soul beast opened its huge mouth, with a terrible swallowing force, trying to swallow Jiang Chen into its abdomen. Huh, that's it. Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully, and pointed it into a sword casually. A chaotic sword finger condensed from 10 kinds of power, shot out from Jiang Chen's finger sword, illuminating the dark temple. The dazzling sword finger, with the power to kill everything, struck the black soul beast with a sword. Only a clear sound was heard, and the soul beast was chopped in half by the chaos sword finger. The King of Heaven Devourer saw this scene before his eyes, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly. At his peak, he was a real god king. Realm power. Even if he is only a remnant soul that has not yet recovered, it also has a power that surpasses the power of the Heavenly Sovereign. Compared with the Realm God realm, the Divine King realm can be described as a celestial god and an underground. There are ants under the censored king. This is not a false statement. The power of the Divine King's great Tao mastered by the Divine King realm is the real power of heaven, which is superior to all living beings. At the beginning of the Divine Realm Great Tribulation, almost no one was spared from the Divine King realm's great power. The heaven-devouring God King also knew that he was inevitable, so he used the secret technique of the soul-devouring Protoss to completely seal his own soul, hoping that one day he could resurrect with this remnant soul. About 1,000,000 years ago, the wisp of the soul of the God-devouring censored finally broke out from the seal of the secret technique, and then let the God-devouring gods help him to restore his soul. These millions of years, with the help of the many treasures of the soul-devouring Protoss, and the ferocious souls raised in the black mist forest, the heaven-devouring God King finally restored the divine soul to a 70–80% state. With his current power, even some talented and enchanting star heavenly sovereigns, it is difficult to compete with the real God King realm power. Even in the current state of the heaven-devouring God King, in this wasteland of 100 races without the power of the God King realm, it is almost invincible. The reason why the Heaven Devourer King has never been born in this temple, besides his remnant soul needs to be cultivated in this temple, there is another main reason, that is, he does not dare to leave this temple in a spirit state. In the realm of God, Although the great power of the censored king realm can control the divine power of the heavenly way, it cannot surpass the heavenly way and break the shackles of lifespan of more than 100 million years. However, since the ancient times, hundreds of millions of years have passed since then. Had it not been for the heaven-devouring God King to seal a ray of remnant soul with the supreme secret technique, he would have already disappeared in the long river of history. Although he survived in this way, he would not be accommodated by the heavens. Once his soul was born directly, it would definitely be annihilated under the heavens. In this temple of the soul-devouring Protoss can not only cultivate the soul, but also has an inexhaustible formation method that can isolate the heavens. His soul can only stay in this temple so that he won't be noticed by heaven. To get out of this temple, the king of devouring God must possess a flesh body of this era. The plan of devouring God King is to restore the soul to its peak state first, and then reshape a physical body. But Jiang Chen's appearance has repeatedly broken the plan of fighting, so that he has to retreat to second place and choose to seize the house. Boy, I look down upon you. It is indeed the first censored who can break the shackles. The heaven-devouring God King stared at Jiang Chen tightly, his expression also becoming more and more gloomy. It seems that trying to seize this guy in front of you is probably not an easy task. Jiang Chen glanced at the heaven-devouring God King faintly. Unfortunately, you, the remnant soul of the God King, is not so good, much worse than I thought. The soul of the heaven-devouring God King has not been restored to its peak, and the power level it has now is slightly stronger than the one-star heavenly sovereign of the sky-swallowing flood dragon. Even 2 years ago, he would not have the slightest fear of the remnant soul of the heaven-devouring God King. Now that the power of the 8 worlds in his body is complete, his combat power has increased by an unknown amount over the past 2 years. How could this remnant soul of the heaven-devouring God King pose a threat to him? If you don't enter the Divine King realm, you never know how powerful the Divine King is. What's more, in this temple, the power of this seat is endless. No matter how powerful you are, you will never want to escape from my palm. As the voice of the heaven-devouring God King fell, the black devouring spirit power in the temple surged again, and the spirit beast that was slain by Jiang Chen's finger quickly condensed again. Really, I want to see if your soul power can really be endless. As Jiang Chen said, the finger sword was another dazzling chaotic sword light, pointing out at the soul beast in the air. Chapter 2074, Yi in Suppression. The chaos sword finger once again cut the soul beast condensed by the heaven-devouring God King into nothingness with indestructible power. Boy, I want to see, how much power do you have to consume? The heaven-devouring God King smiled coldly, just raised his hand and waved. The soul beast that was slain by Jiang Chen condensed once again. After the brief fight just now, the heaven-devouring God King also knew very well that with his current state, it was not an easy task to kill Jiang Chen's soul directly. The heaven-devouring God King did not choose to fight Jiang Chen recklessly, but instead planned to use his powerful resilience in this multi-temple to consume Jiang Chen's power. Although Jiang Chen is the first eternal censored who surpasses the holy God, he is still the censored of heaven after all. Even if he can display the combat power against the sky, the power in his body should not last long. As long as he constantly consumes Jiang Chen's strength and makes him fall into a state of weakness, and then he will take Jiang Chen's body, wouldn't it be easy? Heaven-devouring God King, do you really think that this trick can kill me to death? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately flipped his palm, and a dark and deep black square mark also appeared ghostly in Jiang Chen's palm. With the appearance of this black square seal, even the soul power of the heaven-devouring God King that permeated the temple became dim in an instant. The heavenly devouring God King looked at the black square seal on Jiang Chen's palm, his pupils suddenly shrank. From the black square seal on Jiang Chen's palm, the heaven-devouring God King unexpectedly felt a terrifying aura that made his heart palpitations. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he didn't even pay attention to the horrified expression of the heaven-devouring God King. When he turned his hand, he pressed a seal to the heaven-devouring God King. The black square seal flew out from Jiang Chen's palm in an instant, and then rapidly zoomed in midair, and the spirit power of the heaven-devouring God King that permeated the temple was instantly swallowed dry and quietly by the black square seal. The black square seal crashed directly on the roaring soul beast, and instantly annihilated the soul beast into nothingness. Defeating the soul beast in an understatement, the black square seal rushed towards the heaven-devouring God King without any reduction in power. The heaven-devouring God King had no time to react, and the whole person was already marked by the black square. The heaven-devouring God King couldn't help but let out a scream. The illusory figure also flew out directly, hitting the wall of the main hall heavily, and it took a while to stabilize his figure in embarrassment. He looked pale, and his whole body was flickering with black light. The figure, which was originally a bit illusory, has become much more transparent at this moment. The ancient seal of the soul killing of the Jiang family of the royal palace. Are you from the Jiang family of the human palace? The heaven-devouring God King stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and finally there was a touch of unconcealed panic in his eyes. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help but smile faintly. The heaven-devouring God King deserves to be the great power of the divine king realm in the ancient times, and the eyesight is really extraordinary. What Jiang Chen displayed this time was indeed not a simplified version of the soul-killing seal, but the real ancient seal of soul-killing. Since getting the ancient seal of the emperor, Jiang Chen has not deliberately practiced, but occasionally takes out the ancient seal of the emperor to enlighten it. However, in the past few years, Jiang Chen has still successfully mastered the ancient seal of the first seal of destroying soul. Now facing the remnant soul of the God King, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to display the ancient seal of soul destruction. The effect of this seal even completely exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. Although Jiang Chen also knew that the soul destruction ancient seal had absolute suppression of the power of the soul Tao, he did not expect that this seal could beat the sky-devouring divine soul so miserably. What the heaven-devouring God King said was also a remnant soul of the God King, and the power exerted in this temple today was much stronger than the original Thunder Dragon Heavenly Sovereign. Jiang Chen originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to solve the remnant soul of the heaven-devouring God King. Unexpectedly, this ancient seal of extinguishing souls would be able to suppress the heaven-devouring God King without the power to fight back. With the ancient seal of destroying soul, the remnant soul of the heaven-devouring God King was no different from the lamb waiting to be slaughtered in his eyes. Boy, the temple of soul destruction is willing to provide you with the treasures of the soul Tao you need, so does this end here? The heaven-devouring God King suppressed the panic in his heart and hurriedly called out to Jiang Chen. As a great power in the divine king realm who lived in the ancient times, the heaven-devouring divine king naturally knew the human palace very well. Human palace, this is one of the strongest powers of the human race in the divine region mainland. The royal family of the Jiang family of Renwangdian has a peerless martial art named Renwangdian. There are 3 seals in the ancient seal of the Emperor of Humanity, and every seal has the terrifying power of earth-shattering and weeping ghosts. Among the ancient seals of the human emperor, one of them is called the ancient seal of extinguishing the soul, which is the nemesis of all the power of the soul in the world. The heaven-devouring God King had already encountered a God King realm power of the Jiang clan in the human palace, but he was suppressed to death by the other party's ancient seal of soul extinguishment. The King of Devouring Sky didn't think of it. After so many years, he unexpectedly saw the ancient seal of destroying soul again. Destroy the ancient seal of the soul, conquer all the soul power in the world. With his current soul body state, not to mention that this is just a remnant soul that has not been fully recovered, even if his soul is restored to its peak state, I am afraid that he will have to retreat in the face of this ancient soul seal. The heaven-devouring God King had to choose to seek peace from Jiang Chen. The space of this temple is so big, and he can't leave the scope of the temple. Facing Jiang Chen's soul-killing ancient seal, the heaven-devouring God King is inevitable. The suppression of Jiang Chen's seal just now has already severely damaged his remnant soul, which he had not fully recovered. If Jiang Chen were to make a few more impressions like this, I am afraid that he would really fall completely today. Now I know to ask for peace. It's a pity that it's too late. From the moment you let me introduce me into this hall, I and you Soul Eater Protoss are destined to be immortal. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and on the palm of his palm was another ancient seal of soul destruction quickly condensed. People don't offend me, I don't offend people. Since the King of Heaven Devouring God wanted to draw him here to seize the house, how could Jiang Chen easily let him go? Boy, I played it with you. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to make peace at all, he directly condensed the ancient seal of extinguishing soul here, and the Heaven-Devouring God King couldn't help but let out an angry roar. I saw the Heaven-Devouring God King's body soaring with black energy, and his entire body suddenly rose up a bit. The original thin body was rapidly swelling like a balloon, and patches of black scale armor appeared on his body. I saw the Heaven-Devouring Divine Soul turned into a blue-faced fangs, hands like sharp claws, a monster draped in black scales, looking like a demon censored who came out of Juyu. Chapter 2075. Do you really understand the ancient seal of destroying soul? Is this the true body of your soul eater Protoss? It's too ugly. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and then unceremoniously pressed a seal at the heaven-devouring God King. The heaven-devouring God King looked at the suppressed soul-killing ancient seal. His figure did not retreat, but instead moved forward, ignoring the existence of the soul-killing ancient seal, and rushed towards Jiang Chen. The real body of the heaven-devouring God King quickly collided with Jiang Chen's ancient seal of soul destruction. An invisible storm of soul power swept across the temple in an instant. Under the suppression of the ancient seal of extinguishing soul, the heaven-devouring God King's black light suddenly became much dim. The heaven-devouring God King didn't pay any attention at all, and directly resisted the devouring power of the soul-extinguishing ancient seal, passing through this soul-extinguishing ancient seal. After passing through the power of the soul-destruction ancient seal, the heaven-devouring God King also ignored the injuries of his whole body, and directly turned into a black glow, submerged in Jiang Chen's body, and appeared directly in Jiang Chen's soul sea space. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to break into my soul sea at all costs. But, entering my soul sea to seize the house with your current state is simply seeking a dead end. In the gray soul sea space, Jiang Chen's soul stood proudly in the world, sneering at the heaven-devouring God King in front of him. Jiang Chen did not expect it. The heaven-devouring God King would forcibly resist the power of the next soul-killing ancient seal, forcibly entering his soul sea space to seize the house. This is nothing more than a fearless struggle. This guy's soul has not yet fully recovered. If this guy unexpectedly enters his soul sea to seize the house when he first entered the temple, it may cause him some trouble. Now that the soul of the heaven-devouring God King was hit hard by the ancient seal of extinguishing soul, even if he forcibly entered his soul sea, it was already the end of the force. It is simply impossible for the heaven-devouring God King to take him in such a state. The jealous of this seat is just your ancient seal of soul-killing that restrains all the power of the soul in the world. Now in this sea of souls, you don't have the ancient seal of extinguishing souls. I am afraid it is still unknown who will have the last laugh. Heaven-devourer King said with a grinning smile. The ancient seal of soul destruction is too overbearing to restrain the power of the soul Tao. If he has been fighting with Jiang Chen outside, he has no chance to turn over, and sooner or later he will fall under the ancient seal of soul destruction. The heaven-devouring God King will forcibly enter Jiang Chen's soul sea to seize the house at all costs, ready to fight Jiang Chen desperately. When Jiang Chen heard the words of the heaven-devouring God King, he couldn't help but grin at the heaven-devouring God King. Heaven-devouring God King, it seems that you, the ancient censored king realm power, don't seem to really understand the ancient seal of soul destruction. The heaven-devouring God King suddenly had a bad hunch in his heart. What do you mean? Because the soul-killing ancient seal can not only be used in the state of the soul body, but it can also exert the true power of the soul-killing ancient seal. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the illusory palm lifted slightly, and a black square seal that was very familiar to the heaven-devouring God King was once again condensed from Jiang Chen's palm. Looking at the ancient seal of soul destruction condensed in Jiang Chen's palm, the expression of the heaven-devouring God King instantly became horrified. Generally speaking, only the magical powers of the Soul Road Masters can be displayed in the state of the soul body. The ancient seal of destroying soul, although this is a seal in any ancient seal of the peerless Shenwu in the human Emperor Palace, although it is a mighty magical power in the divine realm, it is definitely not a special soul Tao magical power. The Heaven-Devourer King never thought that the ancient seal of soul destruction could be displayed in the state of the soul body. The Heaven-Devouring God King could clearly feel that the ancient soul-killing seal that Jiang Chen displayed in the state of his soul body was even more terrifying than his display outside. It's over. A look of despair appeared on the face of the Heaven-Devouring God King. He broke into Jiang Chen's soul sea in this way to seize the house. It was no different from self-investment. Jian, young Master Jiang, spare my life. As long as you let me go, I am willing to lead the entire Soul Eater Protoss to surrender to you. The Heaven-Devouring God King looked at the ancient soul-killing seal brewing in Jiang Chen's palm, and quickly begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness with a panic expression on his face. The Heaven-Devouring God King did everything possible to leave behind this remnant soul, but now he finally has the chance to reappear, so naturally he doesn't want to die so easily. In order to survive, the heaven-devouring God King even had to put down the dignity of the God King and beg Jiang Chen for forgiveness. Jiang Chen's soul-killing ancient seal fell. I'm afraid he will really disappear from this world forever. I said, the moment I tried to take me out of it, I was destined to die. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and the ancient soul-killing seal in his palm that had been brewing to the extreme turned into a huge black seal that covered the sky and sun, and suppressed the heaven-devouring God King below. The heaven-devouring God King was a great power in the divine king realm of the ancient times. Jiang Chen naturally knew very well that this guy couldn't really surrender to himself. Jiang Chen couldn't easily control the remnant soul of a censored king who was good at Soul Road. If you leave it behind, there will be endless troubles. The heaven-devouring God King looked at the ancient seal of soul destruction that came from the suppression, and a look of despair and horror appeared on his face. Jiang Chen, this is what you forced me. Even if I die today, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. The sky-devouring soul explosion technique will explode me. The heaven-devouring God King looked grim, and he let out an unwilling roar, and immediately activated a supreme secret technique with all his strength, directly causing his soul to collide to the extreme like a balloon, and then burst into bursts. A terrifying storm of soul power swept away in Jiang Chen's soul sea space. As soon as this spirit power storm swept through less than 1,000 feet, the ancient seal of soul extinguishing in the sky had already been suppressed, quickly swallowing and annihilating the spirit power storm spurred by the heaven-devouring God King. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected to be the remnant soul of the censored king, it was really extraordinary. If he hadn't mastered the peerless sacred martial arts of the ancient seal of destroying soul, even if he could solve this guy today, he would have to pay a heavy price. After solving the remnant soul of the heaven-devouring Shenwu, Jiang Chen also quickly withdrew from the soul sea space. His eyes swept slightly in the temple, and his figure finally fell on the stone statue in the center with a flash. This stone statue is the place where the soul of the censored of the sky devours the soul, and it is also the place where the soul of the temple has the strongest energy. The King of Devours brought him here for the purpose of seizing the house. People of the Soul Eater Protoss wouldn't dare to come to the temple easily to disturb the Heaven Eater God King to seize the house without knowing the specific circumstances. He can just cultivate in this hall and raise the power of the Soul Dao world to the realm of consummation in one fell swoop. Chapter 2076, Consummation of the Power of the Soul World, Soul Eater Protoss, outside the Forbidden Temple. The soul-killing Tianzun and several Tianzun-level elders of the soul-devouring gods gathered here, their eyes fixed on the Forbidden Temple in front of them. Patriarch, it has been half a month since the kid entered the Forbidden Earth Temple, and there is still no movement in the Forbidden Earth Temple. Do we want to go in and take a look? An elder of the Soul Eater Protoss suddenly broke the silence around him. Soul-killing Tianzun's eyes flickered slightly, and then he slowly shook his head and said, "No, without the Ancestors' order, we absolutely can't enter it." The Soul Eater Protoss was originally a race that was good at Soul Dao, and the Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign was naturally very clear about the matter of robbing the house. This is a very dangerous process. Especially the object of the Ancestors' seizure of the house this time is still a god-defying evildoer who has surpassed the Holy Grade God, and it is not an easy task to successfully seize the house. Once they enter the temple rashly and disturb the Ancestors, the consequences may be unthinkable. The elder of the Soul Eater Protoss said with some worry, "Patriarch, that kid Jiang Chen is too bad, I'm worried." "Relax, although that kid is very strong, he is destined to be seized by the Ancestor in the Forbidden Land Temple." Soul Destruction Tianzun waved his hand. The Ancestor devouring the Heavenly God King, even though it was only a remnant soul, its strength far surpassed the average Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse. Especially in the Forbidden Land Temple, the Ancestor's spirit resilience is extremely powerful, almost immortal. Although Jiang Chen was extraordinary, it was only a matter of time before the Ancestor wanted to seize his body. The elders of the Soul Eater Protoss race heard the words of Soul Destruction Heavenly Sovereign, and they didn't say much, they all waited quietly. Under the waiting of miserable Soul Tianzun and the others, time also slowly passed bit by bit. Unconsciously, 3 months passed in a flash, but there was still no movement in the Temple of Forbidden Land. An elder of the Soul Eater Protoss finally couldn't help but uttered, "Patriarch, it has been 3 months, and there is nothing wrong with the Ancestor, right?" Miserable Soul Tianzun's brows were tightly twisted together, and an anxious look appeared in his eyes. Although the object of the ancestor's seizure of the house this time is a peerless evildoer that is rare in the past, this process should not be too smooth, but it will not last such a long time, right? Now 3 months have passed since he introduced Jiang Chen to the Forbidden Land Temple. Desperate soul Tianzun has never heard of it, it takes so much time. During the process of the ancestor's demise, what accidents really happened? Soul destruction Tianzun took a deep breath and slowly said, wait a little longer. If nothing happens after half a month, I will personally go to the temple to find out. The ancestor's process of seizing the house this time was too long, and it was so long that Tianzun felt an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart. If there is still no news from the ancestor after half a month, he will have to go in anyway. At the same time that the soul-killing Tianzun and others were uneasy, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the stone statue in the center of the temple, trying his best to enhance the power of the soul world, and the system prompts continued to ring in his ears. The power of Jiang Chen's soul Dao world, just like this, is constantly improving under the nourishment of the temple of soul cultivation. Jiang Chen's soul world power has crossed the realm of Dacheng all the way from the realm of Shaocheng, and directly entered the realm of the pinnacle, even one step away from the realm of consummation. After another half-month, a pleasant system prompt finally sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! The power of your soul Dao world has successfully reached the realm of consummation. With this system prompt resounding in his mind, Jiang Chen's eyes, which had been closed, finally opened suddenly. The power of the soul world is finally complete. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a slight arc. Now the 10 powers he has mastered, except for the power of the life world, the other 9 powers have all reached the state of perfection. And the power of the world of life, with the continuous improvement of the tree of life, is already infinitely close to the state of consummation. Jiang Chen believes that it won't take long for the 10 powers in his body to reach the realm of consummation and step into the realm of God in one fell swoop. Although it is an extremely difficult gap for ordinary practitioners to bridge from the celestial God realm to the realm God realm. Even if it is the 6th order celestial God realm of an ordinary celestial God, it is not an easy task to want the 6 ways to break through the realm God realm in one. And some geniuses who break the limit of the gods, want the 7 ways to be one, 8 ways to be one, or even 9 ways, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Jiang Chen has a system in his body, and the way to break through has always been much simpler than that of ordinary practitioners. Even if he mastered the power of the 10 Dao, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to break through the realm God realm. 10 Dao unity to break through the realm of the gods, will be dominated by a power, I don't know which one should I choose. There are a total of 3,000 avenues in one journey of martial arts in the gods, and each one has its own uniqueness. Generally speaking, when a practitioner breaks through the realm of the gods, he will choose the path he is best at, or the most powerful path. Jiang Chen has a system in his body, so he is obviously more inclined to choose the most powerful Dao. Among the 10 powers of Jiang Chen mastered, Kendo is undoubtedly a very powerful and powerful Dao. In addition, the 3 realms of space, time, and soul are unpredictable, and they are also very powerful. If nothing happens, Jiang Chen should choose one of these 4 martial arts. In order to break through the realm of the gods and the gods, he still needs to break through the methods. If he wants to break through these 4 paths, he must have the corresponding breakthrough methods. I don't want to think so much. At that time, let's take a look at some breakthrough methods in the Holy Dragon Palace, and then make a decision. Jiang Chen shook his head and put aside his thoughts. He has been in this temple for more than 3 months. Now that the power of the soul world is complete, it is time to leave here. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, he floated directly from the stone statue, then opened the door of the temple with a wave of his palm, and walked out to the outside of the temple. Chapter 2077. Destroy the Soul Eater Protoss, outside the Forbidden Temple. After waiting for another half-month, Soul Destruction Tianzun found that there was still no movement in the Forbidden Land Temple, and his complexion became more and more gloomy. It seems that the ancestor's soul has really gone wrong. You are waiting here, I will go in and see the situation. For 3.5 months in a row, Soul Destruction Tianzun obviously couldn't sit still. Just as he was about to enter the temple, the door of the temple that had been closed suddenly opened with a bang. Mihun Tianzun and the others were taken aback for a moment, and they looked at the temple in the same direction. They saw a figure of a young man in black, slowly walking out of the temple. Ancestor, have you succeeded? Looking at the scene in front of him, an expression of excitement appeared on the faces of miserable soul Tianzun and others. The ancestors eat the censored king. This is the censored king realm power in the ancient times of the Soul Eater Protoss. Although taking Jiang Chen's body with the remnant soul may not be able to exert all the power of the divine king realm, it is absolutely invincible in this wasteland of hundreds of races. Under the leadership of the ancestors, their Soul Eater Protoss surpassed the sky-swallowing Flood clan to become the first of the 8 Protoss, and even dominate the wasteland of the 100 races. It is just around the corner. Ancestor, desperate soul Tianzun, it seems that your eyes are not very good. Jiang Chen heard the name of the soul-destroying heavenly sovereign, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set off a strange arc. Sorry, your so-called ancestor, the Heaven Eater God King, has been wiped out by me. Following Jiang Chen's words, the expressions of Mie Hun Tianzun and others couldn't help but change drastically. Soul destruction Tianzun exclaimed with an incredulous expression. Jiang Chen, it turned out to be you. How is this possible? Soul destruction Tianzun did not expect that the ancestors, the heaven-devouring God King, had really failed to seize the house while occupying the right time and place. What's impossible? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said with a look of disdain, it's just wishful thinking to take me away from the remnant soul of the censored king. Jiang Chen, you dare to destroy the spirit of the ancestor. The look of Tianzun destroyed soul was furious to the extreme. The ancestors' spirits were destroyed, and their soul-eaten god's plans for many years were completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. Not only that, today their soul-eater Protoss is probably in danger. I killed the remnant soul of the heaven-devouring God King. What can you do? Originally, I came to the soul-eater Protoss this time, just want some soul Dao treasures, but your soul-eater Protoss has to find your own way of death. Jiang Chen stared coldly at Mie Soul Tianzun. Remember what I said in the temple that day? If you dare to do something to me, there is no need for the Soul Eater Protoss to exist. Jiang Chen, this matter is indeed my Soul Eater Protoss. My Soul Eater Protoss is willing to take out the Soul Dao treasure to apologize to you. Tianzun Mihun Tianzun's eyes were full of horror, and he quickly shouted to Jiang Chen. He had already fought Jiang Chen in the Bawang ancient city back then, and he naturally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength was, and he could not contend at all. Now that the ancestor's soul has been destroyed by Jiang Chen, he has to choose to bow his head to Jiang Chen. The Soul Eater Protoss might really be at risk of extinction today. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. I knew today, why bother? Jiang Chen, are you really going to die with me Soul Eater Protoss? The Soul Eater Tianzun said with gloomy eyes, my Soul Eater Protoss is not a soft persimmon for you to need. If you want to destroy the Soul Eater Protoss, I must make you pay a heavy price for it. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. From the moment the Soul Eater Tianzun introduced him to the temple and let the Heaven Eater God King take the house, the Soul Eater Protoss had already been sentenced to death by him. Today he will step down on the Soul Eater Protoss and let the Soul Eater completely disappear from the wasteland of the 100 races. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, a bright golden glow pierced the sky, and then turned into a huge golden palace, with the power of destroying the heavens and the earth, smashing the past at Mihun Tianzun. The souls of the dead in the heart of the soul-killing Tianzun. Where did he dare to hesitate, and quickly swallowed a drop of the blood of the censored king, and fully urged a black token in the palm of his palm, turning it into a black enchantment, covering all the hundreds of miles of space in his body. With incomparable power, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace smashed the black enchantment heavily, smashing the black enchantment to shreds. After the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace smashed the black barrier, the power of terror instantly penetrated the space of hundreds of miles, and poured all of it on the body of the soul-killing god. The body of Mie Hun Tianzun burst open in midair, and from it flew out an imaginary black shadow exactly like Mie Hun Tianzun's soul. His expression was horrified. He turned around to flee towards the panic, but was killed by Jiang Chen's hand in the ancient seal of extinguishing soul. When Jiang Chen first entered the wasteland of 100 races, he could easily suppress the peak of the heavenly sovereign, Tianzun's soul destruction. Now his 9 Dao powers are consummated, and his strength is several times greater than before. Under the situation of fully urging the Divine King's artifact, the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace, how can the Heavenly Slayer resist? After the soul-killing Heavenly Sovereign was completely resolved, Jiang Chen was like a killer, and he directly killed the remaining Heavenly Sovereign powerhouses of the Soul Eater Protoss. These heavenly venerable powers are more than one level weaker than miserable soul heavenly venerable, and they are almost the same as ants in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen killed one person with one move, and in almost an instant, he killed 3 Tianzun powerhouses one after another. Spare. The last Tianzun powerhouse of the Soul Eater Protoss was shocked by the scene before him. While begging for mercy, he usually flees towards the sky, but Jiang Chen just gave an understatement, and he split this strong Tianzun into 2 halves from the void. Even the soul was destroyed by Jiang Chen's finger and turned into nothingness. After slaying several heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses of the Soul Eater Protoss, Jiang Chen directly activated the 7-star heavenly sword art. In the void, bright stars and sword auras fell like meteors, covering the entire Soul Eater Protoss, their sword auras rushing into the sky, killing all quarters. The screams of sorrowful screams resounded in the sky above the Soul Eater Protoss one after another. After slaughtering the Soul Eater Protoss with the 7-star heaven sword art, Jiang Chen went directly to the treasure house of the Soul Eater Protoss, scraped away all the treasures of the Soul Eater Protoss, and then turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the Soul Eater Protoss. After he rushed out of the Soul Eater Protoss, the star giant sword condensed from the 7-star heaven sword art also fell from the 9 heavens. Only a loud noise was heard, and the entire soul-devouring Protoss was instantly transformed into ruins under that star giant sword. The Soul Eater Protoss, one of the 8 great Protoss of the 100-clan wasteland, completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 2078. 10 Dao in 1, Breakthrough God of Realm. Soul Eater is one of the 8 great gods in the wasteland of the 100 races, and its status in the wasteland of the 100 races is naturally extraordinary. When Jiang Chen trampled the Soul Eater Protoss with thunder, the huge movement caused was naturally noticed by some people. When they rushed to the Soul Eater Protoss, seeing the Soul Eater Protoss that had been reduced to a ruin, an incredible shock appeared in their eyes. The Soul Eater Protoss, one of the 8 great Protoss, was so flattened by others. They hurriedly spread the news. The news of the destruction of the Soul Eater Protoss has spread throughout the wasteland of the 100 races. Suddenly, the wasteland of hundreds of races was turbulent. It was the other 7 Protoss, all of them were shocked. The 8 great censored tribes in the wasteland of the 100 races are all the great tribes of divine kings inherited from the ancient times. Although they have fallen a lot now, they no longer have the style of the divine kings, but the camels who died are bigger than horses. Especially in the wasteland of the 100 races without the power of the censored king realm, no one can shake the 8 gods. Now the Soul Eater Protoss is suddenly trampled down by others, which is too frightening to the world. All of a sudden, the entire wasteland of the 100 races became turbulent. And when the entire wasteland of the 100 races was shaken by the destruction of the Soul Eater Protoss, Jiang Chen returned directly to the Qingmu Protoss. He first went back to Master Ancient Profound Dao's room and took a look at his situation. Although several months have passed, Master Ancient Profound Dao still hasn't recovered from that special state of cultivation. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that there was a burst of energy brewing rapidly in the Ancient Profound Dao, and it should not be far from waking up. Once the Master wakes up, his cultivation will surely take a qualitative leap. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Master's Ancient Profound Dao, Jiang Chen did not stay too much in the room. He directly found Qingmu Tianzun, the elder of the Wood Spirit Protoss. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't know what is going on when you came to see me. Originally Qingmu Tianzun was discussing the news of the destruction of the Soul Eater Protoss with the clansmen, but when he learned that Jiang Chen had come to look for him, he still met Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen didn't conceal it, and directly stated his intentions. Patriarch Qingmu, I want to borrow a place close to the spirit fruit of life to practice for a period of time. The power of the 10 realms that he now mastered, only the power of the life world has not yet reached the perfect state. Although the power of the world of life is not far from the state of consummation, if you can cultivate for a period of time with the help of the tree of life spirit fruit of the Aoki god race, it will undoubtedly make the power of the world of life reach the state of consummation faster. It's easy. Brother Jiang Chen just goes to practice. Tianzun Aoki smiled authentically. Now that the Soul Eater Protoss has been annihilated, the wasteland of hundreds of races is turbulent. If you can have a good relationship with Jiang Chen, it will definitely be harmful and unprofitable to the Aoki Protoss. Naturally, Aoki Tianzun will not refuse Jiang Chen's request. Jiang Chen hugged his fist and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Qingmu." Qingmu Tianzun waved his hand, and then said solemnly, "Brother Jiang Chen, the Soul Eater among the 8 gods has suddenly been destroyed. I wonder if you have heard of it. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and the corners of his mouth could not help but a slight arc. I know about this. The Soul Eater Protoss was originally destroyed by him, can he not know about this? Hey, I didn't expect the Soul Eater Protoss to be destroyed in this way. I'm afraid that the wasteland of the 100 races is not peaceful. Qingmu Tianzun sighed lightly, then looked at Jiang Chen solemnly and said, if the Wood Spirit Protoss encounters a crisis next, I hope Brother Jiang Chen can help me with the Wood Spirit Protoss. The strength of the Wood Spirit Protoss and the Soul Eater Protoss is almost the same. Since that mysterious existence can easily annihilate the Soul Eater Protoss, once it descends on the Wood Spirit Protoss, the Wood Spirit Protoss will probably be hard to resist. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, don't worry, Chief Qingmu, I can assure you that there will be no danger to the Wood Spirit Protoss. Brother Jiang Chen, what does this mean? Tianzun Aoki couldn't help but stunned when he heard the words. Because the person who destroyed the Soul Eater Protoss is me. When the Qingmu clan grows up, you can rest assured that I will not attack the Wood Spirit Protoss. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Qingmu Tianzun in a flash. The Soul Eater Protoss was actually destroyed by Jiang Chen. Qingmu Tianzun listened to the voice that slowly echoed in his ears, and it was a long time hard to recover from the shock. Jiang Chen left Qingmu Tianzun's residence, directly under the towering ancient tree that contained the majestic life force behind the Wood Spirit Protoss, and then found a good position and began to practice. Although it cannot be compared with the tree of life among the 3 sacred trees, it is also a rare tree in the world. Cultivating under this sacred tree will undoubtedly increase the power of the world of life with less effort. Jiang Chen originally had a sacred tree of life in his body, which was constantly improving the power of the world of life. With the acquisition of this double experience, Jiang Chen's power of life world is also increasing at a terrifying speed. The power of Jiang Chen's life world finally reached the state of consummation smoothly under a melodious system prompt. Feeling the power in his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared on his face. The power of the 10 realms is complete, and now I can finally unite the 10 realms and break through the realm of the gods. The most urgent thing is to go to the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Palace and find a breakthrough method that suits you. Just as he was about to enter the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace to find a way to break through the realm of the gods, a systematic voice rang in his mind. Ding! The 10 world powers, you have all reached the consummation realm and meet the conditions for breaking through the realm of the gods. Please choose a power to break through. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the system prompt. When he came back to his senses, his expression was also pleasantly surprised. Does he have a system in his body? He doesn't need to break through the method at all, he can directly integrate the 10 ways and break through the realm of the gods. Thinking that after owning the system, every realm breakthrough would hardly be hindered by any obstacle, Jiang Chen was quickly relieved. What kind of world god's origin should be condensed? Jiang Chen's brows were tightly twisted together, and after careful consideration, he finally decided to condense the origin of the gods of the sword world. Kendo is one of the best in the 3000 Dao. The divine body vision he condensed was obviously related to swords, and Kendo was undoubtedly a very suitable way for him. Just after Jiang Chen silently made a decision in his heart, the system prompt sounded again in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You choose to break through the Kendo, and the 10 Daos are united to condense the gods of the Kendo world. Ding! You successfully broke through the realm of God. Chapter 2079. Gu Xuandao wakes up. As the system's prompt sound resounded in Jiang Chen's mind, the sky over the entire Wood Spirit Protoss was instantly surging. The power of countless silver thunders is constantly swimming in the void like dragons and snakes. The terrible thunder road pressure makes everyone in the Wood Spirit Protoss tremble. Qingmu Tianzun, who was cultivating, felt the thunder tribulation brewing in the void, and suddenly opened his eyes. What a terrifying thunder tribulation, this kid is going to break through the realm of God. Feeling the thunder in the sky that made him jealous, Qingmu Tianzun's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. The thunder robbery in front of him was at least 10 times stronger than the thunder robbery that broke through the realm of the realm. Except for Jiang Chen, who surpassed the holy god, Tianzun Qingmu really couldn't think of anyone else who could provoke such a terrifying thunder. I don't know if that kid can get through the 10 Dao powers heavenly tribulation. Tianzun Aoki couldn't help muttering to himself. Divine tribulation is one of the biggest obstacles for practitioners in God's domain to go against the sky and reach a higher level. Especially for some Tianzhao who broke the limit of the gods, the divine calamity they faced in breaking the realm would become even more dangerous, and the slightest carelessness would be forever. In their wood spirit Protoss race, even if the super-ranked celestial god and the divine-ranked celestial god break the boundary, the family will be fully prepared for them. But Jiang Chen mastered the power of the 10 realms, surpassing the sacred gods. Such a heaven-defying existence is even more unacceptable by heaven. If Jiang Chen wants to survive the divine calamity smoothly, it is definitely not an easy task. Tianzun Qingmu also knew what it meant if Jiang Chen survived the thunder tribulation in front of him. When he was still in the heavenly god realm, he was able to easily suppress Lei Jiao Tianzun's 1-star Tianzun powerhouse. Once Jiang Chen successfully breaks through the realm of God this time, his strength will surely reach an extremely terrifying level. I am afraid that even the 2-star Tianzun and even the 3-star Tianzun will be difficult for Jiang Chen to contend. Even the great power of the Divine King realm might not be able to easily win Jiang Chen. Worse, forget the place where that guy practices, but it's very close to the Tree of Life, so you can't let the Tree of Life be affected by thunder. When Qingmu Tianzun thought of where Jiang Chen was, his expression suddenly changed, and his figure disappeared ghostly. Aoki Tianzun's figure has appeared thousands of feet away from the Tree of Life. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged under the Tree of Life, and quickly said with a panic, "Brother Jiang Chen, you can't survive the catastrophe here, otherwise the town's sacred tree of my wood spirit Protoss will be over." The wood spirit Protoss can always be ranked among the 8 great Protoss of the 100 clan wastelands, mainly relying on this Gen clan sacred tree. If this sacred tree is gone, it is equivalent to the foundation of their wood spirit Protoss is gone. Jiang Chen stood up, patted the dust on his body, and then smiled faintly at Qingmu Tianzun. "Don't worry, Patriarch Qingmu, I won't destroy the sacred tree of your wood spirit Protoss." He has a good view of the wood spirit Protoss. Now that he has lived in the wood spirit Protoss for a while, and he borrows the land to complete the world of life, how can he destroy the wood spirit god clan's town sacred tree? Brother Jiang Chen, the thunder tribulation you are facing is too terrifying. The tree of life will definitely be affected by the Tao. Leave this place quickly and prepare to cross the tribulation. Tianzun Qingmu looked at Jiang Chen and didn't leave, his heart was very anxious. Not only did this guy have no intention to leave, he didn't even care about the divine calamity that was rapidly brewing in the void. Doesn't he know what kind of terrifying divine calamity he is facing? Jiang Chen's expression still seemed calm, and he smiled and said, "Patriarch Qingmu, stay safe and not irritable, this thing will soon disappear by itself." When Qingmu Tianzun heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but froze there. In Qingmu Tianzun's eyes, there was also a look of irritation that appeared. This is the divine calamity of the heavenly god realm breaking through the realm god realm. How could it disappear on its own? Isn't this intentionally entertaining him? Qingmu Tianzun took a deep breath, and when he was about to speak, he discovered that the long simmering power of thunder in the void seemed to be gradually weakening. What is going on here? Tianzun Qingmu was shocked immediately, his eyes couldn't help but suddenly look towards the void. I saw that the countless silver thunders in the void were actually dissipating quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the thundercloud that covered the sky and sun over the wood spirit Protoss quickly receded like a tide, and the sky quickly returned to clearness. Lei Jia really dissipated on its own. As the patriarch of the wood spirit god clan, Tianzun Qingmu was also stunned by the scene before him, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. My eyes are clumsy. I didn't expect Brother Jiang Chen to have a supreme divine body, and he can ignore the laws of the heavens and make the gods retreat. Feeling the aura of the world censored on Jiang Chen, Tianzun Qingmu also suppressed the horror in his heart, and said with a wry smile. With the strength and status of Tianzun Qingmu, naturally he wanted to understand all of this very quickly. Being able to ignore the laws of heaven and make the gods retreat and avoid Sanshi, I am afraid that there is only the supreme, censored body that was extremely rare in the ancient times. Tianzun Qingmu finally understood why Jiang Chen could break the shackles of the gods and become an existence beyond the holy gods. This kind of existence that can ignore the laws of the heavens can't be described by common sense at all. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "You can rest assured when the Qingmu clan grows up, Jiang Chen is not the kind of person who will avenge his grievances, and naturally he will not destroy the town's sacred tree of the Wood Spirit God clan. It's a villain. Qingmu Tianzun shook his head and gave a bitter smile, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with amazement. Brother Jiang Chen is now breaking through the realm of the realm. Under the power of the realm, I am afraid that he will be invincible again. I would also like to thank Patriarch Qingmu for lending me a place to practice. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled. Heavenly God Realm and Realm God Realm, there is indeed a huge difference between the two. Before he broke through, he was able to defeat the Thunder Dragon Heavenly Venerable at the peak of the 1-star Heavenly Venerable, and could fight the 2-star Heavenly Venerable. Now that he has broken through the realm of the gods, even the 3-star Celestial Venerable who broke through with the holy gods, he has nothing at all. Even the general power of the censored King Realm may not be able to pose any threat to him. Just when Jiang Chen was talking with Qingmu Tianzun, another powerful aura filled the sky above the Wood Spirit God race like a giant dragon awakening. Feeling the familiar aura permeating the sky above the Wood Spirit Protoss, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. After more than 2 years, Master is finally about to wake up. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly greeted Qingmu Tianzun, and then appeared in the room where ancient profound Tao was in a flash. Chapter 2080. Old Things. Wood Spirit Protoss, in an exquisite room. Li Jian looked at the awakened ancient profound Tao, and an excited look appeared in his eyes. Brother Ji Yu, you finally woke up. Ancient profound Tao has unparalleled talents. He is a peerless censored son of the ancient spirit sect, and he is also an inner disciple of the ancient spirit sect. He was conspired to make a big mistake in the ancient spirit censored sect. If it hadn't been for the help of ancient profound Tao at the critical moment, he might have been executed by the ancient spirit god sect. Without the ancient profound Tao, there would be no Li Jian today. It's just that Li Jian didn't expect it. Soon after he left the ancient spirit censored sect, the ancient spirit censored sect changed drastically, and news of the fall of the ancient profound Wei came out. Although Li Jian knew that the fall of the ancient profound Tao was extraordinary, his strength was low and he was unable to compete with the ancient spirit divine sect, so he could only hide in the wasteland of the 100 races and cultivate with great concentration. This practice took tens of thousands of years. He has also grown from a hairy boy in the heavenly god realm to a strong man in the heavenly sovereign realm all the way. After breaking through the heavenly sovereign realm, Li Jian planned to leave the wasteland of the 100 races to secretly investigate what happened to the ancient spirit god sect that year. But just when he was about to leave, the aura of the ancient profound Wei appeared in the ancient city of 100 Desolations inexplicably, and was also chased down by 2 experts of the heavenly sovereign realm of the ancient spirit god sect. Without any hesitation, Li Jian directly rescued the ancient profound Tao. It's a pity that when he rescued the ancient profound Tao was not only seriously injured, but also caught in the palm of life and destruction, and Li Jian was unable to do anything about it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen appeared at a critical moment and came to the Wood Spirit Protoss to obtain the spirit fruit of life. Now he is finally recovering the ancient profound Tao. Junior brother Li, I didn't expect you to save me in the end. Ji Yu Zan Dao looked at Li Jian in front of him, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. When Li Jian was framed back then, as the censored son of the ancient spirit god sect, he saved Li Jian's life. It is also thanks to him that he saved Li Jian at the beginning, otherwise he would have died in the hands of people from the ancient spirit god sect last time. Brother Ji Yu, you were severely injured by the devouring and shattered palm that day. I don't have the ability to rescue you. Li Jian shook his head, and immediately smiled and said, Brother, you can recover so smoothly, thanks to you having a good apprentice. Ji Yu Profound Tao was taken aback for a moment, and then he looked surprised and said, Junior brother Li, you have met Jiang Chen, where is he now? At the beginning of the ancient spirit sect, he was only the censored son of the ancient spirit sect, so naturally he would not have any apprentices. Later, he suffered great changes in the ancient spirit god sect, and escaped his life. He wandered all the way to the great wilderness, and then stayed in the cold moon palace in the great wilderness. There, Ji Yu Zan Dao only accepted a few disciples. Among his disciples, only Jiang Chen knew everything about him, and had the ability to come to God's domain continent to find him. Ji Yu Zan Dao doesn't need to think about it, almost all the people in Li Jiangkou are Jiang Chen. Master, you are awake. Just as Li Jian was about to speak, a ghostly figure appeared out of thin air directly in front of the ancient profound Tao. Little guy, you finally came to God's domain continent. Ji Dao looked at the familiar figure in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yes, it seems that your cultivation level has not fallen at all in these years, and you have already broken through the realm of the gods, venerable few stars. Ji Dao clearly remembered that when he was separated from Jiang Chen was already a god-level censored who mastered the power of the 8 realms. Even if it didn't attack the saint-ranked celestial god, it was at least a 2-star venerable, right? Thanks to the blessing of Master, I had the luck to break through the realm of the gods not long ago. Jiang Chen didn't conceal anything from ancient profound Tao, and he smiled and said, if I have to count the stars, I should be a 4-star venerable now. When Jiang Chen spoke, he also felt the aura of ancient profound Tao. Back in the great wilderness realm, Jiang Chen's strength was not too strong. Although he vaguely felt that the ancient profound Tao was stronger than the realm gods in the great wilderness realm, he didn't know the specific strength of the ancient profound Tao at all. Now that Jiang Chen breaks through the realm of the gods with the power of the 10 Taos, he can naturally clearly sense that the aura of the ancient profound Tao is a bit stronger than that of the heavenly swallowing flood dragon clan's thunder dragon. If he guessed right, Master is now at least a 2-star heavenly sovereign. At the beginning, Master was in the great wilderness realm, it was really not a normal Loki. Back in the great wilderness realm, even if the Master had not yet become a 2-star celestial venerable, I am afraid at least he had the cultivation base of a 2-star earth venerable. With this level of strength, no one in the great wilderness realm is an opponent except the great wilderness god king. But the Master has been living in seclusion in the cold moon palace, and his reputation is not obvious. I am afraid that no one in the entire great desolate realm knows that venerable profound Tao is the first realm censored under the great desolate realm god king. 4-star venerable. Ji Dao was also taken aback by Jiang Chen's words, then rolled his eyes and said, little guy, are you kidding me? Even the sacred deity who masters the power of the 9 paths is only a 3-star venerable after the breakthrough. Where is the 4-star venerable in this world? Brother Jiang Chen may really be called a 4-star venerable that has never been seen before. He has mastered the power of the 10 Tao in the heavenly god realm. At this moment, Li Jian on the side couldn't help smiling bitterly. What? Ji Dao suddenly stood up on the spot. After a while, he looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Little guy, do you really master the power of the 10 ways? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Master, I do have the luck to master the power of the 10 Tao. Rao is the ancient goddess of ancient profound Tao, and he couldn't help taking a breath at this moment. In the realm of the gods, 9 is the number of extremes. This immutable iron law of the gods, realm practice system has hardly been able to break since ancient times. Although since accepting Jiang Chen as a disciple, Ji Dao has witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying talent and potential, even if it is compared to the top genius of God's domain continent, it will not be inferior in the slightest. Jiang Chen was able to break the ancient iron law against the sky, and master the power of the 10 Tao in the heavenly god realm. Master, let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about you and the ancient spirit censored sect. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, and immediately changed the subject directly. What happened to the ancient spirit god sect? Why did you appear in the great wilderness? When Li Jian heard Jiang Chen's words, he also looked at the ancient profound Tao. He also wanted to know what happened to the ancient spirit god sect back then. What else can happen? Back then, I was too arrogant and didn't check it for a while, but was conspired by the despicable guy from the ancient spirit sect. Speaking of this, Ji Dao suddenly flashed an icy glow in his eyes. Chapter 2081. Go to the door. The ancient profound Tao was born in the ancient spirit censored sect, with unparalleled talents, overwhelming the ancient spirit censored sect's many geniuses, became the strongest genius of the ancient spirit censored sect for nearly tens of millions of years. In just a few thousand years, he became the god-level censored who mastered the power of the 8 realms, and he launched an attack against the god-level god, and he is very hopeful that he will become the first god-level censored of the ancient spirit god sect for thousands of years. Ancient profound Tao is also known as the son of the ancient spirit censored sect, and the arrogant censored of the ancient spirit censored sect. The birth of the ancient profound Tao turned out to be the jealousy of another genius of the ancient spirit sect. He was dissatisfied that the ancient profound Tao had taken everything from him, and he secretly conspired for many years, and even did not hesitate to collude with outsiders against the ancient profound Tao. Because Jiu Zandao was too conceited back then, he was careless, let the person seize the opportunity and fall into the trap carefully set by him. If he hadn't been for an ancient mystery, he had been lucky enough to obtain a space god, and escaped into the eternal void at a critical moment. I am afraid that he would have already fallen in that great battle. After Jiu Zandao escaped from God's domain continent, he knew that one would not let him off easily, and he did not dare to stay in the area close to God's domain continent. He went all the way south, far away from the central area of the eternal void, until after the Great Wilderness, he stopped in the cold moon palace of the realm, censored power in the Great Wilderness. Over the years, the ancient profound Tao has been living in the cold moon palace deeply, practicing while healing his wounds. Because of the battle that year, he paid too much, and ultimately failed to be promoted to the Holy God, so he could only break through the 2-star Venerable, and then slowly promoted to the 2-star Earthly Venerable. After the cultivation base reached the 2-star Earth Sovereign, the ancient profound Tao thought that he had some self-protection power, so he moved to return to the Divine Realm continent. Jiu Zandao knew very well that in order to deal with him, that person must be fully prepared. Even if he returned to the continent of God's domain, the ancient spirit God sect would not have a place for him. If he wants to get back everything that belongs to him, he needs a trustworthy person. Going to the ancient spirit sect to get something for him, he can go back to everything that happened in the past. Moreover, this person must be talented and become an inner disciple of the ancient spirit God sect before he is qualified to get in touch with what he needs. He fled to such remote places as the 8th Desolation Realm, and had never encountered a genius who could see him. Until Jiang Chen appeared, Jiu Zandao finally saw a glimmer of opportunity. This time he went back to the continent of God's domain first. He originally wanted to secretly inquire about the current situation of the ancient spirit sect, but he didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, the ancient spirit sect still hadn't forgotten him. Soon after he entered the territory of the ancient spirit sect, his identity was discovered by the people of the ancient spirit sect. In the end, he was besieged and killed by the ancient spirit censored sect strong, tried his best to fight at censored road, and escaped to the wasteland of 100 races. But even so, the ancient spirit God sect still did not intend to let him go, and sent 2 Tianzun powerhouses to chase him down in the wasteland of 100 races. Fortunately, at the moment of crisis, the ancient profound Tao encountered Li Jian, who had been living in seclusion in the ancient city, and survived. Brother Ji Yu, the person who conspired against you back then should be Jiu Tianming, right? After Li Jian learned of all this, a cold light flashed across his eyes. I knew, that guy is not a good thing. Before the ancient profound Tao was born, Jiu Tianming had always been the #1 arrogant of the ancient spirit God sect. But just when everyone thought that this generation of censored son was none other than Jiu Tianming, Jiu Zandao used peerless capital to overwhelm Jiu Tianming and became the peerless censored son of Jiu Ling Shenzong. Li Jian almost didn't need to think about it. The person who shot the Jiu profound Tao back then was probably Jiu Tianming. Yes, it's him. Jiu Zandao smiled coldly and said, if he doesn't get rid of me, how can he become the censored son of the ancient spirit censored sect? Jiu Tianming was really hiding too deep back then. Since he became the censored son of the ancient spirit sect, Jiu Tianming has always been well behaved and did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. But I didn't expect that this guy had secretly planned for many years, and gave him a fatal blow at a critical time. Brother, let Jiang Chen enter the ancient spirit censored sect. Do you want to obtain the ancient spirit censored sect's Junzong artifact ancient spirit mysterious realm? Li Jian took a deep breath, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. The ancient spirit mysterious mirror is the ancient spirit censored sect's king weapon of the town sect. Even the entire ancient spirit censored sect can reach only a handful of people. Even if Jiang Chen joins the ancient spirit censored sect, the hope of obtaining the ancient spirit mysterious realm is very slim. Yes, the ancient spirit mystery realm is the divine king of the way of time. It has the ability to go back to time and space. As long as I can get the ancient spirit mystery realm, I can go back to everything that happened in the past. A sharp ray of light suddenly shot out of Jiu Xuandao's eyes. He looked at Jiang Chen apologetically and said, little guy, I don't deny that when you were accepted as a disciple, you did have other purposes. Going to the ancient spirit sect to steal the ancient spirit profound realm is too dangerous. If you don't want to, you can also assume that I haven't said it. The Ancient Spirit Mysterious Mirror is the most precious artifact of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. Even the ordinary elders of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect are not qualified to approach it. Jiyu Zandao, as a former impeccable son of God, even though he knew the location of Jiyu Ling Zanji, he also knew how to enter that place. But if you want to take out the Ancient Spirit Mystery Realm from the Ancient Spirit Divine Sect, it is tantamount to 9 deaths. Even if Jiang Chen didn't want to go, Jiyu Zandao wouldn't force it. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Master, don't have to be so troublesome. Let's go directly to the Ancient Spirit God Sect and let the Ancient Spirit Protoss take out the Ancient Spirit Profound Realm and look back in time. The elders of the Divine King Realm of the Ancient Spirit Sect are closed all year round and don't ask about world affairs. I have never seen them since I was born. The 3-star Heavenly Sovereign who protected me back then also fell in that battle. In the past tens of thousands of years, Jiyu Tianming is afraid that he has already managed the Ancient Spirit God Sect into an iron plate, so how can he give me the opportunity to use the Ancient Spirit Profound Realm? Jiyu Xuandao shook his head and smiled bitterly. This can't help him, Jiang Chen said in a domineering manner. We can just kill the door directly. If Jiyu Tianming dares to disagree, then we will overthrow the Ancient Spirit Sect. Now that the Ancient Profound Tao has broken through the 2-star Heavenly Sovereign, there are probably only a handful of existences that are comparable to it in the Ancient Spirit Divine Sect's Heavenly Sovereign Realm. And he is the one of the 10 ways, and successfully broke through the realm of the gods. If the censored king of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect does not come out, he can easily suppress the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect alone. Even if the Divine King Realm of Ancient Spirit God Sect showed up, with Jiang Chen's current strength, he would not be too afraid. He was also about to try how strong the real Divine King Realm might be. Chapter 2082, Tianling City, a holy place for spiritual practice. Kill the Ancient Spirit God Sect. When Jiyu Zandao heard Jiang Chen's words, he was also shocked for a while before he recovered. Although the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect is not the top power of the gods, it is also a big censored king with the power of the censored king realm, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Even the general censored king realm might not dare to easily go to the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect to go wild. Although he was lucky enough to break through the 2-star Celestial Venerable, Jiang Chen even broke through the 4-star Venerable with the power of the 10 ways. The Divine King Realm of the Ancient Spirit God Sect will not attack them. But after tens of thousands of years, Ancient Profound Tao didn't know exactly what kind of attitude the God King Realm Supreme Elder of the Ancient Spirit God Sect had towards him. If you rashly kill the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect, a little carelessness will probably be overwhelming. Brother Jiyu, most of the people of the Ancient Spirit God Sect were probably blinded by Jiyu Tianming. Even if you are too elder, I'm afraid you don't know that you were calculated by Jiyu Tianming. I also agree to go directly to the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect and directly expose the true face of Jiyu Tianming. At this moment, Li Jian's eyes flashed with cold light, and he couldn't help but speak. The Ancient Spirit Censored Sect belongs to the dynasty in the power of the censored king on the continent of the gods. Especially after that event happened tens of thousands of years, the Ancient Profound Way and the 3-star Heavenly Master who protected the way disappeared, and the Ancient Spirit Divine Sect was greatly injured. In today's Ancient Spiritual Sect, apart from the Super Elder of the Divine King Realm who doesn't care about the world, the Ancient Spiritual God Sect doesn't even have a 3-star Celestial Venerable, and the strongest is only the 2 or 3 2-star Celestial Venerable. Not to mention the Ancient Profound Tao that has broken through the 2-star Heavenly Sovereign, Jiang Chen alone can't handle it with just a few 2-star Heavenly Sovereigns. Jiang Chen has not broken through the realm of the gods, he can easily defeat the 1-star Tianzun Thunder Zhao, and his combat power is not inferior to the 2-star Tianzun. Now Jiang Chen's 10 ways are unified, and he has become an unheard 4-star Venerable. Li Jian couldn't even imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength would reach. Although Li Jian didn't know whether Jiang Chen could contend with the power of the Divine King Realm, at least no one under the Divine King would be Jiang Chen's opponent. Okay, then just kill the Ancient Spirit God Sect directly. Jiyu Zandao's eyes flickered slightly, and a decisive look appeared on his face. The Ancient Spirit Mysterious Realm is an artifact of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. Even if Jiang Chen enters the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect, he can find the Ancient Spirit Mysterious Realm under his guidance, and the possibility that he wants to leave it without knowing it is very slim. Once Jiang Chen is exposed, he may fall into it instead. That being the case, it would be better for them to join forces with their master and apprentice to enter the ancient spirit god sect in an upright manner. He wants to let everyone know that the censored son of the ancient spirit censored sect, who was once a peerless god, is back. Tianling City. The famous big city in the southwest of the eastern region of the God's Land continent is also the center of the surrounding territory of hundreds of millions of miles. Because the ancient spirit censored sect, the only censored king in the territory of hundreds of millions of miles, is located here. Although the inheritance history of the ancient spirit sect is not long, it has a history of at least 500 million years, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. The ancient spirit of the God sect has never ceased its power of the gods. Since the founding of the ancient spirit sect, at least 5 great powers of the divine king realm have been born. Such a background, although not comparable to the ancient great clans with a long heritage in God's domain, it should not be underestimated. After Jiang Chen and the three decided to go directly to the ancient spirit god sect, they left the wasteland of the 100 races and came to Tianling City. Is this the Tianling City? It's really prosperous. After entering Tianling City, Jiang Chen was also shocked by the prosperity of Tianling City. The Tianling City occupies a vast area, which is probably several times larger than any city Jiang Chen has seen before, covering almost a radius of thousands of miles. The energy of the heavens and the earth in the Tianling City is also extremely rich. Compared with the location of the wood spirit Protoss of the 100 Clan Wasteland, it may not be inferior in the slightest. Inside the city, on the spacious Bluestone Avenue, there are cultivators passing by. Among these practitioners, the true gods are extremely rare, and most of them have cultivation levels above the heavens and gods, and even the venerables of the real gods and earth sages can be seen everywhere. There are even occasional powerhouses from the celestial realm passing by from time to time. Of the 5 regions of God's domain, the middle region is the most prosperous. In the other 4 regions, the power of the King of Gods is one of the few. This heavenly spirit city is one of the top 5 super large cities in the eastern region, and has a great spirit gathering array arranged by the God King realm. It is a sacred place for cultivation and naturally attracts the attention of many practitioners. Don't say it is a cultivator, even if an ordinary mortal is here, nourished by the heavenly spirit city, over time, he can embark on the path of cultivation. Beside Jiang Chen, a rickety white-haired old man looked at the city in front of him, and his face couldn't help showing a complex look. This white-haired old man is no one else, but an ancient Zandao in disguise. In order to cause unnecessary troubles, after entering the scope of the ancient spirit god sect, both the ancient profound Dao and Li Jian dressed up in disguise, and did not show their true colors. Yes, Tianling City, it can be said that it is a place with the most practitioners in an area of hundreds of millions of miles. In addition to coming to Tianling City to enjoy the rich cultivation environment, there is a more important reason for these practitioners, that is, they want to seek opportunities to worship the ancient spirit gods. It's a pity. The requirements of the ancient spirit censored sect to recruit disciples are extremely high, and it is difficult for ordinary people to worship the ancient spirit censored sect. Li Jian shook his head, his expression also looked extremely complicated. After tens of thousands of years, he finally returned to this heavenly spirit city again. Let's go, let's find a place to stay in Lincheng this day, inquire about the news about the ancient spirit censored sect, and then go to the ancient spirit censored sect. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and couldn't help but glance towards the east of Tianling City. The gate of the ancient spirit censored sect is located on the ancient Spirit Mountain thousands of miles east of Tianling City. Looking from a distance, you can see a beautiful mountain peak, rising from the ground, as high as 10,000 feet, like a huge pillar of the sky, thrust into the sky. Although the peaks are surrounded by dense fog all the year round, the buildings inside can also be vaguely seen, suspended in them like a fairy palace. The entire Gulan Mountain seems to be roaring with endless sounds of the great avenue of gods and kings. As expected to be the king of God's sect, it really is very ordinary. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he strode towards the inside of Tianling City. Although he came to the ancient spirit sect this time, Jiang Chen would definitely let the ancient spirit sect seek justice for master. After all, the ancient spirit censored sect is the censored king sect that dominates one side. Although Jiang Chen is arrogant, he will not rashly do it. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the only way to survive 100 battles. Before killing the ancient spirit-censored sect, he had to inquire about the situation of the ancient spirit-censored sect. Chapter 2083, Tianji Shenlu. Ancient profound Dao and Li Jian used to be from the ancient spirit god sect, and naturally they also have a very good understanding of this heavenly spirit city. They took Jiang Chen to a place called Tianji Shenlu. Tianji God Tower. Jiang Chen looked at the plaque above the gate of the building in front of him, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Back in the great wilderness realm, Jiang Chen encountered a mysterious force called the Tianji Tower. I don't know what the so-called Tianji God Tower seems to have with that day's machine building. Jiang Chen, the heavenly Jishan Tower does have some relationship with the Tianji Tower in the great wilderness realm. Ji Yu Zan Dao seemed to see through Jiang Chen's mind, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Jiang Chen was also slightly surprised when he heard this. The heavenly Jigsaw Tower is as famous as the Eternal Temple. These two forces are also known as the two most mysterious forces in God's domain. The sub-temples of the Eternal Temple are all over the Eternal Void, and the branches of the heavenly Jishan Tower are all over the various realms of the gods. But, compared to the Eternal Temple, the heavenly Mystery Tower is more mysterious. The Eternal Temple only appeared after the Shattered God Realm, and the heavenly Mystery Tower has existed since ancient times. It can be said that Tianji God Tower is the oldest force in God's domain. Having said this, Ji Yu Zan Dao couldn't help but a look of jealousy appeared in his eyes. In the continent of the gods, this heavenly machine God Tower is undoubtedly one of the forces that most practitioners are least willing to provoke. Tianji Shenlu is indeed terrible. It is said that everything can be solved here. As long as you can afford to pay a sufficient price, even if you want to buy a God King Realm's mighty life, Tianji Shenlu can even do it for you. Li Jian is also surprisingly authentic. With Jiang Chen's temperament, Rao couldn't help but breathe in his heart when listening to Li Jian's words. Divine King Realm Great Power, this is a peerless powerhouse who masters the power of the Great Tao. Every censored King Realm Great Power is a powerful presence on the side of the gods in the gods' realm continent. If even the life of the censored King Realm can be bought, doesn't it mean that the heavenly machine censored building has the terrifying ability to hunt down the censored King Realm power? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and strode into the Tianji God Tower. From the outside, the Tianji God Tower is no more than 3 feet tall, but inside, there are things inside, at least 1,000 feet tall. This 1,000 square meter space is divided into countless floors from bottom to top, layered on top of each other, and each floor is very different. Obviously, some space supernatural powers are used to isolate the space. What do you want to buy? In the hall, a waiter in the Tianji God building saw the 3 Jiang Chen and hurriedly greeted them and asked. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that this waiter actually had a world-censored cultivation base, and he couldn't help being surprised. Venerable Realm God, if placed in other realms outside of the realm of God's continent, they can support a power of Realm God, but they can only become an ordinary attendant in the heavenly Jishan Tower. This shows how terrifying this heavenly Jishan Tower is. Jiang Chen shook his head secretly, cast aside his happy thoughts, and directly explained his intentions to the attendants. We are here to buy some information. Please follow me. The waiter didn't talk nonsense, and directed the 3 Jiang Chen toward the upper floor. Under the leadership of the waiter, the 3 Jiang Chen stepped into a room on the 9th floor of the pavilion. In the room, there was a black-robed old man sitting there with his eyes closed. The aura of this black-robed old man was extremely extraordinary, and he was obviously a strong man whose cultivation level had reached the heavenly sovereign realm. What news do you want to buy? Seeing Jiang Chen and the others coming in, the black-robed old man slowly opened his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I want to buy information on all the powers above the star-rated Tianzun of the ancient spirit sect. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the black-clothed old man couldn't help but glance at the 3 of Jiang Chen. Tianji Shenlu is engaged in all transactions, and always only talks about the price. Regardless of the reason, the old man in black did not say much. He directly pointed at Jiang Chen with 5 fingers, 3 million high-grade, censored crystals. Jiang Chen possesses hundreds of millions of high-grade, censored crystals in the resources of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace. Naturally, he doesn't care about 3 million high-grade, censored crystals, and 3 million high-grade, censored crystals appear in front of the black-clothed old man with a wave of his palm. The ancient spirit god sect now has 5 one-star heavenly veterans, 3 2-star heavenly veterans, and 1 divine king realm magnificent. Their detailed information is in this scroll, you can check it yourself. The black-clothed old man took the Shenjing and threw a scroll directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't waste time either, immersing his spiritual sense into the scroll, and quickly checked the information in the scroll. The information in this scroll is indeed very detailed. It not only records the specific cultivation bases of the 9 great masters of the ancient spirit sect, but even their unique skills are clearly recorded. Except for the great power of the divine king realm, there are only 3 2-star celestials and 5 1-star celestials, which is not too much trouble. After understanding the specific situation of the ancient spirit god sect, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. According to the information on the scroll, the great power of the divine king realm of the ancient spirit god sect has lived for nearly 100 million years, and the distance is not far away. If it were not for the life and death of the ancient spirit god sect, he would not easily make a move. Except for the supreme elder of the divine king realm, the lineup of the star heavenly venerables of the ancient spirit god sect is already very scary for ordinary people. But for today's Jiang Chen, there is no threat at all. After looking up the information on the scroll, Jiang Chen directly returned the scroll to the black-clothed old man, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. By the way, I will provide you with a free message. In addition to the 9 powerhouses on the scroll, ancient spirit god sect has recently added an existence that is at least comparable to the 3-star Tianzun. At this moment, the faint voice of the black-clothed old man suddenly came from behind Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen paused, looked back at the black-clothed old man in surprise, then thanked him and left the room quickly. Interestingly, the once peerless censored of the ancient spirit sect returned with a man of destiny. The boy's fate, even I can't understand it, I am afraid that there will be a good show next. The black-clothed old man looked at the back of the 3 Jiang Chen's departure, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The black-clothed old man, as a Tianzun powerhouse who is good at life in the heavenly Jishan Tower, his eyes are so cruel, under the power of the divine king realm, there are almost few people he can't see through. But the young man in black clearly only had the cultivation base of the realm god, but his fate was strange and unpredictable. The fate of the black-clothed youth was the first time in his life that he could not see through. The black-clothed old man had a hunch that the next ancient spirit, censored, sect was afraid that a tremendous change would happen soon. Chapter 2084, Shenzong Grand Ceremony. Jiang Chen, Xu Tianming really has a mysterious strongman behind him. It seems that we need to take a long-term view on this trip. Leaving the room, Xu Zandao's face also had a dignified look. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, do you know the origin of that 3-star celestial venerable?" "Brother Jiu, is the last news provided by Tianji Shenlu related to the person who conspired against you back then?" Li Jian's eyes flashed brilliantly, and he thought of something in an instant. Back then, the ancient Zandao, as the peerless censored son of the ancient spirit censored sect, had a very high status in the ancient spirit censored sect, and even had the only 3-star censored of the ancient spirit censored sect personally protect the way. No matter how Xu Tianming was planning, it would be impossible to threaten the ancient profound way at all based on the power he had mastered in the ancient spirit divine sect. At the beginning, Xu Tianming was able to kill the 3-star celestial venerable of the ancient spirit sect, forcing the ancient profound Tao to escape into the eternal emptiness, absolutely not relying on the strength of the ancient spirit sect. In addition to the original star-level heavenly sovereign of the ancient spirit divine sect, there is actually an existence comparable to the 3-star heavenly sovereign. This one obviously did not belong to the power of the ancient spirit god sect, otherwise the one from the heavenly Jishan Tower would not be able to remind them alone at the end. It is not difficult for Li Jian to guess that this existence comparable to the 3-star celestial venerable is most likely to be the power of Xu Tianming's secret collusion. 9 out of 10, it should be related. Xu Zandao nodded, and then slowly said, "The people who shot with Xu Tianming at the beginning are extremely mysterious. Even I haven't been able to see their origins. Among them is the existence of a 3-star celestial realm. The 3-star celestial venerable, this is the realm that the sacred celestial god, who masters the power of the 9 realms, has only reached the realm after breaking through the realm of the realm. The holy gods are already rare in the continent of the gods, and the 3-star gods are undoubtedly even rarer than the holy gods. The 3-star Tianzun exists in the continent of the gods' realm, even more rare than the power of the god king realm. In the God Realm cultivation system, one realm and one heaven. Especially between the great realms, there is an insurmountable chasm, and as the practitioner's cultivation level improves, this gap will become larger and larger. For example, between the celestial God realm and the realm God realm, if it is a super-grade celestial God who breaks the limit, it will be able to cross this divine chasm and contend with the realm God. And between the realm of the gods and the gods, whether it is the 1-star Tianzun who breaks the realm with the super-grade gods, or the 2-star Tianzun who breaks the realm with the gods of the gods, although the strength is far beyond the ordinary Tianzun, it can't be compared contend. Only the 3-star celestial venerable who breaks through the realm with the sacred gods can break the barriers of realm and use the realm of the realm to rebel against the censored of war. The status of the 3-star celestial venerable on any side of the god's domain continent will not be much inferior to the power of the God King realm. Except for the one who shot him at the beginning, Jiu Zandao really couldn't think of what other 3-star T-Online could have intersection with Jiu T-Online. Originally, ancient profound Dao thought, Jiu T-Online only spent a huge amount of money that time and invited the mysterious powerhouses to take action. But he didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, Jiu T-Online would still have some kind of close contact with those people. If it is as he guessed, Jiu T-Online's shot at him at the beginning might not have been so simple on the surface. Master, don't need to worry, even if there is an additional 3-star celestial master, it will only be a little troublesome. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his expression still indifferent. The ancient spirit censored sect is also a power of the censored king. Since the master is the former censored son of the ancient spirit censored sect, he naturally wants to help him control the ancient spirit censored sect. He still has a lot of things to do in God's domain continent, and he doesn't want to waste too much time on matters of the ancient spirit God sect. It was just a 3-star celestial venerable, but it couldn't stop Jiang Chen's decision to kill the ancient spirit God sect. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiu Zandao couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, in this case, let's prepare in Tianling City first, and then go to the ancient spirit God sect. Jiang Chen's 10 doctrines are unified, and he has become a 4-star venerable that has never been seen in eternity. What kind of combat power these realms have, the ancient profound Dao is actually not clear at all. But Jiu Zandao knew that Jiang Chen's temperament was definitely not the kind of person who spoke wildly. Since Jiang Chen is confident, he must be sure to deal with Samsung Tianzun. Just in case, Jiu Zandao planned to repair the damaged space treasure in Tianling City first. Even if something happens, they can use that treasure to escape into the endless eternal void. After paying attention, ancient profound Dao called another waiter from the Tianji God building and took them to the first floor of the special refining device. This floor is an extremely vast hall, and there are many extraordinary practitioners in the hall. While waiting in line, these practitioners made a lot of discussions. Have you heard that the ancient spirit censored sect will hold the censored sect ceremony in half a month? Yes, Jiu Tianline, the censored son of the ancient spirit sect, broke through the 2-star Tianzun not long ago, and it is said that he will inherit the position of the sect master of the ancient spirit sect. As expected to be the top genius of Shenzong, Jiu Tianline has only practiced for tens of thousands of years, and he has already stepped into the realm of 2-star Tianzun, and the road to the gods may be expected in the future. Although Jiu Tianline is strong, he is still far behind the peerless divine sect back then. Shish, this is not something you and I can talk about. Be careful to bring you a murder. Hearing the comments coming from all around, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Jiu Tianline guy is going to succeed Jiu Ling Shenzong sect master. The previous sect master of the ancient spirits sect is very old, and now Jiu Tianline has been promoted to the heavenly sovereign realm, and it is only a matter of course that he succeeds to the sect master of the ancient spirits sect. The complexion of Jiu Zandao didn't change at all. No one has been promoted to the 2-star Tianzun for millions of years, and the last lord of the ancient spirits sect is already very old. If that change hadn't happened at the beginning, he would successfully break through the heavenly sovereign realm in the ancient spirit sect, and he would soon become the next sovereign of the ancient spirit sect. Master, since the ancient spirit censored sect holds the grand ceremony in half a month, then we will go back to the ancient spirit censored sect in half a month and take the position of the next master of the ancient spirit censored sect back for you. The ancient spirit Shenzong held the Shenzong ceremony, which will surely attract countless forces from the eastern region to participate. He was in front of everyone at the Shenzong Grand Ceremony, respecting the ancient profound way for the master, and taking back all the things he had lost back then from Jiu Tianline. Jiu Zandao nodded and said, "In half a month, the space treasure in his hand can also be completely restored. Even if something really happens, they can at least retreat in their entirety." That being the case, he fought against Jiu Tianline at the Grand Ceremony of Ancient Spirit God Sect, and took back everything that once belonged to him. Chapter 2085. Reveal Identity. Tianji Shenlu is the omnipotent mysterious force in the continent of the gods, where you can enjoy any form of service as long as you can afford it. Jiu Zandao waited in line for a while, negotiated the time and price of repairing the spatial Taoist artifacts, and then bought a guest room in the Tianji Shen building to live in, waiting for the arrival of the grand ceremony of the Ancient Spirit Sect. And with the approach of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect Divine Sect Grand Ceremony, it also made the Tianling city become more and more prosperous. The Ancient Spirit Censored Sect is the sect of the Censored King who controls hundreds of millions of miles of territory. The sect holds the ceremony of the gods, naturally inviting countless forces to come and observe the ceremony. Not only are the many realm censored forces attached to the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect in the area of hundreds of millions of miles, but also other censored king-level forces in the eastern region will even send people to participate. In Tianling City, it can be said that the strong are like clouds lately. Even if it is the strong of the celestial realm, it is almost more than half more than usual. These powerful people from all sides have all lived in Tianling City, waiting for the start of the Shenzong ceremony. Under such waiting, early this morning, in Tianling City, countless forces who came to the Ancient Spirit God Sect to participate in the Hall of the Gods are all heading towards the Ancient Spirit God Sect to the east. Outside the east gate of Tianling City, on the spacious Bluestone Ancient Road, Jiang Chen and the three were also hidden in the crowd, slowly walking towards the gate of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. As the only censored king power in the territory of hundreds of millions of miles, the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect naturally has the supreme status in this area. In order to highlight the majesty of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect, the journey from Tianling City to the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect is suppressed by the great power of the Censored King Realm. Unless the Divine King Realm is able to come in person, anyone who wants to go from Tianling City to the Ancient Spirit Divine Sect can only walk on foot. Tianling City is only a few thousand miles away from the Ancient Spirit Shenzong Mountain Gate. For the cultivators of the Celestial God Realm and even the Realm God Realm, even if they can't walk in the air, it is just an instant matter. The three Jiang Chen followed the flow of people who came to the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect and came to the gate of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. The closer to the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect, the more Jiang Chen felt the grandeur of this Censored King Sect. Countless rich heaven and earth energy enveloped the entire Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. Through the stone Ancient Mountain Gate, you can even vaguely see the scene of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. The aura is in the air, and the energy mist is like rain. There are also several avenues and powers that lie in the sky above the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect. It was hundreds of millions of years, the great power of the great power left by the ancient spirit gods from generations to generations, and people couldn't help but want to practice on the spot. The sect of the Censored King is indeed well deserved. Today is the day when the great hall of my ancient spirit sect Shenzong is held. All visitors need to hold the invitation of this sect before they can enter it. People who are idle and miscellaneous are not allowed to enter. Outside the gate of the ancient spirit Shenzong, two gold-armored gods, one in gold armor, stood proudly on the left and the right. The two golden-armored god generals are majestic and majestic, with extraordinary power, and their voices are like Hong Zhong. They are two powerful men who have reached the Heavenly Venerable Realm with their cultivation bases. As expected of the god King Zongmin, they actually sent two Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouses to guard the mountain gate. Jiang Chen looked at the two golden-armored generals outside the ancient spirit Godsong mountain gate, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Even if it is just an ordinary Tianzun powerhouse, among the countless top realm censored forces in God's domain, at least he is already an elder-level figure. Ha. Little guy, you can't help but value the ancient spirit God sect too much. Although the ancient spirit sect is the sect of the God King, it is not strong enough to guard the gate of the heavenly sovereign realm. Including several star-rated celestial sects, there are no more than 20 heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses at most. Today is the grand ceremony of the God sect, and the God Sect Ancient Spirit Sect will send 2 heavenly sovereigns to guard the mountain gate to demonstrate the majesty of the God Sect Ancient Spirit Sect. Ji Xuandao shook his head and chuckled softly. Brother Ji, the Shenzong Hall needs an invitation to enter it. We don't have an invitation. Should we just break in now? Li Jian looked at the crowds presenting invitations to enter the Ancient Spirit God Sect, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. Ji Xuandao smiled indifferently. It's not necessary. How can I say that he is also the censored son of the previous generation of Ancient Spirit Sect? Isn't it eligible to participate in the Shenzong ceremony? Now that he has reached the mountain gate of the Ancient Spirit God Sect, he naturally has no need to hide his identity. The 3 of them followed the huge flow of people outside the Ancient Spirit God Sect, step by step towards the gate. In a short while, it was Jiang Chen's turn. The 2 golden armor gods stared indifferently. 3, please show your invitation. Ji Profound Dao didn't speak. His original rickety figure instantly rose up a lot, and the whole person was transformed from a wrinkled old man into a silver-haired man, exuding an air of dusty breath all over his body. Standing with his hands in his hands, he condescendingly looked down at the 2 golden armored gods in front of him, and said indifferently, "Why, I go back to the sect to participate in the Shenzong ceremony, do I still need an invitation?" Ji Profound Dao, haven't you already fallen, why are you still alive? The 2 golden armored god generals looked at the ancient profound way in front of them. They were all ghosts, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. These 2 golden armored generals have been in the ancient spirit god sect for millions of years, and they are naturally no strangers to the ancient gods of the ancient spirit god sect. Ji Dao, a peerless, censored child who had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, appeared in front of them alive. As soon as the dialogue between the ancient profound Dao and the 2 golden armored god generals came out, outside the ancient spirit sect mountain gate, everyone's eyes gathered on the 3 of the ancient profound Dao. Ancient profound Dao, isn't this the peerless, censored, son of the ancient spirit god sect tens of thousands of years ago? Didn't this guy have fallen a long time ago? How could he suddenly appear in the ancient spirit censored sect, and it was still the time when the censored sect ceremony was held? Tisk tusk. It seems that the fall of the ancient profound way back then was probably not that simple. This time, the ancient spirit censored sect's divine sect grand ceremony, I am afraid there will be a good show. Ji Dao smiled coldly and said, Ji Tianming told you that I fell. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Today I am going in to participate in the Shenzong ceremony. Do you 2 want to stop me? The 2 golden armor gods were silent for a moment. Back then, Ji Tianming personally told them that the ancient profound Dao had fallen, but now the ancient profound Dao is standing in front of them alive. As long as they are not fools, they can guess that the things of the year must be tricky. Now that the ancient profound Dao chooses the ancient spirit censored sect to return when the censored sect ceremony is held, it will definitely not give up easily. The 2 looked at each other, and finally gave way to the ancient profound Dao. Shenzong grand ceremony, any disciple of my ancient spirit Shenzong is eligible to participate, how dare I stop it, please come from the Son of God. Chapter 2086. Elders, don't come without problems. The 2 golden armored gods obviously did not intend to block the ancient profound way from entering the ancient spirit god sect. The ancient profound Dao was originally a disciple of the ancient spirit sect, and he was also a former peerless censored son, who was fully qualified to participate in the ancient spirit sect's Shenzong grand ceremony. If they were to stop the ancient profound Dao in front of everyone now, it would only make people laugh. What happened to Ji Dao and Ji Tianming back then, they don't know now, and naturally they don't want to rashly participate in their grievances. They felt a great sense of oppression from the body of ancient profound Dao. If they guessed right, ancient profound Dao had already broken through the heavenly venerable realm in all likelihood. When the ancient profound Dao was still the censored son of the ancient spirit god sect, he was already the censored god censored who launched an impact on the holy censored god. Even if the ancient profound Dao failed to break through the saint-ranked celestial god in the end, it was at least the cultivation base of the 2-star celestial realm. With their average cultivation base, even if they really wanted to block the ancient profound way, it would be impossible. Ji Dao didn't talk nonsense either, and directly under the eyes of everyone, he led Jiang Chen and 2 of them into the gate of the ancient spirit censored sect. The 2 golden armor gods looked at the disappearance of the ancient profound way, and couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Today, the grand ceremony of Ancient Spirit God Sect, I'm afraid it may not be able to be held smoothly. Inside the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect, a huge space opened up by the supernatural power of the Supreme Avenue, a high platform of hundreds of meters was built in the center, and the elders of the Ancient Spirit God Sect on top of it, and countless banquets have been placed around it. At the entrance of this space, 2 senior members of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect continuously introduced guests who came to observe the ceremony. The great elder of the Bingalan clan in the City of Adversity brought his disciples to come to watch the gift, and gave 100,000 superb crystals. The deputy sect master of Yunshaozong brought his disciples to come to watch the gift, and gave a gift of the best world artifact. On the high platform, the senior members of the Ancient Spirit God Sect looked at the people who came to observe the ceremony, and they all looked glamorous. It's really fun. My Ancient Spirit Sect hasn't had such a grand scene of all directions for a long time. A white-haired elder stroked his beard and smiled. Yes, the Son of God has only cultivated for 50,000 years, and he has already achieved a 2-star Tianzun. The future of the censored king can be expected, which can keep my Ancient Spirit God Sect forever. The other elders were also full of smiles. And when the elders of the Ancient Spirit Sect were talking, those guests who came to observe the ceremony also sat down under the guidance of the disciples of the Ancient Spirit Sect. It deserves to be the sect of the censored king who dominates a region. This time the grand ceremony of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect, the forces that rank hundreds of millions of miles around are all gathered here. The censored king's sect commanded the quartet, who would dare not come to watch the invitation from the ancient spirit gods in this area of hundreds of millions of miles. It's a pity that my talent is not good. If I can become a disciple of the ancient spirit god sect, what a beautiful thing would it be. Many people looked at the grand event in front of them and couldn't help but wonder. Just when everyone was feeling overwhelmed, the shout of the elder at the entrance directly pushed the atmosphere in the field to a climax. The elder of the Haoshan Sword Sect brought Zhanzi to the ceremony and presented him with an 11th grade god pill. Everyone's eyes almost all looked at the entrance in unison. At the entrance, a young man in a golden robe slowly stepped in from outside. He is handsome and looks like a god, and he walks in a hurry. The breath is extremely fierce, like a mountain, like a sea, unfathomable. The appearance of this one directly caused the great elder of the 2-star heavenly sovereign realm of the ancient spirit god sect to be alarmed, and he hurriedly came to the entrance and greeted the young people in the golden robe on the central high platform. Unexpectedly, the Clear Sky Sword Sect would also send someone to watch the ceremony. As expected of the swordsmen of the Haoshan Sword Sect, the 5 most famous princes of the eastern region, they are indeed outstanding. Everyone looked at the sword of the Haoshan Sword Sect, who was greeted by the elder of the ancient spirit godsong, with awe. The Haoshan Sword Sect, this is the great sect of the censored king who is only stronger than the ancient spirit censored sect. The contemporary swordsman of the Haoshan Sword Sect is even the top 5 peerless talents in the eastern region. This time, they were able to see the grace of such a peerless Tianzhao at the grand ceremony of ancient spirit god sect. Just when the Haoshan swordsman appeared on the stage and shocked the audience, the 3 Jiang Chen slowly came to the entrance of the place where the Shenzong grand ceremony was held. Ji Yu Zan Dao looked at the elder Ji Yu Ling Shenzong at the entrance and couldn't help but smiled slightly. Elder Zhu, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, don't come here without any problems. I want to go in to participate in the Shenzong ceremony, don't know if I need to report it. The elder of God Ancient Spirit Sect raised his head and looked at the smiling face of Ancient Profound Tao. He was suddenly shocked and speechless. The peerless Son of God who fell tens of thousands of years ago by the Ancient Spirit God Sect has now appeared in front of him alive. It took a long time for Elder Zhu to recover from his horror, with an incredulous expression on his face. God of Profound Tao, didn't you have fallen tens of thousands of years ago? Some people want me to fall, but unfortunately my fate is too big. God confiscated me. Today's Shenzong Grand Ceremony, my ancient profound Tao, in front of everyone, will settle the things that year. After Ji Yu Zan Dao finished speaking, he ignored Elder Zhu and walked in directly. When Elder Zhu saw this, his expression could not help but changed slightly, and he quickly stopped the ancient profound Tao. God profound Tao, you can't go in. The reason why he stopped the ancient profound Tao was not because he wanted to become an enemy of the ancient profound Tao. When the ancient profound Tao was still the Son of God, Elder Zhu was a supporter of the ancient profound Tao. Now that the ancient profound Tao is still alive, Elder Xu is also very happy in his heart. Although he didn't know what happened tens of thousands of years ago, the grand ceremony of Shenzong has been opened, and Xu Tianline's successor as the Lord of Shenzong is a foregone conclusion. If ancient profound Tao broke into it at this time and interfered with the Shenzong grand ceremony, it would surely arouse the anger of the senior officials of the ancient spirit Shenzong. Why? My ancient profound way has disappeared for tens of thousands of years, and now I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the Shenzong ceremony. Ji Zhan Dao's complexion became cold, and a powerful aura oppressed him and swept out towards Elder Xu in an instant. Elder Xu let out a muffled grunt, his expression turned pale. In an instant, and his entire body retreated more than 10 steps under the pressure of the ancient profound way. Ji Zhan Dao expressionlessly stepped into the entrance of Shenzong grand ceremony. This sudden scene also made everyone in the field unable to recover from their consternation for a while. Today is the day when the grand ceremony of the ancient spirits sect is held. Who is so brave to run to the ancient spirits sect to make trouble? On the central high platform, many elders of the ancient spirit divine sect were furious, and the roar of anger that resembled a billowing thunder was also resounding in this piece of heaven and earth. Who dares to make trouble in my ancient spirit censored sect? Ji Zhan Dao raised his head and looked calmly at the many elders of the ancient spirit censored sect on the high platform. How can I be missing from the ancient spirit censored sect grand ceremony? You elders have not seen me for tens of thousands of years. Don't come here without any problems. Chapter 2087. Let Ji Tianline get out. Ancient Zhan Dao. Ji Ling Shenzong tens of thousands of years ago, the peerless Son of God, has the opportunity to become the peerless arrogance of the Holy God. Didn't this guy fall tens of thousands of years ago? How could he suddenly appear in the ancient spirit censored sect grand ceremony? Whether it was the people who came to attend the Shenzong grand ceremony, or the many disciples of the ancient spirit Shenzong, they all couldn't believe their eyes. On the high platform, many elders of the ancient spirit god sect looked at the sudden appearance of the ancient profound Tao, and their expressions changed slightly. The remaining part of the elders had a look of uncertainty on their faces. Ancient profound Tao, we all thought you had fallen from that incident tens of thousands of years ago. We didn't expect you to be alive. It's really a blessing for my ancient spirit sect. Ji Hongtianjun, the great elder of the ancient spirit god sect, narrowed his eyes slightly. But today's Shenzong ceremony is about to be held, and I hope you don't mess around at the Shenzong ceremony, and everything will be discussed after the Shenzong ceremony is over. When Ji Zhan Dao appeared within the scope of ancient spirit god sect, he had already received the news. Ji Hong Tianzun naturally knew how terrifying the talent of ancient profound Tao was. Once the ancient profound Tao returns to the ancient spirit god sect, it will surely gain the support of many people. As a supporter of Ji Tianline, Ji Hong Tianzun naturally did not allow Ji Zhan Dao to threaten Ji Tianline's status. Back then, he secretly sent a strong man to siege the ancient profound Tao, but he didn't expect that the ancient profound Tao escaped by chance. He sent 2 heavenly venerates to chase and kill the ancient profound Tao, but he did not expect that the 2 heavenly venerates who chased and killed the ancient profound Tao would have fallen. Ji Hong Tianzun was also shocked at the time. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, the ancient profound Tao had already been seriously injured at the time, and he had been hit by the palm of life shattering. And when Ji Tianline had reached the critical time to break through the Heavenly Venerable Realm, Ji Hong Tianzun temporarily left the matter behind. After Ji Tianline broke through the 2-star Tianzun, he became busy with the affairs of the Shenzong Grand Ceremony again, and directly forgot the affairs of the ancient profound Tao. But Ji Hong Tianzun never thought of it. The ancient profound Tao that had been dead for a lifetime, but now it appeared in front of him alive in the Shenzong Grand Ceremony. Today, he will never allow the ancient Zhan Dao to destroy the Shenzong Grand Ceremony, ruining the major event of Ji Tianline's succession as the suzerain. Old man, don't put on this polite appearance in front of me, I look sick. Ji Xuandao looked at Ji Hong Tianzun with disgust, and said coldly, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I will return to the ancient spirit god sect today, just to find Ji Tianline to settle an account. Let Ji Tianline get out and see me. Ji Hong Tianzun, the great elder of the ancient spirit god sect, has some blood relationship with Ji Tianline, and has always been an iron supporter of Ji Tianline. Jiu Zandao had no doubt that whether it was tens of thousands of years ago or the siege of him by the ancient spirit god sect a few years ago, it was inseparable from this old guy. Today, if he wants to get back everything he has lost, this old guy is destined to become his enemy. If that's the case, how could ancient profound Tao be polite to this old guy? Hearing Jiang Chen's words from the ancient profound Tao, his old face also became extremely gloomy in an instant. Ancient profound Tao, how can the Shenzong Grand Ceremony allow you to mess around? If you continue to be obsessed with not understanding, please blame me for being polite. Back then, for the sake of the Son of God, Jiu Tianming conspired with outsiders to plot against me. Today I am at this Shenzong Grand Ceremony, in front of everyone, and settled with him. Jiu Profound Tao stared at Jiu Hong Tianzun indifferently. If anyone dares to stop me, that's the enemy of my ancient profound Tao. Jiu Zan Tao, because you were once the censored son of the ancient spirit god sect, I didn't want to care about you. Since you insist on destroying the Shenzong Grand Ceremony, then you can blame me for not thinking about it. Jiu Hong Tianzun was extremely angry and laughed, and his murderous intent was soaring to the sky. Seeing his body move, he suddenly stepped out of the sky on the central high platform, and the surging weather of the two-star Tianzun was also overwhelmingly surging toward the ancient profound way. Ancient profound Tao is obviously unkind today. If you want to get rid of what happened back then, how can Jiu Hong Tianzun give ancient profound Tao a chance? Jiu Hong Tianzun didn't want to waste time, and planned to directly kill the ancient profound way to avoid future troubles. Just in case, Jiu Hong Tianzun directly chose to shoot in person. Ancient profound Tao was once the peerless, censored, son of the ancient spirit god sect, and his talent was even higher than that of Jiu Tianming. This guy's cultivation is already in the two-star earthly realm, and his combat power is also extraordinary. When ancient profound Tao appeared, he sent 2 one-star heavenly sovereigns to lead a siege, but the ancient profound Tao still escaped. If he didn't take the action personally, it might be really difficult for ordinary people to easily suppress the ancient profound Tao. Jiang Chen, Jiu Hong Tianzun is a veteran powerhouse who broke through the two-star Tianzun more than 5 million years ago. Among the current Tianzun powerhouses of the ancient spirit sect, they are probably second only to the suzerain. Seeing that Jiu Hong Tianzun made a direct shot, Li Jian's expression instantly became a lot more solemn. Relax, even if they are both two-star Tianzun, there are still strong and weak points. Compared with the master, his two-star Tianzun is more than one thing worse. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm. He bought the information of all the powerful people of the ancient spirit god sect in the Tianji Shenlu, and naturally knew the strength of Jiu Hong Tianzun very well. Although this old guy's cultivation base has reached the second stage of the two-star heavenly sovereign, it is much higher than the ancient profound way that just broke through the two-star heavenly sovereign. But Jiu Zan Dao, no matter its talent bloodline, is more than that of Jiu Hong's talent. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what happened to the ancient profound way, he finally failed to break through the sacred gods and achieve the 3-star realm, which is far from the average 2-star realm that can match. There is also a gap between genius and genius. For example, when Jiang Chen is in a super-grade deity or a super-grade deity, killing a genius in the same realm is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. Old guy, if I changed my job more than 2 years ago, I might still be jealous of you by 3 points. Now with you, the 2-star Tianzun who is starting to go downhill, how can I do it? Jiu Zan Dao smiled contemptuously. The breath of the 2-star Tianzun also instantly turned into a thunderstorm, colliding with Jiu Hong Tianzun. An invisible storm swept through the air. Jiu Hong Tianzun's figure trembled slightly, and immediately the whole person stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He raised his head and looked at the ancient profound Tao still standing proudly in place, with a horrified expression on his face. Have you also broken through the heavenly realm? Seeing this scene in midair, everyone couldn't help being in an uproar. Ancient profound Tao, this is the peerless son of the ancient spirit god sect who was able to attack the saint-ranked celestial god. Breaking through the heavenly sovereign realm now is at least the existence of the 2-star heavenly sovereign realm. Even if it is ancient spirit god sect, as long as the god king does not come out, it is difficult for anyone to suppress it. Chapter 2088, Jiu Tianming debut. Is this the peerless son of god ancient spirit sect back then? He really has some abilities. On the high platform, Hooshin Zhanzi watched this scene in midair, and a look of surprise passed in his eyes. He and Ancient Profound Tao are figures of the same era, and the reputation of Ancient Profound Tao in the eastern region back then was even better than that of his Haoshan swordsman. It's just that the two haven't had any communication, and Haoshan Jianzi only heard of his name, and didn't see him. Now that the Ancient Profound Tao's understatement has repelled the great elder of the Ancient Spirit God Sect, Haoshan Jianzi also has a vague sense of warfare spreading out all over his body. Jianzi, after all, this Ancient Profound Way failed to become a sacred god, breaking through the three-star realm god. How can it be on par with you? Beside the Haoshan Sword Sect, the Haoshan Sword Sect elder shook his head with a disdainful smile and said, "The swordsmen of the generation of their Haoshan Sword Sect, but they have achieved the existence of the holy god. In the entire eastern region, Tianzhao, who was comparable to their swordsman, was just 2 or 3 people. Even though Jianzi's cultivation is still in the earthly sovereign realm, his strength will not be inferior to that of the Ancient Profound Tao. If they are in the same heavenly sovereign realm, the Ancient Profound Tao is almost indistinguishable from the ant in front of Jianzi." Haoshan Jianzi said indifferently, "Although Ancient Profound Tao failed to become a 3-star world god, it is a pity, but it does not prevent me from fighting him to prove my invincible swordsmanship." Ancient Profound Tao's name in the eastern regions was extremely resounding, and even stabilized his head, and he was hailed as the most promising existence of the holy, censored, of heaven. For the Haoshan Jianzi who cultivated invincible swordsmanship, the existence of the Ancient Profound Way was a stone he pressed against his heart. Back then, he had been practicing painstakingly, hoping that one day he could fight the Ancient Profound Tao. Before he had time to fight the Ancient Profound Tao, the Ancient Spirit Sect announced the fall of the Ancient Profound Tao. Now, after tens of thousands of years, Jiyu Zan Tao has returned to his sight. He naturally wanted to fight the Ancient Profound Tao to make up for the regrets of the year, in order to have an understanding of his ideas and make his invincible swordsdom more complete. "Jianzi, since you want to fight him, then just shoot." The elder of the Haoshan Sword Sect thought slightly. Jianzi has a special physique, and he also walks in a unique swordsmanship. He naturally knows what the purpose of Jianzi's battle against the Ancient Profound Way is. Today, the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect is about to hold the grand ceremony of the Censored Sect. No matter what kind of hidden circumstances existed in the events of the year, the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect will never allow the Ancient Profound Way to mess around. Otherwise, how will the face of the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect survive? Although Ancient Profound Tao already had the strength of a 2-star Tianzun, it still wasn't enough to contend with the Censored King Sect. If Jianzi doesn't pay for it now, I'm afraid there will be no chance to shoot again in a while. Haoshan Jianzi said indifferently, "No hurry, if the Censored King of the Ancient Spirit Sect does not come out, it is not so easy to solve the Ancient Profound Way. Although Ancient Profound Tao is a 2-star heavenly sovereign, its combat power is far better than an ordinary 2-star heavenly sovereign. Nowadays, the Ancient Spirit Censored Sect does not have a 3-star Tianzun, and it is really not an easy task to suppress the Ancient Profound Way. Jiyu Zan Tao, I didn't expect you to also break through the heavenly sovereign realm. Although you are the son of the last generation of the ancient spirit gods, you have disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Now that the ceremony of the gods is about to be held, Jiyu Tianline's successor is a foregone conclusion. If you stop here, you can still become the elder of the ancient spirit god sect. In midair, Jiyu Hong Tianzun forcefully suppressed the churning aura inside his body, staring closely at the ancient profound way. The ancient profound Tao broke through the 2-star Tianzun, and the displayed strength was too strong. For the entire ancient spirit god sect, if it were to fight alone, no one in the heavenly venerable realm would be an opponent of the ancient profound Tao. If it continues, even if the ancient profound Tao can be solved, the ancient spirit god sect will probably pay a very heavy price. Jiyu Hong Tianzun planned to stabilize the ancient profound Tao first, and talk about everything after the Shenzong Grand Ceremony was over. I specifically chose the Shenzong Grand Ceremony to come, just to settle grievances with Jiyu Tianline at the Shenzong Grand Ceremony, and regain everything that belongs to me. Jiyu Xuandao said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, and let Jiyu Tianline get out of it." Jiyu Hong Tianzun's expression sank, and just as he was about to speak, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled out of the void. Two human figures also slowly stepped out of the cracks in the void. The person on the left is a white-haired old man in a gorgeous robe, and his whole body reveals a powerful and majestic aura. The person on the right is a young man dressed in golden robe. The young man's face was cold, his long black and white hair fluttered in the wind, and his narrow eyes revealed a sharp light that seemed to pierce people's hearts. These two people are Jiu Yuan Tianzun, the contemporary lord of the ancient spirit censored sect, and Jiu Tianlin, the censored son who is about to inherit the throne. A cold light flashed in Jiu Xuandao's eyes, and his fierce gaze was directly fixed on Jiu Tianlin's body. Jiu Tianlin, you are finally willing to show up. Senior brother Zan Dao, I have always regretted that I could not save you back then. Now I am very happy to see you alive. Jiu Tianlin pretended to sigh and said, if junior brother wants to succeed this sect master, I will let you do it. Why bother to make a fuss about the Shenzong grand ceremony and let others see my Jiu Ling Shenzong jokes? Jiu Tianlin, you rarely act in front of me. You know what happened back then, better than anyone else. Jiu Zan Dao smiled coldly, stop talking nonsense and do it. Today I will take back from you 10 times what you did to me. Zan Dao, is there any misunderstanding in this? No matter what happened that year, everything will be discussed after the end of the Shenzong ceremony. How? Looking at Jiu Zan Dao, Tianzun Jiu Yuan also passed a complex look in his old eyes. Jiu Zan Dao expressionlessly, if I say no, the grand ceremony of Shenzong is related to the face of ancient spirit Shenzong, and there is no room for loss. Since you have to do this, then I can only take you down first. Jiu Yuan Tianzun's voice fell, and a monstrous breath also spread from his body in an instant. At this moment, Jiu Tianlin stretched out his hand to stop Guyuan Tianzun. Sect master, this matter is between me and junior brother Zan Dao, so let's solve it by ourselves. Junior brother Zan Dao, it seems that this battle between you and me is inevitable. If this is the case, let me learn the skills of junior brother. Jiu Tianlin's voice fell, and his figure flickered into the sky. Jiu Zan Dao let out a cold snort, and the whole person rose up into the sky, carrying a thunder and lightning storm that destroyed the sky and annihilated the enemy, rushing towards Jiu Tianlin above the void. With the fight between the two generations of the gods of the ancient spirit gods, a storm of energy that ruined the sky and the earth, also instantly filled the void of the ancient spirit gods. Chapter 2089, 2-star Tianzun, slap flying. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect that the two generations of the gods of the ancient spirit sect will meet each other. Who do you think will win? Back then, when the ancient profound Tao was still in the ancient spirit sect, but Jiu Tianlin was crushed to death. Now both of them are 2-star heavenly sovereigns. Jiu Tianlin is probably not an opponent of the ancient profound Tao in all likelihood. Yes, Jiu Tianlin is still too impulsive. Although ancient profound Tao is very powerful, he is only alone in the end. Jiu Tianlin can use the power of ancient spirit divine sect to suppress it. There is no need to confront ancient profound Tao head-on. It's fine if you win. Once he loses, what kind of face does he have to succeed the ancient spirit censored sect sovereign? Jiang Chen, in the same realm, Jiu Tianlin is definitely not an opponent of senior brother Zan Dao. That guy has always liked to play yin. Now he takes the initiative to single out senior brother Zan Dao. There must be something tricky. Li Jian looked up at the battle in the void and couldn't help but said solemnly. Jiang Chen didn't say a word, his eyes locked tightly on the void where the two ancient profound Tao battles. When he saw that the emptiness where the two of ancient profound Tao were, was suddenly cut off by a mysterious force, and even his spiritual sense could not detect the situation of the Tao war, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Jiu Tianlin, as expected, had prepared a means to deal with Master, and wanted to play yin. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, his figure rose directly into the air, and he was about to rush towards the place where the ancient profound Tao and the two were fighting. Boy, don't let go of my ancient spirit censored sect. Seeing this scene, Jiu Hong Tianzun sneered, and immediately stretched out his hand to probe Jiang Chen, and directly turned into a giant claw and grabbed Jiang Chen. As Jiu Tianlin's most trusted person in the Jiu Ling Shenzong, Jiu Hong Tianzun participated in all the things that Jiu Tianlin planned. He naturally knew very well that Jiu Tianlin took the initiative to fight the ancient profound Tao and wanted to use the power of that one to destroy the ancient profound Tao. Now that ancient profound Tao had already used the power of that one, Jiu Hong Tianzun would never allow anyone to disturb him. Jiang Chen's face became cold, and when he raised his hand, he slapped Jiu Hong Tianzun with a fan. This seemingly understatement slap, but with a terrifying direct force, instantly destroyed the giant claws of Ji Yu Hong Tianzun, and then shot the figure of Ji Yu Hong Tianzun thousands of feet away. Ji Yu Hong Tianzun's mouth spouted wildly with blood, and his whole person was embarrassed and smashed into the void, a spatial crack spanning thousands of meters. Everyone looked at this scene with incredulous expressions, and it was difficult to come back from the shock for a long time. I'm not mistaken, Ji Yu Hong Tianzun, the great elder of the ancient spirit god sect, was slapped flying by that kid. That kid's cultivation base seems to be in the state of venerable, right? A fellow of the venerable realm actually slapped the 2-star celestial venerable, whether it should be such an exaggeration. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the sky, and couldn't help taking a breath. The venerable realm and the heavenly venerable realm are two different realms. Ji Yu Hong Tianzun, the great elder of the ancient spirit sect, is also an extremely powerful 2-star Tianzun. Even the 3-star venerable who broke through the heavens of the saints, it is impossible to slap the 2-star venerable into the air, right? This sun is terrifying. Hoshan Jianzi's pupils suddenly shrank, and a solemn expression appeared in those eyes that had always appeared incomparably indifferent. Being able to become a 2-star Tianzun is not an ordinary person. The Hoshan sword is now a 3-star Earth Zun. Although he is confident that he can easily defeat the 2-star Heaven Zun Ji Yu Hong Tianzun, he cannot be seriously injured with a slap in an understatement. But the black-clothed youth in front of him, with the cultivation base of the realm god, solved Ji Yu Hong Tianzun with a slap, which is really incredible. This kid should have hidden his cultivation base. It is absolutely impossible for him to have only the cultivation base of the venerable realm. The elder of the Hoshan sword sect returned to his senses. His old face was full of unbelievable expressions. In the venerable realm, the limit of combat power is the 3-star venerable who breaks through with the holy gods. But in his cognition, even the 3-star venerable, that can't compete with the 2-star celestial venerable. The venerable realm slapped the 2-star celestial venerable with a slap. How could there be such an outrageous thing in this world? Ji Yu Hong Tianzun stabilized his figure extremely embarrassedly, and there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. This black-clothed young man who seemed to have only the cultivation level of the venerable realm had such a power against the sky, and he could be seriously injured with just a slap. Facing this kid in front of him, Ji Yu Hong Tianzun even had the feeling of facing the power of the 3-star heavenly sovereign and even the censored king realm. Gushuan Dao direct disciple, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, and his proud voice resounded instantly. Today, our master and apprentice came here, just wanting to find Ji Yu Tianlin but grudges. If the ancient spirit sect insists on interfering, then don't blame me for killing it. Hi, this guy turned out to be a disciple of ancient profound Dao. An ancient profound Dao is already very evil. I didn't expect that the ancient profound Dao would also accept a disciple who was even more evil than him. If the ancient spirit god sect doesn't handle it well today, I'm afraid it will be in trouble. Everyone heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. Jiang Chen ignored the horrified expressions of the people, nor did he care about the Ji Yu Hong Tianzun who was slapped flying by him, and went straight to the place where the two ancient profound Dao fought. The two Gushuan Dao is a fair duel. Your Excellency is so open to intervene, it seems a bit unwell. At this moment, the figure of Ji Yu Ling Shenzong sect master Ji Yu Yuan Tianzun also appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Jiang Chen looked up at Guyuan Tianzun, and said coldly, "You want to stop me? Your Excellency is unparalleled and your combat power is superb. Naturally, I alone can't stop you. But today is the grand ceremony of the ancient spirit sect, and this sect master will not allow you both master and apprentice to mess around." Tianzun Guyuan shook his head and sighed. "Elders, let me set up the battle together." As the voice of Ji Yu Yuan Tianzun fell, that Ji Yu Hong Tianzun who was slapped flying by Jiang Chen, and the 4 1-star Tianzun Ji Yu Ling Shenzong present, almost agreed that time would rise to the sky. The 6 great ancient spirit god sect powerhouses stood proudly in 6 different areas around Jiang Chen, tightly surrounding Jiang Chen in the center. "It seems that you ancient spirit sect, are you really trying to cover up the censored that conspired against my master?" Jiang Chen glanced at Guyuan Tianzun, his expression became increasingly cold. "This is just your side words." Ji Yu Yuan Tianzun shook his head and said, "Since you said that Ji Yu Tianlin was your master who had calculated that year, what can be justified? Chapter 2090, Defeated with One Sword. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Jiang Chen said lightly. Take out the ancient spirit mystery realm of your ancient spirit divine sect, go back to what happened in the past, and everything will come to light. Following Jiang Chen's words, Ji Yu Hong Tianzun's expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Ji Yu Hong Tianzun was very clear about what kind of treasure the ancient spirit mystery realm was. In order to prevent the sect from using the ancient spirit mystery realm to look back in time, they spent countless time and costs, moving some hands and feet on the ancient mystery realm in advance, and let the ancient spirit mystery realm sleep for hundreds of years. If the ancient spirit mystery realm is really to be used now, all their plans back then will probably be exposed. HMPH. The ancient spirit mysterious realm is my ancient spirit god sect town clan artifact, how can it be easily used? Ji Yu Hong Tianzun snorted coldly, and said in a murderous manner, Sect Master, give him any nonsense, this son will disturb the Shenzong Grand Ceremony, take him down first. Tianzun Ji Yu Yuan glanced at Ji Yu Hong Tianzun lightly, but didn't say much. When the ancient profound Tao accident happened, the ancient spirit god sect had indeed thought about using the ancient spirit mysterious mirror to look back in time, but did not expect the ancient spirit mysterious realm to fall into a deep sleep at a critical time. Later, Ji Yu Tianlin became the son of God, and this matter was gradually forgotten. Thinking about it now, the ancient Ling mystery realm fell asleep inexplicably at the beginning, and it did reveal an unusual aura. Although Tianzun Guyuan also suspected that the things of the year were not simple at this moment, he did not think about using the ancient spirit mysterious realm at this time to go back to the truth of the year. Ancient profound Tao is the one-time impeccable godson of the ancient spirit godchild. Even if it has disappeared for tens of thousands of years, I am afraid that it still has a strong prestige in the ancient spirit god sect. If the ancient profound Tao's fall back then was really related to Ji Yu Tianlin, once this matter was exposed, the ancient spirit god sect was bound to be in chaos. For the stability of the ancient spirit sect, he could not explore the truth of the year at this time in any case. Jiang Chen, when your master ancient profound Tao disappeared, the sect had already used the ancient spirit mystery realm, and as a result, there was no discovery. Since you insist on destroying the Shenzong Grand Ceremony, I will also suppress your master and apprentice first. Tianzun Guyuan shook his head, and faintly shouted, get up and take it down for me. With the voice of Guyuan Tianzun falling, 6 ancient spirit god sect starred Tianzun simultaneously played a magic trick. A series of law patterns and runes appeared from the whole body of the 6 people. These runes rose into the air, intertwined and converged continuously in midair, and finally gradually condensed into a huge array, which enveloped Jiang Chen. You can see a 6-color giant palm rapidly zooming in midair, and then suppressing Jiang Chen like Mount Tai. At that moment, the world changed color. Even the existence of such an arrogant as Haoshan Jianzi couldn't help being shocked. Liu He Tian Ling Formation. This is a combined attacking formation created based on the ancient spirit god's mountain guarding formation. It is now controlled by their 6-star Tianzun, and it is absolutely powerful enough to contend with the 3-star Tianzun. Liu He Heavenly Spirit Formation. I didn't expect ancient spirit god sect to directly display this set of combined attack formations. With the strength of the 6 members of Guyuan Tianzun, after the blessing of the Liu He Tianzun, I am afraid that it is no weaker than the 3-star Tianzun. When everyone looked at this scene, they couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. The sect of the censored king is full of background. Even if the king of God does not come out, that is not something that a mere censored can contend. Ha, if you want to suppress our master and apprentice, do you deserve it? Jiang Chen laughed proudly, and the vast realm censored origin whistled out of his body without reservation, and then turned into a sword force that overwhelmed the world. Essential Kendo, kill. Jiang Chen's thumb was between his censored and index finger, and he squeezed out a mysterious sword finger, and pointed it out at the giant palm that had been suppressed. I saw Jiang Chen's swords unite, and the ground turned into a long rainbow that broke through the world. With an invincible and fierce sword power, it slammed together with the 6-color giant palm. The void is shattered, and the world is overturned. Guyuan Tianzun's 6 strongest blows gathered in a formation, almost like a piece of paper, and were split in half by a sword in the blink of an eye. Jianhong smashed the 6-color giant palm, directly hitting the Liu He Heavenly Spirit Formation, and the formation runes continued to explode in the void. The 6 people of Tianzun Guyuan made a muffled hum almost at the same time, and their figures flew upside down in the air. Especially the 4 weaker 1-star Tianzun, a mouthful of Tianzun's divine blood burst out wildly. Looking at the shocking scene in front of them, everyone looked sluggish, like a ghost, and some couldn't believe their eyes. 2 2-star Celestials, 4 1-star Celestials, this lineup is already extremely powerful. Such a 6-star Tianzun was still defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement after using the ancient spirit god sect's combined attack formation. Is this guy really just a venerable realm? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the air, and it was a long time for them to recover from the shock. The 6 members of Guyuan Tianzun teamed up, and even if it was the powerhouse of the 3-star Tianzun realm, they might not be easily defeated. But a venerable realm in Jiang Chen district, but with a single sword, Guyuan Tianzun killed in seconds. Is this Nima really the power that the venerable realm can possess? The expressions of the 6 people of Guyuan Tianzun were also shocked to the extreme. The 6 of them fully condensed the Liuhe heavenly spirit formation with one blow, and even Jiang Chen didn't even take a sword. How could this guy be so powerful? Although the strength is beyond imagination, my ancient spirit sect is not a place where you can go wild. If you insist on doing it, then there is really no room for relaxation. Tianzun Ji Yuan strongly suppressed his horror, and stared at Jiang Chen. Shen said, "There is no room for relaxation, then there is no room for relaxation. For the sake of Master's face, today I didn't want to kill in this ancient spirit divine sect, but you don't want to challenge my patience. If you dare to stop me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and immediately turned into a sword light, blasting towards the void where the 2 ancient profound Dao battles. "Sect Master, can't let that kid interfere in the battle in the void." Ji Yu Hong Tianzun looked at the situation in front of him, and an anxious look appeared in his eyes. Ji Yu Tianlin is now borrowing the power of that one to kill the ancient profound way. Once Jiang Chen, a perverted existence with combat power, intervenes, it will be difficult to kill the ancient profound way. Can't kill ancient profound Dao, this is still secondary. If that person's identity is revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 2091, Void Demon. This matter is no longer something we can handle. It seems that we can only wake up the Supreme Elder. Tianzun Guyuan slowly took a deep breath. With a move of his palm, a simple jade card exuding mysterious light emerged directly from his palm. Tianzun Guyuan did not hesitate at all, directly and decisively crushed the jade card. And at the moment when the jade card was shattered, a somewhat strange sharp whistle suddenly swayed over the ancient spirit divine sect. The sharp whistling sound constantly echoed over the ancient spirit divine sect for a long time. Everyone calmed down because of Guyuan Tianzun's behavior. For a while, only the sharp whistle can be heard all around. Seeing Ji Yuan Tianzun's actions, even Haoshan Zhanzi, his pupils suddenly shrank. The elder of the vast sky sword sect beside him also looked extremely solemn. The jade order of the censored king is broken, and the one from the ancient spirit god sect is about to show up. As people of the divine king's great sect, they naturally know very well what the thing that Guyuan Tianzun crushed means. The great power of the divine king realm of the ancient spirit god sect is about to be born. Just when the words of the elder of the Haoshan sword sect fell, in the depths of the ancient spirit censored sect, a mighty and majestic aura, like the peerless power awakened from ancient times, with unparalleled pressure, diffused over the ancient spirit censored sect. Is the divine king realm powerful? In the void, Jiang Chen glanced at the depths of the ancient spirit divine sect, but he didn't hesitate in his figure, and plunged into the mysterious area where the 2 ancient profound Dao battles. No matter what, he must go in first to rescue Master. And just when Jiang Chen suppressed the ancient spirit censored sect alone, forcing Guyuan Tianzun to use the censored King Yuling. In the void, an area shrouded by mysterious power. Ji Yu Zan Dao and Ji Yu Tianlin, the 2 generations of censored sons of the ancient spirit censored sect, each displayed amazing supernatural powers, and kept banging together. Boom boom, every time, it caused a sound like Hong Zhang Dalu, causing this world to continue to collapse. Ancient profound Dao used the great technique of the censored king to directly condense a sword of thunder and hell, with the blade's horrible power of destroying thunder, breaking through the world, as if to shatter everything around it. Ji Yu Tianlin gritted his teeth, covered in black light, and then turned into a black unicorn beast, colliding with the thunder sword. A terrible storm of destruction swept the world. I saw that Xu Tianming's whole body was cut out 3,000 feet with a single knife, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Jiu Zandao let out a muffled hum, but stepped back 10 steps in the void, stabilizing his figure. He stared condescendingly at the pale-faced Jiu Tianming, with an indifferent expression on his face. Jiu Tianming, you are defeated. Back then, I was able to dominate you in the ancient spirit sect, and I still can. Gushuan Dao, although I have to admit, my talent is far inferior to yours. It's a pity. Your IQ is never proportional to your martial arts talent. After so many years, haven't you learned the lessons of the year? I know it's not your opponent, but I took the initiative to fight with you. How can I be unprepared? Jiu Tianming wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a grim smile. Hearing Jiu Tianming's words, Jiu Zandao's complexion changed slightly, and suddenly he had a bad feeling in his heart. Jiu Zandao, I planned for many years, but I didn't expect to let you get away with it in the end. Since you have escaped, you shouldn't return to the ancient spirit god sect. But if you come back very much to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiu Tianming stared at ancient profound Dao with a deadly gaze, and immediately looked at a place in the void with respect. Master Moi, please kill him for me. As the voice of Jiu Tianming fell, a figure filled with black air also appeared ghostly from the void of hair. Jiu Zandao also felt a familiar breath from this black silhouette. This guy really is the mysterious person who made a sneak attack. Jiu Zandao looked at the black shadow in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. When I inquired about the news in the Tianji Shenlu that day, and learned that the ancient spirit sect had another existence comparable to the 3-star Tianzun, Jiu Xuandao vaguely guessed that this person should be the mysterious person who shot him back then. Now it seems that it is as he expected. These mysterious people not only have mysterious origins, but they also possess extremely strange powers that are unpredictable. Even under the same realm, it is very difficult to deal with. With his strength, facing this figure 10,000 years ago is no weaker than the existence of Samsung Tianzun. I am afraid there is no chance of winning at all. Who is your excellency? With your strength, even if you join the power of any divine king in God's domain, your status is extremely detached. Why should you hide in the ancient spirit divine sect, and the ancient Tianming pseudo community? Jiu profound Dao's eyes were tightly locked on the dark shadow, and his expression was extremely solemn. The mysterious shadow didn't speak at all, and his figure disappeared without warning. I saw that his figure had appeared ghostly on the head of the ancient profound way, and the force of a space that was extremely weird directly caused the space around the ancient profound way to be distorted and collapsed. Jiu Zandao trembled all over, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person was thrown into a distance of thousands of feet in embarrassment. What a terrible power of space! Ancient profound Dao stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and the eyes that looked at the mysterious black shadow also showed an incredible horror. The origin of the space world, censored, controlled by this mysterious shadow is not only unpredictable, but also extremely domineering. With his current strength, there is no resistance at all in front of this mysterious shadow. The Dao of space is one of the most difficult to cultivate in the 3000 Dao. In the continent of God's domain, there are not many world gods who practice the way of space. Especially the space world god who can reach the 3-star celestial venerable, that is even rarer in 10,000 years. Jiu Zandao really couldn't understand how Jiu Tianming got to know these 3-star heavenly masters. Haha, ancient profound Dao, can't you think of it? Jiu Tianming seemed to see through the thoughts of Jiu Zandao, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "Actually, I would like to thank you very much. If you hadn't sent me to perform the task in the place of eternal void, I would not encounter the devil. Lord Jesus, this mysterious shadow is actually from the eternal void." Jiu profound Dao was taken aback for a moment, and immediately thought of something. His expression finally changed drastically. Jiu Tianming, you actually colluded with the people of the Void Demon race. Chapter 2092, Fighting Heavenly Void Demon Lord, Void Demon. At this moment, Jiu Zandao finally understood why this mysterious shadow could control such a strange space power. It turns out that this mysterious shadow is a member of the Void Demon race. In the ancient times, a terrible catastrophe caused God's domain to be shattered, and the original God's domain world turned into billions of dust floating in the endless eternal void. In the eternal void, two types of powerful creatures were born, the void beast and the void demons. Void beasts generally only wander in the eternal void, and will not pose any threat to the many realms of God's domain. But the void demon is different. This is a powerful race with high wisdom. They often attack the eternal void realm, delusional to occupy the world of God's domain. When God's domain was broken and the eternal void had just taken shape, the void demon race launched a large-scale attack on the God's domain world. Even the continent of God's domain, the center of the eternal void, almost fell under the attack of the void demon race. Many forces on the God's domain continent joined forces and paid a heavy price before defeating the void demon race. Since that war, the void demon race retreated to the eternal void and rarely appeared in the world of God's domain. Jiu Xuandao never thought that in order to deal with him, Jiu Tianming even went to the eternal void to find the void demon race, and secretly colluded with the people of the void demon race. Jiu Tianming, the void demon race is the mortal enemy of my God realm continent. You dare to collude with the void demon race people. Ancient Profound Dao's expression was extremely cold. Even if you killed me today, once this matter spreads out, there will no longer be a place for you in the entire divine realm continent. Don't worry, as long as you die, no one will know. Jiu Tianming smiled sensibly, and immediately said respectfully to the mysterious dark shadow, Master Moi, please kill this person as soon as possible, in case it will change later. The mysterious shadow nodded, and reached out his hand to grab the ancient Profound Dao volley. A weird and majestic space power instantly turned into a pitch-black space prison, confining the space of the ancient Profound way around 100 meters. Being in the prison of that space, Jiu Dao felt that not only the power in his body was imprisoned, but even his fingers could hardly move. It seems that I am afraid that I will die today. A bitter smile appeared in Jiu Xuandao's eyes. After all, he underestimated the insidious degree of Jiu Tianming. It was because of Jiu Tianming's trap that he ended up miserably. This time in the ancient spirit god sect, he thought that Jiu Tianming could not do anything, but he didn't expect to be overcast again by Jiu Tianming. Just when ancient Profound Dao thought he was bound to die, a blazing sword light suddenly separated the sky and the earth, and a sword struck the surrounding prisoner in the dark space. The spatial prison that imprisoned the ancient Profound Way suddenly uttered a sound like a broken mirror, which burst into the void in an instant. The sudden scene also made the three people in the field stunned for a moment. Jiu Tianming's expression became even more frightened. Who is hiding in the dark sneakily and won't get out of me? The mysterious shadow didn't speak, his eyes were just staring at a part of the void. A black-clothed youth with a delicate face slowly emerged in his sight. Little guy, why are you here? Jiu Dao looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Master, this guy has arranged such a space to cover up the battle between you. I know that he is a dog and can't change eating shit. He wants to plot against you. Now it seems that it is true. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Jiu Tianming, then chuckled lightly. You? How did you get in here? Looking at Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Jiu Tianming's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look. The cultivation level of the black-clothed youth in front of him was clearly still in the state of venerable. Although the space he arranged is not too clever, it is definitely not a place where the venerable realm can break into it. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Jiu Tianming. His eyes fell directly on the mysterious black shadow, and asked curiously, Master, is this guy the one who shot you back then? Jiu Xuandao nodded, and said solemnly, Be careful, he is from the void demon race of the eternal void, he should be a heavenly void demon venerable, very difficult to deal with. Void demon race, heavenly void demon lord. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't know what the void demon race was, he could feel the power of this mysterious shadow. Samsung Tianzun, the strongest of the heavenly venerable realm, the existence of the reversible war god king realm. Even with his current strength, he vaguely felt a hint of danger from his body. Master Moi, kill the two quickly, don't let them leave alive. There was a vaguely flustered look on Jiu Tianming's face. Collusion with the void demon race, this is something that is not tolerated by God's domain continent. Once this matter is exposed, he will surely fall into a place where he cannot be recovered. Don't worry, those who dare to ruin the deity's major event, die. The mysterious shadow had no expression on his face, and a cold word came out of his mouth. The power of the pitch-black space instantly turned into a huge spatial blade that split the sky and the earth, slashing towards Jiang Chen volley. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the endless source of kendo suddenly condensed a thunder god sword in his palm, smashing the huge spatial blade into pieces. After the 6 paths of the heavenly god realm break through the realm god realm, although only one kind of realm censored origin can be condensed, the other martial arts powers that are mastered are only integrated into the real world god's origin and have not disappeared in the true sense. When Jiang Chen broke through the realm of the gods, although the 10 Dao Gai condensed the roots of kendo, his kendo can still evolve various powers at will. For example, the previously condensed sword is the thunder sword that contains the power of thunder. The thunder sword and the giant space blade collided, and a terrible storm swept away, turning the entire sky into nothingness. Jiang Chen took 2 steps back slightly. He raised his head to look at the mysterious dark shadow opposite, who just stepped back a few steps and stabilized his figure. His gaze also became dignified. The strength of this void demon race is really strong. Boy, you are very unusual. The mysterious shadow stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was also an incredible shock in his eyes. He is the heavenly void demon venerable in the void demon race, and he is no less inferior to the 3-star void demon venerable in the divine domain continent. But the black-clothed youth in front of him clearly only has the cultivation base of the venerable realm, but his combat power is more than 3-pointed than the 3-star celestial venerable. In this god's domain continent, the venerable realm can possess such combat power. It is definitely the first one he has ever encountered. Chapter 2093. I'm acting Jiang Chen. Why do I need to explain to you? You are also good at strength. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the mysterious black shadow called Moi, and said lightly, since you are the void demon race in the eternal void, you should stay in the eternal void. This world of God's domain is not where you should be. Moi snorted coldly. The void demon race was born in the eternal void, shouldn't it always exist in the eternal void? Sooner or later, my void demon race will dominate this world. Really, I don't know what you void demon race want, and I don't want to know. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I only know that if you dare to show up to my master today, then you will die. Even if the ancient spirit censored sect is about to die of old age, there is no way to take the deity. What kind of thing do you dare to say in front of the deity? Moi suddenly filled his body with a sharp chill, and there was an ancient sword made of black iron in his hand. On the ancient sword, countless sword energy contained in the artistic conception of space entangled the sword. It looks extremely solemn, as if it is carrying a world. Tell him directly, this black ancient sword, I am afraid that it will not be inferior to the divine king weapon in the slightest. Human sword, kill. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all, and his whole body's strength also burst to the extreme in an instant. The dazzling golden light shot up into the sky from Jiang Chen's back, and then turned into a giant sword that opened up the sky, crashing towards the demon, as if crushing the whole world into nothingness. After breaking through the realm gods, Jiang Chen has reached a whole new level in all aspects, and the power of the condensed divine body vision man's emperor sword has naturally reached a terrifying level. Looking at the divine body vision condensed by Jiang Chen, Mo Yi's pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink. Human emperor sword. This guy's condensed divine body vision turned out to be the strongest sword of the human emperor palace. As a heavenly void demon venerable, Moi's status in the void demon race is not low, and he naturally understands the history of the void demon race very well. Back then, the void demon race attacked the continent of God's domain, and suffered joint resistance from many forces in the continent of God's domain. Among them, the human palace that poses a fatal threat to the void demon race. When they saw that the void demon race was about to occupy the continent of God's domain, a peerless figure in the human emperor palace turned out to have an accident, defeating the void race's old clan that dominates the realm, causing their void demon race to return to the eternal void. That peerless figure in the palace of human emperor, just like the kid in front of him, condensed the emperor's sword of divine body, vision human. Void demon sword. Mo Yi forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, and the black ancient sword in his hand emerged with strange spatial power. These spatial powers seemed to flow in the void like a splash of water, and then gathered around the Mo Yi. The black ancient sword in Moi's palm disappeared out of thin air, instantly transforming into a general space sword that pierced through the void. Two extremely terrifying sword lights collided in the void, eclipsing the world and the sun and the moon. Even the space barrier set up by Xu Tianming couldn't bear the terrifying force that swept away, and it crashed into the void. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Mo Yi's mouth, and his figure flew upside down thousands of feet in an instant, and a look of horror appeared in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. This son is not only a shocking power, but also comes from the palace of the people who most fear the void demon race. With his strength, even if he tried his best, he might not be able to solve this kid. Now that the space barrier that Xu Tianming has arranged is broken, if he continues to entangle Jiang Chen, the identity of the void demon race may not be concealed. Once his identity is exposed, even with his strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to get out easily. What a peerless genius in the palace of human beings, this deity remembers you. Mo Yi forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and then took a deep look at Jiang Chen. The whole person faded in an instant, merged with the void, and quickly disappeared without a trace. This guy's way of space is really weird, and he even made him run like this. Seeing that Mo Yi seemed to have completely disappeared from his own perception, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Ancient Profound Tao smiled slightly and said, "The void demon race is born to be extremely good at the way of space. A heavenly void demon venerable wants to escape, and even the general power of the divine king realm may not be able to easily keep it. It seems that people who encounter void demon venerable in the future have to be more cautious." Jiang Chen said, looking directly at the ancient spirit divine sect below, and slowly took a deep breath and said, "Master, let's go down." The ancient spirit divine sect has already awakened the great power of that divine king. After finishing speaking, Jiang Chen moved his body and slowly stepped down from above the void. Xu Tianming, who was affected by the battle between the two Jiang Chen, fell from the void in an embarrassed manner, and finally landed in front of the white figure standing proudly in front of Guyuan Tianzun and the others. This white figure is no one else, it is the God King Jiyu Kang, the supreme elder of the ancient spirit sect, the censored king realm power of the ancient spirit sect. The God King Jiyu Kang was wearing a set of very simple white robe, the breeze blowing, the robe fluttering, there is a kind of dusty and elegant aura. He doesn't look very old because of his age. There are no wrinkles on his face, but it is as brilliant as jade. It is hard to believe that this will be an old monster who has lived for nearly 100 million years. The God King Jiyu Kang stood there quietly, revealing a powerful aura of contemplation all over his body, which made people feel like they wanted to worship. 2. Elder, Jiyu Zandao, they are colluding with the void demon race to put me to death, you have to be the master for me. Jiyu Tianming Luo looked at the two Jiang Chen slowly stepping down into the air, a strange cold light flashed across his eyes, and he knelt in front of God King Jiyu Kang with a panic expression on his face. Ancient Profound Tao, the void demon race is the mortal enemy of my God realm continent, you dare to collude with the void demon race. Jiyu Hongtianjun's eyes flickered, and then he directly addressed the Jiyu Kang God King and said respectfully, "The elder Taisheng, the ancient Profound Tao and the void demon race are in collusion, and their sin is to blame. Please also take action for my Jiyu Ling Shenzong to personally experience the portal." God King Jiyu Kang was expressionless. He stared at Jiang Chen and the two slowly descending, and said calmly, "Jiyu Zandao, what can you explain to Jiyu Tianming? You are the great power of the divine king realm of the ancient spirit god sect. I think you are really confused, right? Who on earth is colluding with the void demon race? You should look up Jiyu Tianming. As long as you have a bit of a brain, you won't say such a thing. Just like Jiyu Tianming, I can suppress it by flipping my hands. Why do I need to collude with others to kill him?" Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and immediately said proudly, "What's more, why should I explain to you when I'm acting Jiang Chen?" Chapter 2094. Hard to shake that censored king realm power. Hi, do you want this kid to be so rampant? Following Jiang Chen's words, the countless onlookers below couldn't help taking a breath. God King Jiyu Kang, this is the supreme elder of the god sect of ancient spirits, the great power of the divine king realm in an area of tens of millions of miles. But the boy in front of him was so blatantly humiliating God King Jiyu Kang. It's just like death. Jiang Chen, you don't want to be too arrogant. If the elders are talking to the ancient profound way, there is no place for you to interrupt. Jiyu Tianming sternly shouted to Jiang Chen, a sneer flashed across his eyes. He was still thinking about how to add a fire to make the Jiyu Zandao to anger God King Jiyu Kang, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to send him to death. Openly humiliating God King Jiyu Kang, this is simply a deadly little expert. I'm talking to your supreme elder, When will it be your turn to interrupt again, noisy? Jiang Chen's voice fell, and when he raised his hand, a sword pointed out, knocking Xu Tianming away thousands of feet away. Seeing this scene, God King Xu Kang couldn't help but coldly, "Boy, dare to be so arrogant in front of this God King, you are the first in history. Elder Supreme, the person who colluded with the Void Demon race is not our master and disciple, but Xu Tianming. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was also Xu Tianming who secretly colluded with the Void Demon race to attack me. If it weren't for my life, I'm afraid it would have fallen. All things, as long as you go out of the sect's supreme treasure ancient spirit mystery realm, look back in time, everything will come to light, and please see the Supreme Elder." Jiu Zandao took a deep breath and said respectfully to God King Jiu Kang. "This matter will be discussed later." God King Jiu Kang's face was as cold as frost, and his gaze at Jiang Chen seemed to be looking at a dead person. "You disciple has no respect in long term, arrogant and domineering, not only openly insulting me, but also under my eyelids. Do it, how can I spare him?" As the only divine king realm power of the ancient spirit censored sect, the ancient spirit mysterious realm, the town clan artifact of the ancient spirit censored sect, has always been guarded by him. Back then, Xu Tianming used his hands and feet on the Jiu Ling mysterious mirror. If he hadn't given his acquiescence, how could Xu Tianming succeed? Even Xu Tianming secretly colluded with the Void Demon race, Jiu Kang God King knew very well. At the beginning, Xu Tianming gave him a condition that was difficult to refuse, and God King Jiu Kang opened one eye and closed another. When the ancient profound way was killed, the ancient censored King Jiu Kang had long been in his heart like a mirror. How can he use the ancient spirit mysterious realm to look back in time? His end is approaching, and only Xu Tianming and the Void Demon race will be able to get things to keep him alive. For his own sake, today he can only take action on behalf of Xu Tianming, killing the two masters and disciples of ancient profound Tao. Jiu Zandao heard the words of God King Jiu Kang, his complexion changed slightly. "Elder Taisheng, Jiang Chen is just. No need to say more." God King Jiu Kang waved his hand, and cast a faint look at Jiu Zandao with his indifferent eyes. "If you say one more thing, then go with him in the funeral." "Master, haven't you seen it yet? This old thing has made it clear that it is going to stand up for Xu Tianming, so why bother to speak?" Jiang Chen shook his head and sneered. "Maybe the old guy had a copy of what you were killed in the first place. Boy, do you dare to slander this king?" The God King Jiu Kang's eyes were cold, and an overwhelming coercion of the God King directly overwhelmed Jiang Chen, master and apprentice in Oppress the Past. Jiang Chen stepped out and blocked the ancient profound Tao behind him. He didn't seem to be affected by the coercion of the overwhelming God King at all, and said indifferently, "Why?" This irritation turned into anger. "As long as you put the ancient spirit mystery realm to know if I slander you, is it not easy?" God King Jiu Kang shot a cold killing intent in his eyes. "What the censored king is going to do, it's not your turn to tell me." Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, "If this is the case, then I can only go to the ancient spirit mystery realm in person to justify my master's innocence." The Jiu Kang censored King Senrin's voice fell, and his figure appeared in the sky above Jiang Chen's head in a flash. The power of the surrounding world instantly condensed into a giant ice palm of 1,000 feet. As soon as this giant ice palm appeared, an extremely cold grandeur filled the audience. Even the strong of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, facing the power of the ice giant palm, seemed to have a feeling of being frozen. Divine King Realm can hold the power of heaven and earth, gather the power of the Great Avenue. The God King Jiu Kang in front of him is exactly an Ice Dao God King Realm power. Even with a wave of his hand, he can condense the ice attribute Dao power. Compared with the power of the realm censored, of the realm of the world, this great power of the great power that contains the might of heaven and earth can be described as a heaven and an underground. In the ordinary realm of the gods, it is almost impossible to contend with the power of the gods. Jiang Chen watched the overwhelming blow of the God King Jiu Kang. His fighting spirit skyrocketed, and the 7-star heavenly sword art of the God King's great spell instantly moved to the extreme. On a bright map of the Big Dipper, the stars shining in all directions instantly converged into a giant sword of stars, and one sword was slashed on the giant ice palm. Divine King's great art, although it is higher than the great power of Divine King Realm, it is also a power that contains the might of heaven and earth. The sword Jiang Chen used with all his strength directly smashed the huge ice palm of God King Jiu Kang that was condensed by the power of the Great Tao. How could this son's combat power be so strong? Seeing that Jiang Chen took his own blow so lightly, God King Jiu Kang's gaze became a little serious in an instant. With the cultivation of the Venerable Realm, you can exert a combat power that is not inferior to the 3-star Celestial Venerable. Such a heaven-defying existence, even the God King Jiu Kang who has lived for nearly 100 million years, is unheard of. Haha, God King Jiu Kang, it seems that you, the Divine King Realm of Jiu Ling Divine Sect, are nothing more than that. A sword crushed the Jiu Kang God King's attack. Jiang Chen laughed out of anger, his figure did not advance and retreated, and a picture of nothingness containing the Zhenchen dragon power was slowly spread out, directly towards the Jiu Kang god. Wang suppressed and left. The Taixu sacred dragon picture of the ancient sacred dragon race. The god King Jiu Kang's expression suddenly changed, and he stretched out his hand to grasp the void, and the power of the vast world instantly turned into a giant sword of ice, and he slashed out against Jiang Chen. The void was split in half by King Jiu Kang's sword, and countless space storms surged out of the void, as if the end had come. The void picture scroll collided with the ice giant sword, and a terrible storm of destruction swept the world, directly shattering the space where the ancient spirit sect held the divine sect ceremony. Haha. Come again. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared into the sky, and his figure instantly rushed into the void. The second vision of the Taixu sacred dragon also slowly condensed on the top of his head. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.